Chapter 501 Artifact Dark Phantom. There was less than a minute left before the task of guarding the water scroll was over, but the time required for Big Hammer to debug the teleportation array had not yet been determined. Damn it! The dark sky and dark land have affected this inferior teleportation array. It will probably take some time to open up this space channel. Big Hammer said directly to Shuai, who had returned from outside without even raising his head. Looking at Big Hammer, who was doing his best, Shuai had nothing to do except holding the crystal plate in his hand tighter. At this time, the regional channels of Yunwu town had also become a mess, and from time to time there would be problems with the wall being captured or the lack of mages. For the beast skeletons that possessed the dual dark means of the dark sky and dark land, unless they were ground into powder, otherwise, as long as they attracted enough dark energy in the dark land, they could stand up again and launch a new attack on the wall. In fact, this is not a problem for players with immortal bodies, but the biggest problem in Yunwu town is that the resurrection stone here can't be used. Now, apart from the priest's resurrection skills, there is no other way to ensure that the war power of Yunwu town will not be reduced. In addition, the players in the war zone outside have also marched to the north due to a new order from the Holy Light Church. In other words, the players in Yunwu town are now in a desperate situation. There are no players who can help them, and now they can only wait for the defense mission to end and see if there is a new turn. Because now they can only think of this way out for this half-hour defense mission. Okay, start the blue guard immediately. When the old wizard confirmed that Shuai was still holding the crystal plate, he immediately commanded a group of elders under the wizard tower and began to prepare the city defense magic. Listen, all the little wizards below, don't be stingy with your magic power, and contribute all your strength to this city defense magic. The old wizard looked at the army of wizards gathered below. Although their attainments in magic were really not good enough, they were very good at magic power, but they are tens of thousands of times stronger than these mages. Because they are not the original inhabitants of this world, they have completely different physiques from them. Azure Guardian, deploy with all your strength. Under the personal supervision of the Great Elder, a blue light shield slowly unfolded in an instant with the central mage tower as the core. And I don't know what magic technology the old mage used to arrange a group of summoned mage players into a huge magic circle, surrounding the mage tower and all the elders around it. Waves of powerful magic are gathering in the center in a strange way, providing the most important magic for this city defense magic. Is this a magic resonance magic circle? Mina looked at the magic circle arranged by the players, but he immediately concluded that this magic circle was not the same as his skills. Because when he stepped forward and walked into the magic circle, he did not receive a prompt from the system, and there was no way to join the ranks of this magic circle. Retreating to the teleportation array position only one step away from the magic circle, Shuai looked up at the thin blue light shield above his head. Under the illumination of this ocean-like blue light, this dark world is finally no longer so dark and full of death. However, under the effect of this Azure Guardian, the players standing on the wall also have no way to attack the enemy who is already close through this shield. Everyone, come down immediately to exchange time for rest. Repair or replace the equipment that is seriously damaged immediately. There are also potions. If there are no potions, replenish them immediately. Once the shield disappears, we have to grind the monsters outside into powder. For a while, when the shield rose, the voices of the guild leaders also sounded in the regional channel. At this moment that can accumulate guild reputation and personal popularity, they will never let it go. However, this peaceful moment did not last too long, because less than 1 minute later, all the players in Yunwu town were affected by the Lich King's dark curse that covered a large area. It's coming faster than expected. Mina looked at the countdown of the task, and there were still 45 seconds left. Listen to all mages, if the magic power in your body is drained in large quantities later, please replenish it immediately. Just as the old mage was talking to the players in the magic circle, hundreds of black lightning suddenly flashed in the sky, and in an instant, the Azure Guardian was shaken. At the moment when the Azure Guardian was attacked, the damage was absorbed by the Azure Guardian, but as a price, the players who acted as batteries in the magic circle lost a lot of magic power. Damn, this magic is basically a magic shield. A mage player who had seen the magic shield said with some disbelief. Don't talk nonsense, there is no such magic shield that can protect the entire town, and the magic shield is just a magic of the wizard level. His companion immediately refuted. I agree. This Azure Guardian is a magic of the Grand Mage of the water system. The most powerful part of this magic is that it has a large or small protection area, and you can choose whether it is a one-time or continuous magic effect. This magic is simply a treasure for players. A player who knows more about water magic immediately proudly said the information he collected. Most players want to show off their ability to get ahead of other players and get more game information. No way, this water magic is so perverted. By the way, who knows the information about our human body magic circle? If we can learn it, then we will become talents that those big guilds will compete for. Don't dream. There is another magic circle under the floor where we are standing. Now we are just standing on the node of this magic circle. Just as Mina was listening to the discussions of the players around him, he suddenly felt a shock in his heart. A strong crisis of death actually appeared at this time. Be careful. Shui Na grabbed the shoulder of De Taikui beside him, and at the same time, his body fell to the distance. What are you doing? It's almost over. However, De Taikui hadn't finished saying a degree, and a long spear wrapped in black gas suddenly broke through the blue protection in the sky, piercing into the position where Shui Na had just stood like lightning, and then a strong explosion even affected the surrounding teleportation array. Looking at the emitter-sized pit after the smoke, Shui Na and De Taikui, who escaped, swallowed their saliva at the same time, because at their feet was the edge of the explosion pit. If they were a step slower just now, or if the location of the explosion was not underground but on the ground, this strong explosion force would definitely make them lose a layer of skin even if they didn't die. Awesome, it's really amazing, you can actually escape. A hoarse voice of praise suddenly came from the sky, but this voice couldn't make people happy. The Lich King, who had already entered the Azure Guardian, swung his hand and a lacquered sword slowly flew out from the smoking pit. A spear with a black aura. Spear form? Dark Phantom. When the old wizard looked at the spear, he suddenly said these terms. Hey, you actually know the dark artifact? It seems that there are really hidden dragons and crouching tigers here. The Lich King held the spear in his hand and pointed it at Shui Na, who was fleeing to the open space. Want to escape? Ants should have the awareness of ants. The Lich King shook his head and said with some regret. At the same time, the dark spear in his hand turned into a dark light and disappeared in his hand, piercing the heart. Shui Na, who felt the attack position of the spear, instinctively fell to the right, and at the same time, he waved the staff in his left hand, and a mist appeared at Shui Na's feet. And when he just fell, a strong explosive airflow brought a group of small gravel and hit him like a rainstorm. You are trapped in your own cocoon. How foolish. The Lich King looked at the blue shield and said with some disdain. The Lich King hooked his finger, and the black spear flew back to the Lich King's hand. Moreover, the dark spear continued to emit increasingly dark black air during its flight, completely wrapping itself up. When the long black air returned to the Lich King's hand, it suddenly expanded and contracted, and all of it was collected into the dark phantom body that had transformed into a staff. A transformable weapon. It's a divine weapon. Seeing the weapon that could change its form, coupled with the Lich King's personal admission just now, the players immediately became restless. However, when they saw that the Lich King just waved the black staff casually, a gust of wind wrapped in black air immediately blew the water out of the mist, and at the same time blew away the mist. Several players who were closest to the wind were blown away more than 10 meters before they fell to the ground. It seems that almost everyone of this powerful enemy has been doused with more than a dozen basins of cold water. Throwing a spear? I have one too. Mina bit the crystal plate in her mouth, holding the explosive wand in her left hand, and throwing the explosive stone spear with all her strength in her right hand. In the few seconds just now, he only had time to use this combination of magic, because it seemed that only this magic had the ability to hurt the Lich King. After throwing the explosive stone spear, Mina immediately turned around and ran back. Now he had to find a place where no one was to escape, otherwise he couldn't save many people like the big iron hammer just now. Oh, you're still fighting back? What a pity. The Lich King completely ignored the stone spear that had already arrived in front of him, and directly shot out the artifact Dark Phantom in his hand that had transformed into a spear. This time, the speed of the dark spear was faster, and the dark aura on the tip of the spear was even stronger. I can't escape this time. When Mina felt the attack position of the dark spear, he found that the dark spear had actually arrived there, and this time, he could only slightly shift his body. Looks like I'm going to die. At this time, Mina suddenly found that his consciousness world had become faster, because he could now clearly feel that the dark power that could burst out instantly in the dark spear was actually penetrating into his body from his wound at a very slow speed. At the same time, he found that everything around him slowed down. However, This slow-motion world could not change the situation that the dark spear was about to explode in his body, because when the spear pierced his shoulder, he had already been eroded by the power of darkness, and the power in his body basically could not allow him to pull out the spear. But even if he had that power, he didn't have that time, because the explosion time of the spear had exceeded Mina's body's reaction time. I don't want to die. It only took more than 20 seconds to succeed, I really don't want to die. Mina said unwillingly in her heart, feeling the increasingly rampant dark energy in her body. Just as the dark energy in Mina's body spread through his limbs to the crystal plate in Mina's mouth, several cracks suddenly appeared on the crystal plate, and blue light shot out from the cracks. This strong blue light actually surrounded Mina in an instant. Chapter 502 The Power of Seal. People outside Mina's consciousness only saw that when the dark spear pierced Mina's left shoulder, the crystal plate in his mouth emitted a strong but gentle blue light. Under this blue light, the black gas representing the dark artifact Dark Phantom was swallowed up by the blue light in an instant. There was no explosion, no screaming, only the blue light that made people warm. It's a chance, do it. The old wizard looked at the blue light that represented the unsealing, and immediately discovered that in the vast blue light, the domineering and unparalleled destructive power of Dark Phantom was completely suppressed. For this water scroll, which is obviously only a semi-artifact, it can suppress the complete dark artifact, which only means one thing. That is, the dark artifact in the hands of the current generation of Lich King has only been there for a short time, and has not yet been fully awakened. In other words, the current Lich King does not have enough strength to control it and make it work. The Lich King, who temporarily lost the Dark Phantom, was at his weakest. If he didn't take action, he would die. All the elders around responded to the old wizard's call. Blue water dragons shot out from their staffs and bombarded the Lich King, who was still trying to recall the dark artifact. All the elders attacked at the same time, basically covering the space around the Lich King. And their magic attainments were very profound. Water dragons thicker than buckets attacked from all directions. Although the water dragon technique was a magician-level magic, it was the most lethal magic among all conventional water magic. Moreover, once this magic was attacked by two people at a diagonal angle at the same time, the power of the two water dragons would increase several times in an instant. As the elders of Yunwu town, they were obviously very experienced in this combined attack technique. However, the old wizard looked at the battlefield at the core of the water dragon's attack, and he suddenly frowned. If this is your power, then you can die. When the power of the water dragon turned into waves of water vapor and dissipated outside, the Lich King said this. After the water vapor dissipated, the Lich King was not hurt at all, and even his clothes were not wet, and a white bone shield emitting black air was suspended in front of him. This white bone shield is very small, only the size of a palm. But the bone material used is very special, because this bone looks like a piece of white jade. If it weren't for this white bone shield, people would always know at a glance that it was made of the skull of some creature, and I'm afraid no one would have discovered the material of this white bone shield. After everyone around felt that the bone shield was made of skull, a chill suddenly grew in everyone's heart, and then they had a deep fear of the shield. You can't look at this shield. This is another dark artifact, the Dark Shield, which can bring those who look at it into the abyss of fear. The old wizard immediately reminded loudly when he saw those who looked at the bone shield, and then all looked at it with fear. Just his reminder made the Lich King focus on him again. What on earth are you? However, when the Lich King teleported to the old wizard, he suddenly found that he had re-established contact with the Dark Phantom, but this connection was much weaker than before. The Lich King looked over, and the dazzling blue light just now had disappeared, and then a wizard with a blue afterglow, holding a broken book in one hand and a spear in the other, appeared in the center of the blue light just now. Mizuna, who unexpectedly discovered that he was not killed by the explosion, immediately felt a burst of fiery pain in his left hand. He looked down and found that he was holding an ancient black spear in his hand. His left hand was eroded by the dark power in the black spear, which was very familiar to Mizuna. After all, this power had been raging in his body just now. However, because of this, Mizuna could accurately feel that the power of the spear was actually many times weaker. However, for this dark spear that could cause hundreds of points of damage to it per second, Mizuna found that his health value could still be maintained at full blood. After that, Mizuna found that waves of strong and gentle energy were being transmitted from his right hand to his whole body, and then concentrated on his left hand. This energy not only protected himself, but also resisted the erosion of the dark power, so that it could only rage in the palm of his left hand. What is going on? Mizuna couldn't help thinking in his heart. Shui Na looked down at herself and found that she was emitting a very slight blue glow, which was like the afterglow of the explosive blue light just now, crystal clear and full of vitality. Oh! You actually lifted the seal of the water scroll, you really helped me a lot. At this time, a hoarse but obviously excited voice came from behind Shui Na, who was a little absent-minded. Shui Na's body shook after hearing this. He immediately reacted, turned around, and instinctively swung the black spear in his left hand towards the Lich King. You are so bold to use my things to attack me. Shui Na looked at the dark spear in his hand, and when it came into contact with the Lich King, it actually generated a huge force of repulsion, which not only dissolved his attack, but also dragged Shui Na slowly into the hands of the Lich King. If Shui Na let go, I am afraid that the spear would fly faster. Get lost. Shui Na looked at the Lich King who was so close to him, and suddenly kicked him between his legs. Shui Na's strength of more than 200 exerted absolute suppression power in an instant. The Lich King who was kicked not only did not retract the dark spear, but also bent into a shrimp shape and slid on the ground for nearly 10 meters. This time, the bone shield called Dark Shield failed to block the kick. Because when Mina's foot touched the black light shield temporarily emitted by Dark Shield, a burst of blue light suddenly appeared from Mina's body, breaking the black light shield in an instant. This is the power of the seal. Why did the water scroll choose him as the inheritor? The elder looked at Mina. Just now, he clearly saw the power of the seal that only the inheritor possessed. An ability that can seal the water scroll and fully exert the mysterious power of the water scroll. It's very simple. When the water scroll was touched by the dark power just now and was forced to unseal, it resonated with him, so he became the inheritor of the seal. That's how I got its recognition back then, but I didn't expect that hundreds of years later, my apprentice would get its recognition again. The old wizard said with a matter-of-fact expression. But, this water scroll. Don't worry, since he has the power of sealing, he can naturally seal the water scroll again, just like I put it back after I used it up. There's nothing to worry about. Besides, he can be trusted. However, this sealing power has consumed a lot of energy when saving him just now, and now it is used to suppress the two dark artifacts. I'm afraid it won't be able to recover to the level of resealing the water scroll in less than a year or two. As if to verify the old wizard's words, the blue glow on Mina disappeared in an instant as soon as the old wizard finished speaking. At this moment, Mina immediately felt that the dark power of the dark spear in his left hand suddenly increased dozens of times. Ah! Mina was startled by the sudden pain, but he didn't let go, but held it tighter. However, the corrosive energy of the dark spear itself is now extremely powerful. Now Mina's health is decreasing by 1000 points per second, and there is no way to keep his health at full value because the blue light has disappeared. Throw it away, and then run away. As soon as the old wizard found that the black energy of the dark spear had reappeared, he immediately instructed Mina on the most correct approach. However, Mina only did half of it, because he did not run away, but instead pulled out the staff at his waist and used it to quickly flip through the magic book in his right hand. The incomplete book in Mina's right hand was a magic book as he had thought earlier, but this incomplete magic book, which was used as a magician's secondary equipment, was unexpectedly powerful. Item: Book of Elements Water Scroll. Usage restrictions: only for magic power owners. Usage level: none. Durability: never damaged. Weight: 10. Item description: this is a magic book, incomplete, made by the god of creation using legendary materials. It records all the original water magic and is the origin of human elemental magic. The holder will have the ability to freely manipulate water magic and gain the mysterious power of the water scroll. Item basic effect: spirit value plus 100, water magic chanting time halved. Item bonus effect: water magic effect increased by 50%, own water magic level plus 10, immune to water magic damage below the same level. Item special effect: 1. The holder can ignore the occupation level requirements according to the amount of his own magic power and directly use the magic in the water scroll. The magic used has the effect of ignoring the occupation level and needs to be held in hand to take effect. 2. It can passively increase the magic power limit of the holder of the power of seal, and the increase limit is level x 100. This ability is not within any amplification effect, but it can be effective when placed in the backpack. Other abilities, unknown. Looking at this magic book that records all the original water magic, Shui Na was shocked. Because this book, which seems to be made of jade, actually has everything from elementary water magic to forbidden spells that can only be used by sages. Although he didn't understand what the holder of the power of seal meant, he knew that he was such a person, because his current magic power limit increased by a full 5,300 points. Adding his own more than 9,000 magic power, he is now heading towards the 15,000 magic power mark. And under such a deep magic power, most of the magic in the water volume shines blue light towards him. Chapter 503, Retreat the Lich King with Wisdom. Everyone, whether players or NPCs, just stared at the Lich King, who was kicked to the ground, with only extreme shock in their hearts. Because just now, under the powerful water dragon magic that could crush the strongest steel, the Lich King did not suffer any damage. Just now, Shui Nai kicked the Lich King to the ground with such a light kick. This was the first time he was injured since he came in. However, only 2 people present understood what happened just now. The dark artifact with destructive power and the water semi-artifact that gently nurtures life are in opposition. These are 2 completely different powers. Once they meet, only one can survive. And just now, the sealed water scroll released the sealing power accumulated over hundreds of years in an instant. This sealing power has a strong water energy, and this powerful energy also overwhelms the dark artifact that has not yet fully awakened. But these sealing powers are one-time, and once they are consumed, they are gone. It really makes me angry. The Lich King may have been very angry with Mina's indecent kick. He didn't get up immediately, but just raised his upper body, sat on the ground, and watched Mina slowly gather elements and use magic. Because for him, the overwhelming power that appeared in the water scroll just now has disappeared, and now he has enough confidence to face any magic attack from this unknown mage. As for the other strong men, he felt, he no longer cares. Now he has only one wish, which is to completely crush everything about this mage. He wanted to see the despair and helplessness of this mage when he found that he had basically no ability to deal with him after his greatest efforts, so he was just watching now. Oh, it's the Azure Guardian? Do you think this magic can defend me? Just when the Lich King was about to recall his dark artifact, he found that his vision turned blue, and then he found that the dark artifact could not contact him. Because Shui Nai blessed the Lich King with this Azure Guardian, and this dark artifact would not attack its owner on its own, so the dark artifact that could not contact the Lich King was isolated outside. Everyone, whether it was the Lich King, the Great Elder, or others, were confused by Shui Nai again. They had never thought that this Azure Guardian could be used in this way. Smart. Everyone, immediately bless the Lich King with Azure Guardian, and don't let him contact the dark artifact. As long as we wait until they come over, we will win. The old mage woke everyone up with one sentence. All the residents of Yunwu town who could use the magic of Azure Guardian, regardless of whether they were elders or others, rushed to the side of the Lich King and cast Azure Guardian on the Lich King in the Azure Guardian again. Azure Guardian is a very powerful defensive magic in water magic, but this defensive magic is two-way. In other words, under the effect of this magic, people outside cannot hit people inside, and people inside have no way to bypass the Azure Guardian to attack people outside. But if this magic is changed, the enemy is covered inside, then the people inside have no way to attack, but the people outside can continue to bless the Azure Guardian. And Shui Nai was inspired when he saw that the elder closed Yunwu town in order to allow Fowl to deal with the magic shadow. This is not a process of seeking to kill the enemy, but a process of trapping the enemy. Well done. The old wizard looked at Shui Nai, who dragged the dark artifact out with an iron chain, and he could only say in his heart that his apprentice's brain was too useful. Can we take this thing for ourselves? Shui Na pointed to the other end of the stretched chain, where the dark artifact that was trying to fly back to its owner was tied. Yes, but you have to kill the Lich King first and erase the spiritual imprint on it, so that I can make it yours. Well, forget it. Shui Na was drooling over this magic weapon, but it was probably impossible for anyone to kill the Lich King now. It's better to save your life first. Looking at this dark artifact with such spirituality, Shui Na could only cross the chain to one side to prevent it from affecting his future plans. When the players around saw this scene, everyone was moved, but they knew that this dark artifact was not something they could touch. Just now, everyone saw that when the blue light disappeared, the huge damage almost killed Shui Na, a high-blooded mage. Now, if even he dared not touch it, then not many people would have the courage to do so. As for Mizuna, now holding the scroll of water in his hand, he came to the front of the Lich King trapped by the Azure Guardian. In fact, it is no longer possible to say whether this is in front of the Lich King or somewhere else, because now in the Azure Guardian, Mizuna basically has no way to see the situation inside. Because inside, there is only a dark mass like the strongest ink. Under this dark power with extremely strong corrosive ability, the layers of Azure Guardian inside were broken one by one, and as the dark energy inside increased, the number of Azure Guardians lost could not keep up with the number of new ones. It's time for a home run. Mizuna pulled out the iron rod from his backpack, and at the same time continued to take the red flame potion that could charge the flame dragon. Home run. The old wizard who was following him asked in confusion. Nothing, don't be surprised. Mizuna put away the iron rod in his hand. The water scroll, while smiling evilly. Since the water scroll was unsealed, Mina already has the ability to put it in her backpack, and now that the water scroll is in Mina's backpack, it will no longer have the attribute of being dropped upon death. In other words, as long as there is no thief, the water scroll will not be dropped upon death. However, for them who now have no chance to escape, this can only be a blessing in disguise. Although Mina's guardian mission has ended, he does not know what the mission means. Because when the mission countdown reaches 0, he has no subsequent missions except for the experience and honor points mentioned in the mission. Moreover, there has been no other turnaround in the mission of guarding the town after it ended. But since there is no turnaround in this mission now, they can only fight to the end. And now, what Mina has to do is to find a way to get the Lich King out first. The Lich King, who had lost the dark artifact dark form, should not be able to break the Azure Guardian as easily as before. Raise him up. Shui Na, who had already completed the transformation into the flame dragon, raised the iron stick tightly over his shoulders with both hands, making a standard baseball action. After that, only a low muffled sound was heard. A blue and black sphere was hit high by Shui Na's absolutely overwhelming power. When the sphere flew out of the protective wall, the elders and others immediately activated the Azure Guardian. The huge blue light shield appeared again around the entire Yunwu town, separating the defenders and attackers inside. However, when the Azure Guardian rose this time, the players guarding the protective wall were no longer scattered here as they were just now. Instead, they looked at the situation outside more seriously and held their weapons more tightly. Because, just now, when the Lich King broke through the Azure Guardian, the beast skeleton soldiers who had been suppressed outside for a while rushed to the wall in an instant and started the most direct close combat with the players. This sudden loss caused huge losses to the players, and due to the absence of priests, most of the players' bodies could only be purified or burned. So facing the rising Azure Guardian this time, they were not as leisurely as last time. Want to leave? Shui Na looked at the dark artifact that eroded the part of the chain that was in contact with it when she was not paying attention, and rushed out all of a sudden, flying towards the place where the Lich King flew away. However, in front of the elders who were free because of the players joining, it was attacked by the most fierce magic of these elders, and now it has lost the control of the Lich King, except for the most basic instincts, it has lost other abilities. However, this basic ability has caused Shui Na a lot of suffering. Are you okay? Hey, it seems that the dragon flame in your body has a certain resistance to the dark power of this dark spear. Well, it seems that I have to find time to study this. The old wizard and the big hammer stayed beside Mina, watching Mina and the dark artifact in pain with great interest. Mina's pain came from the erosion of the dark power of the dark spear, and the dark spear was burned by the dragon flame on Mina's body. Watching the dark spear vibrating in his hand and making a low buzzing sound, Mina felt that the pain he was suffering now was still valuable. Moreover, for some reason, Mina, who had activated the flame dragon transformation, could not ignore the dark erosion of the dark spear, but the degree of damage had been reduced to a level that allowed him to fight a protracted war with the dark spear. In addition, there were several priests outside who were responsible for Mina's health value. Now Mina had enough confidence to keep the dark spear. Looking at the dark flames and thunder outside, mixed with the strong wind, they continued to attack the blue guardian outside. And just as Shui Na imagined, the Lich King who lost the dark artifact had lost the ability to penetrate the blue guardian with that blow just now. In addition, the Lich King was now mad, and the irrational and frantic attack made Shui Na and the others feel relieved. Just as the Lich King outside vented his anger on the blue guardian, the old wizard suddenly raised his head, looked at the sky in the west, and then looked at the sky in the north, and his brows were completely relaxed. Here they are, and there is more than one, haha, our savior is here. The old wizard suddenly announced loudly. Chapter 504 The Book of the Dead. More than one? Shui Na asked in confusion, and at the same time did not forget to take a bottle of advanced slow life potion to maintain the level of life recovery. Well, besides Fowl, he was accompanied by Yangzhen and Nabi, and the other side should be Bishop Ivan. With them here, even if we can't kill the Lich King, it won't be a problem to drive him away. The old wizard explained in detail. Even if we can't kill the Lich King even if we attack together. Shui Nai was a little shocked. 3 strong men above level 200, plus Nabi who should have reached the level of a Lich, there is no way to kill this Lich King. Hehe, this is the difference between having a divine weapon and not having a divine weapon. If it weren't for the dark phantom left here by us, I'm afraid the 4 of them can only tie at best, and it would be a bit difficult to drive him away. The old wizard looked at the dark artifact that was still struggling in Shui Nai's hand, and began to slowly analyze their combat power. Like Yan Xin, a fire wizard, he can't play his power here at all. It's already very good to play 70% or 80%, and foul, in front of the Lich King with the dark shield, his fighting spirit can only injure him at most. As for Ivan, he lost the power given by God, and he couldn't restrain the power of the Book of the Dead and the dark shield. Nabi? I'm afraid he only has the power of sneak attack. What is the specific function of the dark shield? It seems to be able to ignore magic and physical attacks. This is too strong. Shui Nai couldn't trademark help but think of the words cheating and golden finger in her heart. Eyes, it can indeed ignore any attack, but this is time limited. As long as the Lich King is willing, the dark shield can form a dark barrier that ignores any attack. This barrier has the effect of instantly eroding and neutralizing all energy and matter. This is an absolute protective barrier, but... The old wizard paused, and then said, I trademark S just that this absolute protective barrier consumes a lot of soul power. If he can trademark pay from other channels, then he has to pay with his own soul power, and this dark phantom is the same. In the source of his soul power Shui Nai trademark S face was a little ugly. Eyes, all the people who were killed by him or died around him will have their soul power absorbed by him, that is, some people may only absorb part of it, and some people will be absorbed completely. So, if the Lich King is allowed to kill more, he will become stronger and stronger. For some reason, Shui Na suddenly remembered the beautiful fox who was killed by the Lich King and has not returned yet, but he has no way to contact her. Now he can only pray that the beautiful fox will be fine. By the way, is the Holy Book of the Dead also a dark artifact? In fact, when Shui Na heard about the Holy Book of the Dead, he already remembered the Book of Water in his backpack. No, it is an artifact worshipped by the Undead Empire and is part of the Book of Darkness. The Book of Darkness, and the Book of Elements. Yes, the Book of Darkness has 2 parts, one of which is the Holy Book of the Dead, which records all the original undead magic, and the other is the Dark Holy Book, which records all the original dark magic. Isn't undead magic dark magic? This classification seems... you are wrong. Dark magic refers to dark magic that does not include undead magic. Although the literal meanings of dark and darkness are not much different, darkness is much more profound than dark. Well, then I understand. After repeating dark magic several times, Shui Nai was able to distinguish them clearly. As for the Book of Elements, Shui Nai also figured it out, but for the treasure of Yunwu Town, Shui Nai also knew that as an outsider, he had little chance of obtaining it, so he did not ask about this question. Although Shui Nai and the old wizard spoke in a low voice, some of the players around them heard it. Although Shui Nai did not want these information to be exposed, he needed the priests around him now, and it was not reasonable to ask after this time, so he could only let the people around him hear it. Then what should we do now? Shui Nai asked. In this continuous Blue Guardian, as long as the magic power is not exhausted, they can stay here forever. Don't seek merit, but seek no fault. After the old wizard finished speaking, he found a place to sit down and rest. Just hope to avoid mistakes. Shui Na looked at the dark phantom in his hand, and then looked at the chaotic situation outside, knowing that what he was doing now was more important than the people fighting outside. Now outside, it was 4-1, but this 4-1 was a bit reluctant. Like Fowl, although his attack was the most fierce among all people, with his current injured body against the Lich King's undead magic, he was more or less at a disadvantage. And Yan Xin, in this environment where the fire element is weak, it takes a while for a more advanced fire magic to gather enough fire elements, which also puts him at a disadvantage. As for Ivan, as the old wizard said, he lost the power given by God, and could only barely maintain a draw against the Lich King's undead magic blessed by the power of the Holy Book of the Dead. On the contrary, Nabi, who shared the same power with the Lich King, had already retreated from the battlefield in the air to deal with the beast skeletons below, while also ensuring that there was enough time to buffer when the Lich King raided Cloud Town. Now, under the illumination of the blue light of the Azure Guard, the 4 light groups of different colors in the sky are constantly attacking. Among them, the blue light group afar is closest to the dark power in the center, and it will wander around the dark group from time to time, and huge sword beams are constantly piercing into the darkness. Although the red light group representing Yangzhen and the white light group representing Yvonne are much larger than Far's sword domain in volume, they dare not approach the darkness, but continue to bombard the central darkness with their own magic. This red and white magic have become the most eye-catching light sources in this dark world. The Lich King, who was besieged by the 3 powerful men at the same time, although relying on the advantage of the artifact, has already been more defensive than offensive. And this defense has gradually transitioned from the dark shield to the undead magic. For Far, Yangzhen, and Yvonne, the 3 veterans, this change naturally knows what it represents. This means that the artifact in the Lich King's hand has reached its limit. The artifact is very powerful in all aspects, but for the user, this consumption is also not small, and the 3 of them naturally know this. The Lich King in the center is naturally the most angry and helpless after being attacked by these 3 people who do not care about the dignity of the strong and the style of the masters. But when another artifact was taken away, he could not leave easily, because he had to think of a way to recover it, otherwise once the 3 strong men jointly sealed it, then he would lose this artifact. However, the 3 people outside did not give him a chance. Once he went to Yunwu Town, he would immediately be attacked the most violently, and even Nabi who was guarding Yunwu Town would join the battle. Under the attack of the 4 people, plus the blue guard below, the Lich King basically did not have enough time to break through the 2 layers of defense. In fact, if only Yangzhen and Yvonne attacked him, with the powerful defense ability of the Dark Shield, it would only cost a little to rush down. But with the intervention of the Sword Master, every time he was about to approach the Blue Guardian, he was always beaten away by the Sword Master with powerful force. This reminded him of the scene when he was beaten out of Yunwu Town by the little wizard not long ago, so he became more and more angry, but also more and more depressed. Watching the 4 people in the sky fighting in their own fields, most of the players were stunned. Because this level of battle has far exceeded their level, and whether the players can reach this level is also an unknown. Well, it seems that the Lich King was really beaten crazy. Just as the old wizard looked down at the remains of the explosive stone spear picked up from the ground, he suddenly felt an extremely powerful dark force suddenly appear in the sky. The oppressive feeling caused by this sudden dark force enveloped everyone in Yunwu Town in an instant. Hey! The dark curse has disappeared. Someone suddenly spoke in the regional channel that had become very quiet because of watching the Century War, and then the noisy regional channel appeared in the ears of the players again. After that, everyone also discovered this situation, but under the influence of the extremely oppressive dark power in the sky, no player thought this was a good situation. At this time, the battle group belonging to the Holy Light Camp in the sky also clearly discovered the changes of the Lich King. For a while, everyone's attacks began to speed up the frequency of attacks regardless of consumption. For a while, the seemingly soft but actually sharp blue sword light, the seemingly warm but actually hot red fireball, and the seemingly peaceful but actually sharp white light column almost instantly bombarded the growing darkness in the center. However, these powerful attacks were completely blocked by a layer of dark light film, or it was eroded and neutralized by this thin layer of black light film. After brewing for a long time, the darkness in the center of the black light film suddenly turned into a black light column, like a thunder, swooping down with a force of 10,000 pounds. At the bottom of this black light column, a book with strange power was leading the way. Fan Chen, throw away this spear immediately. Get out of there quickly. The old wizard looked at the book under the black light column that was rushing down, and his face changed wildly. Mina naturally also discovered this black light column, but now he was the target of the attack of this black light column, and he suffered the greatest mental shock. The strong sense of oppression turned into an invisible force in an instant, and was imposed on Mina layer by layer, making his body like being pressed by a 10,000 ton mountain. And what Mina can do now is to watch the black light column silently pass through the azure protection under the strange power of this book, and silently come to his head, and there is no way to avoid it. However, just as the death represented by the black light column was getting closer and closer, Mina found that the surrounding space slowed down again. Now everything in Mina's eyes seemed to be under the spell of slow motion, moving at a very slow speed. Among them, Mina saw clearly the name of the book that was the spearhead of the black light column. The Book of the Dead. Chapter 505 The Air. Just when the Book of the Dead was about to hit Shui Nai's head with this dark power, a water dragon composed of blue water elements hit Shui Nai one step faster than the Book of the Dead. The powerful impact of the water flow directly knocked Shui Nai, who had no way to move, away. Although Shui Nai lost almost 2,000 health points by this water dragon, he successfully dodged the absolutely fatal blow of the Lich King. The attack that could directly break through the extremely advanced magic shield of the Azure Guardian was absolutely unbearable for Shui Nai. Afterwards, when the Book of the Dead came into contact with the ground, the huge energy contained in the black light column was also released in such a moment. The strong explosion air wave mixed with black air instantly enveloped the mage square. Shui Nai, who was gliding in the air, was thrown to a higher altitude by the powerful air wave, but he still did not regain control of his body. When he looked carefully, he found that he had a mental shock state. This state is produced by the dark magic, and its function is to directly take away the body control of the recipient, making it impossible for the person to control the body. And because of the level difference between him and the Lich King, the existence time of this state was also extended. "Are you okay?" Just when Shui Nai was about to fall to the ground, a hand and a voice pulled Shui Nai up, who was about to kiss the earth. It was almost bad. Shui Nai looked at his current health value. If he had really fallen just now, he might be in danger of losing his current health value of several hundred points. "That's good, but it's almost scalding me to death," Dao Yudao said, while taking out a few bottles of advanced life recovery potions from his backpack and pouring them directly into Shui Nai's mouth. These so-called advanced potions now can no longer guarantee the health value of players. However, in all cities, these are already the highest level potions. If you want to get a higher level potion, then the player can only make it by himself. Just when Dao Yudao took over Shui Nai, the four people including Fal followed the black light column into Yunwu town. 3 areas of different colors were seen, all in the shape of light balls distributed around the light column that had not yet dissipated. Although these 3 light balls still exuded powerful power, their volume was less than half of that at the beginning of the war. On the contrary, Nabi, the Lich, was the strongest at present without directly participating in the battle. Now he rushed into the black light column to find trouble with the Lich King. Only bursts of bone-breaking sounds were heard from inside, and from time to time some bone arrows or bone spears were shot out from inside, and some skeleton soldiers beat each other and rushed out of the black air. While Nabi was fighting with the Lich King in the black air, the Great Elder discovered that the magic circle protecting the city of Yunwu town was completely destroyed by the attack just now, and there was no way to activate the blue protection of the whole town. This made it impossible for him to carry out his plan to trap the Lich King. After the black air disappeared, the core of the explosion left only a shallow pit with a diameter of about 10 meters and a depth of 1 meter. Among them, the Lich King with the dark shield was in the deepest part of the shallow pit, firmly caught by a huge bone hand. And on the bone tips of the 5 fingers of this bone hand, there were 5 black electric rays interlaced, binding up the part of the dark shield exposed outside the bone hand. Through this thin black light film, Shui Na and others also found that the Lich King inside was no longer as good as before. At least now he looked like a half-mummy when he was a lich. At this time, Shui Nai remembered the soul power mentioned by the old wizard. It seems that the Lich King used his soul power as energy to explode just now, which led to a decrease in strength. Later, when Shui Nai lowered his head to look for the dark artifact, he suddenly found that he could move, but he also found that the dark artifact had returned to the Lich King at this time. In the hands of the Lich King, the weapon in the form of a dark spear slowly transformed into a dark long sword. Although the process of this change was very laborious and slow, it was enough to arouse the caution of Fal and others. When watching the domains of Fal, Yan Xin, and Yvonne begin to fluctuate violently in an instant, the elder could only sigh lightly, knowing that this Yunwu town could not be saved. However, what made the elder feel strange was that when the muscles on the Lich King's body atrophied little by little and turned into a dark breath and drilled into the dark long sword, he found that the fighting spirit on the Lich King was deliberately getting weaker and weaker. But when facing the dark shield, they dared not act rashly, because when the dark shield was not cancelled, their attacks were just a waste of energy. But the Lich King had to pay a price to maintain the dark shield, so they, who had little power, hoped to drag him down with it. What happened today will be paid back tenfold in the future. The Lich King in the dark shield completed the dark shield. After the long sword changed, he only said this harsh word. Then he raised the dark long sword in his hand, and the Lich King turned into a sword light as thick as a bucket and shot straight into the sky. And this sword light suddenly collapsed less than 100 meters in the air, turning into a sword rain the size of a finger, covering every corner of Yunwu town. Damn it! When the elder knew that the Lich King was leaving, he still wanted to keep him to prevent future troubles, but when he saw the sharp sword rain in the sky, he had to help Yunwu town solve this problem first. Because as long as these sword rains fell, Yunwu town might really not be able to be saved, and this time, even the people in the town could not be saved. Protect Yunwu town! The old wizard who had found a safe place early shouted immediately when he saw the sword rain in the sky. In fact, he didn't need to say anything, just Fal and Yvonne would not watch the town and people below being destroyed by the sword rain. Yangzhen and Nabi knew that they had no chance to deal with the Lich King who was determined to leave, so they did not chase the Lich King who was fleeing to the north. Instead, they summoned their own domains or defensive magic around them to block the surrounding sword rain. This sword rain lasted for almost 15 seconds, during which hundreds of thousands of black sword rains almost covered all parts of Yunwu town for more than 2 or 3 waves. Facing this sword rain covering such a huge area, Fal and his group, who were already at the end of their strength, had no way to take it all, and could only give priority to protecting places where people were and places where buildings were still intact. When the sword rain was all over, all the players found that they were not dead yet, and what was even more perverted was that these indiscriminate sword rains actually smashed the beast skeleton soldiers around the protective wall into powder, and there was no chance of resurrection. As the sword rain disappeared, Fal, who was the first to fail, fell directly from midair. If the elder had not noticed that Fal was a little powerless when receiving the sword rain just now and had not paid attention in advance, Fal would have fallen into the ruins below with this seriously injured body. In this battle, Yunwu town was seriously damaged again, and this time it was even more thorough. Under the large-scale attack of the sword rain, the unprotected buildings were basically cut into powder by the sharp sword rain, and there was no possibility of reconstruction. Although these sword rains did not have much lethality to Fal Yangzhen and others, for current players, as long as they were stabbed twice, they would have to find a priest to cast a resurrection spell if their blood was thinner. Moreover, when these black sword rains touched the ground, they would directly turn into black gas and drill directly into the soil, and then pollute the earth. Village chief, is he okay? Shui Na asked the old wizard who came out to open the door. When the Lich King left for more than an hour, the beast skeletons around the protective wall were basically cleared out. As for those who hid in the woods and became wild monsters, they were no longer something that players like Shui Na could kill. After stabilizing the safety of Yunwu town, Shui Na rushed to the mage tower to visit village chief Fal. Don't worry, I'm just a little exhausted. Fal's somewhat weak voice came from the room. When Shui Na entered the temporary ward arranged for Fal, he found that village chief Fal had woken up from a coma. At this time, Yan Xian and Yvonne, who had been sitting outside to rest, also came in at the signal of the old mage. Just when Shui Na didn't understand, the elder also followed in. When the most powerful people in Yunwu town were crowded in this somewhat narrow room, Shui Na could only shrink in a corner and wait for these big shots to speak. Come here, what are you hiding there for? In addition to Fal half lying on the bed, only the old mage was sitting. Stretch out your hand. When the old wizard saw Mizuna coming over, he pulled his right hand and examined it carefully. When Mizuna came into contact with the old wizard's body, the old wizard suddenly emitted bursts of blue light. Then the old wizard took out the water scroll that he had taken from Mizuna in public, looked at the water scroll, looked at Mizuna again, and finally looked at the elder and said. He really inherited the sealing power of the water scroll. What are you going to do now? The old wizard said with some sarcasm. Alas, what else can I do? Haven't you already figured it out? The elder said weakly. Hehe, I'm not a god. How can I know that the water scroll will choose him? The old wizard laughed like an old fox who had succeeded, and Mizuna could hear the elder's unwilling grinding of teeth. Well, I will now officially announce that the heir of this generation of the water scroll is you. The old wizard stuffed the water scroll into Mina's hand, not formally at all. When Mina received the water scroll, he immediately received a system inquiry message, asking him whether he would accept the confirmation of becoming the owner of the water scroll. Of course, Mina chose to accept this. Well, since you have become the heir of the water scroll, you have to know some things. When the old wizard saw the water scroll flashing a gentle blue light in Mina's hand, he immediately knew that the water scroll had recognized the new owner. Chapter 506 Book of Creation. First of all, I have to make it clear that you are only the real owner of this water scroll, but not the only owner. Before the water scroll is restored to the chapter of water elements and becomes a divine weapon and restores the soul, everyone with magic power can control it. In other words, you can't lend it to strangers casually, otherwise. The old wizard directly pointed out the preciousness of this water scroll in the first sentence. Mina only knew that the water scroll was a semi-artifact, but it seemed that since the item exceeded the level of dark gold, no other prompts would appear. And this kind of equipment that allows all people with magic power to directly have a system of magic skill library, and can also be used as equipment, can only be classified as a divine weapon in the mouth of players, because there is probably no more divine artifact than it. I know, I won't take it out casually to show it to the public. Mina finally understood why the old wizard took away the water volume in public just now. Well, I still trust you on this point. The old wizard nodded. Second, in addition to being a memory, this water volume records all the original water magic, it also has the ability to teach. It allows the holder to learn the magic in it, but this will consume the sealing power contained in it, and only those who have the sealing power can unlock the magic in it. By the way, the objects of this study include all elemental mages, but you must unlock it. The old wizard added another sentence temporarily. At this time, Mizuna looked down at the water book in his hand, and immediately found that with the old wizard's explanation, the ability of the water book had an additional teaching ability behind it. This ability can only be used once a week, and a player or NPC can be designated to learn a magic of the same level from this book, and it is the kind of unlimited learning. Then teacher, what is the power of sealing, and what is the resealing you mentioned earlier? The power of sealing, in fact, you can understand it as the power of the water element, but this power is mainly used to seal or unseal this water book, so we simply call it the power of sealing. This ability can only be possessed by the heir recognized by the water book. You don't need to pay too much attention to this sealing power, because as long as the water book is in your hand, the sealing power will automatically form in your body. The old wizard also took out a small teapot from somewhere, and then with the help of the great elder and Yan Xin, he quickly brewed a pot of fragrant tea. After that, he continued, resealing is actually to seal all the sealing power into the water scroll and turn it into a crystal plate, so that the next heir has the opportunity to inherit the sealing power. After all, only those who possess the sealing power can exert the greatest power of the water scroll. After hearing this, Shui Nai immediately looked at the back of his right hand. He remembered that every time he held the water scroll, a blue tattoo shaped like a stream of water would appear there, and now it looked like the symbol of the sealing power that the old wizard said. Then how long will it take for the sealing power to be enough to seal this water scroll? Shui Nai just found that the elder was a little absent-minded. It seems that only this treasure of Yunmu town can make him do this. Seal? At least a year. But don't think about it too early, because I still have a task for you. The old wizard blew the tea in the cup and sipped it. Mission? Mina asked excitedly. Let's talk about this later. Let me finish talking about this water scroll. Now try to tear off one of the pages of this water scroll. Tear off? Mina asked puzzledly, looking at the book in his hand that exuded the luster of jade. Because he remembered that one of the properties of this water scroll was never damaged, which was obviously different from what the old wizard said. In this water scroll with less than 10 pages, magic is basically recorded on every page, but for low-level magic like these, there are often several recorded on one side. And the more powerful magic is at the end, the more space it takes up. But there is one thing, Mina found that no matter how much space these magics take up, they often end at the end of a page. Even if there is a blank space below, it will not be recorded again. In other words, the recording unit of this water scroll is calculated by page, and each page can be regarded as an independent whole. When Mina was thinking about tearing out the first page of the water scroll, the first page of the water scroll automatically detached from the water scroll with Mina's hand. Looking at the first page that recorded all the elementary and intermediate magic, Mina immediately understood the old wizard's hint. He hoped that he could use the water scroll in different places when needed in the future, which would be equivalent to several people using the same page. Okay, these are some basic knowledge of the water scroll. The rest will be discovered by you. After the old wizard poured himself another cup of tea, he suddenly asked, do you know why the Lich King wants to get this water scroll? Is it related to the Book of Elements? Shui Nai thought about it and felt that he could only start from this aspect. Smart? But he is not after the Book of Elements, but the Book of Creation. As soon as the old wizard said this, Yan Xin and Ivan's faces changed color immediately. Although they had already considered this aspect when they knew that the Lich King wanted to rob the treasure of Yunwu town, the water scroll, but after getting the confirmation of the old wizard, they all found it difficult to accept. Darkness, elements, and holy light, that's it. Shui Nai combined the information he had obtained and immediately thought of this matter. Haha, you're right. When the Book of Darkness, the Book of Elements, and the Book of Holy Light are in the hands of the same person at the same time, then the legendary artifact used by the god of creation when creating the world will reappear in this world. However, the consequences of the reappearance of this artifact are so, but no one knows. And the task I gave you is related to this. You want me to collect all the books of elements? Stop the Lich King's plan. Shui Na looked at the water scroll in his hand and felt that this task seemed to have no choice but to develop in this way. Yes. But of course, if you think you have the ability to make the Book of Creation reappear, I will naturally not object. After all, this is better than falling into the hands of that madman. The old wizard said seriously. Then what's the use of the Book of Creation? It can't really create the world. Shui Na asked curiously. I don't know about this either. Back then, I only collected the Book of Elements and half of the Book of Darkness. But I think it's impossible to create the world, but it's still possible to destroy the world. The old wizard obviously didn't believe in the creation. The Lich King wants to destroy the world, this. Don't bother with this, but there is one thing you can believe. Those who possess the Book of Genesis are basically invincible. I can't imagine anything good happening in a world ruled by an invincible madman. The old wizard waved his hand, not wanting to discuss this topic anymore. Then, can you tell me about the knowledge of artifacts? This will give me a good idea in the future. Mina saw the opportunity and immediately asked what she wanted to know the most. After all, the two dark artifacts in the hands of the Lich King were so powerful that they really made people excited. Well, artifacts. Actually, they are things used by gods. This is the origin of the name artifact. However, with the departure of gods and the development of technology, many man-made artifacts have appeared. In fact, if we use the simplest sentence, objects with powerful power or the power of gods can basically be classified as artifacts. The power of gods, is it divine power? Mina thought about it and felt that only this one seemed reasonable. Yes, this is the connotation of authentic artifacts. In fact, you also have an artifact, but you have always treated it as scrap copper and rotten iron. The old wizard said while taking out a big knife from Mina's backpack. This is... Mina immediately remembered that this big knife was the tool used by the corpse wizard Nabi to extract the divine power of the Lich Land, but because he had no time to identify it, he forgot it in the huge backpack space due to other problems. Artifacts can be divided into two categories, namely artificial artifacts and authentic artifacts. Artificial artifacts, such as the Poseidon staff and tsunami ring, which had not lost their souls before, are examples. Although this type of artifact also has powerful power, it has not undergone the purification of divine power, so this power cannot be as beautiful as the pure authentic artifacts. In terms of function, it also overemphasizes destructive power, but this is only a difference in quality. If it is superior in quantity, then even normal artifacts cannot compare, just like your broadsword. So, this broadsword is an authentic artifact. Mina didn't expect that she had been holding an artifact without knowing it. Yes, but its divine power is very thin. I'm afraid that its current power is not even enough to reach the level of a semi-artifact. But it does have divine power and soul, so it can be considered an authentic artifact. And because it accidentally gained the ability to plunder divine power when it was promoted to a divine weapon, it has a promising future. It is very likely to grow into a genuine divine weapon that surpasses ordinary ones, but this depends on the luck of its owner. The old wizard said the last sentence while looking at Shui Nai. However, this made Shui Nai very puzzled, because this broadsword was destined to be out of his reach. Generally, divine weapons that have lost their souls often lose most of their power, and this is generally called a semi-divine weapon. Among them, man-made divine weapons, because there is no condensed divine power as a basis, their souls are often the easiest to disappear in the long river of time, just like the limited lifespan of humans. So, with powerful power and weapon souls, these items can be collectively called artifacts. Shui Na thought about it and concluded. Well, this can only be said to be under normal circumstances. After all, this world is often full of wonders. The old wizard corrected. Chapter 507 The Change of the Avatar. Shui Na, who came out of the wizard tower, has also determined the direction of his next step. No, or this direction is not much different from his original plan. According to the information provided by the old wizard, there is also a part of the Book of Elements on the side of the Elf Empire, and this scattered Book of Elements is still left by the old wizard. The scattered chapters of these books of elements are the three parts of the primary and intermediate wood system, earth system, and wind system, and Shui Na now knows that as long as a complete set of books of elements is collected, then you can have the power to reset the seal power. In other words, as long as someone collects a complete set of books of elements, the seal power of others will be forcibly deprived and distributed. However, since the sealing power of each element system in the Book of Elements can only have one, the ice volume that belongs to the water element chapter now has no real owner. Moreover, as the real owner of the water element chapter, Shui Na can now sense the approximate location of the ice volume and has the ability to explode the ice volume from anyone, which is the ability of the real owner, so he is not in a hurry to find the ice volume now. In addition, Shui Na knows that the other element books in the human empire are now placed in the element tower in the imperial capital. Even the Lich King holding the authentic artifact of darkness dare not easily break into those places, let alone the Lich King whose strength has greatly declined now. So Shui Na's target now is naturally the scattered chapters of the element book in the Elf Empire. After all, according to the old wizard, he set the sealing power on them back then. As long as he has the sealing power belonging to them, it will be much easier on the side of the human empire. Now Shui Na can only pray that the Book of Elements on the Elf Empire side has not been obtained by players or NPCs, otherwise it will be a bit troublesome. As for Shui Na's original plan, in fact, after sending Miyuki back to Yunmu town, he and Xiaoyu went to the Elf Empire to avoid the limelight, but they did not expect that the Lich King would take them so long. Every time Shui Na thought of Xiaoyu's level being maintained at level 40, he felt very guilty, but the previous Lich King's invasion war, but he was indispensable, so he maintained it. But now, when Yunmu town is almost rebuilt, it is time to leave. And after Shui Na left, in the Mage Tower, Fal's temporary ward. Teacher, what are you going to do now? If you get too close to my junior brother, I'm afraid the people of the Holy Light Church will find you. Then, Yan Xin asked this question directly in front of Yvonne, and Bishop Yvonne looked at the old wizard closely. It seems that Yvonne has an unusual relationship with the old wizard. I know that, but I must go to the Elf Empire. Otherwise, if there is a problem, with his current strength, it is really worrying. As for the church, I can only ask you to pay attention to it. The old wizard lowered his head and looked at the hot steam in the cup. I will think of a way to deal with this, but the church is no longer the same as before. There are too many ambitious people now. And since you, teacher, fought with that kind of god, the prestige of the church has been on the decline. The church is now basically controlled by the nobles of the empire. Bishop Ivan's words clearly showed that he knew the old wizard's previous great achievements, but he did not have any hatred towards the old wizard. Haha, there is no other way. After all, after losing the care of the gods in heaven, the church has no choice but to take this step if it does not want to fall. However, I hope that the church will not target the magic guild with hatred. After all, what happened back then should have ended long ago. The old wizard drank the tea in the cup that had already cooled down. By the way, I heard that Fanfiction's mutant clone is in your hands. How is he now? The old wizard, who put away the tea set, suddenly asked the elder with interest. I'm not an old guy like Lancefa. I have no interest in him. He is in Nabi's hands now. The elder looked at the enthusiastic reconstruction troops below from the window, and the resentment in his heart more or less overflowed. Sorry, if. Fal said a little sadly. No, I don't hate you, but myself. If I could be stronger, then. Hehe, if I were stronger, I would be at my level back then. By then, I would have to be taken care of by those monsters above. By then, I'm afraid that even the foundation of Yunmu town would be destroyed before they could stop. The old wizard pointed upwards, obviously talking about those high and mighty gods. Let's go, I also want to see what that mutant is. It's really rare that there are things I don't know about, haha, the fruit of life only in this way can people be full of motivation. After coming out of the Mage Tower, Shui Na did not immediately go to find the Fox Fairy Guild and her gang, but quietly came to the entrance of the Poison Insect Valley. Here, a person covered in golden armor stood there quietly, and his straight figure like a sword also exuded a sharp breath, making people dare not approach easily. But... Skeleton King, long time no see. Shui Nai walked up to the golden armored man and gave him a big hug. Yet. After a moment of silence, the Skeleton King responded with consciousness. You can't have bone powder on you. After hugging the Skeleton King, Shui Nai found that it was covered with white bone fragments and powder, and his clothes were also stained with a lot of it. At this time, he remembered that it was the Skeleton King who took on the task of defending a wall of Yunwu town alone. And its fighting method was to use absolute strength to directly smash those beast skeletons of only level 40 into pieces. Yes, so I was a little curious about why you came to hug me at the beginning. The Skeleton King took off his helmet and showed Shui Nai a skull-like smile. Forget it, let's go. Mina, dazzled by the golden teeth, immediately used the devil's wings to fly directly up and flew to the depths of the poisonous insect valley. The Skeleton King below turned into a golden stream of light, bouncing around in the narrow space of the poisonous insect valley, closely following the pace of Mina. When Mina arrived at the location of the underground teleportation array in the barren plain, Mina immediately found the figure of Dao Yudao. He was squatting in the teleportation array, constantly studying. Yudao, where is the monster you just mentioned? Mina asked immediately. In the corner over there, Uncle Nabi is studying it, but he doesn't seem to understand it either. As Mina stood up and pointed in a direction, he said. Even he doesn't understand it. Mina felt a little weird after landing on the ground. I suspect it's a bug. Didn't you say before that the clone explosion was defined as a bug by the system, and after using it, there will be an additional state of mental weakness? I now suspect that this may be a bug in the system, so this is why the experts in this world can't figure it out. Dao Yudao analyzed and gave other examples. Later, Dao Yudao also encouraged Shui Nai to make a clone of the dragon people. Anyway, since he could even make a clone of a vampire, it would be possible to make a clone of the dragon people using the Dragon Ball. Isn't this game known to have no bugs? Why do I have so many bugs? Shui Nai really didn't understand. Damn, you believe this, then I claim to be invincible, do you believe it? However, it is reasonable to exist. I'm afraid that if this is really a bug, then you will have a new negative state. Fuck. When Shui Nai thought of the weak mental state after the clone exploded, she immediately felt a chill in her heart. That state was really unbearable for a human. As the two people and the skeleton walked and talked, they soon came to the corner that Dao Yudao mentioned. They saw a bone prison that was only the size of a person standing against the mountain. In this bone prison, there was a human-shaped creature sitting, a creature with its head down, but with a pair of black bat wings behind it. It feels a bit weird. Shui Nai looked at the creature in front of him, who was exactly the same size as himself, but with his head down, so that people could not see his face. For some reason, he always felt a little creepy in his heart. It's very weird. When I saw him, I thought of you, and I called your name, and he actually responded, which scared me at the time. Dao Yudao said in a low voice, as if he was afraid of scaring him. You are here, sorry, I didn't notice you coming just now. When Mina and the others had walked to less than 3 meters away from the bone prison, they sat on the ground and stared at Nabi in the prison. Only then did they react and stood up to greet him. Mina and the others immediately returned the greeting and prepared to listen to Nabi's explanation. After that, Mina knew why Nabi couldn't understand this new creature. It turned out that this vampire, who had obviously completed the transformation of the Blood Clan, actually had the source of magic power when he was a human mage. In other words, this vampire possessed both Blood Clan energy and magic power. And now, it was this reason that was bothering Nabi. Because according to his previous research, once a vampire has completed the transformation of the Blood Clan, there will often be no other energy in the body, because the energy in these blood clans will be completely converted into Blood Clan energy, and there has never been such a strange example. However, what made Mina feel strange was that she could feel the hostility of this creature from a distance, as if she was his enemy. And as he approached, his body was shaking constantly, as if he was excited. Shui Nai squatted down, looked at him in the cell, and directly cast a reconnaissance spell over, but the result of the reconnaissance scared Shui Nai. Fan Chen, Blood Clan level 53 life, 3254. Looking at the attributes detected, it turned out to be the unique attribute panel of the monster, but his attributes were exactly the same as his own. As for the appearance, it was also 80% similar to himself, except for the fangs at the corners of the mouth and the red pupils. Roar! Just when Shui Nai was distracted, the Blood Clan Fan Chen suddenly roared, and his right hand with sharp black nails stretched out and grabbed Shui Nai. However, because of his roar just now, Shui Nai was frightened, and the result was that the grab just brushed Shui Nai's face. Chapter 508 The Plan to Subdue the Clone. Old Fan, are you okay? Dao Yudao saw Shui Nai fall to the ground and immediately went to visit. It's okay, I was just scared. By the way, is he so fierce to you? Shui Nai asked Dao Yudao and Nabi, because he felt that this vampire had a very awkward hostility towards him. It was when we first locked him up, but he ignored us afterwards and was very silent. On the contrary, it felt like he was targeting you. Dao Yudao also clearly discovered the hostility of this vampire towards Shui Nai, and this hostility was very obvious. The vampire was now pulling hard at the bone prison made by Nabi, as if he wanted to rush out and kill Shui Nai in front of him. And he was still shouting indistinctly, but Shui Nai and the others couldn't understand what he meant, because he was just shouting randomly, and basically didn't say anything. It seems that he has become excited since you came, but it stands to reason that you should have met for the first time. So if you speculate like this, it seems that there may be some strange connection between you, and it is this connection that makes him hostile to you. Nabi also said with some speculation. Then, do you think he has his own consciousness? Mina suddenly asked Nabi behind him. You want to say whether he is an intelligent creature? If so, I can tell you, yes, he has wisdom. Nabi pointed to the sword marks on the bone prison, and then said, these are all cut by him using the blood sword, and his attack is still very concentrated, unlike those beasts, so random attack. Mina looked at several of the huge bone prison pillars, and there were 2 symmetrical cuts on each of them. These cuts were cut back and forth at the same level, which basically cut the bone prison pillars in half. As long as it comes a few more times, a door can be opened for escape. Seeing that this was obviously artificial, Mina also believed Nabi's words. After all, it is obviously impossible for a creature without wisdom to make such a level of attack on the prison. That's good, as long as it is intelligent and can understand human words. Mina was relieved when she saw this. Because he didn't want to kill this creature that was similar to himself. He had an impulse to protect this unknown product, as if he was his own family. Maybe he was originally separated from me. Shui Na thought to himself. You don't want to subdue him, but he seems to be a vampire. Can you support him? Dao Yudao immediately thought of this, but the racial characteristics of the vampires have always been a torture for players who like this race. I have this plan, because we can't just keep imprisoned like this. Shui Na asked back. That's right, then what do you plan to do to subdue him? We thieves have the innate bonus ability to forcibly subdue monsters. Do you want my help? Dao Yudao thought about it and suddenly said. Subduing monsters is the most important step for players. In this step, the means are often unimportant. Because as long as they are subdued, cultivating loyalty is just a matter of time. No need. If we want to subdue such intelligent creatures, using force to make them surrender is definitely a bad idea. Shui Na said with great experience. Dao Yudao suddenly looked at Shui Nai, as if he had just met him for the first time, but Shui Nai, who was wearing a mask, could not show his expression. On the side, Nabi and the Skeleton King looked at the 2 people who were mumbling with their heads down, and didn't know what they were thinking, so they had to watch from the side. After that, Shui Nai suddenly walked in front of the bone prison and sat cross-legged directly opposite the vampire. Do you know me? Shui Nai first tried. Roar. Can you speak human language? Shui Nai ignored the black nails less than 10 centimeters away from his nose and asked in a low voice. Just now, he had learned from Nabi that the current vampire mortal had consumed the vampire energy in the whole body, and as for his magic talent, it seemed that it had not yet awakened. So Shui Nai was not afraid of him now it would hurt him, and even if it hurt him, he didn't believe he couldn't escape. Well, can you tell me your name? Shui Nai said, while taking off the lurking mask that had been covering his face for a long time, and watching his reaction with some curiosity. However, when Shui Nai took off the mask, he found that Fan Chen in the prison immediately became agitated. He saw him grabbing the huge white bones in his hands and making a crackling sound, and some small cracks appeared under his hands. Hehe, don't be like a beast, okay? Can't you calm down and talk? Okay, my name is Fan Chen. Shui Nai tidied up her clothes leisurely, and washed her body with the recovery technique. It seems that Shui Nai's artificial behavior and smile made Dao Yudao beside him very puzzled. Fan Chen. I am Fan Chen, I am Fan Chen. After looking at Shui Nai's smiling face, the blood clan Fan Chen suddenly said ferociously, and at the same time stretched out his hand again to grab Shui Nai's face. Sure enough, it's a question of identity. Shui Na thought secretly in his heart, because he had thought about this aspect from the beginning. And the one person, the witch, and the skeleton behind him also felt that their eyes were brightened, because they also understood at this time why the blood clan Fan Chen targeted Shui Nai so much. Because of the name, their names are exactly the same. As a life with wisdom, the blood clan Fan Chen may not accept this kind of life living under the shadow of others, especially when he knows that he is a fake. Why do you say you are Fan Chen? You should know your identity. Shui Nai once again revealed the scars belonging to the blood clan Fan Chen. I don't know. I only know that I am Fan Chen, I am Fan Chen, I want to kill you, kill you. The blood clan Fan Chen frantically pulled the bone prison pillars in the prison, shaking the prison. In fact, at the beginning, the blood clan Fan Chen did not know his past. When he was born, his mind was in a mess, but he had an extremely clear mission, which was to kill a creature called Fan Chen. But he knew that his name was also Fan Chen. Was he going to kill himself? But when he found the real Fan Chen, he immediately knew that person was the real Fan Chen, and he was just a fake. Then, as a living creature's survival instinct, he felt that he might kill this person called Fan Chen, and then he could replace him. This was the only way he could think of to survive, and the only thing he could do, because with his current chaotic mind, he could no longer think about what would happen next. Then let's have a good fight. Whoever wins will own the name of Fan Chen, how about it? Shui Na suddenly said to the vampire Fan Chen in the prison, and then asked Nabi to release the bone prison. Come on, whoever wins will own the ownership of this name. Shui Na waved to the somewhat stunned vampire Fan Chen, indicating that he could come out. I saw the vampire Fan Chen suddenly yelled, as if to give himself courage, and then rushed out in a hurry and punched Shui Na in the face. Damn, it's just a punch to the face. When Shui Na saw this punch to the face, he couldn't help but curse the system for being perverted. His identity was not a face, so why did he pick his face? Although Shui Na had some small opinions in his heart, his movements were not slow. He caught the incoming straight punch with his left hand, and at the same time, he threw a right hook with his right hand, attacking the face of the blood clan Fan Chen. After that, the two exchanged fists with each other, and as this pure fighting behavior continued, the two also moved from standing to the ground. Shui Nai's fists were very heavy, and they hit the blood clan Fan Chen whose equipment had long disappeared, so Shui Nai could deal dozens of points of damage with each punch. However, the sharp nails of the blood clan Fan Chen could not be underestimated by Shui Nai, and his fangs made Shui Nai dare not get close to his mouth. At the beginning, the two seemed to have given up their long-range abilities and used close combat together. However, the vampire mortal was completely relying on instinct to punch and kick. As for Shui Nai, he followed the martial arts he had learned and attacked one move at a time. So at the beginning, Shui Nai had an absolute advantage. However, as the health of the vampire mortal gradually decreased, Shui Nai's attack strength and frequency also decreased. Instead, he defended more than attacked, and was gradually pressed to the ground by the vampire mortal. The three people who were watching these two people actually learn the fighting style of street thugs, didn't know whether to laugh or cheer for them. The two rolled on the ground and fought for almost 10 minutes, but Shui Nai, who had the advantage of equipment and skills, still maintained a health value of about 50%, while the health of the vampire mortal had reached a dangerous level of less than 10%. You lose. Shui Nai, who was pressed to the ground, suddenly shouted at the vampire mortal who was riding on him and punching wildly. After that, he quickly grabbed the two fists that hit him in the face with both hands, and pulled the vampire Fan Chen who was riding on him to the left, while she turned over and pressed on him. At the same time, for some reason, Shui Nai's strength was so strong that she grabbed the struggling hands of the vampire with one hand, and with the other hand, she grabbed his neck and pressed him hard to the ground to prevent him from biting. The vampire, who had been completely subdued by Shui Nai, could only struggle continuously, but these efforts were completely in vain when Shui Nai's anthrax, who had activated the power explosion, was activated. Although this cheating skill made Shui Nai fight unjustly in this battle of physical strength, Shui Nai couldn't wait any longer. Because he found that as the battle between the vampire and himself intensified, he actually learned his boxing and kicking routines bit by bit. And now his health value is not high. If he continues to fight, his life will be in danger. You lost. Shui Nai didn't wait for him to answer, and directly let go of the vampire, stood up, and at the same time he stretched out his right hand and placed it in front of the vampire. His appearance clearly showed that he had already determined that Blood Clan Fanfiction had failed. Get up, if you are a man, you should stand up and talk to me. Shui Nai said in a heroic manner, and then pulled Blood Clan Fanfiction up. During this period, Blood Clan Fanfiction did not resist at all, but his eyes were as calm as a lake of dead water. Looking at him, it was as if he had lost the most important thing in the world, and lost his soul as well. Chapter 509 The Arrival of the Church. The three creatures watching on the side, except for Dao Yudao who thought of Shui Nai's next move, the other two were a little confused about what Shui Nai was going to do. Because for them, there are many ways to kill this mutant creature, not to mention easy ones, at least they won't waste so much time. However, when they saw Shui Nai stop fighting at the last moment, they knew one thing, that is, Shui Nai had never intended to kill this mutant creature from the beginning. But for Dao Yudao, after seeing Shui Nai fight a fierce battle with the vampire Fan Chen and establish his position as the boss, it was time to give him candy. And just as he expected, Shui Nai pulled the vampire Fan Chen up, first used the recovery technique to clean and heal the dirt and wounds on his body, and then gave him some equipment without occupational restrictions as clothes to wear. Want to eat one? You should have never eaten before. Just when Shui Nai saw that he began to accept what he gave him, he also began to take a step further. The vampire Fan Chen looked at the rice ball handed over by Shui Nai, with some doubts in his eyes, but he did not refuse. And Shui Nai, at this time, took out another rice ball and sat aside to eat it. These large rice balls were made by Miyuki and Xiaoyu specifically for the NPC guards of Yunmu town. For these NPCs who stayed outside for a long time, the amount of these rice balls is very sufficient, and one can often make them half full. Shui Na and the others also enjoyed the food from this world, so they specially asked them to make a batch more for their usual picnics in the poisonous insect valley. Seeing that the vampire Fan Chen finished the large rice ball in his hand in a few bites, Shui Na did not rush to give him a second one, but asked with interest. Do you want my name? Yes. The vampire Fan Chen shouted directly, but when he looked at Shui Na's appearance, his fanatical eyes dimmed. But you should know that this person named Fan Chen is a human, not a vampire. Then can you put away your vampire fangs and the black wings behind you? Although you can't change your race, if you can hide it. Shui Na guided him step by step. Yes, but... The vampire Fan Chen responded immediately, and then in an instant, the very obvious part of his body that belonged to the vampire retracted into his body. Only a pair of blood-red pupils were left, but for most players, as long as there were pupils, no one would care what color the pupils were. Because when the player was born, these could be adjusted on their own. No buts, then I want to ask you now, do you want this name that belongs to me? Shui Nai asked again. Yes. Well, from now on, the name Fan Chen will belong to you, and I will choose another name. Shui Nai handed the lurking mask that he had been using to the vampire Fan Chen, and at the same time, he took out a different lurking mask and put it on again. But, if you want to get my name, there is a condition. That is, you have to follow me and become my companion in the future. Shui Nai stretched out his left hand, and the pet bracelet on his wrist slowly emerged. At the beginning, Shui Nai did not say to become his pet, but to become a companion, naturally considering his dignity. In fact, he also wanted to interact with the Skeleton King like he is now, but he still had to test his identity and ability. After all, he still had to consider the food habits of the blood race. Why? Weren't we enemies before? The blood race Fanchen finally asked. He had already expressed his doubts, because with his current wisdom, this situation should not happen. For us, isn't it better to be companions than enemies? And after seeing you, I suddenly felt like protecting you. I've heard of brotherhood, I think this is that relationship. Now I want to protect you as a younger brother I've never seen, so I don't want to be your enemy. But, due to your race and identity, you can only stay in my pet space for the time being, so are you willing? Brother? Can we? Blood Clan Fan Chen asked in a low voice. Shui Nai didn't answer, but nodded seriously. Then, your new name is? You can call me Shui Nai, or call me Lao Fan like him. Shui Nai pointed at Dao Yiyu and said. Qin. Shui Nai. Blood Clan Fan Chen thought about it and tried to call it. Well, Fan Chen. Shui Nai called him happily. Shui Na, thank you, thank you. After thanking him, the Blood Clan Fan Chen saw that his body and the pet bracelet on Shui Na's wrist flashed a burst of black and red light at the same time. After that, the Blood Clan Fan Chen turned into a black and red light and was collected into one of Shui Na's pet space crystals, becoming Shui Na's pet. Is it done like this? Dao Yiyudao looked at Shui Na with some admiration. He didn't expect that this ancient education method of slapping first and then giving some sweetness could have such a great ability. Yes, it succeeded. However, this time I was able to convince him by taking advantage of his confusion. If it dragged on for a few more days, I'm afraid I would have to fight him to the death. Shui Na also said with some luck, but he was not so happy now. Because if his existence was really caused by a bug, then his problem would never be solved so easily. Awesome, awesome, he is indeed my disciple, and he has conquered such a new creature so easily. However, it is not a good habit for you to have such a special liking for dark creatures. Be careful that the tribunal of the church sends people to encircle and suppress you. Those guys are all lunatics at the same level as the Lich King. The old wizard suddenly appeared not far from Shuina, and then the water light behind him changed, and the great elder, Yangzhen and Yvonne also appeared. It doesn't matter. Anyway, we are all wanted criminals of the church, and one more is not much. Shuina and Dao Yiyudao no longer care about the pursuit of the church. Anyway, for them, the most serious oracle wanted order has been issued, and other small problems can be ignored. But, it's you, teacher. Don't you think you have appeared too many times recently? Shuina suddenly remembered this. Haha, don't worry about that. Hey, something seems to have happened in Yunmu town. The old mage, who was originally very happy, suddenly changed his expression. Then he looked in the direction of Yunmu town and frowned immediately. At this time, the bracelet on the left hand of the elder also flashed a blue light, and then the elder's finger flicked on the bracelet, and the clear head of the fifth elder emerged. Elder, the church's people are coming. They asked us to hand over to the people named Fanchen and Dao Yiyudao, otherwise they will punish us severely for harboring criminals. The fifth elder said in a somewhat exasperated manner, but in his excitement, his injuries made him cough uncontrollably. We will go there immediately, don't let them enter the town first. At the same time, if you find any suspicious behavior in the town, clear them out immediately. After the elder finished speaking, he glanced at the old mage, and it seemed that he was waiting for his supplement. Yangzhen, you stay with me for now. The problem between the church and the magic guild cannot be expanded any further. Nabi, take the skeleton to meet them. As for other things, just follow your own wishes. The old wizard just added this sentence to the elder. But, if we go out, won't they accuse us of treason? This will provoke attacks from the church. Nabi said with some worry. From history, he has seen a lot of these historical issues. Don't worry about this. For people like Howard, Yunmu town has actually been a target for them to deal with. After all, under the divine light of the gods, Yunmu town, a place that is not illuminated by the divine light, has a great impact on other places. This has always been his concern. This time, they will find a way to attack here no matter what. Yvonne was obviously on the side of the old wizard at this time, and he even said this. Then he continued, so I think it's best for you to reveal your identities first. After all, you are indeed on our side against the undead empire. It would be better to let the upper echelons of the church know this as soon as possible. After all, there are others above Howard. So, they didn't come with good intentions this time. The elder suddenly asked in a low voice. That can't be said. After all, if they come, they will definitely help you. It's just that I'm afraid there will be one more church in the church to spread the word. It's just the holy light of the church. Yvonne suddenly said with some self-mockery. Haha, cultural erosion is a common method used by the church. The old wizard summarized. After that, Shui Nai and the others left the old wizard and Yan Xin, and came to the protective wall of Yunmu town under the water cloud of the great elder. As soon as he came down from the water cloud, Shui Nai saw several familiar faces in the front row of the queue below. Among them, the Dragon King was wearing a majestic silver-white armor and standing behind the leader NPC this time. It seems that his status in this queue is not low. Dark creatures. When Nabi and the Skeleton King stood on the protective wall, the priest NPCs of the temple and the NPCs of the sanctuary below immediately sensed the undead power on them. At the moment they identified the enemy, the staff and the long sword were raised almost at the same time, and the holy light on the staff and the long sword had condensed into shape, and they were almost not fired. Stop! At this moment, Ivan suddenly stepped forward and stopped the attack of those people below. Chapter 510 Fight between NPCs. Bishop Ivan, you are actually with the undead creatures. Have you forgotten that holy light and darkness are incompatible? An elder wearing a white robe of the church, with golden spells embroidered on the sleeves and collar, looked at Ivan and the Lich Nabi standing on both sides of the great elder, and said with great sorrow. Lao Fan, he can't be a member of the Elder Council of the Elemental City Church. Deo Yudeo looked at the pattern of the golden holy staff on the man's chest and asked with some doubts. As far as he knew, it seemed that each branch of the church had an elder council belonging to its own branch. These elder councils were composed of powerful people of level 100, and their strength was not something that current players could face. However, just when Shui Nai answered, Bishop Ivan had already replied. Haha, Elder Shuelun, you are wrong. Our church is incompatible with the evil forces of darkness, but it has not reached the point where all the dark people must be eliminated. Ivan said with a smile, but when he looked at Elder Sharon, his eyes were not very warm. Nonsense, can you let them return to the embrace of the holy light? Another elder next to Sharon said with some disdain. No. Ivan said very easily, but Elder Sharon and others were obviously stunned when they heard his direct answer. Then you. Another elder who stood farther away from Sharon said with some disbelief. Well, let me introduce him to you first. This is Nabil's, a rare genius in the former magic guild. I believe everyone knows him a little bit. Ivan was not in a hurry to explain anything, but introduced them to each other leisurely, as if he turned a blind eye to their innate attribute problems. However, when the elders below heard the name Nabiles, Sharon and the elder beside him suddenly changed their expressions, but soon calmed down. The elders on the other side also showed shocked expressions, but they did not rush to put them away, but looked at Nabi in surprise. I believe that as the elders of the Elder Council of the Elemental City Church branch, you must know about Nabile's affairs back then. Moreover, I also want to say that Nabiles is the corpse wizard in the Lich Land. After Ivan threw another heavy bomb, the faces of the NPCs below basically changed several times. Then why are you still following? It's very simple, because Nabi has come out of someone's scam, and now he is willing to stand with us to deal with the invasion of the Undead Empire. Moreover, he has the power of the undead, and when dealing with the Undead Empire, he has power that is not weaker than ours. Humph, it is absolutely impossible for us to cooperate with such evil creatures that blaspheme God. Elder Sharon and the elder beside him immediately stood up to oppose. It's because of Bishop Howard. To be honest, we actually know what your Bishop Howard has done over the years, but we can't just talk about it casually. Right, other elders. After seeing the members of the Elder Council belonging to Howard's faction, Ivan just said this to the elders below. After this sentence, Elder Sharon, Howard's confidant, immediately turned pale, and even the elder beside him was also embarrassed. Nonsense. After Sharon calmed down her shock, she wanted to continue to refute. However, when Ivan said this, the other elders fell silent. It seemed that they did know something about Bishop Howard. Whether it is nonsense or not, you and I know it. But there is one thing I want to point out, that is, the two people you want to capture have already known the good things that Howard has done. So I think Howard's behavior of using the oracle is somewhat undesirable. Ivan once again guided the development of the scene, but this time even Shui Na and the others were a little stunned. Using the oracle? Bishop Ivan, please don't make such blasphemous remarks, okay? When Sharon heard what Ivan said, his heart trembled, but he continued to speak. No, in fact, we neutral factions are also somewhat suspicious, because the content of this oracle is only known to Bishop Howard. Even the bishops of other branches and even the bishops of the church headquarters have not received any news, which is obviously a problem. Now that Bishop Ivan has raised it, I also want to verify it. At this time, another elder directly raised a new question. Neutral faction. Deo Yudeo said in his team chat, because he did not expect that the seemingly united church was actually divided into gangs and factions. Well, there are indeed many gangs in the church. Among them, we players know that there are the Howard faction, the City Lord faction and the Neutral faction. As for whether other main cities are like this, we don't know. Xiaomei said in a low voice in the team chat. What about Bishop Ivan, is he a city lord faction? Dao Yiyudao asked immediately. No, he has no faction, and for each main city, there is usually only one bishop. And in the elemental city, there are 2 bishops serving at the same time. Go on. Dao Yiyudao looked at Xiaomei and asked after she stopped talking halfway. Well, in fact, some people say that Bishop Ivan seemed to be disrespectful to the gods back then, and was severely punished. After that, he and Bishop Howard jointly managed the church branch in the elemental city. Disrespecting the gods seems to be a serious crime. The power behind Bishop Ivan is not small. No, in fact, Ivan has no power behind him. It's just that he made some unprecedented contributions to the church back then, so he didn't lose his position, but he can no longer be reused. At this time, Ivan and some of the elders below had obviously reached a consensus in consciousness. These elders began to gather their own forces and separate from Elder Swalloon's team. What are you doing? Elder Swalloon asked in confusion. I'm sorry. Before we figure out the whole story, we have decided not to participate in Bishop Howard's actions. But, the instructions of the Oracle, do you also? Oracle? Under the premise that Bishop Howard has not announced the specific content of the Oracle, I think Bishop Ivan's words are more credible. After all, Howard's credit is not worth our lives. Specific content, if this is the will of God, can Bishop Howard violate it? Sharon wanted to continue to defend Howard. Then we can only blame his bad credit. It seems that these elders have been tolerating Howard's credit problems to the limit. The players who came with the original church saw that these NPCs started to split, and they could only wait and see. You. Sharon looked at these elders who actually wanted to separate from them, and couldn't help but roared angrily. Then Elder Sharon, we will part ways now. After all, the problems that the Church of the Elemental City needs to deal with are still a bit serious. We are also planning to go back to deal with them. So goodbye. The group of people who separated said a few words to Sharon and the 3 elders who stayed behind, and then led them away from the way they came. They left very resolutely without even looking back. You. Sharon did not expect that as soon as Bishop Howard left the city, the elders below would completely ignore him, which made him very angry. And Shui Na also knew some problems from the situation after these people left. As for the NPCs who came from the church this time, the number of people in Howard's faction actually accounted for about 50%. Judging from the tone and expression of the leaders who left when they discussed, there were at least 3 different factions among those who just left. In terms of numbers, that is, strength, if one faction can suppress other factions, then now it can only be said that Howard is a force in the Element City Church branch that cannot be underestimated. Then Elder Sharon, I wonder what you think. Yvonne stood on the parapet and looked down at Sharon below. Humph, of course we will continue to complete Bishop Howard's task. As for Nobby's matter, we will not just turn a blind eye. If he really wants to be one of us, he must come to the church branch so that we can find out what's going on. Sharon thought about it, and ended up coming up with a suggestion that sounded really good. Because for Nobby, entering the church is often equivalent to a dead end, and the 2 little guys that Howard designated to be captured alive, when they came to their own territory, they would not be able to cause any trouble. Humph, it seems that you really don't take me, the elder of Yunmu town, seriously. The elder saw that Yvonne had divided the people of the church, and now it was time for him to appear. Do you really intend to protect these people in Yunmu town? Don't forget that we are your saviors. Without us, your Yunmu town will be in trouble. The fog town has long ceased to exist. Elder Swalloon couldn't help but said angrily when he saw that the real owner of the Cloud Fog town was obviously biased towards Nobby and Shui Nai. Humph, I don't think I sent you any distress signals. Just as it is your job to make the evil dark people disappear, just as it is natural and right for the people of Cloud Fog town to protect their homes, basically no one owes anyone anything. Your discussion is really a bit puzzling. The elder retorted and directly defeated Swalloon. And as the elder said, it is necessary for the church to deal with the people of the dark camp, but this point is just like Cloud Fog town swearing to protect its homeland, and it cannot be brought up as a topic for negotiation. As for your plan to use force against our important guests in Cloud Fog town, although our Cloud Fog town is a little weak now, we will not let it go. So we hope that you will not cause trouble in the scope of Cloud Fog town, otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. The great elder suddenly burst out with a strong momentum, and his hair and the hem of his clothes moved without wind. Under his gaze, the worst players below immediately couldn't stand it. Guests? Humph, then I hope your guests will never come out. Elder Swalloon saw that things were impossible, so he had no choice but to say this harsh word. Asking them to turn against Yunwu Town was a thankless task, and Swalloon didn't want to waste his strength here. After all, he had lost a lot of members in the previous battle with the Undead Legion. However, just when Swalloon and other NPCs were planning to find a place outside the town to rest and fight a protracted war with the people of Yunwu Town, the Elder suddenly issued a new order to everyone in Yunwu Town. As a result, Swalloon and his group immediately blushed when they heard the order, and even the players who followed them were angry. Chapter 511 Reconstruction of Yunwu Town. Since the Elder ordered the closure of the 4 cave passages in Yunwu Town now has no possibility of connecting with the outside world except the sky. Although this made the church and the players who followed them full of dissatisfaction, the Elder acted resolutely, allowing Shui Nai and others to get a few days of rare rest time in Yunwu Town. In the past few days, Shui Nai and Dao Yiyu Dao have been working hard to reach level 60 in order to ensure that their divine power is not taken away. On the second day after the Great Elder ordered the closure of the town, Bishop Yvonne left first. However, before he left, he explained to Shui Nai and Dao Yiyu Dao some things about the Elder Council of the Elemental City Church. For example, the factional interest struggles in the Elder Council, and the people in the Elder Council who would be dangerous to them. However, it was because they learned this news from Bishop Yvonne that they were inspired to level up. Because of the news from Bishop Yvonne, even if the two of them cooperated with the big spider and the big venomous snake, they might not be able to deal with any elder of the Elder Council. Therefore, Bishop Yvonne also directly stated that if they really met these people in the future, it was recommended that they run away directly. At the same time, Shui Nai and the other two also learned some things about Bishop Howard. For example, since Bishop Howard is ambitious, in order to control the Elders' Council of the Elemental City. Over the years, he has always excluded and weakened new members of other factions, and at the same time, he has placed his own confidence as much as possible. It is precisely because of his behavior that the elders of other factions are disgusted, but because Bishop Howard has a strong backing and he is still a bishop, they have no way to touch him. Moreover, in order to protect the face of the church, they dare not announce Howard's good deeds over the years, so they have to swallow their anger, or pretend to obey, and quietly wait for the opportunity. After sending Yvonne away, Yan Xian and Nabi did not leave immediately, but quietly accompanied the old wizard for several days. In fact, for the two of them, the magician Frank has disappeared from their sight for almost 100 years. Now there is this opportunity for them to serve their closest teacher, and these two peerless strong men have no complaints. However, it was hard for the old mage, who liked to follow Shui Nai and the others around, because he had to maintain his teacher-like appearance in front of Yan Xian and the others. This was completely different from the way he usually acted when he was with Shui Nai. Ever since Fal was injured and had to rest, the old mage had been taking Shui Nai to travel around Yunwu Town and helping Shui Nai with tasks. For this old man who knew the Yunwu mountain area very well, this was not a problem for Shui Nai. The only problem was that Yan Xian and Nabi and the others would often just walk in that direction, and basically all the monsters would avoid them. Even if there were such blind monsters, they would be burned to ashes in an instant. For the players, this really made them feel completely invisible, so after a day's journey, Dao Yiyu Dao, Fox Fairy Guild and Ling Yun couldn't stand it anymore. The next day, they devoted themselves to other reconstruction projects in Yunwu Town and no longer followed Shui Nai to run around. But it must be said that the old wizard's knowledge is as vast as the sea. Basically, there is no herb or stone that he doesn't know around the Yunwu mountain area. And it is under his leadership that Shui Nai can often find herbs or high-level ores that other players cannot find, but there is no excitement in the process. After picking another Zhengyang flower from the cliff, Shui Nai finally collected enough Zhengyang flowers for today. These Zhengyang flowers are strange flowers that only grow on cliffs where the midday sun is the strongest. This kind of flower with the miraculous effect of removing dark energy is the best medicine for those who were injured in the battle with the Demon Shadow and the Lich King. For Fal, who was the most seriously injured, although he had accumulated a lot of black energy, he was the most relaxed among all the injured NPCs. Because his sword saint body is much more resistant to these dark energies than others. And people like Ruolin who were not seriously injured have been tortured by dark energy in the past few days. Not to mention the bed rest, they also have to endure the pain of the dark energy erosion in their bodies all the time, which makes these injured heroes a pain in the hearts of the residents of Yunwu town. And it is precisely because of this that Shui Nai has been collecting herbs these days. Jumping down from the cliff lightly, Shui Nai walked quickly towards the old wizard and the other three. Looking at Yan Xian and Nabi, who were standing very respectfully behind the old wizard who was drinking tea. However, in the place behind the two people, the old wizard was looking at Shui Nai in the distance with a bitter face, like a child who was locked up at home and could not go out to play. Shui Nai, who saw this scene, finally understood what Yvonne said before leaving. When Yvonne finally left, he said to the old wizard with great envy, "In fact, I envy the senior members of your magic guild very much. At least they all have a common teacher and a common goal. No matter what they do, they are so motivated. What about our church?" Shui Na remembered that when Yvonne said this, his expression was very bitter, and he had completely lost the cold and confident expression when he confronted Elder Shuelun at that time. "Let's go, that's all for today." The old wizard saw that Shui Na had approached, and immediately packed up the tea set and stood up. Behind Yan Xian and Nabi, a huge spider as big as half a hill was standing on the side, and on the back of this spider were several pieces of complete ice stones of almost 10 meters square. These stones are necessary materials for the mage square, and only Yan Xian and Nabi have the ability to dig them out from the ground. Although the spider's speed was very slow under the boulder, it was on par with the slow-moving group of people because of its huge size. Now, in addition to collecting enough zhengyang flowers, Shui Nai's remaining task was to transport these stones to Yunwu town. With Yan Xian and Nabi's group, it was not a problem to cut such a large stone from the mountain where the stone was quarried. The only problem was transportation. But this problem was no longer a problem in front of Shui Nai's violent evil poisonous spider, and with the blessing of Yan Xian's sage-level floating technique. When Shui Nai and his group, plus a spider carrying goods, walked towards Yunwu town, Shui Nai also saw Dao Yiyu Dao driving a violent evil poisonous snake in the distance. And behind his poisonous snake, he was dragging dozens of freshly cut logs and also walking towards Yunwu town. After the two sides met, they didn't say much. After all, for Dao Yiyu Dao, the strength of Yan Xian and Nabi is really unattainable. And the old wizard obviously doesn't have much good feelings towards thieves, so Shui Nai and Dao Yiyu Dao can't speak out in this situation. However, this is limited to speaking out. "Lao Fan, I just found that those guys from the church have not retreated at the entrance of the cave. It seems that they really intend to fight with us." In the past few days, Dao Yiyu Dao, in addition to completing the reconstruction task of Yunwu town, was also responsible for the reconnaissance task. "In fact, since the oracle came down, I knew that we would not be able to pass this level, but our problem is not big, but the Fox Fairy Guild." Shui Nai, the two wanted criminals, didn't take the church's wanted order seriously at all, but they had to think about the players of the Fox Fairy Guild who were close to them, especially the two priests like Xiao Mei and Ya Yan. "It seems that we can only take this step. After the reconstruction of Yunwu town is completed, we will break up. This way we don't have to worry so much." Dao Yiyu Dao could only say helplessly. For players, although not all NPCs are related to them, once the NPCs related to their future have a very bad impression of them, then the future of these players can only be described as dark. And now, neither Shui Nai nor Dao Yiyu Dao want to see Xiao Mei and Ya Yan have such a future. Well, it can only be like this. However, the reconstruction speed of Yunwu town is too fast. I'm afraid we will have to separate in a few days. Shui Nai looked at the Yunwu town that was already in front of her, and felt a little reluctant. In this reconstruction, the elder deliberately expanded the area of Yunwu town. Outside the original protective wall of Yunwu town, he planned another layer of outer town area so that it could become a place for players to rest or trade in the future. And for Yunwu town, which was already a bit crowded, this is a very necessary development for both players and NPCs. After all, this Yunwu town is very suitable for the development of players between levels 40 and 60, and there is a new level 40 copy here, and there are several monster areas where honor points may be brushed. I believe that as long as the teleportation array of Yunwu town is rebuilt, the popularity here will probably not be much lower than other main cities. How can it not be fast? Here, there are more than 2,000 players, which is more than 1 times the population of this town. If it weren't for us, we would have to build according to their design drawings and take care of their work and rest at the same time. Otherwise, I'm afraid that Yunwu town would have been rebuilt long ago. Dao Yudao sat on the high snake head, watching the players working hard in Yunwu town, and felt that the current construction speed was a bit slow. Okay, I'm going to go this way to hand in the task materials. Then we'll meet at the entrance of the dungeon this afternoon. Dao Yudao said this in the private chat, and then said hello to the old wizard and the other three, and walked to the other side of the wall. Then teacher, you go back first. I'm going to hand in these stones now, and then I'll find you. Seeing this, Shui Nai also said to the three people around him, because he was going to take the big spider to hand in the stone. For all the players in Yunwu town now, if they want to gain a foothold here and not be expelled, they have to complete a specified number of tasks every day. However, although these tasks are mandatory, they have not caused dissatisfaction among any players. Because these reconstruction tasks, whether in terms of experience rewards or material rewards such as money or contribution points, are very generous, so that players basically have no way to refuse. Once the tasks within their responsibilities are completed, the players have the right to act freely. As long as they don't do bad things, no one will restrict them. After handing in the stone and putting away the violent evil poisonous spider, Shui Nai's task for the day is considered to be completed, and the rest is an additional task. Chapter 512 Copy. After handing in the task, Shui Nai, who was walking in Yunwu town, was immediately welcomed by many eyes. Many of these people looked at him with hostility. After all, with Shui Nai's current identity, he was not only a thorn in the eyes of the Dark Dragon Guild, but also a wanted criminal of the powerful NPC force of the church. In fact, just the identity of a wanted criminal was enough to make some players who called themselves player hunters interested in him. However, what surprised Shui Nai the most was that he actually saw the figures of several thieves from Sahaitang today. He remembered that since Yu Huang came out of Sahaitang, they basically disappeared in Yunwu town. And the news he learned from Dao Yudao was that all the people from Sahaitang returned to the guild headquarters to play the internal struggle for the throne. Since then, Shui Nai and his friends have not seen the players from Sahaitang again, but the players from the Dark Dragon Guild have been wandering around Yunwu town. So, now these thieves seem to be the last batch of people stationed in Yunwu town by Sahaitang, because since the day Yunwu town was closed, no player has entered Yunwu town. What makes Shui Nai and the others excited the most is that the Great Elder has done a very thorough job in the closure mission this time. This makes it impossible for those players who followed the church in but did not quit to enter Yunwu town for supplies. And as long as he appears in the Yunwu mountain area, he will be directly punished as a red name. There is no way to revive at the resurrection point. These people either run to the resurrection point outside in the soul state to revive, or go offline and wait for the closure order to be lifted. However, when this closure order will be lifted depends on the intention of the Great Elder. And it is precisely because of the Great Elder's approach that Shui Nai and the others have not suffered any substantial harm in Yunwu town except for the hostile gazes of some people. Even Shenlong did not dare to be presumptuous in front of so many level 200 strong men. After all, any one of them could directly destroy the Dark Dragon Guild. Seeing these people's expressions of being angry but not daring to speak, and daring to speak but not to move, Shui Nai and Dao Yudao naturally like it the most. After arriving at the largest pharmacy in Yunwu town, Shui Nai, who had been here for several days, was already familiar with the place. After casually greeting the young boss here, he walked towards the pharmacy in the back. Because Yunwu town had suffered a lot of damage before, the elders had given priority to rebuilding important buildings such as pharmacies and forges, and the number of pharmacies increased from 1 to 2. One is in the original location of Yunwu town, and the other is located in the outer town as a small medicine shop. However, although there are 2 pharmacies here, there are no potions for players to learn here. If it weren't for the fact that the pharmacology of the Zhengyang flower was very powerful and it would work just by soaking it in hot water, I'm afraid that Mina, who is not even a pharmacist, would not be able to complete this special task. The reason why Mina came to the pharmacy was to use some of the tools for dispensing potions in the pharmacy. Using the flame pillar, Mina boiled a large vat of hot water in less than a minute, and then Mina took out a dozen Zhengyang flowers from her backpack, removed the branches and leaves, and left only the flowers. The shelf life of these collected Zhengyang flowers is very limited. If they are not taken within 2 hours after collection, the flowers will wither directly and lose their medicinal effects. However, if they take too much in a short period of time, it will not be a good thing for the injured like Wakabayashi. Because of the influence of the dark energy erosion in their bodies are in a very weak state, and if they take a large amount of Zhengyang flowers, even if their bodies can withstand it, they will probably suffer from some problems. Therefore, the most effective way to use this medicine is to take a little every day to slowly remove the erosion of the dark energy in the body. After soaking in hot water for a few minutes, Shui Na began to use some of these pharmaceutical tools to filter the slightly red liquid medicine, leaving only the filtrate, and finally distribute the filtrate one by one. Because the injuries of these people who were eroded by the dark energy were different, and their strength and physique were also different, the amount of these liquid medicines was often different. In fact, the fastest way to solve these dark energies is to let the Bishop Yvonne take action. It's just that this method is more violent, because its principle is to directly use the powerful holy light energy to erase the dark energy in these people's bodies. But even if it succeeds, I'm afraid these people will have some problems. It's better to use medicine to slowly adjust it, which is more practical and safe, but these people have to endure a few more days of torture. After the distribution, Shui Na immediately called Xiaoyu and Miyuki, and at the same time took a bowl and put it in his backpack. By the way, Xiaoyu, has Taifeng contacted you again? Just as Xiaoyu came over, Shui Na suddenly asked in a private chat. Ever since he went to the moon-watching meeting with Yan and the others last time, Taifeng has been determined to find Shui Na to play this game. And he also used Xiaoyu, a beautiful woman, as a bargaining chip to attract Shui Na's interest. Yes, but I deleted them from the friend panel, so now they have no way to know my whereabouts. Xiaoyu said very simply. Ever since Taifeng wanted to lead the war on their side to Xiaoyu, Taifeng has brought a group of people to Yunwu town. But he encountered the closure of the Great Elder, and now Xiaoyu did something even more extreme, directly deleting their friends. That's good. Shui Na thought to himself, because he didn't want to face Taifeng with this attitude of neither high nor low, he had to improve his strength anyway. After the three of them left the pharmacy, they split up into 3 groups and went to deliver medicine to the patients they were responsible for. The place where Shui Na went was to Fal in the Mage Tower. For Fal, this delivery of medicine today might be the last time. In fact, with his sword saint body, he could take enough Zhenjianghua at one time, but at the suggestion of the old mage, Shui Na had to reduce the amount of medicine. But no matter how much he reduced it, this amount of medicine was still the highest among all. When Shui Na arrived at the Mage Tower, he smelled the fragrance of tea as soon as he entered the ward. In the ward, Yan Xian, the old mage and Fal were carefully tasting the fragrant tea in their hands. However, judging from Yan Xian's trembling appearance, he seemed not used to such close contact with his most respected teacher. On the contrary, although Fal was the youngest among the 3, he had been with the old mage for these years, so he did not show any excessive emotions. Instead, he treated the old mage as an ordinary old man in the neighborhood. After letting village chief Fal drink the medicine, Shui Na chatted with them and left the ward. After that, he came to the Mage Square in Yunwu town to help the girls of the Fox Fairy Guild. For all the players here, as long as they spend some time and effort on the daily tasks, they can definitely complete them. But if you want to be like Shui Na and Dao Yiyu Dao, who can complete the work of 10 people by one person, it is not something that ordinary people can do. Like Shui Na who took care of the stone and Dao Yiyu Dao took care of the wood, with the efforts of the 2 of them, there is no other player who can compete with them for these 2 jobs. After all, the amount of stone and wood required every day is fixed. When he came to the Mage Square, Shui Na quickly found these people from the Fox Fairy Guild, and even Ling Yun and Sui Feng Yuan were there. After a few days of playing dungeons, although they still need to work out their tacit understanding, they have become good friends in other aspects. You just came now, we have already finished. After Xiaomei saw Shui Na's figure, she immediately grumbled in dissatisfaction. For these girls, the reconstruction task assigned to them by Yunwu town is not heavy. As long as a few people work hard, they can basically get half a day of rest. Sorry. Shui Na said, and then went to see if there were some simple tasks on the task panel at this time to take on. For this kind of reconstruction task, in addition to the regular tasks assigned to each person according to their ability, there are also many small tasks for individual residents. Although these tasks are not high in material rewards, they are better in terms of system experience rewards. After taking on a few tasks of collecting snakeskin and spider silk, Shui Na now joined the ranks of others, and now the person they are waiting for is Dao Yiyu Dao. Sorry, I handed in a few small tasks, but I was late. After everyone waited for a few minutes, Dao Yiyu Dao suddenly appeared in front of everyone, and then said very apologetically. Then let's meet at the door of the copy tomorrow night. When Xuina and his team had gathered their people, Ling Yun and Swiftengji Yuan also stood up and said goodbye to them. For most players in Yunwu Town, the night is the time for them to go to the dungeon, because at this time, the NPCs in Yunwu Town are often asleep. At this time, players cannot make any loud noises in the town, so naturally there is no possibility of staying there. The newly released dungeon has become a good place for them to kill time. At the same time, another reason why they can't go to the dungeon with them is that they have already used up the number of times they can go to the underground dungeon of the Poison Insect Valley today, so naturally there is no way to play the dungeon with them. And what about the pioneers like Xuina? Since the underground dungeon of the Poison Insect Valley was opened up by them, the dungeon badges awarded to them by the system can allow them to freely choose the difficulty at the beginning, without having to open the next level like ordinary players, and they also have 2 more times to go to the dungeon than other players. For new dungeons like this that appear in the wild, there are often more restrictions on players. The reason is that these dungeons are very difficult, and there are often many teams with insufficient levels and strength who can't even last more than 10 minutes in them and quit. The system doesn't want to use so many resources on them, so it can only restrict the entry of these players, thereby passively saving most of the resources. Although these restrictions on dungeons mean that those players with poor strength have lost the opportunity to become stronger. However, this approach has been recognized by almost all guilds and most professional players, because only by doing so can they have the opportunity to be far ahead of these ordinary players in equipment and skills and become their focus. Chapter 5:13 Poisonous Insect Valley Underground Dungeon. A group of 8 people soon arrived at the entrance of the Poisonous Insect Valley. Soaking in books, Mizuna looked at the people behind her. Except for Xiaoyu and the other 3 who wanted to suppress their levels, the rest were all there. The Poisonous Insect Valley, which has become the back garden of the players, has long lost its previous horror, and the biggest contributors are them. Since Lan Sifa, the owner of the Poison Insect Valley, was wiped out by the 5 elders due to the intervention of these players, the defense level of the Poison Insect Valley has immediately plummeted. The massive monsters that made it difficult for players to move in the past are only at the basic level, and will not increase with the increase in the number of players. Losing the advantage of numbers, coupled with the unknown temptation of the new dungeon, the Poison Insect Valley was trampled by almost all the players in Yunwu Town less than half an hour after the dungeon was opened. However, with the difficulty dropping sharply, the things that exploded here are also dropping sharply. And if it weren't for the fact that the Demon Spider and the Petrified Rock Snake bosses here have more experience and also produce rare Warcraft materials, I'm afraid no one would waste time and potions. Because in this Poison Insect Valley, in addition to exploding a few skill books, only some low-level blue or purple equipment can be obtained. This directly led to the Poison Insect Valley becoming a place where players can only pass by, and there is no pleasure and passion when Xuinai and others exploded equipment when they beat the boss at the beginning. Seeing such changes, Mina and her friends were naturally the happiest. Because only in this way can they get the best market for the equipment they put with unscrupulous profiteers. In this newly opened dungeon, the dungeons of normal and difficult difficulty were quickly beaten by players. However, there is not much profit in these 2 difficulty dungeons. After all, there are only 1 or 2 bosses that can drop good things in these 2 difficulty levels. However, the underground dungeon of the Poisonous Insect Valley with an underground maze is not as easy to pass as usual. At least in the first few days, no team has been able to explore it within 2 hours of the dungeon time. Of course, this does not include the people in Mina's team. After all, as a benefit for pioneers, this dungeon completely retains the structure and size of the previous underground maze, and Mina and her friends also just follow the previous map. It is this innate advantage that makes Mina and her team at the leading level from the beginning. As players explore the underground maze and combine the videos and pictures posted by other players. Now most players have a complete map of the underground maze in their hands, and it is the role of these maps that more and more people are beginning to challenge the difficulty of the expert. However, at this watershed difficulty, the difference between masters and ordinary players is also revealed. In the exploration stage of these few days, only a small number of players from the elite team of the Big Guild have beaten this expert level copy to half the level. After that, basically all the players who came here found that they could not pass it. Because at this difficulty, a new monster will appear in the underground maze, the elite petrified rock snake that can drill into the ground. And it is the appearance of this monster that rejects most players with insufficient strength and skills from higher doors. At this difficulty, for most players, the competition is no longer about who can beat it, but who can stay in this dungeon longer. However, at the beginning, Shui Nai and his team did not know that the expert level dungeon would have such new changes. In addition, they skipped the normal and difficult levels at the beginning and directly chose the expert level. In this difficulty, they were the first to experience the abnormality of this difficulty. If they had not been honing their skills in the Poison Insect Valley for a period of time, and if their equipment and strength were sufficient, they might have been wiped out in their first dungeon trip. In the narrow space of the underground dungeon of the Poison Insect Valley, Shui Nai and Dao Yudeo's most powerful trump card pets were completely useless. In addition, when playing the dungeon, players cannot bring NPCs to lead the charge, so when encountering the elite petrified rock snake, Shui Nai and his team in normal state had a very painful fight. But as they stabilized afterwards, they immediately demonstrated the strong strength of the team. Among them, the 4 people like the injured little fox and Ling Yun who have level 50 dark gold powerful equipment play a key role. The giant rock armor on the injured little fox not only has powerful physical and magical defense capabilities, but also has a thin layer of petrification on its surface. All monsters that come into contact with it, as long as they are not immune to petrification, will all enter the petrification state. Although this time is not long, it is a passive effect. As long as it is rubbed again at the end of the time, it will have to continue to be petrified. What the injured little fox likes most about this giant rock armor is that it also has a counter-injury effect called Stone Thorns and an active equipment skill called Rock Armor. Stone Thorns is a passive effect. Every time the giant rock armor is attacked at close range, there is a 5% chance of being damaged by the stone thorns that burst out from the giant rock armor. This effect is only effective for creatures within 1 meter around. What about rock armor? This ability directly covers the injured little fox with a layer of armor made of rocks. Although her mobility is basically 0 in this state, she has an extremely powerful defensive ability. Moreover, it only takes half an hour to cool down, which is so practical that people can't let it go. Although Fox Butterfly and Ling Yun's sword in the stone and spear in the stone are not as good as this giant rock armor, they also have powerful effects. In addition to the petrification attack that must be brought, when the sword in the stone is slashing, there is a chance to produce a rock-hitting effect. Under this effect, the sword in the stone can turn into a rock pillar with a diameter of 30 centimeters and a length of about 2 meters. Under this gravity attack, even the thick-skinned petrified rock snake will suffer huge internal injuries. On the contrary, Ling Yun's spear in the stone does not have such a strong visual impact, but it allows Ling Yun to actively use the magic of the stone spear, which gives Ling Yun a long-range ability, although it is still mainly physical damage. Finally, in the battle with the shadow, she learned that the rock magic wand had the wind-blown edge that added to the wood magic, so she fully exerted the powerful ability of earthborn wood. However, the effect of having the chanting time of earth magic in the rock magic wand could not be exerted. However, with the special training in the past few days, she has made great progress in the earth magic she has learned. After all, with this wand, she can speed up her usual training. However, in the underground dungeon, the dancing stone arrows and petrification knocks on her rock magic wand are useless. And it was the 4 of them who took advantage of the equipment that allowed them to stay in the expert level difficulty in a normal state in the past few days and slowly accumulate strength. However, for Mina and the others, the real dungeon is in their extra 2 opportunities every day. And the dungeon they play is even more miracle level. Once again came to the entrance of this dungeon, that is, the underground teleportation array in the desolate basin. At the entrance of this dungeon, there are naturally many players gathered here. Among them, people like Mina who can play the underground dungeon of the Poison Insect Valley 7 times a day naturally become object of the player's team. Although in this kind of wild dungeon, when each team enters the dungeon, the difficulty and time of entry will not be displayed. However, they know that Shui Nai and his group have the qualification to freely choose the difficulty. Although the number of people in Shui Nai's team has always been less than the maximum requirement of 20 people, in this dungeon, more people cannot bring much benefit. After all, in such a narrow terrain, a large number of people will affect the ability to turn back and forth. More importantly, there are still many secrets in their group that cannot be disclosed. It is these secrets that are the reason why they never accept outsiders in this afternoon's dungeon trip. Moreover, under these secrets, even if they have 2 extra dungeon badges in their hands, they dare not give them to Ling Yun and Sui Feng Yuan, because these secrets may bring endless blood disasters, and they must be on guard before they really let them integrate into their team. After rejecting these people's self-recommendations in a friendly manner again, Shui Nai and his group naturally ignored all kinds of their eyes. For those who are still hovering at the expert level, players who can freely choose the difficulty of the dungeon will naturally become the envy of some players, and even the envy of some elite groups of large guilds. Because at present, only these people can enter the team of miracle or myth difficulty. It's a pity that these people never recruit people, let alone lead the team to fight the dungeon. In fact, some large guilds have already approached them to cooperate in developing this dungeon. And they just hope that Mina and others can assign one person to them as a team leader to open the map, so that they can challenge the difficulty of this miracle or myth, and their goal is naturally those small bosses everywhere. After all, there are not many bosses in the normal and difficult dungeons, only the last one or two, but every time you fight, you have to spend a dungeon opportunity and go to fight the expert, but if an elite petrified rock snake comes in the middle, the whole team will have to be wiped out once, and in the end, you won trademark T even see the boss behind. Moreover, since Yunmu town is isolated from the outside world and is still under reconstruction, the potions in the player's hands seem to be only life and mana potions, which has increased the difficulty of this dungeon. However, this is not the case starting from the Dungeon of Miracle difficulty. Because in this dungeon, basically for every 2 creatures encountered, one is at the level of a boss. As long as you don't encounter a petrified rock snake, you can naturally get more than the previous dungeons. However, neither Dao Yiyu Dao nor the people of the Fox Fairy Guild have considered this aspect. Because for now, without the Mage Shui Nai and without immunity to petrification, no one can beat Miracle. Because in the first level of this Miracle difficulty, there is a petrified rock snake boss, a petrified rock snake boss who likes to sneak attack players from underground, and it is very wretched and guards not far from the entrance of the dungeon. Chapter 514 A Boss Who Can Ambush. After entering the dungeon, a group of 8 people immediately began to change their equipment. Mina took out a book that was the same texture and color as jade, but could be rolled up. As soon as this book without any equipment halo appeared in Mina's hand, people within 3 meters around could feel a burst of coolness around their bodies, just like being in cool water in summer. Mina took out the water scroll and opened it at the first time. After that, a blue magic halo slowly appeared on his staff. When the magic halo was completely stable, he pointed his staff towards Yayan, and a blue light flew to her body, turning into a Diablo body-hugging shield. Although this shield is somewhat similar to the Azure Guardian, it is obviously lighter in color. Moreover, this shield is not a hard sphere like the Azure Guardian, but can stick to Yayan's curvy figure. This water-based defensive magic is called the Water Element Shield, which is a defensive magic that can absorb external damage. This magic is said to be the prototype of the Azure Guardian, but this magic has the ability to allow the recipient to attack. If there is a mage player here, once he knows the name of this water shield, he will probably go crazy immediately. Because this magic can only be used by magicians who have completed the water system specialization, but it appears in the hands of a player who is less than level 60. For this, Mina and the others must be careful. After all, the water scroll is a semi-artifact level 1 equipment. The fewer people know about it, the safer he is. As a magic in the water scroll, this magic will always be only level 1 for Mina, but this is not a big problem for Mina. Because after the wizard, all magic is not fixed damage, but calculated by multiplying the mental power by the base plus some specific values. Of course, the higher the level, the larger the base. However, after the wizard, the level of magic is no longer so easy to improve. Like the absorption damage of this water shield, the limit is the same, and according to the current 450 points of spiritual power of Shui Nai, the level 1 water shield can directly absorb 950 points of damage. As long as the water shield does not disappear, the conventional damage will not fall on the recipient, which is equivalent to an increase of 950 points of health. However, this kind of complete defense magic, unlike the defense magic that weakens damage, has no way to calculate its own defense ability, but it can be immune to the appearance of critical hits and fatal damage. For Yayan, who is only over 2000, this 950 points of damage absorption is equivalent to adding almost 50% of the health. After that, Shui Nai added an ice crystal armor and a wind coat to Yayan, Xiaowen, and others one by one. When the 30-second cooling time of the water shield passed, he immediately used the water shield for the second time on Xiaomei. In these 30 seconds, other people also began to equip themselves, and pets were summoned one by one. At the same time, Dao Yiyu Dao also took out the yellow rock pattern ring he had always treasured. After Dao Yiyu Dao put on the only jewelry that exploded from the petrified rock Snake King, an additional attribute immediately appeared on his attribute panel, a cocky energy slot with an upper limit of only 1000 points. This energy slot is called the power of the earth element, which is the special ability of this rock core ring. There are two uses for this power of the earth element. One is to allow players to use earth magic below high level, including high level, and the other is to transform it into petrification power and inject it into the target with melee weapons to petrify it for 5 seconds. This is a jewelry that is no less valuable than the giant rock armor of the injured little fox, and it is much higher than the things in Ling Yun and Sui Feng Yuan's hands. The only difference is that the recovery speed of its earth element power is only 4 points per minute, which cannot be used frequently. Moreover, the most suitable profession for this ring is actually the earth magician, because it has the effect of increasing earth magic by 20% on the mage. Moreover, on the mage with earth magic, the magic effect released by the earth element power is calculated by +1 according to the magic level of the mage. However, its petrification power has no effect on the mage, and the consumption of this petrification power is also very huge. Even if it is fully charged at 1000 points, it can only be used 5 times. Afterwards, Dao Yiyu Dao put the dagger on his waist and took out a silver metal crossbow arrow that exuded cold air. Although this crossbow arrow looks similar to his previous mechanical crossbow, and it does not have a crossbow arm and a crossbow string, the momentum it exudes is much stronger than the mechanical crossbow. The crossbow in Dao Yiyu Dao's hand is called the frost crossbow, which can make the physical crossbow arrows shot out have the power of frost. This crossbow was designed by him based on the mechanical crossbow, and he asked De Taikui to design and build it. Basically, half of his contribution points were spent here. The most powerful thing about this level 50 frost crossbow is that it can directly add the freezing effect to the crossbow arrows without using enchanted arrows. However, it has to consume the crystal core energy of ice and wind monsters. Afterwards, the beautiful fox also took out a crossbow with a whole body of fire. This equipment is of the same level as the Dao Yiyu Dao, and can fire crossbows with the power of fire. If it weren't for the fact that the cost and materials of these crossbows were very rare, Shui Nai would have thought of equipping the injured little fox and fox butterfly with one. The power of these magic crossbows has completely exceeded the scope of conventional crossbows, and the most important thing is that these magic crossbows do not require strength like conventional crossbows. Except for the huge consumption and the need to use uniform specifications of magazines, there are no other disadvantages. When everyone also hit the water shield and other defensive magic, Shui Nai summoned her pet, the Blood Clan Mortal. After these few days of getting along, although this Blood Clan Mortal could not contact outsiders, he was familiar with the people of the Fox Fairy Guild. It was just that they felt a little awkward in addressing him. After the Blood Clan Mortal came out, Shui Nai gave him the magic cannon to use. Although Suezua Fanfiction is a vampire, he has the magic power of a mage, and this magic power is not small, more than 6000 points, but his vampire energy is only 2000 points. However, despite this, Suezua Fanfiction's mage ability has not yet awakened. Although he still retains some of Shui Nai's previous elemental magic, he has lost the fire, thunder, and earth magic, leaving only the water element and wind magic, which is very suitable for the style of cold-blooded creatures such as the vampires. If these magics were not in a grey and unusable state, Shui Nai would be even happier. On the contrary, some abilities of the vampire warriors have slowly awakened. For example, he, who only knew the blood sword at the beginning, now can use the blood sword fury slash and blood explosion slash. These are very advanced skills, but the cooling is not satisfactory. In fact, Shui Nai wants him to awaken some low-level skills, so that at least he can be more diverse in combat. However, the learning of skills by pets is not something that Mina can control unless he can find the skill books of these pets. Previously, Mina had tried to let him learn some magic skill books that were returned, but however, the system prompts that it has been learned and cannot be repeated. As for finding some water and wind magic that even Shui Nai has not learned, it seems to be a bit difficult for the time being. After all, the vampire mortals cannot appear in Yunwu town, and the magic of the water scroll can only be used in 3 days. Now they can only fight these water and wind magic spiders and see their luck. However, they have harvested hundreds of magic spiders in so many days, but no suitable skill book has been exploded. Okay, everyone is ready. So, this time, we must get rid of the violent petrified rock snake inside. Shui Nai looked around at his companions, and they were all ready. For them, the water scroll and the vampire mortals in Shui Nai's hands are things that cannot be seen in the light, and Dao Yiyu Dao's rock core ring must also be handled carefully. Otherwise, it will be easy for Shenlong and his gang to use it as a topic. After all, what they got from the petrified rock snake king that time was so good that it made people jealous. As for this powerful magic crossbow, neither Dao Yiyu Dao nor the beautiful fox wanted to spread it at this time, so they had to keep it secret. Shui Nai looked down at his remaining magic power. He had used up more than 10,000 magic power in a moment by casting these magics on a group of people. Although water magic is notoriously low cost, it cannot withstand a large number of people. However, with the addition of the water scroll and the environment of Yunwu town, the effect of this consumption makes people extremely happy. Each person has an additional 1,900 health points in disguise, and with the powerful water magic support from Shui Nai, they are now in a very strong state. If it weren't for the longer chanting time and cooling time of the advanced magic in the water scroll, Shui Nai couldn't do instant and continuous shooting at his current level. Shui Nai had planned to cast water shields on their pets long ago. After drinking magic recovery potions for several days in a row, Shui Nai and mages such as Yayan and Xiao Mei walked at the back. And around them were several magic pets. Although the role of pets here is very limited, time is even more limited for them. In order to reach the final boss level as soon as possible, they can only strengthen their attack power as much as possible. When the injured little fox and fox butterfly holding torches in front walked into the entrance of the underground maze, everyone behind them stopped instantly. But everyone held their weapons firmly at this time, and mages like Mina and Xiaoan had already prepared their magic. Less than 15 seconds after everyone stopped, the ground in front of Mina immediately cracked, and then with a bang, the stones on the ground of the passage were clattered up. A petrified rock snake boss with a petrified breath appeared in the middle of the team. The injured little fox and the two who heard the sound immediately walked back from the front and attacked the people behind. As soon as the petrified rock snake boss came out, it immediately rushed towards Shui Nai and his group. At this time, Dao Yiyu Dao commanded his fully armed ice bear to act as a meat shield under Yayan's petrification removal technique. As the first monster and boss of the miracle difficulty, this hidden petrified rock snake is very cunning. If the group discovers its existence, it will not come out, but will quietly follow the people above to waste time. On the first day of the dungeon opening, they suffered an unknown loss and were successfully ambushed by such a petrified rock snake. They barely solved the petrified rock snake after sacrificing the ice bear and the chaos wolf. When they went to this dungeon for the second time, Shui Nai and his group were very cautious at first to deal with this boss, but they waited for almost 5 minutes but there was no movement. Just when they thought the boss had refreshed and left, when the group just entered the underground maze, they were ambushed by it again. Xiao Mei, who was walking behind, was bitten to death by the petrified rock snake in the petrified state. And because of this, in the subsequent dungeons, Shui Nai had to spend a long time from the beginning to cast powerful defensive magic on everyone. Chapter 515 Violent Advance. For this boss who ambushed and liked to attack the second half of the players, both Shui Nai and others could only feel very powerless. Because according to the general player formation, the middle position is often placed with fragile but indispensable talents such as priests or mages. And no team would like to put a few shield armors in the back as vases, at most they would put a few thieves to meet the occasion. But this petrified rock snake boss is different. It will drill into the critical point for the player team. And as soon as it appears, it will cast magic directly. Although the attack power of this earth magic is insufficient, it is for people with shield armors. For mages with only cloth armor, the physical damage of this magic is not so easy to bear. Seeing this petrified rock snake attacking him again, Xiao Mei directly held the water shield, picked up the chapter of the water volume in her hand, and released a high-level magic, the water column. At the same time, she carefully retreated to ensure that she would have enough time to react and buffer after the ice bear was lost. Because the water shield of Shui Nai is not as extreme as the blue guard, it has no way to prevent special attacks such as petrified breath. Once it gets close to it, even if you have the water shield, you can only survive for a longer period of time at most. Although this high-level water magic does not have much power in front of the petrified rock snake, this magic has a good effect. That is to increase the number of water elements in an area, so that the water magic or ice magic behind has a certain effect bonus. After watching the moment the water column appeared, Shui Nai and Xiao Wen immediately released the magic in their hands. I saw a burst of crystal clear ice arrow rain, leaving blue frost marks in the air, and then passed the ice bear in front and shot at the petrified rock snake from one side. At this time, the water dragon technique prepared by Shui Nai appeared under the petrified rock snake. In this round of attack, Shui Nai and the other three directly dealt more than a dozen damages. Although among these damages, only the more than 2000 damage dealt by Shui Nai's water dragon technique can be considered up to par. However, with the cooperation of the other two, the petrified rock snake, even though it was a physical boss, was frozen by the freezing effect of the ice arrow rain. The most regrettable thing is that although Shui Nai's spirit value is high, it is not enough to exert the full power of the water dragon technique. At least, the water dragon technique in Shui Nai's hand can't hit it to the ceiling like the 5 elders. However, after controlling this petrified rock snake, there are no other problems. At most, you just have to be careful of some small accidents when the control skills fail. With the fox butterfly and the injured little fox coming back from the front joining the beating, the petrified rock snake basically lost the opportunity to attack due to the rotation of many control skills such as shield strike and stun. In fact, apart from the petrified breath possessed by creatures like the petrified rock snake, its attack ability is not outstanding, especially for this team that has exceeded level 50. Although it may seem a bit of a waste for a level 50 player to fight a level 40 dungeon, if they knew that this dungeon was basically at the level of Warcraft. Then, those who have experienced it will know the difficulty. After that, the completely controlled petrified rock snake also became a target for everyone. Although Mina's explosive bombs and lightning magic cannot be used, Mina, who has the water scroll, uses water dragon magic that is no less powerful than the explosive bombs at the normal level. Xiaoan's ice magic is also good. He has practiced instant and continuous ice arrow rain, which can really be called rain. Waves of ice arrow rain are almost connected head to tail, completely covering the towering head of the petrified rock snake. On the contrary, Xiaomei, who used a water magic, officially returned to her duties as a priest. Following Ye Yan, she carefully cast petrification removal spells on the beautiful fox and the injured little fox to ensure that they would not be petrified by the petrification breath and effect control. In fact, if we talk about the attack, the one with the strongest numerical value is probably the vampire mortal. Although he cannot use the magic cannon in this situation where there are companions in front of him, the powerful bonus of the vampire skill to normal life makes it have a powerful power. Often, as long as he cuts it with the blood sword, he can directly cut a 500-point damage. And if those two skills are cooled down, then under the skills, if they can burst out a huge damage of 5,000 directly. With the two characteristics of erosion and blood-sucking, the vampire mortal does not have to worry about the problem of life value at all. Moreover, as a life form of the undead, he has a strong resistance to the petrification breath. If he could not accept the treatment of holy light, I am afraid he would definitely become the main attacker against the petrified rock snake. However, he was afraid of the holy light by instinct, so he couldn't get too close to other people, because even a glance at the holy light would make him feel pain, and it was the kind of pain in his soul. The only one who could heal his injuries was Mina. Although the water-based healing magic was a little weak in quality, the gentle feeling was easy to fascinate people. The healing magic used by Mina now was no longer a recovery spell, but a magician-level hydrotherapy. This magic can be used in combat. Although it can't be overlapped infinitely like the recovery spell, it has a fast recovery speed and will not be interrupted. With an absolute advantage and a beating, it took Mina and his team almost 10 minutes to defeat the first boss guarding the door. If it was under normal circumstances, these 10 minutes would be very fast, but for a copy time of only 2 hours, these 10 minutes would be a waste of time. And it was for this reason that their group did not challenge the myth level copy, because for the 8 of them, if they wanted to clear the mythical dungeon within 2 hours to get the dungeon reward. Unless Mina directly uses the forbidden spell in the water scroll, it is impossible. But if Mina and his 12 teammates with similar strength are given, then it is not impossible to try, but they will have to expose their equipment. For this, Mina and his team naturally did not look for those unfamiliar outsiders. Leaving the beautiful fox and Xiaomei here to collect the body of the petrified rock snake, Mina and his team immediately moved towards the laboratory in the underground dungeon. In this dungeon, there is only one way in the underground maze that leads to the final boss, although there are some treasure chests or materials waiting for them in other ways. But for them who have never opened anything good, it can no longer attract their attention. Now their only interest in this dungeon is to explode the last violent petrified rock snake so as to harvest its huge experience points and the final dungeon reward. On the way afterwards, Mina and his team no longer talked about any skills at all, and directly pushed forward with violence. Although there will be several petrified rock snakes on this road, no matter they are elite or boss level, as long as they are not ambushed in the middle of the team, as long as they are not 2 at a time. Then, whether it is with the magic spider boss or comes alone, it will directly become the ghost of the magic cannon in the hands of Mina or Blood Clan Fanfiction. If it were not for the fact that Blood Clan Fanfiction's magic power could not be replenished with the player's potion, Mina would have let him use the magic cannon all the way. But the fact tells Mina that Blood Clan Fanfiction only has the power of one shot. As for Mina giving him the magic cannon, it was just for an equipment position. Now he is full of equipment that increases spirit, and even the Ring of Life and the Ring of Phantom have been given up. Although Mina is very uncomfortable in this state, it is only in this situation that he can bring out the most powerful side of the water scroll. Hey, it seems that we have really improved this time. We finished the lab in just 1 hour. Mina looked at the stone door at the end of the lab and said with some breathlessness. Inside was the location of the final boss of the miracle level. In the difficulty below the miracle level, this stone door is impossible to open, and those copies just end here. After all, for those copies, the scenes behind are completely unnecessary to open. After the group cleared the monsters here, except for the 2 thieves, the rest of the people fell to the ground to rest. In this race against time, their work intensity is far beyond the usual. Among them, the mage is the most unbearable, including Mina who does not use the phantom ring. This lab is exactly the same as Mina's previous one, but the monster eggs inside cannot be taken away because they are just a scene. To be honest, the underground dungeon of the Poison Insect Valley is actually much stronger than other dungeons of the same level, because the monsters here are not only at the level of Warcraft, but most importantly, the Warcraft here are all transformed, and their comprehensive strength is several points stronger than the Warcraft monsters of the same level. For monsters like the Petrified Rock Snake, which has thick blood and high defense, it can be treated as a level 50 boss outside. But for Mina and the others, they have long been accustomed to the strength of the Poison Insect Valley, so they don't trademark T think it is as difficult as those forums say. But it must be said that the harder the dungeon is, the more abnormal the rewards are. The monsters here are all big experience consumers. Take the relatively easy to deal with Demon Spider boss for example. In addition to contributing a golden equipment, it can also contribute about 2 million experience. Except for the last one who made the move, the rest of the people directly divided the 1 million equally. The Petrified Rock Snake boss, which is a little harder to beat, contributed 5 million experience points, and the final boss, Shui Nai and his team conservatively estimated, should have about 10 million experience points. For Shui Nai and Dao Yiyu Dao, who are currently striving for level 60, this is one of their important sources of experience. And the most important thing is that they have not really exploded a red boss in this dungeon. In the past few days, they only fought a few times with the violent Petrified Rock Snake, and then they found that they did not have enough time and automatically quit. So now they don't trademark T know what this red boss will explode, and what is the reward for beating this miracle difficult dungeon. They haven't trademark T discovered it yet. Now, they are heading for this unknown. Chapter 5:16 The Final Place of the Dungeon. The rewards of the dungeon can often only be obtained after the dungeon completion reaches 100%, or the monsters specified in the dungeon task are killed. Once these are completed, the dungeon will often end automatically, and all the players in it will be ejected from the dungeon map. The difficulty of the Miracle Dungeon in the Poison Insect Valley is obviously the latter. In this progress, there is no progress bar, but only one task goal. Destroy the violent Petrified Rock Snake. As long as they kill this boss, they will complete the task. However, in this task, the monsters that often appear in front of the players are extremely powerful and difficult to deal with. After all, if this task is not difficult, it will be too easy to pass. In the expert level difficulty, Shui Na and his team have already passed the level, and the final dungeon reward is the Earth Gem of the Heart of Rock. This gem can only be obtained after completing the dungeon task. This Heart of Rock has 2 attributes, one is to increase physical defense by 50 points and magic defense by 30 points. The other is to increase earth resistance by 15 points. Although the increased defense ability of this gem can only take effect when it is embedded in armor, as a complete gem, it can be directly equipped in the accessories column to use its resistance effect. In order to obtain a sufficient number of Hearts of Rock, Shui Na and his team and Ling Yun Sui Feng Yuan can only accumulate them continuously in this difficulty. As for the rewards of the other 2 difficulty levels, except for the normal level, which only rewards a little experience, the difficult level will give out a few fragments of the Heart of Rock gem. Although the number of these fragments is a little small, if a large guild accumulates them, it is only a matter of time to collect enough fragments. However, for the closed Yunwu town now, this problem is also a matter of time. After pushing open the stone door, Shui Nai and the others immediately came to a huge empty but dark space. As they have been fighting for several days, they are very clear about what is inside. There are a total of 5 magic spider bosses and a violent petrified rock snake. Although the magic spiders here are of the level, the violent petrified rock snake is already level 45, which is an extremely difficult boss to deal with. However, in this empty space, Shui Nai and the others can summon their ace pets. Shui Nai took out 2 rings at the same time, one of which was given to Xiao Mei beside him, and then they immediately began to prepare. And the others also began to arrange the surrounding environment. They put the unlit torches regularly on the surrounding rock walls, and also built several firewood racks on the ground. This is the best way they can think of to deal with the darkness, because in this dark environment, if the player wants to find his home, he can only find a way to increase the light. With the appearance of night in the game, the player also began to have the attribute of dark vision. However, this attribute is far inferior to the alert range of wild monsters. And the most troublesome thing is that this dark vision is still a fixed value, which will only change with the intensity of the ambient light. And if you want to increase this attribute, you can only use potions, equipment, or skills. However, potions are probably only sold in some specific places. As for equipment, no one has specially gone to dark places to fight for this kind of equipment. As for skill books, in fact, this kind of skill book has existed for a long time, but it has never been valued by players and finally disappeared in the auction house. Now, they rely on the faint blue light emitted by the defensive magic on their bodies to increase their vision, but this way of increasing vision will expand the monster's alert range. So now they dare not get too close to the target, but only arrange around the stone gate. Okay. After seeing the 2 boss pets come out, Shui Nai immediately asked the others. Now for them, time is still a bit tight. In the past few days, they have been unable to deal with this violent petrified rock snake because of insufficient time. Okay. We will light them now, you have to be careful. Dao Yudao also said immediately. Afterwards, a ball of orange-yellow fire suddenly appeared in the distance on both sides of them, but soon, 1 ball turned into 2 balls, 3 balls, and then a fire dragon composed of fire continued to extend from a distance. At this time, Hudi also lit the firewood rack in front, and saw 3 bonfires immediately lit up, illuminating the large area of darkness around. When these strong flames were burning, Shui Nai and the others heard bursts of insect chirping in the darkness ahead. After that, 5 dark creatures began to appear at the edge of the firelight. Hundreds of torches can basically illuminate the surrounding distance of several hundred meters. These torches were made by Dao Yudao and the beautiful fox when they were free. For them, these carpenters' crafts are still very simple. It would be great if there were lighting fireballs here to learn. Shui Nai looked at the 3 bonfires in front of him that were as high as a person, and couldn't help but say a little unsatisfied. In the primary magic of the mage, there has always been this lighting fireball, but no one has ever learned this magic. Because at that time, there was no dark area for players to get involved in. And this lighting fireball is still the kind of thing that cannot be upgraded, a purely auxiliary magic. Let's talk about it later. Dao Yudao looked at the 5 demon spider bosses that had already appeared, and directly picked one. The 2 thieves now have to take these 2 spiders for a walk, so that the rest of the people have time to collect other spiders. Watching the 2 of them use the new weapons in their hands to continuously shoot at their targets, causing powerful damage. For these 2 weapons, Shui Nai is actually very chilled. As long as she is hit by these 2 weapons, even if Shui Nai's health is already 3000 points, she may not be able to withstand 3 arrows. You know, this crossbow has 10 arrows in a magazine, and each can hit the spider with dozens or hundreds of points of damage. Hitting the fox butterfly basically has hundreds of effects. After seeing the 2 bosses that have been led away, the injured little fox and fox butterfly also stepped forward to block one, and Yayan was responsible for their health. Except for the 2 boss pets, the rest of the pets focused on attacking this boss. The last 2 boss spiders were taken care of by the boss pets. Now, Mina was controlling her big spider while raising the magic cannon and firing a shot at the big spider's opponent. Although the magic of these magic spiders is good, not only can it be cast instantly, but also can be fired continuously. However, the pets or players who are responsible for dealing with them have fought with them hundreds of times. Often, just by watching the movements of these magic spiders, they can know what magic they are going to use and what they are going to do. And this is the limitation of these creatures controlled by intelligence. As long as the players understand their behavior patterns, the rest will only be abused by the players. Under the attack of the magic cannon and the violent evil poisonous spider, Mina's opponents basically fell down after Mina's third shot. Moreover, since the violent evil poisonous spider and the violent evil poisonous snake cannot be upgraded, their experience is also enjoyed by their owners. After that, Shui Nai immediately came to the side of the violent evil venomous snake, and with the power of 2 pets and a magic cannon, he solved another boss with 2 cannons. At this time, the beautiful fox also responded to Shui Nai's instructions and came with her ice magic spider. On the other side, the fox butterfly and the injured little fox were in charge of the magic spider boss. Because the injured little fox was fully controlling the hatred of the magic spider, the surrounding pets basically let go and attacked. Among them, the blood sword of the blood clan Fanfiction was the most powerful. Even if it was a flat cut, it could cut 500 points of damage. And he continued to use the advantage of diving in the air to attack the head and other vital parts of the magic spider. If his skills were not really weak, I am afraid that as long as he used a round of skills, tens of thousands of health points would fall into his hands. Shui Nai naturally likes this kind of pet that does not need to be commanded and knows what to do. The 2 skills in the hands of the blood clan Fanfiction now, as long as he hits them, often even the injured little fox wearing stone armor will lose half of its life. After all, the skills of the blood clan have a great bonus to normal life. But as a price, the blood clan Fanfiction's strength is often not even 70% in the sun, and only in a dark environment like this can he give full play to his blood clan's ability. In fact, Shui Nai has always been wondering, because this blood clan Fanfiction never has to worry about sucking blood, as if he has no physiological needs in this regard. Although he is naturally very happy about this, he is somewhat confused in his heart. However, he can't think too much now, because the demon spider boss in the beautiful fox's hand only survived Shui Nai's 2 magic cannons and fell down with a wail. Afterwards, the beautiful fox joined the group of injured little foxes in the beating, while Shui Nai and Xiao Mei went to deal with the fire demon spider of Dao Yiyu Dao. But, to be honest, the violent evil venomous snake in Xiao Mei's hands really can't play its best role. Because Xiao Mei would only launch entanglement and snakebite and then leave it alone. After that, she desperately added blood and defensive magic to it. In her words, she was afraid of snakes. However, in this situation, except for her who was relatively free, the rest of the people were playing their best role. When Shui Nai solved the magic spider in Dao Yiyu Dao's hand, the other one was basically beaten to death. After letting Dao Yiyu Dao and the beautiful fox clean up the remaining things, all the injured people or pets gathered in front of Shui Nai, and then a burst of blue raindrops was launched directly from Shui Nai's water scroll, pouring on everyone. Recovery Rain is a large-scale water recovery magic that can restore the life of all creatures within a 10-meter range. If this magic is not unusable in combat, its practicality will definitely increase greatly. Although the Recovery Rain is not as powerful as the Holy Light system, as a wizard-level magic, its current recovery amount far exceeds the advanced single-target healing spell in Yayan's hand. Let's go, we still have 38 minutes, we can solve it this time. Mina looked at the dark space. Deep inside, based on their explorations over the past few days, there is only the final boss in this place now. Chapter 517 Dungeon Rewards. Shui Na looked at the torches around, and in the past few days, these torches were almost burned out, leaving only some sparks. But now they no longer need them, because the final big boss will not leave his position too far. As for this setting, the first impression of Dao Yiyu Dao is that there is a treasure chest, and a treasure chest of a high level. As a Dao Yiyu Dao who has opened more than a dozen high-level treasure chests in the wild, he is very confident in this speculation, as if he has seen the high-level treasure chest behind the violent petrified rock snake. To be honest, although the boss of this petrified rock snake has high defense and thick blood, its attack power and mobility are not high. If it were not for the fact that its petrified breath has a certain probability of killing people instantly, I am afraid that as long as there are more people, it is inevitable to surround it to death. After all, a profession like the shield armor, which has a lot of health, has a slow movement speed. Being petrified can increase its defensibility to a certain extent, so it is not afraid of being petrified. However, the terrible effect of permanent petrification makes them dare to move forward only with the petrification removal spell. Now, Shui Nai and his team have two powerful boss pets that are not affected by the instant death effect, and a vampire who is not afraid of the petrification breath. Now they don't trademark T even need to go up with the injured little fox. After all, her shield armor is very competent in defense, but it is more than 1 point weaker in attack power. However, after so many people or pets surrounded her, Shui Nai trademark S magic cannon dared not be released randomly. After all, whether the magic cannon hits the enemy or her own people, the effect is the same. For this extremely realistic friendly fire setting, players must accept it. But it must be said that under this setting, the player trademark S skills often become the key to victory or team annihilation. Although Shui Nai didn't trademark T know how the previous games were set, he heard from Dao Yiu Dao and others. In the past, once the team mode was turned on in virtual online games, people would not accidentally kill or injure each other. However, at that time, professions like mages with large-scale magic often just cast magic at monsters. The mage profession in this kind of game is very easy to get started, but it is difficult for players like mages to grow up. After all, in this case, the mage only needs to do the duty of the turret without moving or getting close, just cast magic at the stuck monster. And now? If these mages cast magic randomly like before, then, the first person to die in his hands will definitely be his companion, because the warriors who dare to stand in front of the monsters often have pitifully low magic defense. After assigning tasks to a group of people, Mina and others immediately dispersed. Because they have water magic such as water shield and ice crystal armor, the infrared sensing ability of the petrified rock snake has been greatly weakened. And now they are just waiting. After Mina's first shot is fired, it will be time to take action. When a dark blue beam of light quickly crossed the distance of 100 meters and hit the violent petrified rock snake, the violent petrified rock snake, which was in pain, roared and rushed out more than 10 meters. Although the violent petrified rock snake would not leave this position too far, since the long-range attack ability of others could not compare with its life recovery speed, they had to fight it in close combat. The life recovery speed of the red boss was very amazing. Often, as long as the attack paused for a while, their life value would recover quickly. In addition, its base value was huge. Even if Mina planned to snipe from a long distance, it would probably be difficult to kill it completely within 38 minutes. Because, as long as a boss with a guarding mission is attacked twice from a super long distance in a short period of time, it will often make some corresponding self-protection methods. For example, it will move around to dodge the attack that is far beyond its attack range. Among them, they had tried it when they first hit the violent petrified rock snake. As a result, the damage caused by Mina's magic cannon was only able to knock out 200,000 damage, and the remaining 400,000 damage could not be continued due to time problems. In fact, the overall power of the magic cannon, if converted, is only 2,500 damage per second. After all, its charging time is a bit long, and the 10 seconds of bombardment time must be fully utilized. Although it is unlikely to cause 2,500 points of damage per second to the boss, if it is attacked by their two boss pets, although it is still a bit reluctant, it is much more practical than using the magic cannon. When Mina put the magic cannon into the space bracelet and put the bracelet back into the backpack, he and Dao Yiu Dao immediately controlled the two boss pets to attack from both sides. The beautiful fox, who was faster than them, immediately lit the torch in his hand and then threw it around to increase their vision. Although they were of the same rank as the violent petrified rock snake, one was a magical beast while the other was an ordinary wild beast, so the slightly weaker violent evil venomous spider was injured in the first encounter and was also hit by the violent petrified rock snake. The head hammer was shaken away. Looking at the violent evil poisonous spider whose forelimbs were cut by the huge ground spear and bleeding, Shui Na immediately interrupted the chanting of the water dragon technique and quickly hit it with water therapy techniques. Because it now has a tearing injury on its body. If it is ignored, it will continue to lose blood, and that position is also prone to critical hits. The magic and physical defense capabilities of the violent evil poisonous spider are much weaker than those of the violent evil poisonous snake. Although it is more flexible than it cannot be said in this case of hard power. I saw Shui Na used 5 water therapy techniques in a row to completely stabilize its health. Just now, this violent petrified rock snake used 5 ground spears to attack it in a row, and it hit more than 10,000 blood at once. And this is the result of low defense. However, this kind of low defense boss can only appear in the hands of players. Bosses like wild bosses basically cannot have this kind of defense ability. While Mina was treating the violent evil poisonous spider, the vampire mortal who was preparing to launch an attack in the air also took action. He saw that he inserted the blood sword condensed in his hand directly into the violent petrified rock snake, and then the blood sword suddenly exploded, bursting out a ball of blood mist. For a moment, the protective stone armor was blown away in an instant, and even the vampire mortal was injured by the stone. However, after the blood sword turned into blood mist and returned, although the vampire energy was reduced by 1/5, the life value was fully restored. The violent petrified rock snake with a severe blow to its headstone armor roared loudly, and then gave up others and used magic to chase the vampire mortal flying in the sky. However, the vampire mortal flapped his black wings very lightly and left before the stone spears and stone arrows reached him. Just now, his blood explosion directly took away more than 3000 HP of the violent petrified rock snake, and also destroyed its stone armor. This power was really a bit too much for the red boss. Seeing this, Shui Nai naturally would not miss this opportunity. I saw a dragon-shaped water column as thick as a bucket suddenly appearing above the head of the violent petrified rock snake. After circling for a while, it dived down with a force of 10,000 pounds, and under the effect of the dive force, it also made a sound of breaking through the air. Although the violent petrified rock snake had discovered the danger and dodged to the side, this water dragon technique not only has high attack power, but also has short-range tracking ability. When the head of the violent petrified rock snake moved, the water dragon in the air also shook and folded violently, and roared at the snake head again. With a boom, a value of about 5,000 appeared explosively. After seeing the critical hit at the vital point, everyone immediately set their attack target on the high snake head. Because after Mina used the water dragon technique, the strong water pressure and wind pressure not only blew away the petrified breath air, but also completely exploded the stone armor around it, revealing a large piece of bloody snake skin. Seeing this, Mina immediately threw a series of thunder spells on it. Without the protection of the stone armor, and the snake skin was even broken, Mina's thunder spell played a very strong role in an instant. Under the thunder spell, the reaction of the violent petrified rock snake immediately stiffened. Seeing the paralysis effect of the electric current, everyone immediately expanded the results of the battle. I saw Dao Yudao controlling the violent evil venomous snake with the petrification removal technique on top, and quickly used a snake bite on the snake head. The sharp and huge fangs immediately injected the toxin into the body of the violent petrified rock snake. A damage value of 16,000 appeared directly in the sky, followed by a series of poison damage. However, due to this obstruction, Shui Nai's thunderbolt could not be used. He could only cooperate with the vampire mortal to open another battlefield at its 7-inch position. This time, under the full-strength dive of the vampire mortal, the blood explosion worked again, not only bursting the stone armor on its chest, but also sweeping away some petrified breath. However, in this dive, the vampire mortal was too fast and did not have time to dodge when the gravel burst, and was directly hit by more than 2,000 health points. At this time, if Shui Nai had not controlled the violent evil venomous snake in time to drag the giant tail of the violent petrified rock snake, the vampire mortal who did not have time to fly away would have been beaten into a meat pie. After ordering the vampire mortal to go back to rest, Shui Nai's water dragon technique also appeared at this time, instantly smashing the stone armor there into pieces. After taking a look at the cooling time of the water dragon technique, he could only control the violent evil poisonous spider standing aside and attack this new battlefield. After knocking off the natural stone armor on the violent petrified rock snake, its defense power immediately dropped a lot. However, this stone armor must be quickly blown up by the combined efforts of Shui Nai and the vampire mortal. If it weren't for the low blood energy of the vampire mortal, there would be no way to blow away the stone armor on his whole body, and the violent petrified rock snake could also restore 1000 health points per second in combat. Otherwise, in the end there was no need to fight for nearly 20 minutes. When the violent petrified rock snake fell to the ground with a wail of reluctance, Dao Yudao ran to the position where the violent petrified rock snake had been entangled before, and the beautiful fox and fox butterfly rushed to the body with the golden light of the petrification removal spell and began to search. Looking at the end time of the dungeon displayed above the head, there was less than half a minute left, but there were still many parts of the corpse of this huge violent petrified rock snake that had not been peeled off. In the end, Lian Shui Na could only rush in with the golden light. And when there were only 10 seconds left before the end of the dungeon, 3 earthy yellow gems with a thick breath suddenly appeared in the sky, and then slowly came from the air to Shui Na's side, and then ran directly into Shui Na's backpack. Seeing this, everyone immediately knew that these 3 gems were the dungeon rewards for this miracle difficulty. Chapter 518, a top quality product. Although the group kicked out of the dungeon map by the system felt a little sorry that the body of the petrified rock snake was not disposed of, they had no time to complain about the fairness of the system, because they had to quickly check the properties of the things that were exploded. The first thing to be announced was the 3 gems in Mina's hand. Just now, they also saw them, and naturally knew that these 3 gems must be the same type of gems as those in the expert level dungeon. Item, Earthstone, complete. Quality, perfect. Weight, 5. Item, this is a gem that contains the power of the earth. The powerful earth element power can make people feel the stability of the earth. Gem effects, physical defense plus 75, magic defense plus 75, earth resistance plus 40 points, earth magic effect plus 20%. Gem special effects, this gem can be embedded in a shield to form the earth shield ability, embedded in a protective gear to form the rock armor ability, and embedded in jewelry to form the earth guardian ability. Earth shield, when the shield inlaid with this gem is attacked, there is a 3% chance to form a magic shield composed of earth elemental power. Physical defense ability increases by 20%, magic defense ability increases by 10%, and the duration is 30 seconds. Rock armor, it can allow the armor inlaid with this gem to have the ability to use rock as armor. Under the effect of rock armor, physical defense ability increases by 30%, and magic defense ability increases by 20%, but under the influence of heavy rock armor, attack speed and movement speed decrease by 80%, the duration is 10 minutes, and the cooling time is 1 hour. Earth Guardian, it can allow the jewelry inlaid with this gem to mobilize the power of the earth. Under the protection of the earth, it can form an earth magic shield that lasts for 10 seconds. During this period, any attack will be invalidated. The cooling time is 10 hours. These gems obtained from the dungeon are of perfect quality anyway, which is quite different from the gems excavated outside. However, the gems in these dungeons are not easy to get. As for this kind of gem that can add skills, it is completely unheard of and unseen for Mina and the others. But no matter what, for them, this can only mean one thing, that is, a top quality gem. Although this gem is obviously biased towards the elemental aspect and is not too outstanding in the physical aspect, its gem skills completely make up for this problem. This kind of gem is simply tailor-made for the shield armor profession. It's my turn, it's my turn. Just after Mina posted the properties of the gem in the team chat, the beautiful fox shouted immediately after everyone was surprised. She only saw the properties of a skill book posted. Skill book, level 1 petrified skin, special skill, 5 levels. Learning restriction, need to learn rock skin. Energy consumption, none. Learning level, none. Skill level, level 1, upgradable, proficiency, 050. Skill description, this is a unique defensive skill of Earth-type monsters, which can increase the learner's defensive ability, but it requires the physique of Earth-type monsters, need rock skin, and after using it, the body will react slower due to stiffness. Skill effect, rock skin effect is doubled, increasing Earth resistance by 50%, while the damage received will be reduced by 10%, and the attack speed and movement speed will be reduced by 20%, and the duration is 10 minutes. Skill cooldown time, 30 minutes. The effect of rock skin is not too outstanding, but for early players, passive skills have always been very rare. Because these skill books are not sold in major stores, players can only rely on themselves to go to the wild to discover. In addition, there are not too many skills in the early stage, so low-level passive skills like this are naturally the more the better. Special skills like this are even rarer. Generally speaking, the priest's resurrection and the thief's stealing are special skills. These skills are often powerful, and the 50% increase in the earth resistance of the petrified skin is a very abnormal place. Like the injured little fox, who relies on physical strength to fight for players, in the case of naked clothing, the overall resistance can often reach about 40. If the 50% increase of this skill is added, the resistance of the earth system will be about 60. With the addition of other gems or equipment, it is not a problem to easily reach 150. In their tests over the past few days, they have found that as long as the resistance of the earth system reaches 120, the petrification effect of the petrification breath is not immune, but its duration will be reduced to at least 2 seconds. After these 2 seconds, due to the existence of the inherent petrification value, within the next 3 seconds, as long as the original petrification value is not covered, it will not be petrified again, and this is the disadvantage of the infinite petrification of the petrification breath. As for the 1% permanent petrification of the ordinary petrified rock snake, the probability is still a bit low. At least the ice bear who has been responsible for these bosses has not died once in the past few days. How many books have been released? At this time, Deo Yudeo immediately asked, how many books are there in the backpacks of the rock skin? Although the drop rate of this skill book is a bit low after the land reclamation, it has accumulated a little after fighting for so long. Just one book. For the same skill book, only one book will be dropped from a monster. The beautiful fox directly traded the petrified skin to the injured little fox. Since the effect of this rock skin is not too high, and people like Shui Nai and Dao Yiyu Dao are also arrogant, they think that it is not a problem to dodge this little defensive effect with their own skills, because they have not learned rock skin. But with this upgradable active special skill, the value of rock skin comes out. Afterwards, the beautiful fox put 2 more skill books and 4 pieces of equipment in the team chat. The 2 skill books are a high-level magic Earth Fang array, and a passive magic Earth Shelter. The Firestorm and Ice Rain of Earth Fang and Shui Nai are of the same nature, and this magic is also not among the conventional magic. And now, Shui Nai has figured out that the so-called conventional magic is just the original magic of the Book of Elements. As for the protection of Earth, although it is the magic of the Earth element, its learning conditions do not restrict non-elemental mages from learning it. This kind of magic naturally opened the eyes of Shui Nai and others. This magic will automatically start when the health value is at 10%. After this magic is activated, a protective shield composed of mud and rocks will be formed, which can last for 1 minute, and all damage will be directly absorbed by this shield. However, after that, the upper limit of the mage's health value will remain at a dangerous level of 1% for half an hour. Hey, the boss just now didn't seem to use this earth tooth. Dao Yiyu Dao asked without thinking. Can you still cast this continuous magic after being beaten like this? Shui Nai answered first. He has experience with this kind of continuous magic. And this protection of earth has been used by the violent petrified rock snake. However, this magic is obviously better for people with lower health. Because after 1 minute, the health value will disappear by 9%, which means that for a violent petrified rock snake with 600,000 health points, 10,000 health points will be directly evaporated. After that, the Earth Fang was taken away by Shui Nai, and the Earth Protection was given to Yayan. After all, for them, Yayan's priest is still very important, and the life-saving skills of a mage like this must naturally be left to her. And these 4 pieces of equipment, except for a dark gold necklace, the rest are gold equipment. However, these 3 gold equipment are all rock suits for shield armor, namely a rock cloak, a pair of rock boots and a pair of rock leggings. The defensibility of these 3 pieces of equipment is very high, and they also have the special ability of reducing physical damage by 1% and magic damage by 1%. However, these 3 pieces of equipment must be equipped at level 55. At present, the average level of the Fox Fairy Guild is only 52, after all, they basically gave the bulk of the experience to Shui Nai and the other 2. Now Mizuna's level has reached 58, and Dao Yiyu Dao has reached 57, but as the level rises, the experience they get from the dungeon has begun to decline. Now they are just for the last huge amount of dungeon experience. After all, for people of their level, fighting those low-level bosses will still be affected by the experience reduction effect, but the dungeon experience will not be reduced at all. As long as you pass the level, you can naturally get all the experience. The last dark gold snake eye necklace was given to the injured little fox, because the only effect of this necklace is to exempt 500 points of damage each time. In other words, as long as the injured little fox has this necklace, it can completely ignore the damage below 500, and even the forced attack is directly immune. For a shield armor with a super high defensibility of more than 3,500 points of physical defense and more than 2,400 points of magic defense, I am afraid that only some offensive mages can beat her. In fact, now she can completely go hard against the violent petrified rock snake. However, in front of the 2 boss pets, her light was ignored. By the way, what about yours? Don't tell me you didn't get the treasure chest. The beautiful fox stuffed the materials she had just obtained into Shui Nai's backpack, and asked Dao Yiyu Dao. Now she would only keep the crystal cores of the wind and fire systems. It's just 2 dark gold treasure chests, it's nothing. Dao Yiyu Dao saw that everyone was looking at him, and immediately raised his head and said with his chest puffed out. Then what did you open? Xiao Mei asked immediately. Some very tangled things. Dao Yiyu Dao immediately wilted after hearing this, and then posted 4 pieces of paper in the team chat. The 4 pieces of paper with the formulas of Advanced Constitution Potion, Advanced Strength Potion, Super Life Recovery Potion, and Super Mana Recovery Potion immediately surprised and delighted everyone. The reason why everyone was surprised was that this guy actually got the formulas of 4 potions at once. For players who practice life skills, materials can be bought and experimental funds can be borrowed, but formula design drawings can only rely on luck. Because for all life players, formula design drawings are equivalent to the skills of combat players, which can only be learned once. And the explosion rate of these things is the same as that of top quality equipment, which is hard to come by. What made them very happy was that these 4 formulas were actually high-level stuff, attribute potions that added 50 physique and strength, and regular potions that could slowly restore 2000 health and magic points, which had never appeared in the market. As for the players who have these formulas, Mina dared to say that there are probably not even 5 fingers outside. Hey! Now I can be sure that the level of this copy should be level 50. Because these formulas are only available to bosses in level 50 pictures on the official website. Deo Yudeo looked at the excited expressions of the crowd and said with a sigh. Chapter 519, Formulate Dungeon Strategy. For players, the level 50 map is a transitional area. Because the level 50 map is often a buffer zone for the level 60 map, this level of map will have some things that pave the way for the level 60 map, just like this gem that can increase earth resistance. It trademarks just that this kind of prop is not easy to get, otherwise until now, players will only bury their heads in the areas of major main cities to upgrade, and rarely explore unknown areas. After level 60, players are often considered to have gotten rid of the novice period of their profession. At this stage, the player trademark's strength will definitely grow explosively. Because at this level, it is time for players to welcome high-level professions. With the leap in skills and equipment, the player trademark's strength will definitely be very different from before. After level 60, the professional promotion, coupled with the emergence of specialization, players' trademark battles have become diversified and professional. Moreover, in this absolute watershed, low-level players have no way to compare with players who have crossed this watershed. However, some of the information about this watershed is only the basic data announced by the official website, and the specific data has to be explored and discovered by the players themselves. Mizuna naturally knew that Deo Yudeo had a sigh. Because for him, these 4 recipes require senior pharmacists and special pharmacists to learn and prepare, but Deo Yudeo's pharmacist level has just reached the intermediate level. On the contrary, his carpenter's level has increased faster. After all, carpenter is a special life profession for the thief profession. And this means that Deo Yudeo's 4 recipes cannot be kept for his own use, and can only be given to the life skill team of unscrupulous profiteers. It seems that Deo Yudeo's disappointment in his heart is naturally needless to say for such a top-notch recipe. But he knows that the greatest value of these recipes is in this monopolistic market. I won't talk about potions that can only add 50 points of attributes within 1 minute. Adding 50 points of attributes can completely raise the player's combat effectiveness to another level. Although the time is a bit short, it has its own uses. Although these special potions are only slow recovery potions, they can restore 500 more blood than others each time, which means that they have 500 more life than others. When the strength and equipment are similar, these 500 points are often the key to victory or defeat. For these slow recovery potions, they have always been the favorite of warriors, because when they have the blood of the priest, they generally don't use instant recovery. After all, this will make the priest's blood loss lose its original effect. But this slow recovery is different, which can complement the instant blood recovery of the holy light healing magic. Moreover, due to the limitations of combat, warrior players in full armor often have some difficulty when using potions. After all, it is very inconvenient to drink potions under a closed helmet, and therefore they particularly like to use potions with sufficient volume. On the contrary, magic potions do not seem to be in great demand for mages. By the way, does Uncle Wuliang have a pharmacist who can increase the effect of potions? At this time, Deo Yudeo, who had already accepted his fate, asked while trading the formula to Shui Nai. Well, yes, it seems that the formula of each prescription can increase the effect by 20% in her hands, but it is easy to produce some special byproducts, which makes the success rate a little low. However, it is said that these byproducts seem to be more marketable than normal items, but she has not yet reached the master level, no matter how she creates her own formula. Mina looked at the potion formula in the backpack. For him, who is not even an apprentice, he can't understand the meaning of the formula and symbols on it. For these more advanced formulas, they are no longer successful by randomly mixing a few medicinal materials according to the formula. After learning these formulas, you have to spend time to study and interpret the symbols and formulas above to determine the amount of medicinal materials and the time to add them. And this is like the identification technique in the hands of combat players. Only after the formula is interpreted and restored, they can be considered to have truly learned this formula. Otherwise, even if they learn the formula, they will not be able to make this kind of potion. However, some pharmacists often create new things during the manufacturing process for unknown reasons. However, the manufacturing process of these things is uncontrollable, and only players who have reached the master level can create their own formulas based on this. As for the pharmacist under the unscrupulous profiteer, it seems that he has completed some special tasks and obtained a special professional effect. This profession is a branch of hidden profession, just like Yayan's Holy Flame Mage and the Thief King of Dao Yiyu Dao. When thinking about the identification technique, Shui Nai looked down and found that during the time he was in Yunwu town, due to the training of a large number of purple and gold equipment, his identification technique has made great progress, and he is only a few points away from reaching the master level of appraiser. Now, even if he wants to identify dark gold equipment, as long as the level does not exceed 20 levels of his level, he can have a 30% success rate, which is nothing more than trying a few more times. As for the beautiful fox, I believe she has already reached the master level, with a 50% success rate for dark gold equipment, otherwise she would not be able to know the properties of this dark gold necklace so quickly. For combat players like Mina, only this kind of combat-oriented life skills are what they can really master. Hey, after the excitement and rest, it's time for us to have another go. There are still 2.5 hours before we go offline, so we can have another go. Dao Yiyu Dao also reminded everyone at this time, because today they still have a chance to go to the dungeon. Okay, let's explode it again. The beautiful fox suddenly shouted loudly, immediately attracting the attention of the players gathered around. Just now, after they came out of the dungeon, they directly found an unmanned corner to distribute the spoils, and now hearing the beautiful fox's words, they immediately attracted the attention of these players. After all, for these players who are stronger than themselves and are not from a big guild background, these ordinary players have nothing but admiration in their hearts, and they only want to get some good things. Brother, you guys have beaten the dungeon again. Can you tell me which level of difficulty it is? Don't tell me it's a myth level dungeon. At this moment, the bearded man closest to Shui Nai and the others asked curiously, flattering them. Haha, brother, you think too highly of us. Going in at the myth level is just courting death. We just need to pass the miracle level. Why do we need to accumulate strength here? Dao Yiyu Dao said it directly without paying attention to the surprised expressions of these people. Now for Shui Nai and the others, Ling Yun and Sui Feng Yuan have accumulated enough experience at the expert level, and the collection of the Heart of Stone has already created a paladin who can resist petrification. It's time to take them to the miracle level. Then I wonder if you can take us to see this miracle level dungeon. The leading man came over and said immediately. Well, let's talk about this tomorrow. After all, we still have to understand this dungeon thoroughly, so as to set up the corresponding strategy and determine what professions are needed. After all, if a team plays a dungeon of this difficulty, a small mistake will lead to the whole team being wiped out, and it is not easy to gain experience now. Dao Yiyu Dao glanced at his level and directly declined. If such players with unknown background and low level are accepted to play dungeons, they will often die at the hands of these people first, because in such dungeons, a small mistake will lead to the end of the game. Then, I'll wait for your news tomorrow. The leader naturally knew the hidden meaning of the thief in front of him, which was nothing more than that he would not take them to play this dungeon before they found enough benefits. After seeing that Dao Yiyu Dao's publicity attracted the attention of the surrounding players, Mina directly opened the option to enter the dungeon. Now for them, time is running out, after all, the time they can stay here is limited. In a few days, Yunwu town will be able to complete the reconstruction of the main body, and then it will naturally be time to break up. In order to get more benefits from this place as soon as possible, it is inevitable to cooperate with others for development. However, as soon as the beautiful foxes entered the dungeon, they immediately warned Mina and Dao Yiyu Dao, saying that for tomorrow's dungeon, we must not look for the bearded man just now. In her words, this kind of person is not a good thing at first glance. But Shui Nai and Dao Yiyu Dao knew that the beautiful fox meant that the man was ugly and would affect her performance in the dungeon. In fact, for their team, which is mainly composed of women, most of the male players probably want to get to know these beauties, in addition to obtaining the qualification to open high-level dungeons. The group who entered the dungeon again did not deliberately use the magic of the water scroll this time, but played according to the relevant strategy that had been set before. As a result, it took about 1 hour to reach the final place. It seems that after the strategy they formulated is feasible, they can now let other players join this dungeon. However, this time, because Shui Nai and Dao Yiyu Dao did not want to waste time, they directly used the poisonous skills of the venomous snake, which greatly accelerated their speed of clearing the boss of the final place. In this case, the dungeon only rewarded them with 2 earth stones. After all, this time it was not considered a land reclamation. However, another copy of the petrified skin was released, and this time it was taken by Dao Yiyu Dao. At the same time, in addition to the other 2 rock suits, there was also a snake eye necklace, and this necklace was finally given to Shui Nai. Alas, although this time it is considered a big explosion, it is a bit ordinary. Dao Yiyu Dao curled his lips and said, because this time, they did not get anything new. It seems that in this case, in addition to a set of shield armor rock suits, there is only this snake eye necklace. As for the petrified skin, except for some use for shield armor, it does not have much effect on other professions. Be content, you opened 2 level 60 weapon blueprints from a gold treasure chest, and I'm afraid it will be sold for no less than 10,000 gold coins. The beautiful fox cursed Dao Yiyu Dao for his bad luck in his heart for the 2 level 60 blueprints he was able to open. The 2 blueprints are the rock magic sword and the ice soul spear. Although the rank of these 2 weapons is only purple, they are weapons with special magical powers, which are close to the golden equipment of the same level. Moreover, this kind of weapon, I believe, will be used for a long time at level 60. After all, the experience of level 50 can be calculated in billions, and it is not an astronomical number at level 60. However, after seeing these 2 blueprints, Mina frowned. Because after seeing the attributes given by the blueprints, he found that the standard weapons of players at level 60 have a tendency to develop towards elementalization. And the rank of this elemental equipment is getting lower and lower. This is not good news for elemental mages, because it often means that the value of mages may depreciate. Chapter 520 Team Building. At dusk in the game world, a large number of people began to emerge from various places in Yunwu Town. At this time in Yunwu Town, the smoke from cooking had long gone out, but the tempting smell of food made some players who were not full feel hungry. For players who have already started to get used to the nightlife of the game, this is just the beginning for them. Players began to flock to pharmacies, blacksmith shops, and other places at night to buy or repair various necessary items. Shortly after Shui Nai and his group went online, they met up with Ling Yun and Sui Feng Yuan, and then a group of 10 people went to the pharmacy to purchase goods. Because the resources in Yunwu Town were very tight during this period, the potions and other daily necessities that were originally supplied in large quantities began to be sold on a limited basis. Although Shui Nai and his group were only allowed to buy 10 bottles of red medicine and 10 bottles of blue medicine per day, for them who had a full backpack, they just didn't want to waste this limited purchase opportunity. After all, God knows how long it will take for this Yunwu Town to be open. After coming out of the drugstore full of people, it was already dark, and at this time, players had to hold a torch in their hands when walking at night. Although the hazy environment under the moonlight could not stump these players who were already very familiar with the terrain, they were mostly based on the nature of the game for this new game life. Ling Yun, have you dealt with your equipment? Shui Na asked Ling Yun beside him. The rock hearts he had been allocated in the past few days should have been enough to create a paladin with extremely high earth resistance. If it weren't for the gem system in the game that stipulated that players could only inlay or equip 5 of the same gem, Ling Yun would probably not have to collect these extra fragments of the rock heart in the past few days. However, the good thing is that the fragments and the complete ones are not defined as the same kind of gems. Well, there are already 150 points. According to speculation, petrification can only take effect for about 1 second at most. Ling Yun looked at the gems on his equipment and felt a little excited. With this earth resistance, you can now target earth-type monsters. 150 points, it seems you spent a lot of money. Shui Nai didn't expect Ling Yun to stack the resistance so high. 5 hearts of rock can only add 75 points at most. 5 fragments, if of good quality, should be able to stack up to about 20. Even if the paladin can add an extra 10 resistance when changing jobs, the maximum of its own naked clothes is only between 35 and 40. What about the remaining points? This can only be done with equipment and skills. However, according to Shui Nai, a local snake, except for places above the miracle copy, they have never played a single skill book. It stands to reason that other players can't play it. As for equipment, this is more likely, but in this environment where there is an unlimited demand for anti-petrochemical equipment, a piece of equipment that increases resistance is definitely worth a lot. Haha. It only cost 2,000 gold coins, not much. Ling Yun said with a smile. However, Shui Na knew that he was a rich man. Although these gold coins were exchanged with credit points, it only showed that he was rich in the real world. According to the current exchange rate between the two worlds, these 2,000 gold coins are equivalent to more than 30,000 credit points outside. Although the exchange rate of gold coins and credit points is getting lower and lower, the number of gold coins will never be enough for a large number of players, because in this world, credit points have no market. Now a large amount of gold coins are accumulated in major guilds. After all, if these guilds want to upgrade, the first condition is to pay money and then complete the tasks. These are all big projects. Although she was very impressed by Ling Yun's wealth, Shui Na was also impressed by his magnanimity in using these rock hearts. Because for now, no matter how you calculate it, the rock heart is already a very high-level gem. If it is used in level 60 equipment, it can naturally play the greatest value. But it is not enough to be embedded in Ling Yun's level 40 equipment. In fact, if there were no defense missions during the invasion of the Shadow and the Lich King, the players' levels would not have risen so wildly, and the consequence of this crazy upgrade would naturally be that the equipment could not keep up. When they arrived at the underground teleportation array, Shui Na and the others immediately found that there were a large number of players waiting around the campfires here, and from the looks of them, they were obviously waiting for them here. Shui Na and Dao Yiyu Dao looked at each other and immediately walked over happily, because they saw a lot of teams with guild badges waiting for them. And the players guarding the entrance of the dungeon immediately called out to their companions around them. For a while, the players who fought the beasts in the desolate basin rushed back immediately, but the monsters they brought back also caused some small chaos. Seeing the increasing number of players, Shui Na and Dao Yiyu Dao immediately released the team formation information that they had discussed yesterday. This time, they only have 10 places to recruit, including 2 priests and 8 mages. The priests only need healing priests, and they must also have resurrection and advanced healing spells above level 5. As for the mages, their requirements are not high. As long as the magic attack power reaches 1500 and they can instantly use advanced ice skills, it will be fine. In Yunmu Town, fire magic has no future. And thunder magic and wind magic, when dealing with violent petrified rock snakes, cannot break the stone armor, so it is useless. As for wood magic, this magic based on physical attack is a bit difficult to deal with petrified rock snakes, not to mention dealing with violent petrified rock snakes, and one Swift'n'Jai Yuan is enough. Although the people that Shui Na and others want obviously make players who are not magicians dissatisfied, some people have expressed it. But Shui Na's words crushed them, because among the warrior players who expressed their dissatisfaction, none of them had an earth resistance of more than 60. Earth resistance is less than 60, and it is impossible to survive in the face of petrified rock snakes. In addition, they are sure that they don't need meat shields. After all, Ling Yun, Bing Xiong and the injured little fox are enough. In the miracle dungeon, you must listen to our arrangements and commands. Moreover, we have the absolute right to distribute the things that explode inside, but we will not treat you unfairly. As a thief, Dao Yiyu Dao has some natural intimidation towards the mage, so it is naturally the most suitable to use it for lectures. Of course, as long as you are willing to listen to our arrangements, there will be no problem in clearing the level. Now, those who want to join the group can come out, and then send their own attributes. First come, first served. After Dao Yiyu Dao finished putting on the black face, Shui Na immediately came out to put on the red face. The conditions proposed by Dao Yiyu Dao and his team would naturally cause condemnation in normal times. After all, what is the purpose of playing the dungeon? Naturally, it is the equipment and treasures in the dungeon. But this team came out and directly asked for the right to distribute the equipment, which means that if they are not happy, they can completely not give them any equipment, which means that they have become free labor. However, getting a free opportunity to enter the advanced dungeon is obviously a very good treatment for them. Even though they had some complaints in their hearts, they were still very enthusiastic. The number of people who signed up to be pastors reached 20 at once. Pick out a few after removing the troublemakers and a few who were obviously weak. Dao Yiyu Dao finally chose a male and a female priest. Both priests have guild backgrounds, and their equipment is all purple or above, plus a mix of gold equipment, and one of them even has a set of purple equipment. Such people, coupled with their arrogant expressions, can be seen at a glance that they are from the elite groups of some large guilds. Although the main responsibility of the priest is to add blood and status, it is wrong to say that the priest has no combat power. At least, the magic damage of these two priests has reached 1500. As long as the level of the holy light bullet is not low, it can also hit the violent petrified rock snake. After the two people are on the team, it is up to Shui Na to select 8 elemental mages. And Shui Na's choice is very simple. As long as the magic damage value is over 1500, use ice magic at the farthest place. The farther the magic can be cast, the higher the level of magic naturally means. After the basic damage of 1500 points, any high-level magic can actually deal more than 2000 damage, which is still enough for the violent petrified rock snake with a magic defense of about 1800. However, what makes Minna interested is that among these 8 elemental mages, 3 of them have high-level magic different from Ice Arrow Rain. One of them uses an ice blade with a length of 2 meters. Although it is weak in attack distance, it is much more powerful. The other 2 use the same magic, Ice Spear. This is an ice crystal spear about 2 meters long. Its overall attack is mainly physical, but the spear tip has the elemental armor-breaking effect of Ice Cone. Under this kind of magic that breaks armor first and then attacks, it obviously has the effect of restraining petrified rock snakes. Looking at the basic information of these 8 people, except for the 2 mages who use ice spears, they are all individual players, and the rest are all from guilds. Moreover, the basic magic damage of these people is over 2000, and the worst is 2090, which is about 300 higher than the 1803 of Shui Na. However, it is clear that these people with guild backgrounds are obviously elite talents, and none of their equipment is lower than purple. In addition to the pure spiritual root, the spiritual value of a body is probably already 500 points. If you find a few pieces of equipment that increase magic damage and hit some stones, it is hard not to think that it is high. And these players with guild backgrounds have this advantage in equipment. The advanced ones can be inlaid with gems without hesitation. Anyway, when they are worn out, the people below will take them over. This approach is much more environmentally friendly than idle players. After the group of 8 people, Shui Na immediately opened the dungeon, and did not pay attention to those who still wanted to entangle. Chapter 521 The Dungeon Trip of People. After the dungeon, Shui Na immediately found that the other 10 mages wanted to summon their pets. Don't summon. There's not much space here. The more people there are, the more disadvantages they will suffer. Shui Na stopped them immediately. In such a narrow space, it is natural to leave more room for turning around, otherwise if something goes wrong, there will be no chance to retreat. Then what should we do? Seeing this, they were a little hesitant. After all, in their usual dungeons, they teamed up to fight monsters, and pets must be brought out. You just need to attack later, but don't hit the wrong person, otherwise it will be very troublesome. Shui Na reminded them. Since these people were selected from other teams, except for the 2 mage players who used ice spears, they were in the same team, and the rest of the people didn't know each other. Not to mention tacit understanding, I'm afraid they can't even cooperate. Because they basically don't know the abilities of these temporary companions around them. Therefore, Shui Na and Dao Yiyu Dao will naturally only arrange some simple things for them to do. By the way, do you have the petrification removal technique? Although Shui Na also learned from Xiao Mei that the petrification removal technique was very difficult to get, she asked without giving up. No, we didn't have time to go back and learn, so we were trapped here. The male priest answered immediately. Each branch of the church can only exchange 10 books of that kind of auxiliary magic every day, and we have never been able to get it from a smaller guild like us. The female priest also said dissatisfiedly, and it seemed that she was obviously dissatisfied with the monopoly of those large guilds. In this case, then you should be responsible for adding blood. Among them, you must ensure that the number of injured people can be kept at around 80%. Because in the back, sometimes we have to face the attacks of several bosses, and the meat shields in front are more difficult. As for the petrification removal, they will be responsible for it. Shui Na reminded the priests. However, when the 2 priests learned that there were 2 priests with petrification removal in their team, they were obviously very surprised. At this time, Dao Yiyu Dao had also completed the summoning of the pet, but an ice bear wearing armor appeared next to Dao Yiyu Dao. Among them, the most surprising thing about this ice bear was that there were 5 complete rock hearts on the armor behind it. For those who have been working hard to open the expert level, they naturally know that this rock the value of the heart of the soul. The 10 new members looked at each other and immediately understood why Shui Nai and the others were able to clear this dungeon. Even a pet can hit 75 points of earth resistance, let alone a player. Although Shui Nai and the others didn't know what these people were thinking, he would not consider it because of the tight time. And to be on the safe side, when they picked people, they didn't dare to choose people from the same guild. Wait, try not to do anything that consumes your physical strength. After all, it's night now, and it's easy to run out of endurance. At the same time, you should use your magic carefully. The end of the dungeon is our goal. Don't run out of magic at the end. Now Shui Nai is the leader of these mages, while Xiao Mei and the beautiful fox are in charge of the 2 priests. Since the night system was turned on, some things in the game have also changed. For example, the dark vision has been added, and the endurance system has been improved. At night, the player's endurance will be consumed much faster, which will easily make people tired. In addition, due to the influence of the night, the overall strength of the player will decrease by about 20%, but this data will decrease as the player's strength increases. The people in the dark camp are just the opposite, because they are a race that believes in darkness. In the dark, they can get extra bonuses, and the consumption of endurance will not be affected, but it is not the case during the day in the Holy Light camp. Don't worry, we are all ready. Mina looked at their confident expressions and knew that the people in these guilds would definitely leave the good equipment and potions for them. After all, if they want to have the qualifications to enter this difficult dungeon, then these 10 people must follow Mina and others to pass this level. Otherwise, these 10 people will not be recognized by the system. However, even so, Mina does not believe that these 10 people can lead other guilds to pass this dungeon. After all, in the absence of petrification removal and potions, the last level is not easy to solve. Because there is an obvious quantity problem here. If you want to deal with the petrified rock snake without the petrification removal spell, then you can only use enough priests to protect these meat shields, and the number of meat shields cannot be less than 2. Once the number of priests and meat shields is too much, it will affect the overall attack power. This is a dilemma, and the biggest problem is that the shield armor cannot resist petrification, and there is no petrification removal spell. But now, for the team of Mina, the 3 meat shields can completely resist petrification, at least they will not enter the tragic situation of infinite petrification. Later, when everyone entered the underground maze, Mina naturally had to explain to them why the 2 were allowed to walk in front and why they stopped. For this kind of copy group annihilation secrets, it is often the confidentiality of major guilds, but Mina used it as a thing to mobilize the enthusiasm of these mages. Now Mina is most afraid that these people will work but not work hard, because from the beginning, Mina knew that although these people are very enthusiastic, but in the absence of benefits, their enthusiasm really needs to be improved. This time, Hudi and Ling Yun led the charge, while the injured little fox and ice bear were responsible for protecting the mage. Then how can we know that it will ambush here? A mage asked the question they were worried about. After all, in addition to obtaining the qualification to enter here, they also had to try their best to record the skills of these people in playing this difficult dungeon. These special bosses will refresh here every time, so just remember them. Shui Na raised his hand and shot a series of ice cones, hitting the stunned petrified rock snake with several damages. But Shui Na's attack power is the weakest among these mages, but now these mages and priests have no time to pay attention to this situation. Because they saw a better player, a shield armor that is not afraid of petrification at all, and can easily take the attack of the petrified rock snake. Looking at the very limited attack of the petrified rock snake, which can only hit less than 100 points of damage, they were a little stunned. Because as far as they know, in the expert level dungeon, even the elite petrified rock snake has a physical damage capacity of about 3000. Even if the shield armor uses the shield to block it, it will take away hundreds of health points. If it is weaker, it will be dead after 2 hits. But this female shield armor did not suffer any major damage at all. And the most terrifying thing is that the health value of this female shield armor is as high as 8000 points. However, if they knew that the physical defense of the injured little fox has reached about 4500, the magic defense has exceeded 3000, and the earth resistance has reached more than 250, they would probably be scared to death. With 5 earth stones and a dark gold snake eye necklace, the injured little fox has now reached the defensive ability of a humanoid boss. And this is the result of their hard work in the past few days. As long as the injured little fox is not dead. Then, how can this petrified rock snake deal with it? It is much easier to come. After all, the shield attack of the injured little fox is not to be underestimated. It is basically no problem to knock out the petrified rock snake. Don't stand there, attack. After Shui Nai put on the ice crystal armor and wind coat for Ling Yun and Bing Xiang, he launched an offensive again. Although the active attack target of the petrified rock snake is the injured little fox that is blocking it, its earth magic spear attacks indiscriminately. The closest one, except for the injured little fox who can use the extremely strong defense ability to resist, the rest of the people and pets are not good, and their health points drop very quickly. Shui Nai's ice crystal armor can only absorb about 1000 points of damage, plus the bonus of this environment, it is only 1500 at most. However, the biggest difference between ice crystal armor and water element shield is that water element shield is element energy shield, and its effect will not weaken until the energy is used up. But the physical defense of ice crystal armor is different. As long as a certain place is hit hard, the ice crystal at that place will break, thus losing the defense ability of this position. Oh! The person awakened by Shui Nai will start to attack immediately. And now, Shui Nai also knows why Dao Yiyu Dao embedded these 5 rock hearts behind the ice bear. It turns out that in this very realistic game, if something like this gem has a violent impact in the battle, there is a certain probability of breaking. Among them, the complete gem is broken into pieces, and the fragments are directly crushed. Just now, Ling Yun's rock heart fragment embedded in the leg guard was pierced by a sudden ground spear, which scared him to start to be afraid to get too close to it. Afterwards, under the attack of a large number of ice magic, the life value of the petrified rock snake was quickly hit to the bottom of the valley. After leaving Xiao Mei and the injured little fox here to clean up, Shui Nai gave everyone a speed-up spell and ran to a deeper place. Later, the 10 new members found out that the time limit for this dungeon was very tight. If they wanted to complete the task of this dungeon, they had to go straight to the final destination of this dungeon. After the 10 people silently recorded this request, they could only look at the spoils on the ground with regret and left. On the way back, after solving several spider bosses, Shui Nai actually separated out several pieces of equipment suitable for mages, which naturally made these mages who were a little demoralized happy. Although these level 40 equipment did not have much absorption power at their level, it was the result of their labor, and even if it was less, it could make them feel fulfilled. Along the way, Shui Nai and his team completely opened up the road to the laboratory with overwhelming force. Although 2 mages were unfortunately killed by stray bullets in the laboratory due to panic, they were quickly resurrected under the priest. However, in this instance, in addition to the magic cannon in the hands of the mage Shui Nai, which made her the first hero, Sui Fenjiayuan's advanced magic vine ball also played a big role. Although her magic did not have killing power, she could completely control 2 magic spiders at the same time in terms of blocking and disturbing the enemy. This gave the mages with poor life-saving ability in the back a chance to breathe, otherwise, there would probably be more than 1 mage killed by stray bullets. Chapter 522, Insights on Mages. In the future, when you see these magic flying around, don't run around anymore. Otherwise, it's easy to be killed by stray bullets. Shui Nai frowned and warned the mages. Just now, these people attracted too much hatred, and they gathered together. As a result, something went wrong immediately. Because the area of this laboratory is relatively large, there are a lot of bosses, and Shui Nai and the others are also in a hurry to clean up these small bosses. As a result, when they were fighting, they found that the mages behind them were in a mess. At the same time, the magic cannon in Mina's hand had to find an angle to fire, and during this time he could only let these mages cooperate with others to fire freely. It's just that these guys with guild backgrounds actually fought and competed in secret. Each of them found a target, and then they opened fire with all their strength to compete with their own strength. For these people, sometimes, face is much more important than other things. Although doing so did make the 4 meat shields in front easier, the result of not being able to solve a target as quickly as possible was to attract these bosses from the battle circle. After that, there was a scene of magic flying around. Because generally speaking, these injured magic spiders will use magic to attack enemies in the distance, while close-range ones will use ordinary attacks. In fact, for these magics, as long as they are not pure physical magic of the earth and ice system, throw a few defensive magics on yourself, and then yell a few words, some will naturally come to save them. But these people were too proud to be the first to ask for help even when their defensive magic was broken. And the most speechless thing was that these mages whose defensive magic was broken actually ran around and. It's the kind of running around with the back facing the enemy's magic. Like all skills, as long as it hits the back from behind, it will often get a certain bonus, because the vital points of the back of a person are set to be weaker than the front, and the damage here will naturally be heavier, which is why some players like to attack from behind. In this case, it is even more so for these weak and thin mages. It is not strange to be knocked to the ground if you are not careful. Alas, your blood is too low. Mina shook her head and said, but Mina also knew that this was the inevitable product of their team. After all, the responsibility of the mage in the game is to do a good job of firepower output, and as for the remaining problems, others will help them solve them. And these mages naturally did not refute this. After all, they have seen Mina's strength just now. The mage with nearly 3000 HP was nearly 1000 HP higher than them, and in terms of speed, it was a world of difference from them, except that he was a little incompetent in terms of magic damage. Everyone take a break. Wait, I will attack that target, and you will follow and attack that target, don't mess around. If any magic spider boss comes, you will have to kill it all. Shui Na walked to the side of these mages. For those of them who can't run, encountering any magic spider is a dead end. In fact, to deal with these magic spiders, if the agility attribute is relatively high and the body is flexible, the mage may also grind them to death. However, it is obvious that these mages are not such high sensitivity mages. However, it must be said that this kind of high damage mage makes them much faster when cleaning. Now there are about 72 minutes left before the end of the dungeon, which is much faster than their previous time. However, for unknown reasons, Shui Nai and Dao Yiyu Dao both found that the small boss of this dungeon seemed to have changed. The simplest thing was that their skills seemed to be developing in an unconventional direction. Just like the two mages who were killed by stray bullets just now were killed by ice spears. For Shui Nai, this kind of magic had never been seen on the ice spiders. While Shui Nai and Dao Yiyu Dao were discussing, the beautiful fox who was responsible for packing up the items immediately made a new discovery, because she actually found the skill book of the ice spear magic, and also found the ice blade. Afterwards, Shui Nai asked the three mages who could use the ice spear and ice blade, and found that the two ice spiders that had the skill books were actually beaten by them with magic. And now when they think back, they did find that they started to fight back after they used these two magics. In other words, just now, these two ice spiders stole their two magics and then used this magic to fight back against them. Because the ice spear and ice blade are stronger than the ice arrow rain in terms of destructive power and speed. After Mizunao and the three of them looked at each other, they all showed a look of understanding, but soon they remained silent. Ice spear and ice blade are unconventional magic, and naturally have their own unique features, and the most important thing is that they have a low explosion rate. And items with low explosion rates are often synonymous with high prices. After discussing with Xiaoyan, Mizunao asked for the ice spear, and Xiaoyan asked for the ice blade. After that, Mizunao naturally had to share some equipment with these new members. However, they would not share materials such as crystal cores and warcraft. Maybe you think it is not important for a mage to have speed, but a mage without speed is too weak in terms of survivability. Mizunao gave a storm cloak and a pair of lightning cloth shoes to the two players who used ice spears. Just now, the performance of these two was the most united and outstanding. Thank you. After seeing how Shui Nai dared to lead a demon spider boss away alone, they also knew that Shui Nai's opinion was not wrong. Especially for idle players like them, although they have a fixed team, their own strength is the most important. After all, in these teams without any guarantee, killing and robbing are always inevitable. However, Shui Nai's opinion on the mage profession was not recognized by people with guild backgrounds. Because as a part of the guild members, this is something they cannot change, because they have to follow the requirements of the guild. After all, some of the current large guilds are very popular organizations for players, and they want to get in. If they don't follow these requirements, then unless they are valuable enough, they will only be expelled. At this time, the voice of Dao Yiyu Dao sounded in the team chat. The interior has been set up, you can come in. After you go in, find a place to summon your pet immediately. Just use a ranged one, as no matter how many come in close combat, they will just die. Do you understand? Mina quickly said to them, and then flashed in. After Mina went in, she immediately prepared to summon the violent evil poisonous spider, and the others followed in. Some of the mages who entered also began to summon, but some just looked at the people around them awkwardly, smiling awkwardly. After seeing their expressions through the halo of defensive magic on them, Shui Nai also knew that they did not have pets that met the standard Shui Nai requirements. After all, for mages, a melee pet with thick blood can give them a greater survival advantage. When Shui Nai and Dao Yiyu Dao lit the surrounding torches and bonfires respectively, these players who had their first close contact with the two boss pets were immediately shocked. Do we have to send them out to fight the last boss? A mage asked Shui Nai, because he found that this non-mainstream mage was still very easy to talk to. Of course, otherwise it would be very difficult to just have a shield to support it. Because the size of the last boss is not smaller than them. Shui Nai pointed at the two boss pets. So big. Everyone was immediately shocked when they heard this. All along, they thought that the final boss of this dungeon would be at most twice as big as the petrified rock snake, which was a few meters in size, but they didn't expect that its size would reach more than 15 meters. What does a 15-meter big boss mean? I'm afraid that even this female shield armor here can't stop it. After all, with such a huge size difference, it's impossible for the players to surround it to death. This kind of large boss is often the most hated by the guild team, because it is difficult to stop them with conventional fighting methods, which makes the remote output team behind dare not let go. Moreover, these bosses have extremely high health values and a fast blood recovery speed, so it is easy to turn the fight into a protracted battle. After that, Mina and the others started the battle immediately. I saw the ice bear, the injured little fox and Ling Yun, each taking down a demon spider boss, while the remaining two were taken care of by the two big boss pets. If it weren't for the fact that these two boss pets had to be commanded by the player to act, Shui Nai would have wanted to let them fight on their own. However, they had lost their instincts and were basically no match for these magic spiders. Fight with me. This time, Shui Nai didn't dare to let them play freely, so he had to control the big spider while letting the people behind him attack. During this period, Shui Nai would also throw a few ice spears to test it, but his magic attribute was too bad, and the people behind him also shook their heads. If we use the words of the mage with 3000 magic damage to evaluate, Shui Nai's current attack power is only at the level before he was level 40. But as a member of this team, they know that this unknown mage has reached level 58, which is 3 levels higher than the first place on the mage list. This level, for those of them who are only level 53 at most, this height is enough for them to fight for several weeks. However, if they knew that Shui Nai and Dao Yiyu Dao had leveled up 5 times when the Shadow and the Lich King invaded, they would not be so surprised. As the main contributors to the defense of Yunwu town, they naturally made the most contributions. There were 11 mages in total. Without any worries, these demon spiders were quickly cleared out, and this was under the premise that Shui Nai did not use the magic cannon. However, the mages behind Shui Nai had to admire Shui Nai, because as long as Shui Nai was in front of them, all magic attacks would be taken by him, and none of them could hit them. With such strength and precise judgment ability, they immediately gained their respect. Often, the magic attacks of these demon spiders were always resolved by Shui Nai before they were launched. For example, the explosive bombs were directly detonated by the thunder arrows, the ice arrow rain was blown away by the explosive bombs, and the wind blades were cut into pieces by the wind blades. It was the wood system that forced them to go around. It was just that this mage seemed to know the location of these vines, and every reminder was very correct. And the magic that they had always thought was unsolvable chain lightning, was actually broken by Shui Nai with just an iron rod. This strange method opened their eyes and benefited them a lot. Chapter 523 Crystal Core. Wait, I'll be in charge of the left side, and you 3 will follow me. Dao Yiyu Dao will be in charge of the right side, and you 3 will follow him. The beautiful fox will go to the middle and be responsible for protecting the remaining mages. While they were cleaning up the battlefield and resting to recover blood and magic, Shui Nai assigned the next tasks. When dealing with this violent petrified rock snake, the best way is to split into 3 groups. This will not only reduce the concentrated magic counterattack of the violent petrified rock snake caused by the mage's overconcentrated attack, but also prevent the mage's vision from losing accuracy due to the influence of the magic halo. After casting several defensive magic spells on the beautiful fox and Dao Yiyu Dao, Shui Nai also cast a few on herself. The 3 of them were responsible for blocking the magic attacking the mage. After all, they were all quite fast. The remaining fox butterflies were responsible for protecting the 4 priests in case of any accidents. After Ling Yun lit the torch in his backpack and threw it out, Shui Nai and Dao Yiyu Dao immediately controlled the 2 boss pets and attacked from both sides as soon as they found the figure of the violent petrified rock snake. The injured little fox also stuck in front of it at this time and began to attack frantically. She could ignore the petrification effect, so she naturally would not retreat to the corner to watch the show. The explosive flame magic sword in her hand would occasionally shoot out a bunch of explosive sparks on the violent petrified rock snake. At the same time, some of her skills that attracted the hatred of monsters were also used without a single one left. Although the attack power of this violent petrified rock snake was very high, the injured little fox lost thousands of health points every time. But every time after it attacked, there would always be 2 white lights flashing on her body, and then the injured little fox's health would be restored directly. The other 2 priests were responsible for the 2 boss pets, regardless of whether they were injured or not. Xiaomei wanted to just treat them. Actually, Xiaomei had no choice but to give such an order. The defense of the 2 boss pets was weak. If they were not protected all the time, it would be troublesome if the violent petrified rock snake used magic. In the past few days, they have been studying this violent petrified rock snake. Because this boss itself has the prefix of violent. In addition, it will not be violent even if it is hit to the critical point of its health, so they can only guess that this guy is in a violent state now. Although this is a great challenge for players, it is actually beneficial. At least they don't trademark T have to worry about the sudden change in the rhythm of the battle. As long as they can withstand it at the beginning, they can keep fighting. Of course, this premise must have enough attack power, otherwise it is probably impossible to kill it before the end of the dungeon. At the call of Shui Nai and the others, the other mages also took their positions immediately. Afterwards, a burst of blue light was seen flashing in 3 directions at the same time. This was the elemental light when the mages used magic. In normal daytime conditions, this light is very weak, but in this dark environment, the player's sensitivity to light has greatly increased. However, unfortunately, the race of the petrified rock snakes does not see things by light, and they did not see this light at all. These blue lights have never stopped since they appeared, because these mages were specially selected by Shui Nai. They have strong abilities in instant and continuous shooting. As long as they are given a safe place, they can keep casting until the magic power is exhausted. And around the violent petrified rock snake, the ice arrow rain almost covered all its important parts. Although some of them hit the 2 boss pets, this was still within the acceptable range of Shui Nai and the others. However, despite this, the violent petrified rock snake can still determine the source of damage it receives based on the location of these magics, and it will also determine its priority attack order based on the intensity of this damage. In the current situation, the damage to the violent petrified rock snake by the mages led by Shui Nai and the other 3 is far greater than the hatred of the injured little fox and the 2 big bosses. Now it will move its huge snake head in 3 directions from time to time. And the magic flies one after another towards the direction that makes him feel the most pain. However, for the group of people who are already very familiar with its routine, as long as they don't trademark T put that kind of huge stone pillar, other things like stone arrows and stone spears, they are capable of taking it, and basically can trademark T hit the mages behind. On the contrary, the 2 boss pets closest to them have ground spears inserted from time to time under their feet, constantly harvesting their health points. If Yayan and Xiaomei hadn't trademark T taken turns to help them with advanced healing spells, I trademark am afraid that the other 2 priests alone might not be able to keep up. Now Yayan's advanced healing spells usually deal 1,500 points each. If it weren't for the goal that after receiving a player's advanced healing spell, there would be about 2 seconds before the same person's advanced healing spell could be received, the 2 priests could actually keep up. And this setting cannot be changed by skill level. Shui Nai only learned about the limitation of this healing spell not long ago. Because the time limit of these healing spells is only seconds at the primary level, it is basically difficult for players to find this time difference. Only when it comes to advanced healing spells, this time difference makes people feel a little unacceptable. When the violent petrified rock snake was beaten out of the earth shelter by them, although the 10 new members were immediately frightened, they were quickly told by Shui Nai and others that they could retreat. After 1 minute, the violent petrified rock snake with only 6,000 health points was directly solved by Dao Yiyu Dao's big snake. Just now, these mages had received the prompts from Shui Nai and others and began to retreat to the back. This boss gives a lot of experience. Although it is time-consuming to defeat, over tens of millions of experience points can be somewhat exciting. After dealing with the violent petrified rock snake and opening a dark gold treasure chest behind, Shui Nai and his team were immediately kicked out of the dungeon map. However, since there was an additional paladin, Ling Yun, this time, the materials collected this time were still more than a dozen more than yesterday. Lao Fan, trade. After Ling Yun came out, he immediately traded the materials he collected to Shui Nai through the system. Shui Nai looked at the collected materials. In addition to some snake skins, snake teeth and snake gallbladders, there was also a fist-sized earthy yellow crystal core. Shui Nai already knew the materials of these monsters very well, but the crystal core of the violent petrified rock snake. To be honest, Shui Nai had never seen it before, because the first time due to time problems, he did not have time to collect it, and the second time because the beautiful fox was very unlucky when collecting it, it was petrified, and it exploded directly. Generally speaking, the larger the crystal core of a monster, the higher its level, which means that it has more energy. However, whether it is the violent petrified rock snake or the petrified rock snake, their crystal cores are all called petrified rock snake crystal cores, but they are different in size. For example, the elite petrified rock snakes are only as big as a thumb at most, but the boss level ones are even a quarter of the size of a fist. The larger the size of these crystal cores, the more crystal core fragments can be cut out, and thus more magic props can be made. However, ordinary players will not cut fist-sized crystal cores like this, because these crystal cores can become a very important weapon material for mages after reaching level 60. I don't want the crystal core, you take it. Shui Nai only chose the materials and left the most valuable crystal core to Ling Yun. Okay. Ling Yun didn't bother to be polite with Shui Nai, closed the trading window and looked at the excited players around him. Although the accused thief Yudeo took the lion's share of the 10 million experience points, there was not much left after dividing it equally. But the rewards of the dungeon are extremely generous. Even if they are divided equally, several members with lower levels can be upgraded to the next level, and the rest of the people can also get more than 10% of the experience, which is very rare in the current environment where upgrading is difficult. Okay, then, everyone take a 15-minute break and digest it on your own. If you still want to fight, just come over. When Shui Nai looked at these people looking around with excitement, he knew that they had no intention of staying anymore, so he would not force them to stay. However, he knew that if he wanted to solve this dungeon, no one in the current Yunmu town would succeed. Even if they got the experience of Shui Nai and others, it would be the same, because in the case of insufficient hard power, the violent petrified rock snake is not easy to mess with. Ignoring the whispers of the people around them, Shui Nai and the other 10 people directly found a place and started to distribute items. Like all the things that burst out in the final place, they would not share them with outsiders. After all, whoever has these equipment and gems will have the possibility of passing faster. This time, the violent petrified rock snake still dropped a rock suit and a snake eye necklace, and also dropped an earth tooth array. The earth tooth array was directly taken by Swift and Jai Yuan, and the snake eye necklace was finally given to Ye Yan, and the earth stone was also given to Swift and Jai Yuan. Now Shui Nai and the others finally know the real reward of this copy, which is about 80 million experience and an earth stone. As for the violent petrified rock snake, Shui Nai and the others are not sure, because it seems to drop less and less things. However, this rock suit is a bit weird, because the number of this rock suit seems to be a bit too much, so much that it makes people feel a bit unacceptable. For now, Shui Nai's backpack has a cloak, combat boots, leggings, helmet and breastplate, plus the gauntlets and belt that dropped today. There are already 7 pieces. This is far more than the number of general suits, because at present, the most suits are only 6. Chapter 524 Rock Set. If the injured little fox hadn't been unable to bear the soft and hard persuasion of the beautiful fox, I'm afraid she wouldn't have planned to show it off. For a set with occupational restrictions like this, other occupations have no way to check the bonus attributes of the set. They can only know that they are a set from its style and pattern. There are 10 pieces in total. Basically, all the armor is included, and there is a new part, the shoulder guard, but the bonus attributes of the set cannot be seen. The injured little fox took all the suit parts from Mina's backpack and began to check them one by one. These equipment can only display the hidden information in the hands of the shield armor. The crowd who heard this were immediately stunned, because they had never heard of not being able to see the bonus attributes of the set. Now, in addition to the basic high defensibility of these equipment, each piece has the effect of reducing damage by 1%, and parts like cloaks and breastplates also have the effect of increasing health. If all 10 pieces are added together, it will reduce 10% of the damage. If she were to wear the snake eye necklace, no one else would be able to defeat this rock warrior. Is this going to keep me alive? Deo Yudeo cried out in grief. Judging from the current development trend of the injured little fox, she would not be able to escape with the first shield armor. If this rock suit comes out, then it is conservatively estimated that the physical defense of the injured little fox may reach more than 4,500 points, the magic defense can reach about 3,800 points, and the health value can directly exceed 10,000. If these equipments did not have the characteristics of deceleration, I am afraid it would really become a boss-level existence. And this is without knowing the suit reward, but this suit reward makes people feel a little strange. Because there is only one reward for this 10PIECE suit, which is obviously inconsistent with the number of so many parts. Generally speaking, if the suit has more than 5 parts, it often has a hierarchical suit reward, that is, as long as a certain number of parts are collected, the first layer of attribute rewards will be activated. After that, if another standard is reached, the second layer will be rewarded until all the rewards are obtained. But this rock suit is not, because they only have one final suit reward, and it is still unknown. You have to collect all the suit parts to activate it. Haha, in the future, all bosses will be ours. The beautiful fox looked at the equipment on the injured little fox, and her saliva was already flowing out. Although the beautiful fox's statement was a bit exaggerated, it must be said that as long as it is not a special boss, I am afraid that there is nothing they can't resist below level 70. In the wild, the most common way to fight a boss is to grind slowly. Of course, the premise is to have a good shield. But it always feels a bit strange. Because the explosion rate of this violent petrified rock snake is very problematic. I have never heard of a boss exploding a suit, and different parts will be exploded continuously. Ling Yun thought about it and said, his game experience is no less than that of the people here, so he can naturally find this problem. Then this can only mean one thing. This kind of perverted stuff, in the early stage of the game, will probably only produce one set, and then a large number of accessories will be produced, but one of them will not be produced, so that players can fight for it. Dao Yiyu Dao also spoke. Because a big boss produced different parts of the suit 3 times in a row, the probability of this is too small, so small that it is hard to believe that it will appear in front of them. We will know after playing a few more times, but we must order this rock suit. Shui Na looked at the reduced number of players around, but they knew that even if they really had the ability to open the miracle level dungeon, they would have to clear it again before they could reach the myth level. But in order to avoid more trouble, Shui Na and the others also started to call for help. Of course, the first people they went to find were naturally the mages who had just formed a team. After all, they had already developed a little tacit understanding, so they didn't need to run in again. But only 4 people agreed to come, they were the 2 priests and the 2 mages with ice spears. For them, this obviously unpassable dungeon, they knew very well that even if they pulled more people, it would only be a waste of the dungeon opportunity. So, after they explained the matter to their team, they rushed over and formed a team with Mina again. The same agreement as before, Mina and his team had the right to distribute all items. Although some people also asked for the dungeon reward of the Earth Stone, Mina and his team refused very directly. Because Mina and his team's ultimate goal is a mythical dungeon, and the Earth Stone is what they need. To be honest, so far, no team has passed all the dungeons of this level. Facing the Golden Man in the dungeon team has no chance of passing it within 2 hours. For this conclusion, Mina's previous Tree Demon dungeon has been tried. That Golden Tree Demon is simply not something that 20 level 40 players can solve in a short time. Of course, if there are 20 players like Mina who can have magic cannons and boss pets, there will be no problem. However, so far, it can be said with certainty that the magic cannon of Shui Nai is the only one. It took almost 8 hours, and when the morning light shone on the earth, Shui Nai and his team just came out of the dungeon. This was their 5th dungeon today. Except for the 3rd time when a few independent mages suddenly attacked to grab the equipment of the magic spider, which resulted in a problem with the number of people in the middle of the dungeon and had to withdraw, the rest of the dungeons were cleared. However, the last few independent mages who rebelled were eventually caught up and killed by Dao Yiyu Dao. And for players who team up to dungeon but have such problems, basically all players will do the same. At the same time, Shui Nai also knew that these mages would never be able to survive in Yunwu town again. After all, in this kind of virtual game, players talk about this kind of quality and credibility. Players without these elements, but the least valuable existence. Thank you very much. After Shui Nai disbanded the team, Shui Nai thanked the 4 priests and ice spear mages who had been following them to the dungeon. Haha, you will embarrass us if you say that. An ice spear mage looked down at his equipment. Now they basically can't see any equipment below purple. Although the equipment of the two priests has not changed much, they put several pieces of equipment of other professions in their backpacks, and they are all gold equipment, which can be regarded as a profit. Then tomorrow, will you come again? This beautiful and sweet female priest has fallen in love with this dungeon, because here, experience comes too easily. Come, I will definitely come. Deo Yudeo said loudly, and patted his chest. After leaving the poisonous insect valley, Shui Nai and his friends immediately found a place to stop, because they had to check the properties of the rock suit. After 4 copies today, they finally got a pair of rock wrist guards, a pair of rock shoulder guards and a rock shield. Now all the accessories of this rock suit are in the backpack of the injured little fox, waiting for her to announce the attribute rewards of this suit. Suit, Guardian of Rock, 1010. Occupational restrictions, Shield Warrior, Human. Usage level, 55. Equipment restrictions, 300 points of strength required. Weight, 350. Item description: this is a set of standard equipment created by humans in ancient times to resist the invasion of foreign races, and it was blessed. Its defensibility like solid rock not only protects the wearer but also their companions and relatives behind them. The wearer will stand firmly in front of the enemy like the strongest rock and resist the most violent attack. Basic effects of the suit: physical defense plus 4000, magic defense plus 3500, passive reduction of all damage by 10%, health plus 2500, attack speed and movement speed reduced by 30%. Additional attributes of the suit: strength plus 200, constitution plus 300, life recovery speed plus 10%, immunity to armor breaking effects, immunity to stun effects, earth resistance plus 30 points, additional skills rock wall and earth resonance. Rock wall: put all your strength into the rock shield to form a protective shield that absorbs 50,000 damage per second. The protective area is 3 meters around the protective shield. After using this skill, all the energy on your body will be completely consumed. The duration is related to the amount of energy, and the cooling time is 10 hours. Earth resonance: when using trampling skills such as trample and war trample, there is a 30% chance of triggering earth resonance, which increases the skill range by 3 times and the effect by 100%. At the same time, there is a 3% chance of triggering earth magic and earthquake, making all creatures in this area unable to stand and suffer from power shock damage. After seeing these properties, all of Mina and the others looked at the injured fox as if it were a monster, because this was no longer acceptable to a normal player. Let alone the basic properties and set properties mentioned above, the 2 accompanying skills alone have already made all players collapse. Although the rock wall cannot be moved once used, and can only defend one direction, this shield that can absorb 50,000 points of upper limit per second basically makes her invincible. 50,000 points of damage may not sound like a lot, but if it is 50,000 points per second, it can only be said to be abnormal. Because to be able to deal 50,000 points of damage in 1 second, even the violent petrified rock snake does not have this ability. As for players, if there are dozens of them, and they coordinate all their skills to hit the rock wall in the same second, then it is possible. But this is impossible unless these players are controlled by computers, stepping on each point and calculating the distance and speed of all skills. As for earth resonance, this skill has only a 30% activation rate, which may not be very high, but Mina remembered that the injured little fox had practiced this skill to a very high level, and the coverage range is not small. Moreover, these warrior skills are generally instantaneous, and the cooling time is not long, which is a compensation for their weak attack power. With the current ability of the injured little fox, it can launch about 12 tramplings per minute. However, this trampling generally only affects ordinary monsters, and more advanced ones are not very effective. Now, with the passive skill of earth resonance, I am afraid that even the boss can be beaten, at least it can be stunned. If this is added, how much defense do you have? Ling Yun muttered a little unbearable. The main attribute point bonus of shield armor is different from other professions. Every point of strength they increase can increase 1 point of defense and 1 point of health, and adding constitution can increase 5 points of health and 1 point of magic defense ability. Although the attack bonus is only 1 point, high defense and high health are their development path. Chapter 525 Backdoor. When the injured little fox said the attribute that hurt everyone, everyone chose to remain silent. But the expression when he looked at her was a little admiring. A shield armor with both defense exceeding 4000 is what players least want to face. Actually, you and Deo Yudeo should be able to kill me, just like you used to grind the boss. The injured little fox looked at her speed. Once she changed into this set of equipment, she couldn't keep up with the speed of movement or attack. In other words, she couldn't touch the PK project in the future. For most players, defense is actually another way of failure. There are gains and losses, this is the most common in this game. Shui Na said with a smile. Let's go, we still have to do the reconstruction task? I wonder if this dagger can chop wood? That blunt axe chopped my hand off. Dao Yu Dao touched the dark gold dagger on his waist, which was exploded in the last dungeon just now. What made them feel most strange was that when they played this dungeon for the 4th time today, the violent petrified rock snake only exploded a snake eye necklace and the rock shield. After the 5th time, this copy did not drop the rock suit anymore, and even the snake eye necklace disappeared. Instead, it dropped a dark gold dagger and several other golden equipment. But these golden equipment are not worthy of its status. However, it did allow Mina to change a good piece of equipment. This time, a golden jade pendant was dropped, an equipment that is not in the regular equipment list. This jade pendant is worn on the belt, and you must have a belt to equip it. This jade pendant is equipment for the mage profession, which can increase 500 mana and speed up the mana recovery speed, and also has a death-free effect. This effect is actually resurrection, but this effect is not activated after death, but at the moment of death. It can not only immunize this death effect, but also allow the player to recover to full status on the spot. However, the death-free effect of this item is one time. Once it is activated, the jade pendant will directly break. Therefore, Xiaomei and other girls simply gave up. Because they don't have such good skills as Shui Nai, it would be a waste to take it. After disbanding with the group, Shui Nai also repeated the daily tasks. However, this time, Fal also accompanied him. However, today Shui Nai felt that the atmosphere around him was a little heavy, which made him choose to work hard. When Shui Nai finished collecting the Zhengyang flowers and returned to the old wizard, he found that the Skeleton King actually came from Yunmu town, and he also sensitively found that Yan Xian and Nabi had the feeling of leaving home for a long journey. Seeing this, Shui Nai also knew that it was time for the two of them to leave. Are you leaving? Shui Nai asked. Yes, it's time to leave. I don't want to say anything more. You can't go back to the elemental city now. I'll give you this thing. It's my entry gift to you. Yan Xian took a step forward and put the 2 badges in Shui Nai's palm. After Shui Nai took a look, he immediately found that one of them was a badge of a senior wizard, and the other was something he had never seen before. This badge, which I had never seen before, was made of pure gold. On the hexagonal base, 6 lines of different colors extended from the center to the 6 corners of the hexagon. Mizuna's heart moved, but she still asked, "What is this?" This is the magician's professional badge. Only with this can you be considered a magician recognized by the Magic Guild. As the teacher's last disciple, I have also seen the strength, so that kind of formality can be avoided. Yangzhen explained. Alas, if you go through the back door, then go through the back door. What's the point of saying so nicely? The old wizard muttered in a low voice. However, both Yangzhen and Nabi pretended not to hear it, and Yangzhen didn't even tremble his eyebrows. After checking it out, Mizuna only got the name of an item and knew that it was the magician's elemental magician badge, but because of the low level, there was no way to know the specific attributes. But from the official website, Shui Nai knew that this mage professional badge has an attribute that increases magic damage by 500 points and increases magic power by 1000 points. This is the basic increase for all mage professions, and as for the more specific attributes of different professions, it can only be discovered by the players themselves when they upgrade. Then this advanced badge is for Dawn. Shui Nai thought for a moment and asked, because among the people he knew, only Dawn had not yet been promoted. Yes, it is for the magic archer. Anyway, his strength is almost the same, so I will give it to him. I can still make the decision on this. After hearing the last sentence, Shui Nai felt that Yan Xian seemed to be talking to him. According to Shui Nai's understanding of Yan Xian, although he is very efficient and iron-blooded in his actions, he is an old man who values affection but is old-fashioned. I am afraid that this kind of backdoor thing like today is the first time he has done it. Thank you very much for your gift. Shui Nai said sincerely, and at the same time he also performed a magician's salute to his elders. In the human empire, all elemental mages must report to the Magic Guild headquarters in the elemental city when they are promoted to wizards, and then go to the trial forest for trials. It is this setting that makes the elemental city a place where mages gather. Afterwards, when Yan Xin took a step back, Nabi came up. Junior brother, I don't have anything good to give you, but I can help you remove the blood mark in your body, although it may reduce your strength. However, it can protect you from the erosion of the dark power. In this way, you don't have to be so timid when dealing with creatures of the dark power. This, okay, then I'll trouble you. Shui Na thought about it. In fact, he never understood why the old wizards and the older generation were so afraid of the devil's wings on him. However, after thinking about it, Shui Na felt that there was no need for them to deceive him, so he agreed. In fact, Nabi felt a little guilty for causing Shui Na to be like this. Although this semi-activated blood clan mark can give people all kinds of magical abilities, if this mark is discovered by the enemy, it can be used directly. Last time, because Shui Na had abundant water seal power, he could hide from the Lich King. But now the blood clan mark on Shui Na is a bright red existence in Nabi's eyes, which can be seen from a distance. For him now, it is very easy to trigger or eliminate this unactivated mark, not to mention the Lich King or other dark strong men. I saw Nabi put his hand on Shui Na's back, and then Shui Na felt a chill and dark negative energy coming from Nabi's palm through his clothes, slowly penetrating into his body. Finally, it slowly gathered on his back and was suddenly pulled out. Ah! Shui Na was startled by the sudden pain and screamed in pain, but then he felt his back lighten, as if something was missing. However, the 2000 damage points above his head told Mina that it was really painful. Mina turned around and saw Nabi holding a ball of red liquid in his hand. This blood-red thing was half the size of a fist. Watching Nabi burn it into blood mist with dark flames, Mina felt a little reluctant. After all, he had gotten used to the existence of the demon wings, as if it was a part of his body. Take care. The plain voice of the Skeleton King sounded in Mina's mind, and then stood behind Nabi. The level of the Skeleton King is so high that Mina has no way to detect it, and from his appearance, it seems that most of his memory has been restored. However, this guy was a little more panicked and uneasy in front of the old wizard for some reason, as if he had done something wrong to the old wizard and was afraid that the old wizard would cause trouble for him. After that, Yan Xin and Nabi gave the old wizard a few more instructions, and then they took the Skeleton King and slowly flew into the air, heading towards the elemental city. They are going to the elemental city, aren't you afraid? Shui Na couldn't help but worry about Nabi's identity. Since we have to face it anyway, it's better to reveal our identity as soon as possible to avoid misunderstandings in the future. The old wizard took the lead and left, but soon he added, by the way, Yunwu town has enough stone materials, so there is no need to transport them tomorrow. You can come to pick Zhengyang flowers yourself tomorrow. Okay. Oh, there is one more thing, that is, the professional badge that Yan Xin gave you, don't tell others about it. Although the Magic Guild has seen many backdoor things, Yan Xin has never done it. Don't ruin his reputation. The old wizard glanced at Shui Na and reminded him. Understood, I know what to do. Shui Na nodded, and then controlled the violent evil poisonous spider and walked towards Yunwu town. By the way, village chief Fal, can you do me a favor? Shui Na suddenly asked after a while of silence. What is it? It's like this, I hope you can send a few of my friends out first, they are also going to the Elf Empire. I'm afraid if they go with me, they will get into trouble. Although Shui Na wanted to go to the Elf Empire with Po Xiao, Yu Ying Qingchen and Xiao Yu, his current identity as a wanted criminal might cause some trouble. Okay, when you have discussed it, just come to me. Fal agreed without even thinking about it. Shui Na returned to the town and immediately discussed it with Yu Ying Qingchen and Po Xiao. It is impossible for Yunwu town to be closed forever, and once Yunwu town is restarted, Shui Na's situation will definitely be unsafe. And Shui Na can't let the people of Yunwu town go to war with the people of the church outside. After all, Yunwu town has just been hit hard, and it is not an exaggeration to say that it is seriously injured. The most troublesome thing now is Yu Ying Qingchen, Poxio, and Xiaoyu, because the three of them must return to the Elf Empire, and Shui Na herself has to go back to the Elf Empire. Go there. But looking at the momentum of the people from the church outside, it is impossible not to capture Shui Na. So, in order to reduce trouble, it is naturally the best choice to separate. Chapter 526 GM arrives. This is not good. The more people there are, the greater the chance. Poxio said with some doubt. Stupid, we are not fighting them now. No matter how many people there are, it is better to ask me to run faster. Dao Yudao refuted mercilessly, besides, there are many NPCs in addition to players. If we really kill them, then the people from the church will only bring their families, and I am afraid that even those who remain neutral will come to seek revenge. Can we really beat the people from the church then? In fact, with their current ability, it is no problem to extinguish this team of players, but the problem is that they cannot fight these NPCs, otherwise they will die miserably. That's right. My suggestion to Dao Yudao is that you go first, and then the people from the Fox Fairy Guild. We will stay here for a while longer so that everyone can make up for the time difference. By the way, Yudao, are you really not going to the Elf Empire with me? Shuinai and Dao Yudao had the same idea, that is, they didn't want their problems to become everyone's problems. No, I still have to complete the Thief King's mission. But you don't have to worry about me. As long as there are no old men from the Elders' Council, I can't beat the others. If I want to escape, no one can stop me. Dao Yudao said very confidently. Even we want to leave? You actually decided on your own without discussing it with us. The beautiful fox roared in the team chat. Well, think about Ye Yan and Xiao Mei. If you also get involved, they will. Dao Yudao left this question to the beautiful fox. Don't worry, we will naturally not seek death ourselves. However, I also hope that you will not seek death, which will make it difficult for us to do. Dao Yudao added again. You, The beautiful fox obviously had nothing to say, and could only snort in dissatisfaction. Then let's do this for now. The day after tomorrow, you three will leave Yunwu town. Leaving early will reduce trouble. Dao Yudao saw that no one objected, so he came to a conclusion. The day after tomorrow, the basic reconstruction of Yunwu town will definitely be completed, and it won't matter if the three of them are missing. In fact, Xiaoyu and the others have already returned to the Elf Empire to advance, but the matter in Yunwu town has been delayed. However, the problem is that the location of Yunwu town is outside the jurisdiction of the Elemental City and Bissell City, and it is a no man's land. It takes half a day to get to the nearest town. The consequence of this no man's land is that the monsters here are very fierce, basically all monsters around level 50. It may be a bit troublesome for the three of them to deal with them. Among them, the most troublesome thing is that the headquarters of Sahaitang is in Bissell City, and its power is not small. This depends on the discussion between Shuinai and Fal. When Dao Yudao said this decision, the voices in the team chat immediately fell silent, as if they were recalling the happiness they had during this period of time. Have you finished your tasks? Those who have finished can come and help. I have a red beast boss here, which is a bit difficult to deal with. Not long after, Dao Yudao suddenly shouted in the team chat. Shuinai, who had just sent the stone back and had not had time to put away the violent evil poisonous spider, immediately called Xiao Yu, handed the Zhengyang flower to her, and went straight to Dao Yudao. After arriving at Dao Yudao's place, they found that the red boss turned out to be a brown bear boss, and the poison resistance of this boss was surprisingly high. The poison from the poisonous snakebite on it could only last for 1 second. Seeing this, Shuinai immediately controlled the spider and gave the brown bear boss a few spider webs to limit its speed. The players who saw Shuinai coming over also knew that they would not be able to get any bargains today, so they left one by one. Now being a red name in Yunwu town is a very troublesome thing. Because in the state of reconstruction, all players who maliciously kill people will be directly and permanently red named in Yunwu town, and the reason is that destroying the reconstruction of Yunwu town is an unforgivable act. Therefore, except for those who didn't know at the beginning, no one dared to kill people here to grab the boss. However, Shuinai and the others knew that this situation of not being able to PK and kill people in Yunwu town could not be applied to the two of them. Because now they are the great heroes of Yunwu town, and their names are on the newly erected stone tablet in the Mage Square. Of course, in the defense of Yunwu town, the group of people who contributed the most are all on the list, but Shuinai and Dao Yudao are at the top of the list. However, what made Dao Yudao feel unhappy was that the names in front of them were all NPCs, and they were all NPCs who died in Yunwu town, which made this stone tablet a bit like a martyr's tablet. Especially when he saw some family members of the dead coming to mourn from time to time, Dao Yudao felt it will cause a layer of pimples. After dealing with the brown bear boss, Shuinai and Dao Yudao hurriedly dragged the wood and the brown bear boss back. 4 players, This brown bear boss is just a corpse that can be used to collect materials, but for the residents of Yunmu town, it is a very delicious ingredient, and they can also make various things with it. However, there is a condition, that is, the corpse must be handed over to the NPC before it disappears, otherwise it will be directly brushed away by the system. And just after Shui Na and the others handed in the wood and this extra big boss, they were ready to go to the next dungeon. However, at this time, Shui Na and Dao Yiyu Dao were left behind by Xiao Yu. Is there anything? Shui Na asked. It's like this. After hearing that we were about to leave, Big Hammer decided to help us modify our equipment to repay our contribution to Yunmu town, so. Xiao Yu said while leading the way, but Big Hammer specifically asked for you, so Fox and the others. Seeing Xiao Yu's apologetic expression, the beautiful Fox and the others didn't take it to heart, but led them directly to the dungeon entrance to select suitable team members. By the way, Lao Fan, you said that your demon wings have been taken away, so the Dragon Ball is still there. Dao Yiyu Dao suddenly thought of such a thing and couldn't help asking. Yes, you don't want to. Shui Na immediately remembered the Dragon Man clone he mentioned earlier. Yes. Don't you have a pet position now? So, hehe, this is an extremely perverted pet combination. Dao Yiyu Dao thought of a Dragon Man pet and a Blood Clan pet. This is a perfect match for fighting monsters. This is not good. What if this is really a loophole? Then. Stupid, now is the time to exploit this loophole while no one has discovered it. Otherwise, if the game administrator finds it, there will be no chance. Dao Yiyu Dao looked at Shui Na unhappily. He did not expect his companion to be so pedantic. Although it is a bit unfair to exploit the loophole when the game administrator has not discovered it, it is a problem in the game and has nothing to do with the players. And now we don't know whether this is a loophole or not, so we should exploit it even more. However, just as Dao Yiyu Dao finished speaking, he found that a man and a woman suddenly appeared in front of them, and they appeared without any signs. Both of them were wearing white work clothes, the kind that work in a precision laboratory. And the weirdest thing is that this man actually wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, something that should not exist in the game. I saw that this guy had a thin face but his eyes flashed with the light of wisdom, but his thin figure made it easy for people to think that this guy was a otaku who lacked action. The woman next to him, no, it should be said that she was a girl. Although the somewhat loose work clothes covered her body, she looked as if she was not even 20 years old. She had a pure and bright face and was looking at the three people with a very sweet smile. And her eyes were turning slightly, as if many thoughts were turning inside. You are not players. Although there was a question element between Dao Yiyu Dao's words, he was saying an affirmative sentence. Because he instinctively launched the reconnaissance technique the moment these two people appeared, but the system prompted him that the target did not exist, which was obviously not an effect that players could have. We are GMS, which is what you call game managers. The man looked at Dao Yiyu Dao viciously and said word by word. Haha, it's really GM. I'm very happy to see you. Dao Yiyu Dao naturally knew what the male GM meant by this look. After all, he was still instigating them to take advantage of the game loopholes just now. But he didn't intend to discuss this topic. Actually, we are looking for you, but we are afraid of accidents, so we have to show up like this. The man said to Mina after taking a deep breath, but he didn't even introduce himself. Hehe, sorry, my companion is angry, but we come here without any bad intentions. Seeing this, the female GM pulled the man, then stood up and said, let's introduce ourselves first. My name is Lin Lingfeng, GM number is G0812, this is my companion, Yi Tianzi, number is G0081, we are all managers responsible for managing this game. After the three of them looked at each other, Mina spoke up, what do you want to talk to me about? This, actually, you should have received a prompt from the system before, just when you came here. Yi Tianzi suddenly spoke, but from his already stable voice, it can be seen that he has put away his anger. Warning when the clone explodes. Mina thought of this immediately. Clone explosion, what a good name. Lin Lingfeng suddenly said, but after being glared at by Yi Tianzi, he could only curl his lips and look away. Yes, because the self-destruction effect can only be activated after the player dies, but you are not actually dead, so your behavior at that time has caused the system to self-correct. And because the system did not pay attention to this problem, we did not find it immediately. However, since your clone became a vampire, this change has exceeded the system's processing capacity. If we hadn't discovered it early and modified some settings in time, otherwise I'm afraid that the system would have unpredictable situations. No way, isn't this system known as the most powerful system? It will still crash. Deo Yudeo said in confusion. The most important thing is that this system has put all the settings in an extremely balanced state. If it is allowed to handle it by itself, there will be no problem, but your vampire clone has destroyed this balance and formed a real loophole. Hearing the word loophole, Shuai couldn't help but glance at the vampire Fan Chen, who was sleeping very peacefully, feeling a little uneasy. Chapter 527 Negotiation and Treasure Hiding. After Yi Tianzi's explanation, Shuai finally knew why they came to find her. It turns out that they came here not to cause trouble, but to negotiate. Due to the clone effect of the undead phantom in Mina's hand and the special states on his body, there is a certain probability that the system's automatic running program will enter an infinite loop. And as they further explained, Mina and the others also learned that the operation of this game system was not what they knew before. This game, in fact, is just a world evolved by a super intelligent system, and now the management of this world is in the hands of these GMS, but they are governed by the Federation. The super intelligent system that created this world has now left this terminal, and its whereabouts have become a secret. Now this world is completely operated by it to a certain extent, and the manager is just doing daily maintenance or recording the development of the game world. After all, in such a perfect world, the existence of the manager is more of a second-level insurance. However, the more perfect something is, the more troublesome it will be once something goes wrong, or the bigger the problem. Because it is too perfect, so perfect that all places are designed well, and once a problem suddenly occurs, all places will be affected. Now the undead phantom in Mina's hand and the various special states on her body have become the root of this problem. Actually, I'm very curious about how good your character is to get so many unique states, and these states are not low-level things. Just as Yi Tianzi was summarizing, Lin Lingfeng behind him suddenly coughed, and he immediately realized that he had said too much. Hehe, we are very legitimate, we can't make random guesses. Deo Yudeo immediately said. I know. Otherwise you would have been warned a long time ago. After all legal property in this world is protected by law. If you really dare to do something bad, hehe. Yi Tianzi looked at Deo Yudeo very ambiguously. It seems that he is a very strict person. Don't listen to him, but I have to say that Brother Tianzi is the one who likes this world the most among all the managers. Unfortunately, his identity cannot play games. So, don't be surprised. Lin Lingfeng said immediately, and at the same time rolled his eyes at Yi Tianzi. Okay, we don't have much time. Actually, we have been very busy since the launch of the night system. Seeing this, Yi Tianzi immediately handed an electronic agreement to Shuai. Shuai looked at the electronic agreement, and the content on it was basically the same as what he had just said. Once this agreement is signed, Shuai's clones will not be able to share the special states of him, thus completely eradicating the emergence of black households like the vampire mortals and the dragon mortals. After all, this kind of intelligent program that is not recorded in the system has not been authenticated by the system, which means that he is between the player and the NPC. However, the system has no way to identify his NPC identity, but he can only survive in this world and cannot exist as a player. The existence of this contradiction will inevitably affect the system's self-detection system, and once this problem comes up a few more times, then the current system that lacks creativity will probably collapse directly. Now that Mina has signed the agreement, not only has the vampire mortal obtained a clear identity, but he can also get compensation from the GM, but these things are also based on the premise that they cannot destroy the balance of the system. In fact, Mina had no intention of giving the Dragon Ball to his clone at the beginning, because he always wanted to give it to Taifeng. So this agreement actually did not cause any big losses to him, so he signed it without thinking too much. When he signed his name, the agreement in his hand immediately split into two, and then a seal representing the federal government appeared. After seeing this, Mina also knew that the agreement has completed the binding of identities and can form a legal effect. Afterwards, Shuai received a very old scroll from Lin Lingfeng, and this scroll was what they compensated Shuai with. To be honest, Deo Yudeo did not want Shuai to accept this agreement. After all, the clone can use the power of the flame dragon or other abilities, which is very abnormal, and now it is gone. Moreover, listening to the tone of these two people, it seems that Shuai is still the only one among all the players who has these loopholes that can cause loopholes with the shadow clone. However, Now that Shui Nai signed this agreement, it is equivalent to this loophole being completely blocked. Because Shui Nai, as the first and only person who has this interest, chose to give up, then these GMS can completely block this loophole, which means that the shadow clone will not be able to have a special state in the future. Then our mission is completed. I wish you a happy game, but I hope you can play the game seriously and not. Just when Yi Tianzi wanted to keep preaching to Dao Yiyudao, Lin Lingfeng immediately pulled Yi Tianzi away with an apologetic look. Alas, is there any loophole? I have been playing for so long, and I really haven't found any other loopholes except for Lao fans. Dao Yiyudao also shook his head, but soon he was attracted by the scroll in Shui Nai's hand. This is the map there. Now I can only hope that this treasure map is not too low level, otherwise it will really be meaningless. Dao Yiyudao took the treasure map in Shui Nai's hand with one hand, and then prepared to open it to see. The treasure map in the game is actually just a map plus a mark. It can only serve as a guide, because these treasures have always existed, as long as they have not been dug up by anyone. In fact, that is to say, if a player happens to dig at the buried point, then even without this map, the treasure inside can be dug out, but after digging, the place will lose the treasure. However, this probability is as low as 0, because the land of this world is very wide, and if you want to dig out any treasure in any place, your luck is even smaller than a meteor hitting your head. At this time, Mina looked at the vampire mortal in the pet space and found that there was a new attribute in his current attribute panel, a name of a profession called Vampire Magic Warrior. Later, the description of this profession also mentioned that this is a profession that combines vampire warriors and non-vampire mages, a brand new profession. Moreover, after obtaining this profession, the grey icons in the magic list in the vampire mortal have also slowly faded, but some are faster and some are slower. I am afraid that those more advanced magics will take some time to completely fade away. After seeing this, Shui Nai was relieved. Now he just had to wait for these magics to slowly awaken. Looking at the treasure map that Dao Yiyudao had opened in his hand, Dao Yiyudao was now trying to distinguish the direction of the map. This treasure map was found by GM in an unknown undeveloped cave. It belongs to this world, so it will not destroy the operation of this perfect world. As for the two of them doing this, Shui Nai can only be said to be dedicated. Because for those of them who can manage data, they can actually modify the data and copy the treasure map directly, but they still went to the cave to find the treasure map in person, just to avoid destroying the rules of this game. The terrain of this map seems to be in the south, why don't we ask an elder? Shui Nai took a look and immediately felt that this map was somewhat similar to the terrain of the previous trip to the south to pick Zhenjianghua. No, the reason why treasure exploration is so attractive is nothing more than the fun of finding treasures, so we can only find it ourselves, otherwise the treasure will not be good. Dao Yiyudao was still very interested in the treasure map that the GM found. Although he didn't know what the things in the treasure map were, he knew that the value of the things in it would not be too low. Because for now, except for some fakes, the treasure maps in the hands of players can make a player rich overnight. And this one sent by the GM is definitely not a fake, now it depends on what is hidden in the treasure. Why don't we go explore the way with the beautiful fox after we finish the dungeon, but now it's better for us to go to the big hammer master first, we are late now. Shui Na looked at the time. Due to the delay just now, it is almost 8 minutes late now. Ah, I forgot, I actually forgot about this. Damn, let's go. We have to hurry over, otherwise we will lose our equipment. Dao Yiyudao said, and then he stuffed the treasure map back to Shui Nai, and he ran away. Fortunately, there are not many people in Yunwu town now, otherwise Dao Yiyudao would probably knock down several people if he ran. By the way, it seems that other players didn't notice the two GMS just now. Shui Nai asked the people around him. Xiaoyu, just now, there were obviously several people passing by them, but they seemed not to notice them, just wondering why Shui Nai and the others stopped there. Yes, it seems that their abilities are very strong, but this makes me feel a little scared, because our consciousness has entered the world of this game, if... Xiaoyu said with some worry. Hehe, I think they can still be trusted. Shui Nai thought of the serious expressions of Yi Tianzi and Dao Yiyudao. Then let's go. Xiaoyu suddenly said with some dissatisfaction, and walked forward. Shui Nai obviously also felt this change, but he didn't think of the origin of this change. However, if Dao Yiyudao was here, he would probably accuse Shui Nai of not being gentlemanly or unromantic. Because generally speaking, if a very strong girl shows such an emotion, then as a man, she must say I will protect you heroically, but Shui Nai obviously didn't think of this. Now he is still depressed about the change of Xiaoyu. However, when he looked at Xiaoyu in front of him, he had an impulse to protect her, because the enemy he was facing was too powerful, so powerful that he might implicate her. Chapter 528, Equipment Transformation. When Shui Nai and Xiaoyu came to Dataikui, Dao Yiyudao asked very sensitively in private chat, "Did you quarrel?" Shui Nai glanced at Dao Yiyudao, just shook his head, and then looked at the big knife on the flame in front. Now Dataikui's blacksmith shop has been transformed. The original one was demolished and rebuilt. The area is not only more than 2 or 3 times larger, but also arranged for several people to come to help. But most of these people are apprentices, among which there are more players involved. However, these apprentices, whether NPCs or residents, can only learn ironwork outside this blacksmith shop, because inside is Dataikui's studio. Now, Dataikui is forging the silver shining big knife on the flame, but this big knife and the flame under the big knife are very eye-catching. The knife was the artifact sword that Mina had given to the old wizard, and the fire was a magical flame that would constantly change color. The energy provider of this flame was Dawn, who was squatting below. Now Dawn had to replenish his magic power every less than 1 minute, and looking at his pale and tired face, Mina knew that his endurance was probably just barely able to move. "Do you want my help?" Mina asked immediately. "No, this step is almost done, just watch." At this time, the old wizard came out of the inner room with a shiny and restrained silver scabbard in his hand. When the last blow of the big iron hammer was completed, Dawn could finally take his right hand away from a stone slab engraved with a magic circle. After that, Dawn didn't care about his image anymore, and just lay on the ground gasping for breath. "What's wrong with this knife? It seems that the color has changed so." Mina poked the knife with her hand and found that the knife, which had just been taken out of the flame, was not hot at all, and it even had a hint of metallic coolness. If he had not felt the amazing heat of the flame with constantly changing colors just now, he would probably not believe that the knife had just been burned by the flame. This is its original appearance. We just restored and strengthened it. After all, it has gained a little divine power. If the body is not stronger, it will break down, and the weapon soul inside will have no way to survive. The old wizard put the scabbard aside, and then found a place to take it down and rest. Due to the height of the big iron hammer, here, except for the ceiling, which is still as high as a normal person, everything else has to be 1 size shorter, so basically that place can allow the old wizard to sit down, and even the chair is not needed. However, the strengthening of this blade is a bit difficult. I have never processed such a magical weapon that refuses to change its form. This process really makes people feel that their blood is boiling. Dataikui looked at the silver sword in Mina's hand with the eyes of a lover. If he didn't know that the sword belonged to Mina, he would have snatched it away long ago. Mina also focused his eyes on the sword in his hand. The sword was no longer rusty and dull, but its appearance had not changed much. This is a sword that can be held with both hands. The tip of the sword is tilted, the blade is in a smooth arc, and the spine of the sword is thick and undecorated. At the beginning, Mina felt that this sword was designed for chopping people, because its smooth blade has the largest arc in the middle and the thickest width, which is most practical for chopping. At the tip of the sword, it is tilted up to a point in the shape of a needle. Although the sharpness of this point is small, it is obviously a thing used to kill people. However, the color and luster of this sword now make Mina feel that it is too fancy. Because it is now emitting silver light, I am afraid it will be no problem to use it for lighting at night. Haha, as long as all this divine power is injected into it in this blade, the transformation of this knife is considered complete. The old wizard obviously knew why Mina frowned now, so he pointed it out directly. However, it is a pity that this knife cannot be transformed into a sword shape, otherwise it would be perfect. Big Hammer said with regret. And Mina only found out at this time that Big Hammer had a special liking for sword-like weapons, and he finally understood why only swords, such melee weapons, were sold in this blacksmith shop. The artifacts with weapon souls also have their own consciousness, and they don't want to be manipulated by others at will. The old wizard used the staff in his hand to gently knock on the head of the Big Hammer, saying something reprimanding. The Big Hammer, who was taught a lesson by the old wizard, did not refute anything, but accepted it very humbly. Because he knew that what the old wizard said might be a wake-up call for him, so that he could avoid taking detours in the future. For these artifacts with their own consciousness, it is not a good idea to force them to command and manipulate them, because this may result in a lose-lose situation. After thinking about this, the big hammer immediately understood why his previous transformation project was so difficult. Because from the beginning, he planned to transform its shape into a sword shape according to his own preferences. But he obviously failed, and instead caused dissatisfaction in the artifact's soul, and the silver light on the blade was the resistance force when it refused to be transformed. This is a very unacceptable mistake for a dwarf master who specializes in forging. Because they all believe that each piece of equipment actually has a consciousness, but these consciousnesses are strong or weak. The reason why they can create peerless equipment is actually to create it according to these consciousnesses, so that these equipment can perfectly accommodate these weak consciousnesses, so that these equipment can perfectly exert their power. And this is the secret forging method of the dwarves. Only in this way can a peerless equipment be created. After realizing this, the big iron hammer obviously did not take the old wizard's reprimand to heart. Instead, he looked at Shui Nai and Dao Yiyu Dao with a smile on his face, and asked them to take out all the useful equipment on their bodies. Now the big iron hammer only wants to use the ideas he just realized to implement them. Among them, Dao Yiyu Dao's set of shadow killer suits was taken away by the big iron hammer, and the magic cannon in Shui Nai's hand was also taken away. Alas, it would be great if you were a warrior or other profession, after all, only in this way can my skills be brought into play, but as a mage, I. Da Taikui looked at the cloth equipment on Shui Nai and could only shake his head. Although he was a forging master, he also had the skills to make leather armor, but he was really powerless with equipment like cloth. Ordinary metal equipment often makes it impossible for the mage to condense and release his magic power, and this is exactly why the mage cannot use metal equipment. Only through the power of the gods can this restriction be bypassed, but even the holy light warriors of the church, their magic abilities are terrible. What's wrong with the mage? Is the mage no longer good? It seems that your stone head is still too one-sided in looking at things. The old wizard knocked on Big Hammer's head again, obviously not liking his previous remarks. However, Big Hammer ignored the old wizard's wooden staff, but looked at the set of black equipment that Shui Na finally took out. This was picked up by Shui Na in the Wild Boar territory a long time ago. Is this the equipment of the Dark Magic Warrior, and it's a set? Big Hammer asked in surprise. Yes. The old wizard took a direct look and answered, but this equipment has been stored for too long, it is basically scrapped, but it should still be possible to extract some magic metals such as mithril or magic gold from it. In this way, the power of this broadsword, hee. The old wizard glanced at the tattered black equipment in Shui Na's hand, and then looked at the broadsword on the table, and smiled with great satisfaction. When Shui Na heard this, he immediately thought of the two rare materials, mithril and magic gold, mentioned on the official website. These metals with strong magic affinity not only have extremely strong metal properties, but also can amplify the effect of magic. They are absolutely rare metals. However, so far, no player has seen or obtained these materials. Afterwards, Da Taikui asked if there were any suggestions for improvement of this magic cannon. When Shui Nai heard this, he immediately raised the problem of long charging time and huge size. These two problems directly affect the practicality of this magic cannon. If this magic cannon can be miniaturized, then other mages can naturally use it, but whether this can be done depends on Da Taikui. I have thought about these, but if this is done, the power of the magic cannon will definitely decrease. And if it is miniaturized, then the energy in the magic cannon cannot be fully condensed, and the range will also be a problem, which is not easy to deal with. At first, the big hammer was obviously talking to Mina, but as he became more and more fascinated, no one could hear that voice anymore. Finally, Mina had to leave at the signal of the old wizard. By the way, Xiaoyu, did you give your equipment to Daidiachu? Dao Yiyu Dao suddenly asked, because just now, he did not find that Xiaoyu had given the equipment to Daidiachu. Yes, I did. Xiaoyu was obviously not in a good state. She just replied briefly and walked towards Miyuki's house. You guys. Dao Yiyu Dao looked at Xiaoyu's slender and exquisite back, and then looked at Shui Nai, and asked in confusion. I don't know, but she is in a bad mood. Shui Nai thought about it and said with some doubts. Maybe. Damn, the old fox is shouting, we have to go quickly. At this time, Shui Nai and Dao Yiyu Dao both heard the very impatient voice of the beautiful fox. Afterwards, the two rushed to the entrance of the dungeon quickly amid the roar of the beautiful fox. In the end, they were pulled into the dungeon without even a chance to rest. As more and more mages have the right to open the miracle level dungeon, many teams are now moving towards this difficulty. But for now, no one has succeeded. But Shui Nai knew that there were already many players waiting outside Yunwu town, and there were many priests among them. As a very difficult dungeon, the equipment produced in this dungeon was also very high-end, although the level was a little low. But for most players, purple equipment was already a rare top-grade item, but in this miracle level dungeon, as long as a boss was killed, a golden item would be produced. In this case, if no player came to try, I'm afraid no one would believe it. However, it must be said that this dungeon was very difficult, and it was impossible to pass it without sufficient preparation. At the very least, at the entrance of the dungeon, corpses were basically teleported out every moment. And every time a corpse appeared, it meant that the team was destroyed. Chapter 529 Skeletons in the Cave. Shui Nai, who lost the magic cannon, did not produce any amazing lethality in the dungeon this time. If they didn't have so many mages and the bonus of the water element environment, which made the magic lethality reach a terrifying level, it would not be easy to solve these two dungeons. However, in these two dungeons, the one who was most uncomfortable was not Shui Nai, but the Fox Fairy Guild members who were used to Shui Nai using the magic cannon. Shui Nai's magic damage was really a little low, and in this situation where he couldn't use the magic cannon, his output became the lowest among all mages. However, even without Shui Nai as the main force, they didn't slow down much. And 2 hours is not long or short, but for them who worked hard to pass the level in the dungeon, it always makes them feel that time passes quickly. Be careful, try to focus on the flame spider, solve it first and then do other things. Shui Nai was commanding the people behind him, while adding a few defensive magics to the warriors in front. Now he can only do this. For the warriors who go to the front to fight the monsters, their defensive magics often only last for a while before they become invalid. If it weren't for the high HP of the ice bear, the high defense of the injured little fox, and the 4 priests hanging behind them, Ling Yun and Hu Dai's health points would probably not be able to withstand the attack of this group of spiders. In this laboratory, basically every time they come to fight, they have to spend some time to teach these newcomers how to fight. Because there are a lot of spiders here, if they can't deal with one of them as quickly as possible, there will probably be casualties. As for casualties, Shui Nai naturally doesn't want them to appear, because the experience now is very valuable. After the beautiful fox used a dagger to hit a spider, knocking out a spider, the thief on the other side also made a cut and tear, and the two of them firmly controlled the spider in their hands, not letting them have the opportunity to find trouble with those mages. Ling Yun and Hu Dai cooperated and also blocked a spider. It's just that their group's method is stupid, completely exchanging health points. The injured little fox and ice bear each blocked one, and there was no chance for these spiders to attack the mages behind. As for the 5th demon spider, it was basically frozen there by the mage group of Shui Na and others, without even the chance to move, let alone fight back. And this is how they passed this laboratory. As long as the mages behind can get it, then these 5 demon spiders will no longer be a problem. When they used up the extra chances of the dungeon batch, everyone identified and distributed the equipment they got. However, these 2 dungeons did not produce any good things, but instead produced some things they had never seen before. Now they have confirmed that the explosion rate of the 2 equipments, such as the rock suit and the snake eye necklace, seems to be very low, and what they got before is not because of the first few times. This gold ore thing will not be used to make gold coins. Xiaomei looked at the stone in Shui Na's hand. The stone did not look big, only it was the size of a football, but Shui Nai had to activate the power burst to pick it up. The description only said that this was a precious gravel. It seems to be a prop that increases the income of players. Shui Nai looked at the price of this thing. The price of this thing was not less at all. The base price was 50 gold coins. And with the amount of gold coins collected from these 2 copies, they earned a total of almost 100 gold coins this time. Fox, my backpack space is running out. It seems that it's time for us to find a way to digest it ourselves. Shui Nai said helplessly. Now the teleportation array of Yunwu town has not been built yet, and there is a closure of the Blue Guardian outside. Now they basically have no way to trade with unscrupulous profiteers. Then let's do this. I won't go to the treasure hunt later. I'll find a place to set up a stall. But with the current level of these players here, it may be difficult to sell. The beautiful fox said while applying for a trade to Shui Nai. Shui Nai thought about it, and stuffed all the equipment with good attributes into the backpack of the beautiful fox until it was full. Well, let's go then. Okay, let's go quickly. If we can't dig out the treasure today, we will never let you go. The beautiful fox kicked Dao Yiyu Dao twice, and then led the rest of the people to the outer town of Yunwu town. And Shui Nai and Dao Yiyu Dao also immediately entered stealth and ran along the route of the treasure map at the fastest speed. A dozen kilometers south of Yunwu town is an absolutely desolate existence. There is not even a blade of grass here, let alone monsters. Although the monsters in this world have endless attributes and various appearances, they have one thing in common, that is, they must have an environment in which they can survive. This environment can be grassland, forest, or even volcanic area. Although these environments are different, they have one thing in common, that is, they have vitality. Only in places with vitality can various creatures appear. Even for undead creatures, the place where they exist must have a dark aura, which is alive to them, but here in Yunwu town, there is nothing, and the desolation is a far cry from the vibrant place of Yunwu town. The two followed the quarrying road and soon left the area of Yunwu town. One step forward, it is a place that players have not explored. The place in front of them is a mountainous terrain with high mountains and undulating mountains. This mountain range is integrated with the mountains surrounding Yunwu town, or in other words, the towering mountains surrounding Yunwu mountain area are the ends of these mountains. Looking at this mountain range with a minimum height of several hundred meters, Shui Na and Dao Yiyu Dao feel more and more insignificant. But if they didn't know that this is just a visual impact in the game world, I'm afraid they would ignite their respect for this mountain range in their hearts. However, for players, this kind of desolate place is their least favorite place, because there are no monsters, no battles, no gains. For this huge number of players, there are only a few people like Shui Nai who have a treasure map. After looking at the terrain description and the surrounding environment on the treasure map, Dao Yiyu Dao climbed up a cliff and took in all the mountain roads below. Lao Fan, I saw something similar to the map, a huge rock. Go forward 300 meters and take a look. Shui Nai followed Dao Yiyu Dao's instructions and walked forward about 300 meters. After that, he immediately found the huge rock that Dao Yiyu Dao mentioned. This is a meteorite from outer space. At least from the large collapsed mountain around it, Shui Nai can clearly see the size of the impact crater. After comparing it with the map, Shui Nai immediately found that the direction indicated by the treasure map was on the small road to the right of the meteorite. In this desolate place, the only advantage is that the mountain road here will not be covered by grass at all. Let's go. This road seems to have only one direction. Dao Yiyu Dao ran past Shui Nai. Since this treasure map was obviously drawn by someone according to memory, it did not accurately mark the distance of the journey, and only some more conspicuous terrain was marked. After taking another look, and memorizing this very inaccurate map terrain in his mind, Shui Nai also ran along the mountain road. Along the way, there were no plants or monsters around, but the atmosphere around was a bit depressing, because there were no living things except rocks at this time, which could easily make people feel depressed and lonely. Hey, there is a cave in front, Lao Fan, is there a location of this cave on the map? Dao Yiyu Dao, who was running fast in front, suddenly said in a private chat. No record. Shui Nai remembered that there was no cave on this map, because this very simple map, in addition to the line segment, only the last one represented the treasure. If this map was not obviously within the scope of Yunwu town, they would not know what this map was drawing. When Shui Nai came to the cave, he immediately found this cave is too conspicuous. Without the cover of plants and vines, the dark cave entrance is directly exposed in front of them. Shui Nai looked around and did not find any other similar places. Along the way, Shui Nai was responsible for picking up leaks, so he walked very slowly, unlike Dao Yiyu Dao who rushed all the way. Hey, Lao Fan, come in, there is a skeleton in here, it looks like it has been dead for a long time. Just when Shui Nai was checking the map around the cave entrance, Dao Yiyu Dao called Shui Nai in. Summoning a big fireball, the originally dim cave immediately lit up. This cave is very deep. At least Shui Nai walked for about 20 meters before he saw the torch representing Dao Yiyu Dao. In fact, Shui Nai also admired Dao Yiyu Dao's courage very much. He dared to explore so leisurely in this gloomy cave, and he was so calm when he found a skeleton. Did you find anything? Shui Na looked at Dao Yiyu Dao who was squatting and checking the corpse, and also stretched his head over. Dao Yiyu Dao's torch was not effective, but he had no way to use the brilliant staff, so after Shui Na came, he immediately used the light of the big fireball to carefully check the entire cave. And Shui Na also looked carefully at the skeleton on the ground. The finger bones of the right hand of this skeleton were very slender, but the forearm of his left hand was missing, as if it had been cut by something extremely sharp, because the cut surface of the bone was surprisingly smooth. In addition, there were many fractures and bone cracks on the skeleton, which immediately made him think that this person must have had a fierce battle before he died, and finally fled to the cave, but died of serious injuries in the end. Chapter 530 Sword Saint Relics. When he saw this, Shui Na naturally thought of what the elder said about this being a forbidden place for life. Lao Fan, there are no mechanisms around here. However, I just got this thing from the skeleton. Dao Yudao handed a piece of paper as old as the treasure map to Shui Na, and then he began to climb up to check the part on it. Didn't you see this thing? Shui Na asked. No, the light was not good just now, and I couldn't see it clearly. The handwriting was very faint. Hearing this, Shui Na had to take out the brilliant staff from his backpack. Although the brilliant staff is charged with magic power, it is a consumable. Such a staff can only be used 8 times, and it will be scrapped directly after it is used up. Now, there is no fixed number for the opening of Yunwu town so far, so Shui Na and others can only use this prop at a critical moment. Some dazzling white light quickly drove away the darkness of the cave, and Shui Na also saw the small words written on the paper at this time. After the system's automatic recognition and conversion, the words that entered Shui Na's mind immediately changed and became Chinese characters that Shui Na could understand. My dear, you can see this paper made of dragon skin, which means I'm dead. That damn wind dragon is too damned. It's almost dead, but it still refuses to let me subdue it, and even beat me severely. However, that beast must be feeling bad, haha. Dragon skin. When Shui Na saw this, his heart was shocked, and he also understood why this person had turned into bones, but this paper could still be preserved. Dragon skin, you said this paper is made of dragon skin. Dao Yudao also associated it after hearing this. The same goes for the treasure map. Damn, dragon skin is a unique material, and it's such a waste to be made into paper like this. Dao Yudao jumped down and snatched the dragon skin paper from Shui Na's hand, looking heartbroken. But he couldn't help but feel heartbroken. On the official website, dragon skin is the most advanced and rare material in thief armor. Take it. The leather material that has been made cannot be restored. Give up. Mina snatched the dragon skin wool and read it carefully again. Behind this wool are some things about the skeleton's life. Among them, he explained the reason why he died here. It turned out that this person was a wind swordsman, and one day he learned that there was a healing wind dragon hiding here, so he came here to subdue it and make it his mount. But for the arrogant creatures like the dragon clan, being subdued and killing them are the same level. Therefore, this man and the dragon started fighting, but for the dragon clan, a monster that was born at level 200, even if it was really injured, a human swordsman would not be able to get much benefit. In the end, both sides were injured. Afterwards, the swordsman hiding here knew that his time was running out. In order to seek revenge, he made 2 pieces of parchment with the dragon skin peeled off from the wind dragon. One of them was made into a treasure map, and the treasure was the location of the wind dragon, so that people with destiny in the future could help him teach the wind dragon a lesson. The other one was made into this will to explain what to do after death. Feng Long. And it's seriously injured, why don't you? Dao Yudao said immediately when he saw this. Alas, this skeleton is coming even after death, he has no good intentions. He is such a nuisance. Minna looked at the skeleton on the ground. This guy was obviously in a good position before he died. It looked like he was sleeping. A wind dragon that even a sword master can't kill. With our strength, I'm afraid we can only give away experience and equipment. And it has been so many years. If this wind dragon is not dead, it would have left long ago. There is no environment here for it to survive for a long time. Shui Na directly broke Dao Yudao's dream. A seriously injured wind dragon is an incomparable wealth for a player or a strong man in this world. But this wealth is completely linked to the danger of life. However, many people often forget this because of their momentary excitement. After all, for everyone, the dragon clan is a mysterious and rare treasure. Once seen, no one would be willing to fight. However, Shui Na clearly knew that this skeleton had no good intentions before he died. Not only did he not let go of the wind dragon, but he also did not let go of the two destined people. However, he met Shui Nai, a careful and cautious guy. "Move this skeleton a little bit, I will dig up the soil, there should be something hidden underneath." Shui Na looked at the will in his hand, then looked at the place where the skeleton fell, and a smile made Dao Yiu Dao feel cold. "You mean he buried the good stuff down there?" Dao Yiu Dao was quick-witted and thought of this right away. Of course, because the will mentioned at the end that he hoped someone would pick up his body and bury it in a beautiful place outside, and give him a treasure map as a reward. "But didn't you notice that the sword in his hand was gone? This is not what a sword master would do, so..." Shui Nai didn't finish, but smiled. As a sword master, he would never give up the sword that represents him, especially in this life-threatening situation. But Shui Nai also knew that if he could throw the sword outside, it would mean that he still had a chance of survival, at least he would not die here. But he died in the end, which means that the sword was still in his hands in the end. Dao Yiu Dao, who also figured this out, couldn't help but curse this guy for being mean, but when he saw Shui Nai dig out a palm-sized wooden box, he began to be cautious. "I'll open it." Dao Yiu Dao pointed at his resurrection necklace. Now he didn't believe in the character of this skeleton. Shui Nai stepped back a dozen steps and watched Dao Yiu Dao carefully pry open the lid of the wooden box with a dagger, while listening carefully to see if there was any sound when the mechanism in the wooden box was activated. "Hey, there's no danger. The texture of this wooden box is good, but there are only some medicine bottles inside." Dao Yiu Dao looked at these white porcelain bottles with disappointment. "Hey, damn, this is a poison bottle, and it's full of poison." Dao Yiu Dao knew the properties of these medicine bottles as soon as he touched them. Looking at Dao Yiu Dao's stiff movements, he also knew the problem. If these medicine bottles fell into the hands of NPCs, then those people would definitely pull out the wooden corks on them and pour out the contents. But once the poison came out, could it be taken back? Obviously not, and this poison is probably a ruthless thing that kills instantly. However, this is useless for players, because as long as they are not too reckless, players can know the functions of these things through property queries. Is there nothing else? Shui Nai looked at Dao Yiu Dao carefully putting the finger-sized poison bottles back one by one, and couldn't help asking with some confusion. "No, why don't we bury it a little deeper and bury it by the way?" Dao Yiu Dao checked the wooden box 4 or 5 times, and after not finding any secret compartments or other things, he could only say helplessly, "Let's dig again." Shui Nai also agreed. Soon, Shui Nai had dug a small pit half a meter deep, but there was no wooden box or anything like that in it, not even a stone. Just when Shui Nai decided to give up, he found a green reflective spot in the black mud he dug out, and this light spot was sliding slowly into the pit along the mud. Dao Yiu Dao's reaction was not slow. He stretched out his hand to catch the ball of mud, and finally opened it to see that 2 rings were lying in his palm. "Oh, ah! I'm rich!" Dao Yiu Dao looked at the 2 rings and shouted loudly with joy. The 2 rings were inlaid with a cyan gem and a transparent gem respectively. Shui Nai was no stranger to the transparent space gem. As for the other cyan gem, Shui Nai could only find a wind element's breath fluctuation inside it after touching it. Item, Gale Ring. Occupational restriction, none. Usage level, level 60. Weight, 5. Item description, this is a ring inlaid with a gust of wind gem, which can reduce the wind pressure when the wearer moves, so as to have the speed of wind. Item usage effect, allows the wearer to have a gust of wind acceleration aura, which can increase the movement speed by 80% and the attack speed by 50%, with the skill of Gust of Wind Dance. Gust of Wind Dance, instantly release the energy of the Gust of Wind ring, mobilize the surrounding wind elements, instantly increase the wearer's movement speed by 1000 points, increase the attack speed by 100%, last for 10 minutes, and cool down for 10 hours. Note, during high-speed movement, once attacked, the damage doubles. How much is your movement speed, is it 1000 points? Mina looked at the 1000 points of movement speed and asked instinctively. With his own movement speed, it is only about 150, and this is only with the bonus of various equipment, but if you use the Phantom Stealth, then it can reach 450 points. No, the highest I've ever tried is 600, and that's after you added the acceleration spell and the bonus of using the Wind Thief suit. However, I heard that, for now, the maximum speed of a thief seems to be 600 points. If you want to go higher, you can only find a way to improve your professional level or strength. Dao Yudao also looked at the ring absent-mindedly, because this ring didn't mean anything to him. Is there an upper limit to the speed of a thief? This was the first time Shui Nai heard this. Yes, speed is not like attack power. It can't be increased infinitely. As long as it reaches a certain level, it will reach a bottleneck. However, since most thieves don't fully develop speed, not everyone knows this. Although the main attribute of a thief is agility, it is the size of the strength that affects its attack power, and agility only increases their speed and body coordination ability, and there is no bonus to other attributes. It is for this reason that few thieves currently develop agility with all their strength. Seeing Dao Yudao carefully put away the space ring that failed to be identified, Shui Nai smiled and put on the wind ring in her hand to show it. Chapter 531 Dragon Skeleton. After the two dug down 1 meter, they buried the skeleton directly after confirming that there was nothing there, so as not to scare others in the future. Coming out of the cave, the faces of the two were full of satisfaction. For a former sword master, the space ring in his hand was definitely not a low-level thing, otherwise even they would not be able to identify it. And this space ring is so high-level, the things inside it will not be low. It trademark S just that the wearing level of this ring is obviously not low, and it trademark S been placed for a long time, so with their identification level, it trademark S still not enough. Are we going back now? Dao Yudao said with great satisfaction. He would take this ring no matter what, because for a thief who often ventures in uninhabited places, the larger the backpack space, the stronger the endurance. Moreover, this space ring is different from the player's backpack. No matter how heavy the things placed in it are, they will not affect the player's weight system. Because space storage items are basically placed in another space, they will naturally not affect the player's weight. For players, the bigger the backpack is, the better it is. At least the weight effect will make players feel very headache. Only people like Mina who got a ring with the abnormal hidden attribute of ignoring gravity from the beginning can become a mobile warehouse for a team. This hidden attribute is actually the effect of the top-grade floating stone. Mina and the unscrupulous profiteer are successful examples of this research. But they know that if Mina takes off the phantom ring, his speed and endurance consumption will reach a point that makes people completely speechless. No, let's go find the wind dragon. If it dies in the end, the dragon crystal. Didn't you say before that that place is dangerous? That's if the wind dragon is not dead or gone, but what if it is dead or runs away? So many years have passed, I think there is nothing wrong with going to take a look. In fact, I said at the beginning that the sword master had bad intentions because he obviously hid his things, and then asked people to find trouble with the wind dragon. This is obviously to make people avenge him, or in other words, he wants the wind dragon to rest in peace. Mina explained. Of course, if someone gets the treasure map before the wind dragon dies or runs away, then I'm afraid someone will follow the footsteps of the sword master. This sword master obviously doesn't want others or the wind dragon to have an easy life, so I say he is a disaster. Let's go. If the wind dragon really dies, then we will be rich, but if it runs away, we will just waste a little time. Under the effect of the light body aura of the phantom ring and the wind acceleration aura of the wind ring, it is equivalent to increasing Mina's speed by 1 times. If the phantom stealth and acceleration are added, it may reach the 600 point upper limit mentioned by Dao Yudao. However, when the speed is increased, the adverse effects brought by the speed also exist. As we all know, the faster the speed, the slower the reaction time. The shorter the time, the narrower the eye's field of vision, which is the adverse consequence of extreme speed. Therefore, in this game, the faster you run, the more dangerous it is. For those who understand extreme speed, they will not increase the speed to the highest level at once. Hey, the phantom stealth is invalid. No, we are attacked. Shui Nai, who was originally walking at high speed, suddenly found that his speed slowed down in an instant, and then because of the inertia of speed, he almost fell to the ground. Well, the health value is decreasing, but not too fast. Dao Yudao also discovered this immediately, but he did not find that he was attacked, and even the system did not prompt. The forbidden land of life. Shui Nai thought of what the elder said. If these are really places where gods have fought, then it is not inexplicable that there are some strange powers left. Just when Shui Nai was about to call Dao Yudao to leave, he heard Dao Yudao's call. The voice was full of excitement. Lao Fan, come here quickly, I see the dragon bone. Shui Nai checked her health status, which was not decreasing fast, at most a few points per second. Be careful, there is something wrong with this place. Shui Nai looked around. Now that the sun was setting, the light in the mountains was getting dimmer and dimmer, and it looked even more gloomy. After turning a bend in the mountain road, Shui Nai immediately saw a huge skeleton. Although they had not seen this species of dragons, there was an introduction to these creatures on the official website. The dragons are one of the creatures in this world second only to the level of gods, and they are naturally powerful beings of level 200. Of course, the dragon eggs captured by the players are not counted, because the dragons that appear in front of the players are generally adult dragons, and adult dragons are all level 200. In this world of the game, the image of the dragons is the same as that of Western dragons, but they are much more real than those fictional creatures. After all, in this world, they are real. Looking at this skeleton that is at least 20 meters long and 7 meters high, Shui Nai finally understood why the dragon clan is the most coveted pet among players. Owning such a pet is basically owning a boss pet. In this world, body size is often an indicator of strength. The larger the creature, the greater its strength. Moreover, this dragon clan is a natural king of Warcraft, and is naturally proficient in a series of elemental magic. In addition, with high health and high defense, this kind of pet is definitely a level 1 overlord. However, such a powerful existence has now become such a skeleton, and it has lost the former overlord-like momentum. On the contrary, under this dim mountain range, there is a gloomy feeling. And just when Shui Nai went over, he suddenly found that the speed at which his health value decreased accelerated. Don't come over, just give me an acceleration spell, the environment here is basically absorbing health value. Dao Yudao saw Shui Nai stop to drink potion, and immediately shouted. In this forbidden land of life, as long as you take a step forward, the loss of life value will increase by 1 point. In these few steps of Shui Nai, his life value has dropped by more than 10 points per second. It's just strange that there is no prompt for this kind of blood loss, which makes people at a loss. Seeing this, Shui Nai had to retreat quickly, and at the same time, he cast an ice crystal armor and acceleration spell on Dao Yudao. Here, his speed is no longer useful, and his life value is not high, so there is no point in staying here. Not long after, Dao Yudao came back. Damn, this place is really weird. It can automatically lose blood, and it loses hundreds of blood at a time, and the effect of all potions is discounted. Dao Yudao took things out of his backpack while enjoying the cool feeling of Shui Nai's recovery spell. Let's go, this place is not suitable for staying for a long time. Shui Nai looked at the 2 dragon crystals in the backpack, and he was actually very strange in his heart, but he knew that there was no time to ask, so he directly activated the effect of the teleportation ring. Ever since he discovered that this place could absorb the player's health silently, he had a feeling of being away, and he instinctively felt that he could not stay any longer. Shortly after they left, the skeleton of the wind dragon suddenly collapsed with a boom, rolling up a lot of dust. The 2 who had just returned to Yunwu town immediately received the system's offline notification. Although the player has a safe period of about 10 seconds after logging off normally and then logging on again, no player is willing to log off in a dangerous area, because this dangerous practice is often fatal. This is the basic knowledge of all players, and Shui Na and Dao Yudao obviously felt that there was something wrong with the place just now, so they hurried to leave. After logging on again, Shui Na and the others were immediately called by Fox and the others. When they took out the things they got yesterday, the 2 pieces of emerald dragon crystals immediately attracted the attention of these girls, which made them ignore other things directly. The boys were obviously interested in these things. Things are more open-minded, so the target of their discussion now is the pair of dragon horns that Dao Yudao took away before leaving. By the way, Yudao, where did you find the 2nd dragon crystal? Shui Na looked at the crystal clear dragon crystal under the sunset and asked in confusion. This question has been bothering him for a whole day. The first piece, that is, the turbid one, was found under the skull, and the other was found in his stomach. In fact, I am also very surprised that 2 dragon crystals appeared at once. Dao Yudao was also very puzzled. Didn't the dragon scale fall out? At this time, Ling Yun also asked. If dragon skin is the treasure of thieves and dragon crystal is the treasure of mages, then dragon scale is the treasure of warriors. Because the armor made of dragon scales has extremely strong defensive capabilities, it is the favorite of all warriors. I didn't find it. Because time is a bit tight, I just took these easy to find ones and left. Dao Yudao thought about it, but it disappointed Ling Yun. How about The beautiful fox asked immediately after hearing about dragon scales. No, that place is very evil. If I hadn't had enough health and fast speed, I would have died before I came back. The place where the dragon skeleton is a dangerous place that deducts 200 points per second, and even the effect of the potion is discounted. Otherwise, we wouldn't have rushed back. Dao Yudao said with lingering fear. The system didn't prompt. Xiao Mei asked. Although she liked these 2 pieces of dragon crystal very much, what use would a priest like her have for dragon crystals? Now that her eyes have been satisfied, she naturally has to find other things to do. It would be strange if there is nothing. We are still planning to ask the Great Elder or Lao Fan's master. Dao Yudao felt that the place was not simple at all, and the result of being not simple was probably a big task. Although most of the tasks in the game are very troublesome, doing them is completely not cost-effective compared to beating the boss. But this is just a general task. If you can find more tasks like the previous defense task of Yunwu Town, the player will be rich. You are looking for me? Hey, I said I smelled the scent of dragon. It seems that my nose is not old yet. The old wizard suddenly came over and took a look at the dragon crystal in Shui Nai's hand. Although he was a little surprised, he felt that he was still as good as ever. Chapter 532 The Real Treasure. The old wizard appeared with the Great Elder, Fal, and Big Hammer. The 4 top leaders of Yunwu Town had obviously just finished dinner, because there was still some grease on the beard of Big Hammer. Seeing that they should be out for a walk after dinner, Shui Nai immediately raised the problem they found in the canyon of the southern mountain range. You went to the southern mountain range? The old wizard frowned and asked directly after hearing it. Yes, I went to that side today and found a cave. I got some relics of a sword master from it, and finally found the skeleton of a wind dragon. But that place is a bit weird. Shui Nai adjusted the order of some things and roughly told them again. Wind dragon. This time, the old wizard looked at the elder. Wind dragon. After thinking hard for a moment, the elder said, then I think it should be more than 50 years ago. At that time, we did see a wind dragon, but because you warned us before that we couldn't go into that place, we didn't pay attention to it. That's troublesome. It looks like the things inside should have swallowed up the wind dragon. If this goes on, I'm afraid Yunwu Town will be in trouble sooner or later. The old wizard picked up the 2 dragon crystals in Shui Nai's palm and smiled bitterly. Swallowed? Something happened. Shui Nai muttered in a low voice. Don't go to that kind of place anymore. If you take a few more steps, you'll probably die or lose a layer of skin. The old wizard warned Shui Nai and the others. What's in there? Don't ask. You can't understand that kind of thing. At least you don't have the ability for the time being. However, you are lucky. You found another dragon ball. Now you can collect 4 types of elemental hearts. The old wizard handed the purest dragon crystal to Fal and signaled him to break the fist-sized prismatic dragon crystal. Let me think about it. Well, the wind dragon that died in there didn't come here to heal. I think it should have found the dragon ball in this world and promoted to the Dragon King in order to obtain the energy inside. But when the wind dragon was fully absorbing the energy of the dragon ball, it encountered a sneak attack from the Sword Saint and was forced into that dead place. The old wizard took the round dragon ball from Fal and returned the dragon crystal fragment to Shui Nai. The wind dragon is a kind of high-level dragon, much more powerful than the current low-level dragons. If it can really absorb the energy in this dragon ball, it will become a Dragon King level existence in this world. It just failed, but it's a bargain for you, kid. What is the heart of the element? Is it related to this crystal marrow? Mina asked immediately after seeing the old wizard finally slow down. He couldn't get a word in just now. Yes, then you will got it. The old wizard replied and said nothing more, and after seeing his come and beg me look, Shui Nai didn't want to ask any more. At this moment, Da Taikui picked up the pair of dragon horns in Dao Yudao's hand, but the doubt on his face became more and more serious. Is this a dragon horn? Da Taikui asked Dao Yudao. Yes, I twisted it off from the dragon head of the wind dragon. Dao Yudao said proudly that he was probably the only one who could pick a dragon horn from a dragon skeleton. If it weren't for Shui Na and Dao Yudao being able to prove that this was indeed a dragon horn, then this material that didn't even have a name in the eyes of the players would probably not be so easy to believe. Because this kind of very high-level material, with the current player's strength, is completely impossible to see through. Such materials have long been used by some old players to deceive novices. Some high-level players sell some ordinary materials that low-level players cannot identify as high-level materials, so as to take the opportunity to find those wealthy novice players for bargaining. Although these materials are indeed higher-level materials for novices, the price is many times higher than normal. However, after Dao Yiyu Dao and his group saw the next move of the big hammer, everyone was shocked and unbelievable. Because the big hammer actually put a dragon horn as long as an arm into his mouth, bit off a small corner, and chewed it crunch, crunch. This. Dao Yiyu Dao and the others were all stunned, because he remembered that the official website said that the dragon horn was the strongest part of the whole dragon and was the best material for making weapons. However, the dwarf's teeth were obviously harder than the dragon horn. Could it be that the dwarf's teeth were the best material? It's quite crisp, but it tastes a bit bitter. It seems that I need to clean it before eating it. Da Taikui swallowed the residue in his mouth and said with a bitter brow. Hehe, this dragon horn is actually useless, but it can still be used as medicine. However, we humans can't stand this thing. The medicinal properties are too strong. It can only be used by you, a greedy dwarf. The old wizard didn't even look at the dragon horn, because the dragon horn only had the appearance of a dragon horn, but the things inside had been swallowed up long ago. My dragon horn dagger. Dao Yiyu Dao said this in the team chat. Actually, he had already thought about it. Can the dragon horn that can be pulled off from the dragon head so easily be used as a weapon? However, he did not think about it in this way, because the dragon horn is the most suitable material for making thief weapons among the dragon materials. Even the dragon teeth are not as good as it. Be careful. What is yours is yours. It is useless to force it. If you really fight with this kind of dagger, you may die miserably. Shui Nai comforted Dao Yiyu Dao, and then looked at the dragon crystal fragments in his hand. As for the dragon crystal of the wind dragon, Shui Nai did not know what to do with it, because he did not know whether the dragon crystal was useless now. Can these things still be used? Shui Nai held the dragon crystals of different sizes in his hand, took a deep breath, and asked. Yes, but don't expect too much. After all, there is not much energy in the dragon crystal. It should still be possible to make some jewelry such as rings. After the old wizard took a look, he pouted at the big iron hammer. Give it to me. I'll give it to you along with the other modified things later. The big iron hammer had the dragon horn in his hand, and he also knew the meaning of a man who eats someone's mouth is soft, and a man who takes someone's hand is short, so he came out to get those dragon crystals. To be honest, these dragon crystals that have lost most of their energy can only be regarded as higher-level monster crystal cores at most, so the big iron hammer is not willing to waste time dealing with them. But he couldn't give up the dragon horns in his hand, because these dragon horns are the treasures of these blacksmiths. As long as you chew them when you are tired, you will be full of energy and energy immediately, and it can also increase your strength. This is a rare precious medicine. By the way, I have a space ring here, but we don't seem to be strong enough to open it. At this time, Dao Yiyu Dao immediately handed the space ring to the old wizard. Hey, good stuff? There is actually a protective magic. What is the name of the sword master? Do you know it? The old wizard took the ring, his eyes flashed, and he suddenly asked. It's not written in the will. It seems that he doesn't want people to know their names. That's right. It's a bit cowardly for a sword master to die in such a place. The old wizard nodded, and then returned the ring to Dao Yiyu Dao. Well, it can't be opened. You have to be level 60 to use it. Dao Yiyu Dao said angrily in the team chat. The dragon horn is useless, and this ring can't be used. Isn't this playing tricks on him? The ring processed by the old wizard immediately showed its original properties. The space of this space ring is as much as 1500 grids, and it also has the property of not falling. It is much more advanced than the space ring in the hand of the beautiful fox. Give it to the old wizard, take out the things inside first. The beautiful fox immediately gave a prompt. Yes. Mina and everyone agreed. I wonder if you can help us take out the things inside. Our strength is really not enough. Dao Yiyu Dao thought about it and handed the ring to the old wizard. Okay. The old wizard didn't say much. He took the ring and took out the things inside one by one. The old wizard put the ring on his finger, and then waved his hand. A space wave immediately appeared in front of everyone, and then a huge irregular black stone appeared. However, the good thing is that this space ring does not consume any energy to open. When it is opened, the endurance value decreases slightly, otherwise Shui Nai would not dare to let the old wizard use it. Ah! This is a meteorite from outer space. When Da Taikui saw the stone, he immediately shouted, and even threw away the dragon crystal in his hand, and kept hugging and caressing the bumpy stone. Is this a meteorite from the south? Shui Nai thought about it and asked. That's right. The old wizard took a breath and gave the ring to Fal. It was more appropriate for the young generation to do the heavy work of opening the ring. Give me this stone, I want it. Big Hammer suddenly protected the boulder behind him, blocking it from everyone's sight. Of course, this thing is useless in our hands. Shui Na and the others did not discuss it, but just glanced at each other and understood each other's meaning. This is the tacit understanding they have developed during this period of time. Now for them, there are many times when they can make a unanimous decision without discussing it. Then I'll go back first. Big Hammer looked at the stone affectionately and prepared to carry it back. There is another piece of material here. Just as Big Hammer turned around, Fal reminded him. I saw a palm-sized green metal ingot in Fal's hand exuding the color of metal. This metal has obviously been refined. Because this thing is a neat long strip, just like a gold brick. If it wasn't for the obvious metallic color, Mina wouldn't believe that this color, which is somewhat like jade, could be metal. However, Mina could feel a trace of wind energy in it. This is magic metal. Hehe, this is wind iron, which is naturally resonant with the wind element. The old wizard picked up the metal ingot with difficulty, and the big hammer below was like a child, jumping up and down, trying to grab the wind iron in the old wizard's hand. Hey, this is mithril. The old wizard said again, and then the big hammer jumped up again. This is magic gold. The old wizard stroked his forehead and said, unable to accept this scene. Damn, it's cloud copper. The old wizard cursed directly, and he was no longer able to tease the big hammer. What materials are these? I can't find them. How can they be so good that even the old wizard can't stand them? The beautiful fox asked in the team chat. Every time the old wizard called out the name, they checked the information online, but they only found that these were high-level materials, and didn't know the specific situation. These materials can only be used by people at least level 150. Do you think they can be found in the current database? Deo Yudeo cried out in pain, and his wrinkled face could not be covered even by the lurking mask. Chapter 533 Legendary Weapons. Didn't I say before that I had a few thief masters? I was tortured to death by them during that time. How could I not know these things? Deo Yudeo thought of the various traps and mechanisms when he saw these rare materials. Then why don't you improve those databases? This is a good opportunity to become famous. The beautiful fox said dissatisfiedly. Just now, she was looking for them very hard. Become famous? I just want to make a fortune quietly. Deo Yudeo muttered in a low voice. He didn't want to let other players get away with it. In the database of the game, except for some basic things, the rest of the things are perfected by the players themselves. Of course, some information that has become commonplace will be integrated and released by the official website. Alas, why do I feel that this ring is the real treasure? There are so many things that we don't need. Alas. Deo Yudeo said with great sadness. Hehe, this thing is hidden so deep, can it not be a treasure? Shui Nai thought about it. He dug in the cave for almost 15 minutes before digging out these two rings. If there is nothing inside, it would be strange. Looking at the scattered materials on the ground, and then looking at the bored expression of the old wizard, Shui Nai also knew that the old wizard didn't want to watch it anymore. However, the spatial ripples in the hands of village chief Fal have not stopped. When using a space ring, you can only store and retrieve one item at a time, and the larger the size, the longer it takes, unlike the player's backpack, which can be completed instantly. Hey, this is... Just when everyone was a little numb, Fal finally took out something surprising. This time it was a not-so-long sword. Fal looked at the green sword in his hand. The sword was only about 1 meter long, but the sharp aura but the people around could sense it through the scabbard. Green shadow sword, haha, it turned out to be this dead kid, he died well, died well. The old wizard suddenly shouted happily after seeing the sword, which scared Shui Nai who was preparing torches on the side. What is this? Shui Nai asked immediately. In fact, Shui Nai wanted to get the sword of the sword saint the most at the beginning, because for a sword saint, the sword is their life and the treasure they value most. Therefore, at the beginning of the cave, his first thought was to take the sword of the Sword Saint away as his burial fee, but he didn't expect that there were so many top quality items in the ring. Do you know the owner of this sword? Shui Nai saw that the old wizard was almost out of breath from laughing, and asked with some concern. Know him? How can I not know him? This swordsman killed 2 of my apprentices. Even if he turns to ashes, I will remember him. But, unfortunately, this guy died in my hands. Otherwise, even if I use all the power of my magic guild, I must turn this guy into ashes. The old mage became more and more excited, and his eyes flashed with fierceness. A depressing aura burst out directly from the old mage. Alas, you are so old, but you are still so stubborn. Contain it. Seeing that several female mages with weaker constitutions around had retreated far away, the elder could not help but remind him. What skill was that just now? We were bounced back. Xiaomei asked. Just now, after the old mage burst out with that kind of momentum, their bodies actually moved automatically, but even if they wanted to bear it, they couldn't bear it. On the contrary, those power-type players can bear it, but the mage Mina is a little outstanding among the warriors. Aura, or you can say pressure, anyway, is the powerful NPC ability in this world. All creatures weaker than him will be absolutely affected. Dao Yiyu Dao explained bitterly in the team chat, because the momentum that the old wizard had just burst out reminded him of the tragic life at the beginning of the game again. Sorry, I remembered some old things. After the old wizard came to his senses, he immediately restrained himself, but there was still something called sadness in his eyes. In the end, apart from this sword, there are only these 3 books. Seeing that the old wizard's eyes were a little dim, Fal gave the sword called Qingying to Dao Yiyu Dao, and also gave him the last 3 books in the ring. However, when the Qingying sword was handed over to Dao Yiyu Dao, all the players present suddenly found that the sword was actually emitting a red halo. Red? What kind of equipment halo is this? Dao Yiyu Dao looked at the Qingying sword in his hand, but apart from its name, he only knew that this sword could only be used by the sword master. Ah! Why, Sword Saint, damn it, you can't play me so hard. Dao Yiyu Dao was heartbroken when he saw the attributes displayed on this equipment. Afterwards, Dao Yiyu Dao looked at the Qingying sword in his hand, but he couldn't even do such a simple thing as unsheathing it, which made him completely collapsed. However, everyone ignored his collapsed expression and studied this red equipment instead. The red equipment halo is not introduced on the official website, so this can only mean that this equipment is more advanced than dark gold. Shui Nai took a look at the Qingying sword and speculated. This Qingying sword is obviously a special sword for the wind attribute Duki Sword Saint, because a blue gem is inlaid on the hilt of this Qingying sword. The inside of this gem seems to have a space that can completely absorb people's eyes. Just now, the Qingying sword burst out with a sharp breath as soon as it appeared, which is probably the credit of this gem. However, no matter how Shui Nai checked, there was no way to get the fuel of this gem. And below the gem, on the hilt, there are 2 ancient characters, Qingying. Village chief, this sword is for you. Dao Yiyu Dao said dejectedly, because just now, he looked at the 3 skill books, but there was nothing he could use. The 3 skill books are the Wind Magic Whirlwind Blade, the Sword Skill Fierce Wind Slash and the Footwork Whirlwind Step. You don't want it. Village Chief Fal looked at Dao Yiyu Dao in surprise. This sword is the most powerful sword he has ever seen. Even if he, a little thief, is not capable of using it, there is no need to give it to an outsider. No, among the people I know, no one can use it. It is best to give it to you, the village chief. The sword should be given to the hero. Dao Yiyu Dao became more and more excited as he spoke, and even flattered him. Haha, thank you very much. To be honest, when Fal saw the Qingying sword, he liked it very much. First of all, the aura of the sword complemented his own, and practicing it would probably be twice as effective with half the effort. Moreover, no sword master would dislike such a peerless divine weapon. In that case, this ring will be used as a return gift. As you said, good things should be used on the right people. This is what I picked up from Moying. I also tested it and the effect is quite good. Fal took a look at the ring. After holding the Qingying sword, he suddenly took off a ring from his finger and handed it to Dao Yiyu Dao. This is the Demon Shadow Ring. Dao Yiyu Dao took a look and immediately remembered that this ring was the same as Shui Nai's ring that had not been corroded by the undead. Yes. Thank you. Dao Yiyu Dao took a look. Although he had to be level 60 to use it, at least he could use it, so he happily thanked him. Hehe, each of us takes what we need. After saying that, Fal turned around and looked at the old wizard. You don't mind, do you? Nonsense, I'm so happy that this Ching Ying is in your hands. If that dead guy knew that his collection was divided by you like this, he would probably be so angry that he would turn into a corpse. It's a pity that you actually buried him, alas. The old wizard shook his head and said, but there was no rebuke in his tone, but a feeling of relief. Let them see it. This is a legendary weapon. It's good to open their eyes. The old wizard glanced at Fal, whose eyes were somewhat fiery, and motioned him to draw out the sword. Only a slight hum sound came from the scabbard, and everyone found that Fal was holding a hilt in his hand, but no one saw the blade on the hilt. Is this sword an energy sword? The beautiful fox asked, because when she saw the hilt in Fal's hand, she immediately remembered a movie she had watched. No way, I just saw a sword shadow. Xiaomei rubbed her eyes and said. No, there is a sword body, but this sword body is translucent. Mina held the torch and immediately found the reason. It turned out that the sword body of the Ching Ying sword was made of an unknown material, and it was translucent all over. If it weren't for the slightly green luster on the sword body, it would be really difficult to find this section of the sword body. The blade strength of this Ching Ying sword is not outstanding, but this hair-thin thickness, combined with the wind attribute fighting spirit, can produce the strongest sword energy that can cut everything. This sword does not focus on attacking, but it is very suitable for your fighting style. Moreover, this Ching Ying is also a magic weapon, which can just make up for the problem of insufficient attack strength of your wind attribute fighting spirit. The old wizard commented on the Ching Ying sword. Afterwards, Fal slashed the Ching Ying sword in the air, and a huge green wind blade came out from the almost invisible tip of the sword, whistling into the distance of the sky. That power is many times stronger than Mina's wind blade. Teacher, what does this legendary weapon mean? Isn't this weapon considered a divine weapon? Mina began to ask questions. For such unknown equipment, it is inevitable to ask more questions. Artifact? It's still a little short of it. If it can accumulate divine power and form a weapon soul, it can be promoted to an artifact like the broadsword, but it has not reached this level yet. So, the broadsword is also a legendary weapon. Xuanai said. It was before, but it got divine power and awakened. Now it is an artifact, a very strange artifact. The old wizard glanced at Xuanai with some ambiguity in his eyes. This look is dangerous. Xuanai saw this and immediately shrank his head and retreated. Now, he understood what level this red equipment was. If he guessed correctly, this should be called legendary equipment, which is higher than dark gold. And just from the literal meaning, it can be understood that this equipment should be an equipment that can leave a name in history and have its own story. Chapter 534 High-Level Magic Shadow Ring. In order to confirm the problem of this legendary equipment, Xuanai specifically asked about the history of the Green Shadow Sword. The Green Shadow Sword, if I remember correctly, has a history of thousands of years. It is said that every time this sword comes out, it leads its owner to become a legend. But when it came to the hands of its previous owner, it ruined its reputation. As the old wizard narrated, it turned out that the previous owner of the Green Shadow was a swordsman who did all kinds of evil. As long as he liked something, he would use violence to get it. And one of his targets was the Magic Guild. At that time, because of the old wizard, the Magic Guild fought with the Holy Light Church. In the end, the old wizard was defeated in the battle with the gods, and the Magic Guild was also seriously injured. In the end, the swordsman took advantage of the opportunity and stole some treasures from the Magic Guild. Among them, this whirlwind flying blade is one of them. As for whether these materials are the treasures of the Magic Guild, the old wizard can't tell now. However, even if they are, he doesn't plan to return them, because this is not his style. In fact, I have to admit that this guy's comprehension is amazingly high. If it weren't for his bad temperament and character, this swordsman would have a good chance of becoming a divine swordsman. But, what a pity. The old wizard looked at the 3 skill books and said with a sigh. It turns out that the Whirlwind Step and Fierce Wind Slash are actually evolved from the magic principle of the Whirlwind Flying Blade, and they are even more effective. Indeed, this sword skill and footwork are very strange, but it is completely feasible. I never thought that it would be so strange. The principle of magic is related to swordsmanship. After studying it for a while, Fal could only say this with admiration, and then handed the 3 skill books to Dao Yiu Dao. This, don't you want it? Isn't this the treasure of your magic guild? Dao Yu Dao looked at the whirlwind flying blade in his hand. This is not a regular magic. It must be one less when one is used. Don't worry, although this is the original, the magic guild must have a handwritten version. This collection is only for its historical value, don't worry. The old wizard waved his hand, looking indifferent. Besides, it has been missing for hundreds of years. It is easy to cause problems if it is returned now. So, just divide it up. Okay, you guys go and get busy. I don't have as much energy as you guys. I'm going to sleep. The old wizard looked up at the night sky, and now the night has come. After sending the old wizard away, he helped Taikui move back all the top quality materials, and Shui Nai and the others began to distribute them. Dao Yu Dao was very satisfied with the 2 rings in his hand. Although these 2 rings can only be used at level 60, Dao Yu Dao, who had seen the attributes, could no longer control the corners of his mouth. Yu Dao, this magic shadow ring can only be equipped at level 60, which is different from mine. Shui Nai asked. Haha, of course, the ring in the hand of this magic shadow has been strengthened, and it is the highest level. Now the one in my hand is called a high-level magic shadow ring, and the effect is much stronger than yours without a level. Then Dao Yu Dao announced the properties of the magic shadow ring in his hand. The magic shadow ring, which has been strengthened 3 times with brilliant gems, will not weaken the properties of the main body and the clone when using the clone, but the health of the clone is still only half of the main body. For players, the attribute of health is not a big problem. On the contrary, the clone that does not weaken the properties of both is what players want most. Imagine that 2 players with the same attributes are fighting 1 against 2, and this 2 can play the effect of 1 + 1 = 3 in the hands of masters. What's more perverted is that the upper limit of the use of clones of this magic shadow ring has also increased to 2. As long as Dao Yu Dao can control it well, its combat power is no longer something that 3 players can deal with. However, the number of shadow clones is still only 4 times a day, which makes Dao Yu Dao somewhat unhappy. Don't be dissatisfied, your ring can be used until level 200. As for mine, I trademark am afraid it can only be used up to level 60 and then it can trademark T be used anymore, so be content. Shui Na remembered that the old wizard said that Fowl could not use the undead shadow in his hand because the ring did not copy the energy of Fowl, the sword master. In fact, he also understood this in his heart. Just like the magic cannon, it has never been possible to copy it. And now, the modified shadow clone has no way to copy the special abilities like those of Shui Na. However, Fowl just said that he had tried the ring in Yudao's hand, so it means that the ring has the ability to copy the sword master's strength clone. Then combined with this to speculate, that is to say, the attributes of this shadow clone are level limited. And Shui Na estimated that this level limit is probably the level 60 mark. Level 60 is a watershed for players. Once you pass it, you will have a broad horizon. It is not an incomprehensible problem that some of the previous things cannot be used. Brilliant gem, I remember mentioning it on the forum before. In the Orc Kingdom, there seem to be several mining areas that produce this, but the monsters there are very high in level and strength, and the explosion rate of this stone is extremely low, so it may not be easy to get. The beautiful fox thought for a moment and reminded Shui Nai, because she knew that Shui Nai didn't often go to the player forum, but he went to the official website database more often. Let's talk about it when we have time. Shui Nai looked at the bonfire in front of the dungeon in the distance and adjusted his mentality. He looked at the ring in his hand. People said that rings and other jewelry were the most difficult to get, but he had so many rings that he couldn't wear them all. And now, he has one more ring. At the beginning, Shui Nai wanted to give this wind ring to the injured little fox, but when she learned that the dragon crystal jewelry could also speed up, she rejected Shui Nai's kindness. For a shield armor, speed is not too important, and this wind ring combined with Shui Nai's phantom ring is much stronger than using it on her shield armor. And the 2 swordsman skills were obtained by Hu Dai without anyone competing. Although she wanted to take the path of fire attribute fighting spirit, she hesitated after seeing these 2 skill books. Because these 2 skill books can only be learned by those who specialize in wind attribute fighting spirit, and their power and effect are much stronger than the basic skills she has seen. At this stage where she has to learn even the basic skills by herself, now that she has 2 top quality skill books in her hands, can she not hesitate? Xiao Dai, change to wind attribute? In fact, the attack power of fire attribute fighting spirit is only the strongest among swordsmen, but compared with mages, there is still a big gap. Wouldn't it be better for us to find a few more mages? And, look at, as long as you change to wind attribute fighting spirit, then you will have a sword master in the future. As long as you spend some time and build a good relationship, you will not have to worry about your skills. The beautiful fox saw that Hudi was hesitant, so she added fuel to the fire, but she looked at Shui Nai with a bad look. By the way, little fox, do you want to expand your backpack a little, or we can exchange a few? Dao Yiyudao also gathered with the injured little fox to discuss the distribution of backpacks. After Dao Yiyudao had this space ring, he no longer had to worry about the number of backpacks, but in order to prevent the several top quality backpacks on his body from becoming useless, he had to exchange the backpack with the injured little fox. Now I am almost vomiting from playing this dungeon. Dao Yiyudao lay on the ground in an indecent manner in the morning sun, basking in the warm sunlight. The night system really makes people happy and dissatisfied. Although this doubles the player's game time, the endurance system, which is the player's fatigue index, makes many players unbearable. Double consumption. If there is no support from potions, I'm afraid the player will just sit down and rest. Come on, eat something first. Shui Na looked at the wine and endurance potion in the backpack. There were not many of these things, and there was no way to resupply them. The group had no choice but to use this primitive method to speed up the recovery. As for the mooncakes, Shui Na and the others didn't want to waste them. After all, mooncakes were rare resources. If one was used, one would be less. The injured little fox, who had replaced the heavy stone armor on his body, also found a place to sit down and eat the food made by Xiaoyu. Although Xiaoyu's current cooking level could not make any food that could recover quickly, the taste of these foods could satisfy their appetite. However, their behavior attracted the attention of most players in front of the dungeon. Among them, Yayan and Xiaowen, who were the thinnest, soon couldn't stand it. After eating a few bites in a hurry, they put the food into their backpacks and closed their eyes to rest. Then let's go to the task first. After resting for a while, Dao Yiyudao and Shui Nai looked at the time and got up immediately. Since their mission was designated, they did not need to report back to Yunmu town, they could just go to do the mission directly. After the two separated at a fork in the road, they went their separate ways. However, when Shui Nai went to get the Zhengyang flower, he found that the old mage and the elder were walking towards the mountains in the south, so he jumped sideways and jumped off the cliff directly, and came to a place not far behind them. Hey, are you really a mage? What do you mean like a monkey? Our mages are a very noble and elegant profession. There are no such people as you, alas. The old mage looked at Shui Nai wearing a tattered cloth armor, and his body was covered with dust and gravel, and he immediately frowned, angry at her for not fighting. Even the elder frowned when he saw Shui Nai's outfit. Wait. Shui Nai didn't expect that he would come over to say hello, but after using the recovery spell to clean the dirt on his body, he immediately changed his clothes. The ragged clothes just now were specially used when he picked Zhengyang flowers. After all, climbing a mountain is different from walking, and it is easy to damage the equipment. Therefore, in order to save money, Shui Nai naturally would not take out his good clothes. Chapter 535 Dragon Language Earrings. After following the three of them into the mountain range, Shui Nai immediately cast the acceleration spell on everyone. There was no danger in this mountain range, so he did not prepare any defensive magic. The elder and the old wizard who got Shui Nai's acceleration spell immediately increased their speed. Although Shui Nai didn't know why they didn't fly but walked on land, he was relieved when he saw that the two of them relaxed their brows. In fact, Shui Na also knew that for these mage NPCs, their profession was superior, because they didn't have to rush around like swordsmen, nor did they have to sneak around like thieves. In addition, the magic of mages was always so gorgeous and extraordinary in front of the world, so it was easy for them to develop a proud temperament. How are you going to deal with the second elder's matter? At this time, the old mage suddenly asked. I can't do anything about him. After all, he has joined the darkness, and now I can only take it one step at a time. The elder replied helplessly. And Shui Na also knew that they were discussing the issue of the second elder's rebellion, but as the elder said, the second elder had already run to the dark camp and was out of reach. By the way, if you suddenly feel the dark breath around you from the water scroll, then you have to find a safe place immediately, because that breath may be from the holy book of the dead, Don't fight that guy Hedon. Just as Mina was packing her backpack, the old wizard suddenly said something. Mina naturally knew the connection between the Book of Creation, and he knew more than the old wizard. When the parts of the Book of Creation were 50 kilometers apart, produce mutual induction. Understood. Despite this, he still responded. After finishing his backpack, Shui Nai also began to check his skill panel. Now some magic has not been used for a long time, and basically I have almost forgotten their effects. After taking a look at the god-level magic passed on to him by the old wizard, this magic resonance is actually difficult to use. In other words, this magic should be used on the battlefield. Only in such a grand environment as the battlefield can it exert its greatest ability. Afterwards, Shui Nai checked the water scroll again, but the skill teaching of the water scroll has not yet cooled down. Naturally, there is no way to use it. As for the magic he wants to learn, it is the hydrotherapy. As a single healing magic of the wizard, although it is not as good as the priest's great healing magic, it is the strongest recovery magic that Shui Nai can learn at present. In fact, he wants to learn the wood recovery magic more, but firstly, he has not found the source of the skill, and secondly, the vampire mortals can't stand this wood magic with a strong breath of life. Therefore, he can only choose this hydrotherapy now. Since Blood Clan Fanfiction got the certification yesterday, he has been dealing with the sleeping state, but the awakening of magic in his body has become more and more. Now, except for the high-level magic that has not yet awakened, all the low-level and medium-level magic can be used. However, when Shui Nai thought about having to find skill books for him to learn in the future, she was overwhelmed. Although the skills of pets can be awakened by self-realization, the probability of awakening is not very high. For humanoid pets like Blood Clan Fanfiction, the best way is to learn through skill books. And being able to learn the skills of players is one of the most powerful aspects of humanoid pets. When the four of them walked through the cave where the swordsman was buried, no one looked at the cave for a long time and passed by. However, when they did not walk far, Shui Nai suddenly found that Fal, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped, and his right hand was already on the hilt of the Qing Ying sword, making a gesture of drawing the sword at any time. Don't be nervous, the thing inside has not awakened yet. The old wizard immediately reminded, but only he understood his words, and the other three people could only look at him. The one sleeping inside is the incarnation of the Dark Destroyer god from the Dark Hell. Since he fought and lost the previous god of light, he has been sealed here. However, I didn't expect that the strength of this seal would be weakened so much. I'm afraid that he will be able to come out in just a few hundred years. The old wizard looked at the depths of the mountains, explaining and talking to himself. Then what should we do? The area of this forbidden land is much larger than it was 50 years ago. If it continues like this. The elder looked at the location of the forbidden land and realized that it was not the same as it was 50 years ago. He immediately realized that this forbidden land was constantly growing. There is no way to deal with him inside, only those who have reached the level of God are qualified. Otherwise, if you go in, you will only serve as fertilizer for his growth. So you too have to work hard. As long as you break through your current realm when this forbidden area spreads to Yunmu town, you will naturally be able to deal with it. The old wizard gave Fal and the elder a difficult task. As for Shui Nai, he was directly ignored. Let's go. After the old wizard took a look at the place deep in the mountains, he turned his head and said, Fal, go to the south and see if there is a canyon there. Think of a way to seal the canyon. But remember, your flying altitude cannot be lower than 10 meters, otherwise you will be caught by it, and then it will be troublesome. Understood. After Fal finished speaking, he immediately took off and flew to the south according to the old wizard's instructions. Not long after that, Shui Nai and the others heard a clear whistle from the south that pierced the clouds and cracked the rocks. After the whistling sound, a series of landslides accompanied by the shaking of the ground reached everyone, and it felt like an earthquake. The most terrifying thing was that the landslides from the other side lasted for a full 2 minutes before they stopped. Haha, it seems that Fal has pushed down the entire canyon. The old wizard listened to the sound and said with a smile. Fal, who got the Qing Ying sword, has reached a historical peak in terms of attack power. Often, with one sword, the green sword energy can cut off a small mountain peak, not to mention just destroying the mountain range and guiding the mountain to landslide. After returning, Fal also sealed the mountain canyon on this side according to the method just now. Now, except for flying over from the air, it is no longer possible for ordinary people to go over by land. After handing the Zhenjianghua to Xiaoyu for processing, Shui Na met up with Dao Yiyu Dao and transported a large amount of wood back. This time, the two of them completely filled the wood storage warehouse, and even the last few logs could not be stuffed in. Seeing that the task was completed, Shui Nai and the others naturally went to the dungeon again. In the past 2 days, Shui Nai and Dao Yiyu Dao basically completed the tasks of Yunwu town twice as much, although the rewards they received did not increase much, but this is very satisfying. However, as their levels rise, they can no longer get much experience from the boss in the dungeon, and even the experience rewards of the dungeon cannot meet the huge experience value of Mina's last level. Now both of them have reached level 59, but in front of the massive experience value of reaching level 60, they chose to give up. Because for the current dungeon, there is no way to provide enough experience. Therefore, they left the last blow of all bosses to others, among which, the injured little fox can already equip the rock suit. A set of equipment like a rock, coupled with her heroic expression, the will of women not inferior to men, fully exerted the momentum of this rock suit. It is very rare for a female shield armor to achieve this step. Before wearing the rock suit, the injured little fox was able to block the violent petrified rock snake. Now, even without the care of Yayan and other priests, she can hold on for more than 10 minutes under the fierce attack of the violent petrified rock snake. This trembling defensive ability has made many guilds extend olive branches to it, and the bid is still very high. However, the injured little fox will be deleted without any polite reply. Now the injured little fox's invincible shield has become the highest existence among the players in Yunwu town. No matter where she goes, people will look at her. It's just that some people admire her, but some people have bad intentions. The group came to the workshop of the Big Hammer and found his exclusive studio. Xiaoyu and the other 3 came out, each holding a wooden box. After that, the group of 10 people immediately found that there were 13 pairs of earrings in the wooden box, and all of them were inlaid with a piece of crystal clear wind dragon crystal fragments. Although the earrings look very small, the beautiful dragon crystal that can't be ignored makes them have a sense of vastness and depth. However, this caused some dissatisfaction among Dao Yiyu Dao, because the earrings were made by Taikui to save time and cost, and the level used was only 40. This earring called Dragon Language looks like a silver metal needle plus a piece of dragon crystal fragment, and there is not much craftsmanship in it. Earrings are an equipment in the game that is open to female players. Of course, male players can also activate this system. At the beginning, each female player will be rewarded with 2 earring positions by the system, and if you want to open more positions, you have to pay 10 points of the upper limit of life to open them. However, since earrings are equipment that is rarely used for decoration in the wild, except for finding someone to make them yourself, the player's earring equipment column is generally empty. However, Taikui's work, which was obviously shoddy, became the object of screams from a group of ladies. Because the dragon crystal on the dragon language shines like a diamond, it can flash a green and bright light in the sun. Dao Yiyu Dao took the earrings, but after thinking about it, he still didn't wear them. After all, with his current ability, this kind of pure acceleration thing is not very useful. If this pair of earrings was not a rare jewelry set, he would have given it away long ago. However, now everyone present got a pair of earrings, even Ling Yun and Sui Feng Yuan got one. It's not easy for him to give them away. Chapter 536 The Words of the Wind Dragon. Seeing the beauties around trying the effects of earrings in different positions, they actually spent a lot of money to open other positions just because they looked down on the 2 ear holes fixed in the earlobes provided by the system. However, there are only 2 places for a player to produce equipment effects. No matter how many are opened, there will be no effect, and the rest are only decorative, and now they are bleeding for this kind of decoration. After Mina saw the beautiful fox open 5 in a row, he was speechless. You know, while he was still considering whether to spend 20 points of life, they had already opened the 5th one. How could he not burst into tears? Hey, don't you want it? If you don't want it, give it to me. I still have a few places. The beautiful fox looked at the absent-minded Shui Nai and the unhappy Dao Yiyu Dao, and immediately stretched out her claws. Yes, but not now. Shui Nai and Dao Yiyu Dao shouted in unison. Tisk, why do men wear earrings? How sissy! The words of the beautiful fox shocked Ling Yun, who was piercing his ears with pain, and almost burst into tears. Now he understands the reason why Shui Nai and Dao Yiyu Dao are hesitant. This is really hurtful. Looking at the beautiful fox and Sui Fengyuan in front of him who took out the mirror from time to time to compare, Shui Nai sighed. He didn't expect that the injured little fox and Xiao Yu would join them. On the contrary, Yayan did not waste her precious life limit. Mina looked at the 2 earrings in her hand. Once the earrings are complete, they have the effect of Wind Dragon's voice. When 2 earrings are combined to increase the movement speed by 5% and the attack speed by 5%, these 2 effects are doubled, reaching an amazing effect of 10% and 10%. However, this 10% attack speed is obviously not available to mages, unless the mage directly uses the staff to hit people. But this 10% movement speed makes a group of female mages feel extremely happy. The speed of the mage profession is the slowest among all professions. No mage would think that his speed is too high. However, it must be said that for mages, equipment that can accelerate, even ordinary ones, are at the same price as top quality equipment, not to mention a set of acceleration suits. For players, suits often represent high attributes and high rewards. No matter which suit, as long as it is collected as a set, its attributes can surpass the equipment of the same level, or even better, surpassing equipment of a higher level. Generally, a suit with only 2 parts like this is called a small suit, and this one can't be any smaller. This suit is actually a top-grade small suit for thieves, and these 2 parts are rarely used. If Dao Yiyu Dao's speed had not reached a bottleneck, he would definitely wear it first. Aren't you going to wear it? Dao Yiyu Dao asked. He really didn't have much interest in this top-grade earring. I plan to give it to Blood Clan Fan Chen, he can equip it anyway. Although Blood Clan Fan Chen can equip mage equipment and Blood Clan warrior equipment, he really can't find the Blood Clan warrior equipment, so he can only use his spare equipment. Oh, forget it, I'll equip it, maybe I can break through the current bottleneck with it. Dao Yiyu Dao thought about it and felt that it would be better to try it. In fact, he never thought that his first dragon brand equipment would be such a useless existence, which made him very disappointed. If the earrings were not too feminine, Dao Yiyu Dao would never have thought of equipping them. By the way, which one of us looks better? Just as the 2 were whispering, Xiao Mei pulled Yayan, who looked a little unnatural, over, walked to Shui Nai, and suddenly asked. Both. Just when Shui Nai was ready to give a more compromising answer, Xiao Mei interrupted him. You can't say those meaningless polite words. You can only choose one of us. Do you understand? Shui Nai was overwhelmed by Xiao Mei's unbridled momentum. After a moment of silence, he could only nod. In fact, he wanted to shake his head, but he found that all the women present were quiet and staring at him. Especially seeing the beautiful fox's eyes of "I'll kill you if you dare to shake your head," and the action of trimming nails with a dagger, Shui Nai could only give in. And Dao Yiyu Dao, at the last minute, actually walked to Ling Yun's side to discuss the pros and cons of the ear hole position, obviously giving up Shui Nai. This made Shui Nai curse in his heart, but now there was a more terrifying problem waiting for him, so he scratched Dao Yiyu Dao's back fiercely and set his sights on Xiao Mei and Yayan. Alas! Shui Nai sighed, and put back the words "both are good looking" in his stomach, and he began to look at the 2 of them seriously. Xiao Mei, the anemic mage, pierced 3 more ear holes in one go, and all of these 3 ear holes were on the left ear, and her 2 dragon crystal earrings were nailed on the left ear, one above and one below. Under the light, the dragon crystal earrings that flashed with light as Xiao Mei's head swayed were full of temptation, and a kind of unruly wild beauty could be fully reflected from the earrings on the left ear. Yayan was different. Since she used the ear holes assigned by the system, the crystal clear blue dragon crystal was like a gem, inlaid on her small and fair jade ears. With the black long hair gathered behind her ears, she looked very elegant and quiet. It must be said that, combined with the nervous red cloud on her face, it is indeed easier to attract men's attention than Xiao Mei. Because from her body, the weak temperament can easily arouse men's desire to protect. Yayan's skin is much better than Xiao Mei's. This was Shui Nai's first impression, but he didn't dare to say it. To be honest, when Shui Nai saw the 2 of them, his first impression was that Yayan was better looking. However, he now had to think of a way to avoid further questions, which was his biggest headache. Yayan. There is no reason. This is the first feeling. It seems that this dragon crystal is more suitable for Yayan, and yours is. Just when Shui Nai was facing Xiao Mei's inquiring eyes, Dao Yiyu Dao finally came to the rescue. Dao Yiyu Dao suddenly shouted, as if he had discovered something new, and then he started to discuss loudly with Ling Yun. Shui Nai also rushed over immediately, ignoring Xiao Mei's open mouth, and then she didn't even dare to look at them, for fear of causing something embarrassing again. Humph, I knew he would. This is how you choose, hum. Xiao Mei stomped her feet and muttered in a low voice. Stupid, if it were us, we would definitely choose Yan, because this cyan dragon crystal suits her very well. If it were you, you should choose the red one, so that you can show your wild beauty. The beautiful fox commented in her guild channel, and was recognized by the remaining girls. If I had known earlier, I would have taken out Xiao Wen. When the people in the Fox Fairy Guild heard this, they couldn't help but sigh inwardly that this guy was inhumane. Xiaoyu looked at Yan, who didn't even dare to raise her head, and then looked at Shui Nai, who didn't even dare to turn her head, and suddenly understood something in her heart. And the three men, including Shui Nai, also went into a deeper discussion after the initial rescue operation. It turned out that Dao Yiyu Dao really discovered something at that time and then shouted. Dragon Roar. This is the conclusion that Dao Yiyu Dao came to after several experiments. When the two dragon language earrings are equipped together, a low dragon roar will suddenly appear in the ear. The sound is not loud and very ethereal. If it weren't for the fact that everyone was looking at Shui Nai just now, and there was no chirping discussion just now, Dao Yiyu Dao would probably not have noticed it. It seems that this is the sound effect after the suit is activated, and it should not have any special effect. After listening to it, Shui Nai felt that this effect did not have any effect. Tisk, it just saved your life. If Xiao Mei goes crazy, hehe, I can only wish you good luck. Dao Yiyu Dao smiled teasingly. However, it's a pity that this suit still can't help people break through this bottleneck. Dao Yiyu Dao looked at it and found that he was now wearing the suit of the Wind Thief, but the value of that speed was still at 600 points. Let's talk about it after passing level 60. Maybe it can be automatically upgraded after level 60. Shui Nai comforted him. At this time, Da Tai Chui also came out of the inner room, holding 3 bows in his hands, and all of these bows were inlaid with a cyan dragon crystal on the bow arms, but this dragon crystal was not as clear as the one on the dragon language earring, but the size was much larger than that on the earring. After that, Da Tai Chui returned the 3 bows of different sizes to the 3 people of Po Xiao. Among them, Po Xiao's longbow not only became stronger, but also had 7 small holes for inlaying gems on the bow arms, and now there was a wind dragon crystal inlaid in it. Shui Nai remembered that ordinary equipment seemed to have only 5 inlay positions, but this longbow had obviously been added extra. Xiao Yu and Yu Yingqing Chen's bows were not as prominent as Po Xiao's, but the dragon crystal on the bow arms was half the size of Po Xiao's, but it was a little weaker in purity. Among them, Xiaoyu and Yu Yingqing's longbows were each inlaid with half a yellowish-brown bead. Shui Nai remembered that this seemed to be the crystal core of the earth-type monster that he gave to the old wizard. However, he didn't know what the crystal core inlaid on the bow arm was for. When these 3 bows were in the hands of the players, they all emitted a dark gold halo, which made Ling Yun and Swift Jai Yuan's eyes pop out. Although the dragon language earrings just now were only blue equipment, it was a set, and the attributes were very top-notch. But what about these 3 dark gold bows now? However, neither Shui Nai nor Dao Yiyu Dao told them that the gold and silver lines on these 3 bows were made of many magical metals such as mithril and magic gold. If this still cannot reach the dark gold level, it may not be worthy of the ancient name of the Big Hammer. Chapter 537 Top Quality Bow. After watching the 3 of them announce the attributes of the bow, everyone was shocked except the injured Xiaohu and Ling Yun. Among these 3 bows, except for Yu Yingqing's short bow, which is relatively weak, the other 2 have extremely strong lethality. Basically, for a profession like a mage who only has cloth armor and low blood, as long as a critical damage is dealt, it is not a big problem to kill with ordinary attacks. For leather armor professions, it takes at most 3 arrows. Even Hudi, a female swordsman who doesn't like armor, can't take Xiaoyu's 4 arrows, and the magic arrows of Poxio can't take 2 arrows. For elf archers like Xiaoyu, the damage calculation of their usual ordinary attacks is completely different from that of other professions. When they don't have bows and arrows in their hands, they have no attack power at all. And because this game world is a very real world, the damage of elf archers is related to the flight speed of the arrow. The faster the speed, the stronger the power. Although these have great limitations for the archer profession, they also give it strong single-target lethality. For example, the longbow in Xiaoyu's hand has a maximum lethality of 2000 points, but this damage is related to the degree of bow pulling. When the bow is pulled into a full moon, the arrow shot out can reach 2000 points of damage. And this is just the most common damage. Once it hits the vitals or other parts, it is not impossible to die, not to mention the use of skill arrows. However, the bow is not so easy to use. To pull the bow, you need the most basic strength. To pull the bow to a full moon, the strength required is much higher than this basic. However, most people rarely pull the bow to full length, because this process is very time-consuming, and they will only do this when using skills. As for the main attribute of the archer profession, agility, its biggest role is to speed up the speed of drawing the bow and changing arrows and reduce the consumption of endurance when shooting arrows. However, these two speeds are related to the strength of the bow. For example, the lower the strength requirement, the faster the bow is drawn and the faster the arrow is changed, but the weaker the lethality. However, some people will take advantage of this feature, combined with the archer's high critical point and high instant death professional characteristics, to play PK with players, and basically they can be invincible. The Wind Dragon Crystal on Xiaoyu's bow can not only speed up the flight speed of the arrow, but also increase the hand speed by 10%. Combined with the attack speed bonus of the dragon earrings, the 20% effect is shocking. In fact, in addition to the magic bow in Poxio's hand, Yuying Qingshan's short bow also has this attribute. At the same time, the effect of increasing the arrow's flight speed by 20% is equivalent to increasing the damage by 20%, and at this speed, the arrow shot out is very difficult to dodge. 10% arrow replacement speed, 20% arrow speed, these two attributes are already quite top-notch. However, Xiaoyu and Yuying Qingshan's bows and the magic bow with growth ability in Poxio's hand are not too conspicuous. Poxio's magic bow will become stronger as the crystal core or gem on it increases, and this strengthening is still related to his skills. For example, the Wind Dragon crystal core fragment on Poxio's bow arm can not only reduce the energy gathering time by 30% when he uses the wind magic arrow, but also increase the power by 20%, but reduce the consumption of magic power by 10%. In addition, when he uses other magic arrows, he can also make the magic arrows have the effect of level 1 acceleration. What's even more abnormal is that since this bow has been processed by Big Hammer with magic metal, in the future, as long as Dong can find a suitable crystal core or gem to embed it, it can obtain the characteristics of other elements. Although using other crystal cores or gems may not be as abnormal as this Wind Dragon crystal, its growth potential is the strongest among these three bows. However, it is regrettable that the equipment level of these three bows is 60, and the three of them can only look at the equipment in their hands and sigh softly. Don't you want to try it? Big Hammer obviously didn't know the difference between players and them, so he didn't find their problem. It can't be pulled, our strength is still far behind. Xiaoyu has the deepest relationship with Big Hammer, so he answered it immediately. Then give it to that kid. The bows and arrows of you two girls have a special ability. I learned from the old man for a long time before I understood it. If you don't try it, I won't have the data. De Taikui pointed at Shui Nai, indicating Xiaoyu to give the bow to Shui Nai. The old man he mentioned must be the old wizard. Can I use it? Shui Nai asked Xiaoyu in confusion. As a human being, and a wizard, he should not be able to use this bow and arrow. If you just pull it, you should be able to pull it, but the arrow should not be able to be shot out. Xiaoyu thought about it and said that drawing a bow and shooting an arrow are two different things and cannot be equated. This is like a wizard hitting a long sword, and the wizard can also pull the long sword out of the scabbard to check whether it is good or bad, but it cannot be used. Just pull it. It's easy to pull it with your strength. Oh, by the way, when you pull it, inject magic power into the crystal core of the earth-type monster. No arrows are needed. De Taikui stared at the bow that Shui Nai took over, and excitedly guided his movements. Magic power. Shui Nai was confused when he started the power burst, but when he saw De Taikui's expression, he knew that he had become a guinea pig for the experiment again. Xiaoyu's longbow named Silver Moon Bow was a golden equipment given to her by the chief of the novice village when she was recognized by the unicorn. It was an overused equipment in the early days. But because Xiaoyu was nostalgic, she kept it. Now, although the name of the Silver Moon Bow modified by De Taikui has not changed, the golden and purple magic patterns on it are matched with the silver bow body. Now the name of the Silver Moon Bow is no longer appropriate. The current Silver Moon Bow can be used with only 180 points of strength, but it takes 250 points of strength to pull it into a full moon. However, the 264 points of power from Mizuna's burst of power can just round it. When Mizuna's fingers slowly pulled the bowstring, he immediately found that the bowstring was actually absorbing his magic power, and a yellowish-brown stone arrow slowly took shape on the bowstring. Is this the effect of stone condensed into arrows? Mizuna immediately thought of a special effect of this bow. Except for the difference in attack power, the rest of Xiaoyu's bow and Yuying Qingshan's are similar. Among them, both bows have two. The more special effects are stone condensation into arrows and wind arrow rapid shooting. The effect of wind arrow rapid shooting is to shoot out 10 magic arrows composed of wind elements in 2 seconds, and each magic arrow has a damage of 500 points. Although the effect of this skill indicates that it can only attack one target, because the bow has the effect of acceleration, the actual damage of the magic arrow is 600 points. And this is only in theory. If it hits the vital point, the effect will be terrifying, but the cooling time is relatively long. After having this skill of condensing stone into arrows, Xiaoyu and others don't have to worry about arrows, because these stone arrows can be used as physical arrows. Yes, it is exactly this effect, but I am still studying the condensation speed of this stone arrow. Now this effect is still under experimentation, and I hope to make a breakthrough in the future. De Taikui took the stone arrow from Shui Na's hand. The effect of this stone arrow is much better than he expected, but this is because the crystal core is advanced enough. Then why don't you use ice arrows? Ice arrows are much faster than stone arrows in terms of condensation. The mage Shui Na immediately made a suggestion. However, ice arrows are probably not comparable to stone arrows in terms of solidity. For archers like us, in addition to good bows, we also need good arrows. Arrows that are too fragile cannot exert the power of the bow, and sometimes even skills cannot withstand it. Xiaoyu also gave her own professional advice. I know all this, but here, I don't have any ice materials, otherwise I would also like to see which one is more effective. De Taikui scratched his rough and yellow hair and said with a sigh. You just look down on our crystal cores. Dao Yudao muttered in a low voice in the team chat. All along, De Taikui has turned a blind eye to the crystal cores of the poisonous insect valley brand provided by Shui Na and others, looking down on them. What should we do if the energy of this crystal core runs out? Yuying Qingchen touched the beautiful short bow in her hand. To be honest, the short bow looked so beautiful now that she was reluctant to use it. The use of crystal cores is not like gems. Unless it is something like dragon crystal that is infinitely close to gems, no matter how advanced the crystal core is, it will run out one day. Well, if it runs out, you can only replace it. But generally speaking, it is impossible to use it so quickly. As your transitional equipment, it is still okay. De Taikui obviously did not think of this problem, so his tone was a little speculative. After that, everyone was driven out of the studio by De Taikui on the grounds that they did not have much time. And Shui Na and his group, in order not to arouse suspicion, accompanied Xiaoyu and the other three to the mage tower to find village chief Fal only Shui Na. When Shui Na returned to the team, the number of players in Yunwu town was reduced by 3, and they were completely gone. It's just that Xiaoyu and the other three rarely appear in front of the players, so they did not attract other people's attention. It was not until they disappeared for almost 3 days that someone discovered that the beautiful elf riding a unicorn had disappeared, but no one knew when that happened. I miss Xiaoyu's cooking a little bit. Dao Yudao poured a mouthful of water into his mouth and said with some nostalgia. Usually, he drinks juice. Yet. Everyone responded. Although they could also ask Miyuki to help with cooking, Miyuki was now caught by the old wizard for special training, and they were embarrassed to let her work so hard. By the way, Yunwu Town will open the Azure Guardian tomorrow, and it seems that the teleportation array has been set up. Are you really not going with us? The beautiful fox asked. No, anyway, we are not going the same way, so that's fine. Shui Na was stunned for a moment, and after looking at Dao Yudao, she immediately answered. Shui Na didn't want to take risks with the church group who were eyeing them covetously outside. Chapter 538 Calculation. When Shui Na and the others came out of the dungeon and disbanded the dungeon team, they returned to Yunwu Town. Although the main part of Yunwu Town has been rebuilt and the remaining work does not require players, they still went back at dawn as before. Because it is time for Shui Na and the others to say goodbye to the rest of the people. This time, it was the Fox Fairy Guild who proposed to leave today. As for the reason, the beautiful fox did not say much, but just said that she wanted to go to Onlulan City, known as the Flower Capital, as soon as possible. Onlulan is a city based on life skills, because within 50 kilometers around this city, the highest level of monsters is only level 20, but there are a lot of flower fields, yao fields and mines around it. It is because of this environment that it has become a gathering place for life players. And because it has the most beautiful flower fields in the entire human empire and the picturesque main city buildings, it is known as the flower capital. This Huaju is a very famous tourist attraction, but for most combat players, this place has no prospects, so it can be said to be the most peaceful main city, and Xuanai remembered that the unscrupulous merchants had a small branch guild set up there. You really don't wait until the teleportation array is opened before going there. It's too dangerous to walk there like this, Xuanai said with a frown. The teleportation array in Yunwu town will not be fully opened until tomorrow. Now it only has the function of returning to the city scroll. We are not like you rich people. We are very poor. If we really take the teleportation array, we may have to spend hundreds of gold coins. It's better for us to walk there ourselves. The beautiful fox said indifferently, but her eyes were full of determination. Then you should be careful. Xuanai saw that she had no way to persuade them, so she could only remind them. Don't worry, we have Xiaohu, she is more reliable than you men, right? As soon as the fox said this, Xuanai and Dao Yudao immediately saw Ling Yun's tearful face. In the past few days, Ling Yun and Swiffenjai Yuan have become familiar with the people of the Fox Fairy Guild. Swiffenjai Yuan joined the Fox Fairy Guild, which only has a few people, and Ling Yun is said to be working hard to complete some assessment tasks for joining the guild. If you have any questions, come to us, we will definitely rush over. Dao Yudao naturally knew what they were thinking. Although their approach disrupted his and Xuana's plan, he knew that he had no way to change them, so he had to let them do what they wanted. Okay, let's go, otherwise, I'm afraid we won't have a place to go at night. As the opening time of the Azure Guardian approached, the beautiful fox also led everyone to the entrance of the mountain road in the north. Goodbye. Just when everyone turned around, Xuana received a text message from Yayan, but she did not accept Xuana's chat, so Xuana could only reply, see you later. At this time, Shenlong and his group, who were still in the copy, received a message from his subordinates. What did you say? The Fox Fairy Guild members are leaving Yunwu town. Where are the two, pray? Shenlong asked immediately. They didn't leave. Hey, they went to the dungeon. Playing dungeons? How many times have they played dungeons today? Shenlong asked another subordinate immediately. Well, they played 5 times in total, but they left after dawn. The players guarding the dungeon entrance discussed and answered. Shenlong, send someone to keep an eye on the members of the Fox Fairy Guild. I remember that they have teleportation props. They may use these people as coordinates. They can't be ignored. Yahuang, who was on Shenlong's side, reminded Shenlong immediately and sent his old subordinates to follow. Well, Yahuang is right. Find a few more eye-catching thieves to follow. If you find any problems, just take action. Shenlong immediately gave orders. But, the Fox Fairy Guild members. Some old members of the Dark Dragon Guild hesitated. No matter, if they don't stand on the same line with us, we don't have to be polite. At this time, Shenlong thought of the invincible shield armor set that others had circulated. Although he didn't know the effect of this set, the power of being able to block a golden boss was unquestionable. Therefore, he was very eager to get it, and now, it seemed that he had this opportunity. At the same time, notify the Dragon King and ask them to find a way to let an NPC go. Finally, Shenlong thought of the NPCs around the Dragon King, but he didn't have much hope. These NPCs are all arrogant and conceited. It is not an easy thing for players to get along with them. The trouble is that these NPCs have a natural rejection or distrust of players, and they don't pay attention to the player's intelligence at all. No matter how the players persuade or report, they often get just an insincere thank you. In the past few days of getting along, many players have begun to break away from the control of these people in the church because they can't stand it. For players, it is impossible for them to sit in one place for several days. In addition, these NPCs with higher eyes than the sky are unacceptable. If it weren't for the difference in strength between them, they would have already taught these blind guys a lesson. President, those 2 people have entered the dungeon, but there are only 2 people. Just as Shenlong was fighting monsters and waiting for news, he suddenly received a message from his subordinates. 2 people entered the dungeon. Shenlong and Yahuang looked at each other, and they were full of doubts. Yes, they entered the dungeon directly as soon as they arrived at the entrance. The players around who wanted to join didn't have time to say anything, and they disappeared. Could it be that they teleported away? Shenlong asked, because it is impossible for only 2 people to fight this dungeon. Moreover, Shenlong and the others also know that the current Fanfiction has lost the magic cannon, so it is impossible for the 2 of them to fight because this dungeon can only last for 2 hours, not 20 hours. Is there any situation outside? Yahuang immediately asked his subordinates. No, these people have just walked out of the cave entrance, the subordinate said it with some doubt, because it had only been less than 3 minutes since the task was issued. Oh, then continue to monitor, Yahuang replied, his brows already furrowed. Could it be that their disappearance is related to Poxio and the others? Yahuang suddenly remembered Poxio at this time. You mean? Damn, just let them run away like this. Shenlong suddenly remembered that this might be a plan to escape, but he didn't expect that these 2 people actually let women act as smoke bombs. By the way, mobilize our people immediately, and also call on the players of the church. As long as the people of the Fox Fairy Guild leave the resurrection area of Yunmu town, immediately surround them. Shenlong suddenly issued this order at this time. Shenlong, you want to use them as bait, which is not good for the reputation of the guild. Yahuang immediately understood what Shenlong meant, but this is a taboo in the game. In the game, a big guild like Dark Dragon can kill female players, but it must be from a hostile guild. Otherwise, if the hostile guild catches the handle of bullying female players, it will cause public outrage. And a guild like Fox Fairy, which does not even have a guild foundation and is composed of pure female players, and has no grudges or hatred, is easy to be made into a public opinion bomb. Once Dark Dragon's actions are exposed, it will be a big problem. It's okay. Anyway, there are NPCs from the church behind. Just say it's their order. As long as we can get those 2 guys out, it will be fine. If they don't come, then we will find a few gunmen and go to the forum to discredit them. By then, I want them not only to be unable to hound in the game, but also in reality. Shenlong said fiercely, but at this time, a scream unique to the death of a player came from the copy. What's going on? Shenlong asked. As a team that had cleared the expert level dungeon by their own strength, this was their first time to play the miracle level dungeon. Although there were many strategies, they were still very reluctant without the petrification removal technique. A shield was permanently petrified, and there was no way to revive. While Shenlong was planning to deal with Shui Nai and the others, the 2 prey were already sneaking carefully in the myth level dungeon. In fact, Shui Nai and Dao Yiyu Dao had already wanted to do this action, but because there were so many people, except for the beautiful fox, the rest of the people could not go together. Now, they have successfully sneaked into the laboratory, but the 5 demon spider bosses and 2 petrified rock snake bosses guarding here are not easy to deal with. At present, the easiest ones to deal with are the petrified rock snake bosses, because these bosses are not fast, as long as they rush over, they can get rid of their attacks. However, it must be said that the difficulty of this mythical level is indeed very abnormal. The petrified rock snake bosses are like radishes in a farmland, one after another. Basically, they can see about 10 along the way. Rush over, the stone gate should be able to open directly. Shui Nai looked at the environment. With the 2 of them, there is no way to rush down and attack because the 7 bosses below are positioned in a way of 2 in front and 5 in the back. The 2 that act as shields alone are not something they can deal with, and if they appear, it will probably be a baptism of magic. Well, then I'll go first. Dao Yiyu Dao also agreed. I saw Dao Yiyu Dao crawling carefully on the wall little by little, not even daring to make a sound. For the demon spider bosses below, as long as the slightest sound is obvious, they can be detected. This powerful reconnaissance ability makes Shui Nai and others very headache. Dao Yiyu Dao carefully entered the stone ma copyright N and confirmed that there was no danger for the time being, and immediately called Shui Nai in. However, after a big fireball appeared, they found that not far from them, there were 2 petrified rock snake bosses, and behind them were 6 demon spider bosses. Basically, all the bosses they had seen appeared. Damn, the number of bosses is too scary. We have to make a long-term plan. Dao Yiyu Dao and Shui Nai went their separate ways as soon as the big fireball appeared, flashing through the sky full of magic, but the dungeon channel did not stop. Chapter 539 Plans of Both Parties. Outside, the people of the Fox Fairy Guild soon found that they were being followed. Although these were within their expectations, they did not expect that there would be so many people. Now they have discovered almost 100 players, and the number is still increasing. However, what worries the beautiful fox is that all those who followed are players, not the NPC forces she imagined. It seems that they want to wait until we leave the range of Yunwu town before taking action. Ling Yun glanced at the crowd behind him, his smile was a little bitter, but his eyes were shining with excitement. Do you like fighting? At this time, the beautiful fox glanced at Ling Yun and immediately found that there was excitement in his eyes. The excitement was so great. I don't like it too much, but I'm tired of playing dungeons these days. It's a rare opportunity to change my taste, so I'm a little excited. Ling Yun rubbed his hands, and the stone spear was already on his back. However, we are not here to fight. If possible, it would be best to lead those NPCs away. However, it seems that we are not qualified to lead those NPCs away. The beautiful fox looked around the surrounding environment again. Although the light in this forest was not very good, the figures in the forest could still be seen clearly. Although these people were not from the same guild, they were definitely in the same group from their actions. However, what made the beautiful fox a little suspicious was that there were no people from the Dark Dragon here, and even the Dragon King who was said to be the leader of the player church team was missing. At this time, Yayan suddenly received a text message. After taking a look, her brows immediately frowned. Is there anything? The beautiful fox noticed Yayan's frown when she looked around, and couldn't help asking. Just now, the Dragon King sent a message saying that the church asked us to hand over Shui Nai and the other two, otherwise, they would attack us. Yayan frowned more and more as she spoke. Hehe, it seems that they should not have gained the trust of the church NPC. Otherwise, with the Dragon King's personality, he would not just send a message, but bring people here directly to scare me. That kid is still young. After hearing this, the beautiful fox's brows relaxed immediately. Then what should we do? It seems that they are really going to take action now. Xiao Mei checked the map. According to the resurrection range on the map, this is already the edge of the resurrection area of Yunwu town. However, according to their plan, they must at least lead out an NPC now to share the pressure for Shui Nai and the others. After all, for the NPCs, as long as they consume more of their physical strength, it will be easier for Shui Nai and the others to leave Yunwu town. Forget it, let's see if we can divert more players. After all, with the master mentality of those old guys in the church, they will only send players to take action. We can share their pressure by doing this. However, I found that the eyes of these people outside seem to be more targeted at Xiaohu. It seems that they are interested in Xiaohu's clothes. The beautiful fox touched Mo's smooth chin, and her eyes kept flashing with thoughtful light. Although the beautiful fox has a lot of enemies, if calculated by level and equipment, the people who are following them now basically cannot compare with them. In addition, these people outside are composed of several different forces. In terms of cooperation and tacit understanding, I am afraid that they cannot compare with them. Okay, let's move towards the goal now. All mages, get on the mount. After the beautiful fox took a look at the coordinates of the map, she immediately signaled Yayan and the others to summon pets. After a flash of summoning light, Yayan's holy flame white tiger, Xiao Mei's Hun chaos wolf, Swifen Jai Yuan's forest wolf, and Ling Yun's warhorse appeared in front of everyone. After arranging the four mages, their speed was immediately improved. Xiao Wen, has your petrified rock snake rested well? The beautiful fox suddenly asked. Among the people in the Fox Fairy Guild, only Xiao Wen was interested in raising petrified rock snakes. However, even so, the beautiful fox still asked for a few petrified rock snakes and magic spiders from Shui Nai and others. Although these magic beasts are of a low level, they are very popular with the title of magic beasts. The beautiful fox will naturally not let Shui Nai and others eat them alone. However, it must be said that the petrified rock snake in Xiao Wen's hand has grown very well. Not only does it have a lot of blood, but its defensibility is also very high. It has learned a few magics. If it is not too low in level, it can be used as a combat force. The endurance value is full, but the magic value has not recovered yet. I may not be able to use magic later. The physical type of magic beasts such as petrified rock snakes are very powerful for mages. But their appearance is hard for girls to like, and the petrified aura on them also makes them unable to serve as mounts, and even approaching them is a bit problematic. Okay, it's good that it can move. Now it depends on the situation of the cave you mentioned, Ling Yun. However, you really have to stay, because there may be a war later. Tisk, don't look down on me like that. Besides, if my friends know that I left you beautiful girls and ran away, I will be washed back to level 0. Ling Yun was very dissatisfied with the beautiful fox's words, but he didn't say much. He just led the way while looking for the coordinates in his memory. Swiftengji Yuan pointed to the guild badge on his proud twin peaks, and the meaning was self-evident. Then, if Ling Yun, you perform well in this mission, I will let you become a member of our guild. Yes, President, I will complete the task perfectly, Ling Yun said excitedly. As a guild without boys, he, the first person, has a lot of opportunities to show himself in front of beautiful girls. This kind of thing that happens when you are close to the water and the platform is the first to get the moon. For a single male player like Ling Yun, who is full of blood and vigor for example, it is a powerful asset to show off and brag in front of friends. Just thinking about it makes him feel a little proud. Don't drool, please pay attention to your image. You can't lose face for us sisters. The beautiful fox said dissatisfiedly. This guy is not a bad person, nor is he very cunning, so she will accept this players. However, his YY expression now is really sorry for his handsome appearance. Sorry, Ling Yun could only smile awkwardly after seeing the contemptuous eyes around him. At this time, in the main tent of the church's base in Yunwu town, the Dragon King was making his last effort. Elder Swalun, I received information from my men that several people who were deceived by Fanfiction and Dao Yudao have left Yunwu town. Do you think we should? You are responsible for this kind of thing. However, our target is those 2 people. We are not interested in other people. Swalun's eyes came out of the book, glanced at the brightly dressed Dragon King, and then said lightly, and ignored him. But, I received intelligence that those 2 people may have a teleportation tool. I'm afraid that if these people leave, they may end up letting the tiger go back to the mountain. The Dragon King said unwillingly. As long as Swalun or any other elderkin come forward, they can stand on the absolute moral line. In this way, they don't have to face the possible public opinion problems. Moreover, as long as these NPCs take action, once the fight starts, no matter which side wins, it will only deepen the contradictions and hatred between the 2 sides. At that time, the people sent by the church will become stronger and stronger. Now, the Dragon King has decided to let a few of his men go to help Shwina. It would be best if he could think of a way to let those low-level NPCs die in the hands of Fanfiction and others. In this way, their hatred will only become deeper and deeper. This is a bit difficult, but I hope they can come out of Yunwu town, so that we don't have to tear our faces with the old fossil in Yunwu town. Swalun frowned, but soon untied it. For the people of the church, as long as those 2 guys dare to walk out of Yunwu town, they can capture them alive under the guidance of the almighty gods. Therefore, they are naturally happy that they are willing to come out. Yunwu town? Yunwu town again. When the Dragon King heard this, he couldn't help but secretly curse these NPCs of the church for being useless. They didn't even dare to take action in this small town, and they still said that they were the largest NPC force in the human empire. In the past few days, the Dragon King had already instigated several NPCs here. However, these old guys who were afraid of death did not want to go to war with the people of Yunwu town, so they naturally had no way to rush in and capture people. This made them who had been waiting outside for several days very angry. However, I heard that the 2 of them seemed to have left Yunwu town, and now our people have no way to determine their location. Seeing this, the Dragon King had to speak out about this uncertainty. For these arrogant NPCs, players must be very careful about what they say. Once they make a mistake, they often directly give these NPCs a very bad impression of the players, which will affect the subsequent development. Left? Are you sure? Sharon frowned again, but he didn't believe what this person said. After all, this outsider's scheming and ambition were very deep, so he couldn't believe him. Our people said that they are no longer in Yunwu town, and if we control their friends first, we can threaten them then, so. Seeing this, the Dragon King could only sever the relationship first, but he was a little worried that Elder Swalun would reject their plan. As expected, after he said this plan, Elder Swalun's brows furrowed completely. Are you saying that you want to use their friends to threaten them to surrender? Swalun's tone suddenly turned cold, and a strong momentum burst out at the same time. Yes, the Dragon King saw that things had come to this point, and he could only bite his head and continue, now this method is the only way to solve the problem the fastest, so. Humph, this is your problem, our church will not do such a petty thing, you can do it yourself. If your behavior tarnishes the glory of the church, humph, Swalloon waved his sleeves, obviously ordering him to leave. The Dragon King came out of the big tent with a gloomy face, cursing Swalloon, a hypocritical villain in his heart. He knew very well that Swalloon obviously wanted them to threaten Fanfiction, but he poured all the ink on them. Afterwards, the Dragon King looked at his level and the arrangement of the memorandum, so he said coldly in the team channel, "Go, force Fanfiction and the others out for me." Chapter 540 Fountain of Life. While Schwina and the others didn't know that the fight had started outside, the mythical level dungeon of the underground dungeon of the Poison Insect Valley had been beaten to the end by them. They didn't move any of the small bosses in the final land, but just led them to the corner and left them alone. Afterwards, when all the pets that can fight were released, the golden petrified rock snake could only wake up from its slumber. Fortunately, this is just a golden petrified rock snake, not a petrified rock snake king. Dao Yudao was obviously relieved when he saw the final boss. According to their understanding, any monster with a name like King or King behind it is far more powerful than those ordinary bosses. However, there are also clear classifications among these two monsters. Like the King, it may be just the leader of a mountain. The strength is about 30% stronger than that of the same level, and it must have subordinates. And the one with the word King is probably the biggest boss in a region. The strength is so strong that it can no longer be converted with data. Because for this kind of creature, players don't have much data to calculate. The myth level copy obviously did not bring in these very representative king level or emperor level creatures, which is definitely a good setting for players. Big snake, add blood. Dao Yudao glanced at his pet interface. Now the violent evil viper only had half of its health, so he immediately reminded Shui Nai. "We are short of a priest." Shui Nai shouted while casting a hydrotherapy on the viper to preserve its health. However, this hydrotherapy in Shui Nai's hands could not play its maximum effect, because this hydrotherapy calculates the spirit value. With his current spirit value of more than 400, it can only increase the health value by more than 1200. However, Shui Nai also knew that this magic did not have much effect. He just wanted to keep its health value first so that he had enough time to prepare the next magic. Shui Nai quickly flipped the water scroll in his left hand, and a hazy blue light like water light appeared on the water scroll in an instant, and slowly spread to his whole body. As the blue light on Shui Nai's body became stronger and stronger, waves of melodious ancient spells slowly appeared in Shui Nai's mouth with the cooperation of the system, and a blue magic circle with a diameter of 5 meters slowly appeared under the violent evil venomous snake. At the same time, when the magic circle was formed, a blue water ball slowly formed and grew on Shui Nai's stationary staff. I saw that the water droplets that were originally only as big as raindrops had become a football-sized water ball after being continuously nourished by Shui Nai's magic power. The brilliance of the blue water element power emanating from it made people feel extremely gentle. The powerful water element power began to continuously gather in this magic circle, and when the blue spell on this magic circle became clearer and more real, the blue light on Shui Nai's body began to converge, and the profound and soul-stirring spell slowly weakened. At this moment, Shui Nai, who had closed her eyes, suddenly opened her eyes, and 2 blue lights flashed in her eyes and disappeared. After that, he shook his staff and pointed, and the water ball on it flew towards the materialized water blue magic circle. Like an invisible object, the water ball penetrated the body of the violent evil venomous snake and sank into the core of the magic circle on the ground, just like a drop of water falling on the lake, forming circles of ripples. After the ripples, the blue light of the magic circle became stronger, and blue water columns continued to emerge from the magic circle like springs, spraying on the body of the violent evil venomous snake. In an instant, nearly a dozen water springs sprayed from the magic on the body of the violent evil venomous snake, raising its already precarious red health value by more than 10 percentage points. This is... Dao Yudao was so shocked that he forgot to load the crossbow after seeing that his health value had recovered to 30% in an instant. The Fountain of Life, a magic of the mage level, each fountain can restore 1% of the health. Phew, I finally made it in time. Shui Na wiped the sweat from his forehead and looked at the Fountain of Life in the water scroll. Abnormal, 1%. Standing in it, you are still invincible. By the way, how long can this magic last? Dao Yudao saw that Shui Nai did not pay attention to the Fountain of Life anymore and directly threw out the thunder in the sky, and immediately knew that this magic was not a continuous magic. 2 minutes, but this magic is only 1 minute under normal circumstances, but the water scroll in my hand and the influence of this environment, so it has reached 2 minutes. Shui Nai glanced at the Fountain of Life and immediately saw a countdown on the magic circle, which was a mark that only he could see. Okay, it's your turn, Big Spider. Dao Yiyu Dao took a look at the health of his venomous snake and immediately ordered it to move away. Alas, the most regrettable thing is that this Fountain of Life will not track automatically, otherwise it would be really invincible. Mina looked at the Fountain of Life that shot into the air when the venomous snake left, but did not hit any target, but shot directly into the air and turned into a ball of blue mist and disappeared. And these disappeared mists are equivalent to waste. If this magic is not very long enchanting, and the position of appearance is fixed, then this magic is really very abnormal. However, it takes 3 minutes to chant, plus nearly 4,000 points of magic power, which is a headache. If it weren't for the fact that the water scroll can save half of the chanting time, and he can also reduce the chanting time, otherwise the venomous snake would have been hammered to death by the golden petrified rock snake before the magic came out. How long is the cooling time of this magic? Dao Yiyu Dao saw that this magic had such a miraculous effect, and couldn't help but hope that Shui Nai could play a few more. Don't think about it, the cooling time of this magic is too long, it takes 4 hours to cool down, you don't have to count on it. Shui Nai interrupted his beautiful fantasy after taking a look at the magic introduction. After taking a look at these magics that often have a cooling time of more than 10 minutes or several hours, Shui Nai didn't know that the latest age mage had to rely on himself to compete with other professions. You can't just become a useless person after casting a round of magic. In addition, the serious level suppression of low-level magic in the face of high-level creatures undoubtedly puts the mage in a very embarrassing situation. While Shui Nai was thinking and casting Wild Thunder to paralyze the petrified rock snake, the vampire Fan Chen in the sky also swooped down again after applying ice crystal armor. The characteristics of the vampire magic warrior of the vampire Fan Chen allowed him to use magic even in the sky, and it was 100% successful, unlike Shui Nai before, who had a certain probability. However, the slow speed of magic recovery is a weakness that he cannot overcome. Now Shui Nai has asked unscrupulous profiteers to find ways to collect some equipment that speeds up magic recovery. Yudao, get ready to open the treasure chest. Shui Nai took a look at the golden petrified rock snake, which had only a few thousand points of health left, and instantly replaced the plus 10 spirit gems in the accessories column with earth stones. When the water dragon technique as a conclusion blasted the boss's health to 0, Shui Nai and the others didn't even have time to check the last experience they got, and rushed into the petrified atmosphere. Shui Nai and the others who were kicked out of the copy immediately appeared in the desolate basin. However, today, the number of players in this desolate plain is obviously several times more than usual. When Shui Nai and the others were teleported out, dozens of teleportation beams appeared around them in succession, which made Shui Nai's eyes dazzled. When playing a dungeon, there are always people who are happy and sad. Therefore, Shui Nai and the others did not pay much attention to the happy or depressed voices around them, and disappeared directly in the teleportation beam. Damn, there are too many people, and the stealth was almost broken. Dao Yiyu Dao and Shui Nai came to an empty corner and began to check the things they had just obtained. You took all the things that exploded? Dao Yiyu Dao asked first. Well, I took them all, but, hey, you can see for yourself. Shui Nai first took a look at the surrounding situation, and then he showed the 5 pieces of equipment he got to Dao Yiyu Dao through the trading window. Puff. Earth suit. Damn. Dao Yiyu Dao collapsed immediately after seeing the prefixes of the 5 pieces of equipment, and a mouthful of clear water that had just been poured into his mouth sprayed Shui Nai all over. Damn, 5 shield warrior suit parts were released. This dungeon is playing tricks on me. Dao Yiyu Dao looked at the 5 suit parts emitting dark gold light and wanted to die. Just now, they spent more energy than usual to get through this dungeon. However, this dungeon directly released these equipment that they could not use. Forget it, just consider it as helping Xiaohu collect, but we don't know how many pieces of this suit there are, which is a bit difficult. Shui Na looked at the equipment in the trading window and said with some embarrassment. This earth suit is obviously much more powerful than the rock suit in Xiaohu's hand, and the basic attributes are almost twice as high. However, after seeing the level requirements of this equipment, he immediately knew that this set of level 70 equipment was not a low-level product. Maybe it was the only set in the early stage. After all, the level of these equipment is obviously inconsistent with the dungeon. If there is nothing special, they will never believe it. By the way, this thing is for you. This is a top quality gem. Shui Nai put a thumb-sized gem in the hands of Dao Yiyu Dao who had collapsed. Is this a dungeon reward? Dao Yiyu Dao immediately felt a strong and rich breath coming from his palm. This breath came from his palm at first, but when he looked carefully, he found that the source of this breath was actually the earth under his butt. Chapter 541 Heart of the Earth. Yes, but this time, we only got 2, but they are absolutely top quality. Shui Nai put away the earth suit, and then took out one and put it in the palm of his hand. Item, Heart of the Earth, complete. Quality, perfect. Weight, 5. Item, this is a gem that contains the power of the earth. The powerful and pure earth element power can make people feel the stability of the earth. With it, it seems to have the power of the entire earth. Gem effects, physical defense plus 150, magical defense plus 150, constitution plus 120, earth resistance plus 100, earth skill effect plus 50%. Gem special effect, this gem can be embedded in a shield to form the earth shield ability, embedded in armor to form the rock armor ability, and embedded in jewelry to form the earth guardian ability. Earth shield, when the shield embedded with this gem is attacked, there is a 5% chance that a magic shield composed of earth element power will be formed, and the physical defense ability will increase by 30%, and the magic defense ability will increase by 15%, and the duration will be 60 seconds. Rock armor, it can allow the armor embedded with this gem to have the ability to use rock as armor. Under the effect of rock armor, the physical defense ability will increase by 50%, and the magic defense ability will increase by 35%, but under the influence of heavy rock armor, the attack speed and movement speed will decrease by 50%, and the duration is 10 minutes, and the cooling time is 1 hour. Earth Guardian, the jewelry inlaid with this gem can mobilize the power of the earth. Under the protection of the earth, a 30-second earth magic shield can be formed. During this period, any attack will be invalidated. The cooling time is 5 hours. Damn, this is too abnormal. After reading the introduction of the gem, Dao Yiyu Dao finally got rid of his previous depression. The properties of the heart of the earth are much stronger than those of the stone of the earth, and it also increases physical fitness, which shows that it is no longer an ordinary elemental gem. Because they have not found elemental gems that increase basic properties. By the way, you'd better inlay this heart of the earth on the rock core ring. The two should complement each other. Shui Na reminded Dao Yiyu Dao that his rock core ring is a very special equipment. After all, it allows any player to use magic. It can't be special. If the magic cast by this ring does not need to be permanently recorded in the skill book first, it would be perfect. But what they lack the most now is magic skill books. As long as the earth magic that Dao Yiyu Dao likes is in his eyes, he has put it into the core ring. But if it is embedded in the ring, I am afraid that some properties will not be brought into play. Dao Yiyu Dao hesitated. He had used the earth stone to strengthen his ice bear before, so he naturally knew the problems of embedding these gems. Generally speaking, if a gem like the heart of the earth is embedded in ordinary armor equipment, its earth skill effect plus 50% attribute may be lost. And if it is embedded in a weapon, I am afraid that the 2 defensive attributes will also disappear. However, the strangest thing is to embed it in jewelry, because once it is embedded, some unknown results will appear. Therefore, for most players, this kind of top quality gem will not be used for embedding casually, because they are afraid that they will not be able to exert their maximum effect, so the most common method is to put it in the jewelry column as an ornament. Let's go and find the big hammer to see, and go to him to borrow the magic cannon for a few days. Mina stood up and patted the dust off her buttocks. Okay. Dao Yiyu Dao also knew that after losing the red aura of the 2 boss pets, they had lost the qualification to challenge the myth-level dungeon, because now even if they could sneak into the final place in the dungeon, they would not have enough damage to kill the golden petrified rock snake with 800,000 HP. However, if they had the magic cannon, they would still have a chance, because they sneaked from the entrance to the final place. In fact, it only took less than half an hour. Hey, my experience bar has increased by 10%. There is too much experience in this dungeon. At this time, Shui Nai suddenly found that his experience value increased by 10%. Mine is only 8%, but it's not bad. Anyway, you can advance at any time now. I still have to find a way to do any trial. Dao Yiyu Dao said with some envy. No one can be as lucky as Shui Nai, who can be promoted directly without even a trial. Let's go. Shui Nai said, and then he went directly into the phantom stealth, and Dao Yiyu Dao did not have the idea of showing off, and also entered the stealth state. However, at this moment, a thief in the distance finally confirmed Shui Nai's identity. Right now, in the entire game world, there is absolutely only one mage who can use stealth. President, I found Dao Yiyu Dao and Fan Chen. They did not leave. They stayed in the dungeon for almost 2 hours. What? Are you sure? Shenlong asked immediately, because he had just known that the people on the Dragon King's side had already taken action. However, he also knew that the entrance to the dungeon was already very mixed, so he still thought that the subordinate was dazzled. Yes, I just saw that mage sneaking, I can be sure. The man didn't believe it at first, because the equipment of the two people was different from the previous ones. But the combination of one mage and one thief and the team without other members was somewhat conspicuous in his eyes, so he naturally followed to take a look, and it turned out to be the person they wanted to deal with. Fuck. Shenlong said unwillingly in his heart. They actually went to play the dungeon with 2 people, and they played for 2 hours, which made him extremely unbalanced. Because they were once again cleaned out by monsters, although most of them kept their rank by quitting voluntarily, they spent so much effort, but ended up being worse than those 2 people. Notify all members in Yunwu Town that the original plan remains unchanged. Our target is still those 2 people. We just need to force them out. Just when Shenlong was comparing secretly, Yahuang's private chat reminded Shenlong. Well, I know. Shenlong came back to his senses, took a deep breath, and began to contact Dragon King and others. By the way, if possible, it's best to let those women go to find those 2 people themselves, so that we won't be caught by them. Yahuang reminded Shenlong again in time. Now he has regarded himself as Shenlong's staff. Well, I think so too, so now those people outside are just blocking them. There is only one special team that took action, and their level is not too high. However, the people of the Fox Fairy Guild are obviously delaying time. From the information I have received so far, they have been just defending and basically have not resisted. Shenlong said with regret. He had always wanted to destroy the suit of the female shield armor, especially when he received the news that the strongest mage outside could only cause dozens of points of damage to her. He was even more tempted. A magic defense ability of nearly 5,000, and a life value of nearly 10,000, this is definitely a suit that makes the enemy collapse and makes his own people excited. When Mina and the others went to find the big hammer, they found that Wakabayashi and the others were following the village chief Fal out of the big hammer's studio and walking towards the open space outside the town. The old mage stood in front of the door, looking at Mina, who was slowly emerging. Are you free tomorrow? Just when Mina was about to say hello to the old mage, he suddenly asked. Yes, is there anything? Mina asked. Well, come to the mage tower to find me at noon tomorrow, I have something to give you. After the old mage said that, he made way and walked towards the mage tower. Alas, why is your master so different from my master? He gives you things directly, but I have to risk my life to get something. Alas. Dao Yiyu Dao's words were sour that Shui Nai had a lot of bumps. None of the teacher's things are easy to take. If I'm unlucky, I'm afraid I'll be worse off than you. Shui Nai thought of her own flame dragon possession and the water scroll in her hand. Although these processes are simple, they are equally dangerous. Let's go and see if we can play 3 more dungeons today. The heart of the earth is a very important treasure for us. Shui Nai would naturally not let go of the heart of the earth, and the most important thing is that the experience of this dungeon is very much to his liking. After explaining his purpose to Da Tai Chui embedded Dao Yiyu Dao's heart of the earth into the core ring with just one hammer. Seeing the hammer's unskilled blow, Dao Yiyu Dao almost cried, because the hammer didn't even look at the gemstone. Boy, don't underestimate my hammer. The hammer threw the already embedded ring to Dao Yiyu Dao, who looked pale. He naturally knew what the little guy was thinking. Oh, don't be so expressive. However, from what he said, the name of the hammer is related to the hammer. This means that his hammer is at least a legendary equipment, and it may be a life skill artifact. After hearing this, Shui Nai suddenly thought of this. But, I will be heartbroken. If it hits the wrong way, the ring will still be alive. Dao Yiyu Dao took the ring and retorted. Anyone who sees a hammer bigger than a basin hitting a small ring will probably be worried, especially a dark gold ring with such abnormal properties. However, after he took a look at the properties of the ring, he was stunned. Lao Fan, do you still have earth-related skill books? Lend me a few. Dao Yiyu Dao's words were somewhat bitter. It won't be washed away, will it? Shui Na asked tentatively. Yes, it was washed away, but now I can use the mage's earth-related magic, which really makes people happy and sad. Dao Yudao looked at this ring called the Ring of the Earth, and he didn't know what to say in his heart. Because this ring inlaid with the heart of the earth, in addition to increasing the power of the earth element by 2000 points and having a skill of earth protection, no other effects of the gems were found. What defense, physique, resistance, etc., are all gone. Now Dao Yudao is suffering and happy at the same time, but he doesn't know whether he is happier or more painful. Chapter 542 Angry Information. After receiving the magic cannon from Big Hammer, Mina immediately discovered that the armor plate of the magic cannon had been completely renewed. The shiny silver armor plate glittered in the sun. Get lost if you have nothing to do. Don't bother me anymore. Big Hammer impatiently slammed the iron door shut, and then there was a ding-ding-dong-dong sound of knocking from inside. I'll return it to you in 2 days. Shui Nai shouted at the iron gate, but there was no response from inside. Still the same? Dao Yudao asked. Well, there is no change, just the armor has changed, but it seems that the armor is different from before, it feels much stronger. Shui Nai looked at the magic cannon, knocked it again, and said uncertainly. Because the properties of this magic cannon have not changed at all, but they know that there are many times when the properties of equipment are not unique, they may have many hidden properties, which require players to discover by themselves. After putting away the magic cannon, Shui Nai and the others immediately rushed to the entrance of the dungeon, and Dao Yudao also recorded the earth magic skill books in Shui Nai's hand into the earth ring one by one during this process. Among them, Shui Nai also gave him the magician level stone pillar technique. Because Shui Nai knew that this ring used the earth element power that had been stored, and basically did not require any chanting time and cooling time. If it weren't for the incredibly slow recovery speed of the earth elemental power, Dao Yudao might have become a very authentic earth mage. Although along the way, Shui Nai and the others found that there were always some suspicious people around them watching them, but since these people did not take action, they naturally had no choice but to deal with them. However, if the two of them knew that the people of the Fox Fairy Guild were being surrounded outside, they would probably have been cleared out directly. However, neither the Dragon King of Shenlong nor Shui Nai and Dao Yudao thought that the people of the Fox Fairy Guild would be so firm this time, and they endured the attack for 2 hours without asking for help from anyone. However, when there was only one team attacking them, there was no need to ask for help. The injured Xiaohu and Yayan alone could maintain the whole situation. As Shui Nai and Dao Yudao went in and out of the dungeon, they had already played 3 myth-level dungeons in a row, but in these 3 times, except for the 3rd time that was successfully passed due to the appearance of the Fountain of Life, the remaining 2 times failed. However, because of this, they knew that it was impossible for them to take care of the 2 boss pets with only 2 of them. Especially when Shui Nai didn't have powerful healing magic, he didn't even have time to use the magic cannon. Hey, Lao Fan, why don't you choose a forbidden spell to blast it, it will be faster. Dao Yudao glanced at his venomous snake. Today it has reached its limit. Not only did it lose its red aura, but it also used up all its venom storage. Forbidden spell, I don't want to kill myself. If you use a forbidden spell in an underground environment like a copy, you won't even know you're dead. And, most importantly, the cooling time of this forbidden spell can no longer be described as long, because even in his water scroll, the shortest cooling time of the forbidden spell takes half a month. He doesn't want to be unable to use it when he wants to. Tisk, but this myth-level dungeon will only drop the earth set, why not other things? Dao Yudao said in disbelief, because in their 2 successes, both dropped the earth set, but the number of drops was different. I think this myth-level dungeon should be the refresh point of the earth set, but the difficulty of this dungeon is probably beyond the reach of normal players. Shui Na looked at the 8 pieces of the earth set in the backpack. If the number of parts is calculated according to the rock set, there is still a cloak and a shield missing. That's right, after all, what we have now is much more advanced than other players. I'm afraid that those who want to get our level within level 60 can be counted on one hand. At this time, Dao Yudao thought of Long Tian, the player who got the 7-colored demon spider. According to Shui Nai, the 7-colored demon spider is not as strong as the 2 boss pets combined. Because it can fly, and in the sky, it can continuously pour out magic, which is not the advanced power that current players can have. By the way, how much do you need to upgrade? At this time, Dao Yudao looked at the sunset in the distance and asked. Because the highest level limit of this underground dungeon of the Poisonous Insect Valley is level 60, as long as Shui Nai passes it, then they can only say goodbye to this dungeon. It can be cleared about 5 times. Shui Nai glanced at the experience bar that had reached 52%. As long as there was no problem, it could be upgraded in 5 times. Let's go, let's find a place to log off. These people outside are annoying. Dao Yudao glanced at the people who were watching, and there was no telling how many thieves were in the dark. However, it must be said that the wanted order issued by the Element City Church branch for the 2 of them is very tempting. Because now as long as Shui Nai and the others are captured back to the church, not only can they get the friendship of the church, but also a large amount of bounty and various props. After learning about the reward for the wanted order, did Dao Yudao want to turn himself in? However, when Dao Yudao learned about the wealth of the church from Xiaomei, he immediately felt that the bounty of the church's wanted order was too small. If he didn't want to really mess with the church, he would have wanted to provoke it so that the church could increase its wanted bounty. After entering the stealth state, the 2 people immediately disappeared in front of everyone. At their current level, those people's search eyes basically had no way to find them. Although the search eye can search for stealth creatures, the longer the players use this skill, the more they find that this skill is actually not easy to use. Because once the level of the person being detected is higher than theirs, the success rate is terribly low. If the stealth person does not move, their success rate will also become very low. Not to mention the 2 people who have equipment that increases the stealth effect. Now even if Mina's phantom stealth is very low, it is difficult for outsiders to find his whereabouts. I'll log off first. Anyway, it's only 1 minute. Dao Yudao said, and then said hello and logged off. Shui Nai thought about it and clicked on Yan's friend avatar, but found that the other party had closed the private chat. As a last resort, he had to send a text message to ask about the situation on their side. However, the one who finally replied to Shui Nai was Xiaomei. But her reply made Shui Nai laugh and log off. The next day, Shui Nai and Dao Yudao replenished their potions and walked towards the underground dungeon of the Poisonous Insect Valley again. Now Shui Nai and the others each have 5 dungeon badges, which means they may play 15 dungeons a day. If they hadn't controlled the equipment produced by this dungeon, they would have planned to sell these dungeon badges for 1,000 gold coins. By the way, what do you think your master will give you later? Now, Shui Nai and the others just opened a miracle level dungeon, intending to earn some crystal cores and let the 2 boss pets recover their endurance. I think it might be the crystal essence of the Dragon Ball. If I could open those Dragon Balls, I would find a way to open them myself. Shui Na thought about it and felt that this was the most likely thing. Damn, you are so happy. In the future, the magic of that mage will be powerful enough for you. Dao Yudao waved his hand and hit a stone pillar, which suppressed a demon spider for several thousand damages. After that, a stone spear hit its head fiercely, harvesting its last life value. Don't be envious, dig the crystal core quickly. Shui Na looked at the other demon spider that was led away by the vampire mortal, and started to deal with it. The better thing about the miracle level copy than the myth level copy is that the boss of this copy doesn't like to appear in groups, so they can eat it 1 bite at a time. After the 2 killed all the lone bosses in this copy once, they immediately exited the copy and opened another one. For them, the number of copies can no longer limit them. If they are too big, they can just change a copy batch. Their actions naturally caused dissatisfaction and envy among a large number of players. However, when they found out that the 2 people had quit in less than an hour, they knew that they would not get anything, so they soon became happy. However, neither Shui Nai nor Dao Yudao planned to pay attention to these people. Anyway, as soon as they quit, they would directly enter the dungeon and completely ignore their team requirements. How many crystal cores did you get? Shui Nai asked. Just now, they had played the dungeon 10 times, and almost used up the whole night. I got about 100, but the wind and fire system combined are only more than 30, which is barely enough for a few months. Dao Yudao thought of the huge appetite of the frost crossbow in his hand, and felt a little unbalanced. Now, after firing hundreds of arrows, this crossbow needs to be replaced with a wind crystal core and an ice crystal core. If there weren't a lot of crystal cores here, Dao Yudao, who had given all the wind crystal cores to the beautiful fox, would probably not be able to use this crossbow. Just save it. Let's go. We have to pick up the unscrupulous profiteers. Now we can finally throw out the things in the backpack. Shui Na looked at the piles of equipment and materials in the backpack. He didn't want to sort these things anymore. However, when they contacted the unscrupulous profiteers, he got an infuriating message from him. The people of the Fox Fairy Guild were ambushed outside and are now trapped in a cave. Unscrupulous profiteers. Chapter 543 Murder and Arson. When it was darkest before dawn, Shui Na came to an open space full of fire. In the shadowy environment of the firelight, about 200 people were besieging a cave, and a man in thick armor was guarding the cave with a shield. Just now, after receiving the information from the unscrupulous profiteer, Mina and the others immediately discussed the plan. However, due to the lack of accurate coordinates, Mina spent a lot of time looking for the cave. However, what surprised Mina and Dao Yudao was that the unscrupulous profiteer had already put spies into the church's operation this time. It was just because of the beginning, the Dragon King's plan was limited to his own people, so the spies spent a lot of time to get the words out. Yudao, I'm ready here. Shui Nai's voice was a little cold. Then let's act. We haven't killed people to establish our prestige for a long time. Let's have fun today. Dao Yudao licked his tongue, and a dagger dyed black quickly passed through the air with a gust of fishy wind. As Dao Yudao attacked, his body slowly appeared, but when he appeared, the target had already fallen down, making a slight bang sound. If the player with poor eyesight, he might think that Dao Yudao was the paladin who was standing guard just now. Tisk tisk, a paladin, actually doesn't wear a helmet or a neck guard, isn't this looking for death? Dao Yudao looked at the fallen player, the surging blood was constantly flowing out of the wound, and this injury was no longer something that his hands could stop. Dao Yudao picked up a piece of golden armor that exploded on the ground and put it into his backpack. I have to say that if a well-equipped paladin is used as a sentinel, it is really perfect. With strong defensive capabilities and the characteristics of dual cultivation of magic and martial arts, whether facing a mage or a thief's sneak attack, there is a great survival rate. However, these players often lose their lives in a place where they are not careful. After solving a player's sentinel, Dao Yudao immediately rushed towards another sound. Just now, when the paladin fell, he immediately noticed that the figure in the nearest tent was flickering. Dao Yudao rushed into the tent. In the moment when everyone was stunned, he immediately found that there were players around, so he used daggers and crossbows. In an instant, the blood of the players dyed the tent with other colors. The screams of the players before their death also brought a little uneasiness to the upcoming dawn. On the other side, when Shui Na received the action, he immediately controlled the violent evil venomous snake to jump behind the players. Afterwards, when everyone reacted, a move of poisonous hair shooting included all the players below in the attack range. There is an enemy attack, it is Fanfiction and the others. The poisonous hair shooting of the Shui Na poisonous spider does not have any attack power, and its function is only to paralyze people, so they immediately reported this matter through the regional channel. However, as soon as they finished speaking, a huge black shadow suddenly sprayed out a dark green liquid ball. A poisonous rain broke out at the core of these 200 people, and the poisonous raindrops enveloped most of the players present. Commanding the two boss pets to attack the players who have not died yet, Shui Na was not idle either, and chain lightning quickly shot out above everyone's heads. With the intentional attack, and the attacking side also has absolute force, the 200 people on the field turned into corpses in an instant. Although Shui Na knew that there should be a few thieves who ran away at the last moment, he didn't mind them calling more people over. After commanding the big spider to deal with the corpses on the ground with spider bites and eliminating the hope of those people running away, Shui Na came to the front of the cave. However, after seeing Shui Na's angry eyes, the people who appeared from the cave all lowered their heads and didn't speak. Hey, you go back first. I'll go collect it and leave. Shui Na glanced at them and didn't have much time to teach them a lesson. Where is the thief? At this time, the beautiful fox suddenly asked. He went to lead away the NPCs of the Elders' Council of the Church, otherwise, I wouldn't dare to bring them out. Shui Na pointed to the boss pet behind him. If they hadn't known that the church hadn't participated in this operation, Shui Na and Dao Yudao wouldn't have known whether they should take action. Because as long as they took action, it would definitely cause casualties among NPCs, and this kind of casualties was what they least wanted to see. Then you should be careful. The beautiful fox said loudly after taking a look at the disappeared Shui Na. After stuffing all the corpses on the ground into the spider's mouth, the blood-red light above Shui Na's head became more and more intense. Because from just now, his red name value has been increasing, while his honor value has been decreasing. It only took a short while, and there was a number plus 321 behind Shui Nai's name, which meant that he had killed 321 players. Yes, the players killed by the big spider and the big venomous snake were recorded one by one above Shui Nai's head. Now, Mizuna's vampires are guarding the resurrection stone in this area. As long as they see a player resurrected, they will kill him again. As a result, the red name above Mizuna's head has turned black. Although the levels of these dead players are between 40 and 50, they are just ordinary players. But since they have chosen this path, Mizuna will not let them die just once. Deal with all the corpses on the open space. After cleaning, Shui Nai put away the 2 boss pets and left. If there were no bloodstains on the ground that the system had not refreshed, and the pits and potholes corroded by the venom, and a large number of worthless equipment, I am afraid no one would know that more than 200 people died here. I have already dealt with it here, what about you? Shui Nai thought about it, and then said in the team chat. Alas, those old guys fly too slowly, I am embarrassed to run too fast, wait a little longer, I will pull them away first, so as not to see them again later. Deo Yudeo said indifferently, and at the same time turned back to look at the stars behind him. In the dark night, the holy light of those church NPCs when they fly is simply the most beautiful target, but unfortunately, Deo Yudeo dare not shoot at these targets. After arriving at the resurrection stone, Shui Nai immediately found the piles of corpses around the resurrection stone, and Shui Nai's red name value at this time has exceeded 400 points, moving towards the 450 mark. After letting the Blood Clan Fanfiction hide in the treetops to monitor, Shui Nai exchanged identities with him and walked to the resurrection stone set in the woods. After taking a look at the corpses, Shui Nai began to carry the corpses within a radius of dozens of meters around the resurrection stone one by one to the resurrection stone. All the corpses that ran outside were thieves. It seemed that they should have come from outside to support the players who died on the resurrection stone. However, their stealth skills were just a joke in front of the blood eyes of the Blood Clan Fanfiction. Without any surprise, all the thieves who came to attack were transformed into souls with their companions and gathered around the resurrection stone. Now they dare not run corpses to revive, even on the spot. Facing the more shameless and perverted tactics of guarding the resurrection stone than the shameless and perverted tactics of guarding corpses, those who are already very accustomed to this kind of play are depressed. Because they never thought that one day they would be guarded like this. They always tried to guard other people's corpses and resurrection stones. But today, one person guarded their resurrection stones, and the most terrifying thing was that the person guarding the resurrection stone seemed to be not afraid of the red name at all. However, if they knew that the person who killed them just now was a pet, then they would understand why they were not afraid of the red name, because the red name was not his name. However, what made them feel chilled was the behavior of this person dragging corpses, because they didn't know why, they always felt that this guy's current dragging corpses was not kind at all. If it weren't for the fact that these players in the soul state couldn't talk to the living players, I'm afraid Mina would hear these people calling him pervert, devil, or murderer. Later, when Mina collected the corpses, he took out a paper bag tightly wrapped in oil paper from his backpack, and then sprinkled the yellow powder in the paper bag on these corpses little by little. In a short while, wisps of blue flames burned in the horrified eyes of the souls. All the bodies burned by the ghost-like flames slowly disappeared like ice and snow melting. When Mina used purification powder to deal with the corpses, as the number of corpses decreased, the red name value above Mina's head began to decrease, and his honor value began to increase. This purification powder is the most effective way for players to deal with corpses when facing the dark camp, and in order to promote the use of this purification powder to deal with the magic of the dark camp. When using these purification powders, players can get some honor points, but Mina discovered today that this purification powder can not only get honor points, but also is an effective way to eliminate red names. About every 10 corpses burned, the value of the red name will decrease a little, which is much faster than killing monsters to eliminate red names. Instead, the players were resurrected after being forcibly downgraded. Although these ghost fires had no effect on the living players, the firestorm after Shui Nai turned the newly resurrected and weak players into white light again. Red flames, blue flames, under the shining white light of death, exuded endless coldness. Chapter 544 The Pleasure of Killing. In fact, for those dead players, purification powder is not what they are happy to see. Because it is equivalent to cutting off their hope of retaining experience points. The effect of purification powder on players is to directly send players to resurrection, and it is the kind of resurrection that will definitely drop one level. In addition, these purification powders are not easy to obtain at ordinary times. Because these strategic things against the dark camp will be collected by NPC forces. So generally speaking, players will not use this purification powder to start a massacre. Such a massacre is also performed by the priest to purify the corpse, but Shui Nai is not like that. His style of play can be described as crazy. And Shui Nai only had 3 packs of purification on hand, which she had accumulated with the help of Ye Yan, the holy flame mage. As the number of corpses on the ground decreased, Shui Na knew that all of them had chosen to log off forcibly to avoid losing experience. However, the result of this forced offline is that the player will be directly downgraded after the death of the player, and once online, they will have to maintain a week period. However, for them, those who do not log off forcibly are likely to be washed back to level 1 by this perverted mage. Then, they will be considered useless. Although their level is not the highest, they have also spent a lot of effort on this level. They have been heartbroken for losing several levels in a row. And looking at the look of this murderous mage, he basically has no intention of letting them go, which has chilled their hearts. If the Dragon King had not decided to use human lives to pile up Shui Na's name after knowing this matter, they would have all been forced to log off and left. Not everyone is willing to be slaughtered like pigs and dogs, but not everyone can give up this easy profit. At least, when Shui Nai saw the players sitting in the flames waiting to die, his eyes were very calm and lifeless. Shui Nai, who was constantly setting fires, also let go of the corpses around the resurrection stone after he found that the purification powder was used up. However, there were less than 50 corpses here now. However, the red name value above his head has exceeded the 600 mark, which means that the 200 people today have dropped by an average of 3 levels. After killing so many people, Shui Nai's anger has long disappeared. And since Dao Yiyu Dao has not returned yet, he can only continue to wait. During the waiting period, it is not that there are no players coming to support or sneak attack Shui Nai, but these people have no way to pass the Blood Clan mortal level. Often, as long as he is discovered, Shui Nai's explosive bomb or other magic will be thrown over, and the people there will die half of their lives. In addition, Shui Nai's big spider was also released, and these people who came over only increased Shui Nai's record. However, it must be said that the players' human wave tactics put great pressure on the boss, because Mina's big spider almost couldn't come back. If Mina didn't have the life ring, he would have said goodbye to his big spider. At that time, Mina finally saw the abnormal ability of the combination of earth magic and wood magic. In the last attack of the enemy, the magicians attacked at the same time and created a large swamp, which directly interrupted the big spider's collision, and then used vines to trap it in the swamp. After a round of attacks by several ice magicians, the big spider was stuck in the frozen swamp. At that time, Mina was very confident in his big spider, so he didn't pay attention to it. He just ordered it to use a collision and then used poison hair shooting. However, after the collision was interrupted, it did not use poison hair shooting, but continued to execute the collision. However, it was trapped and could not use the charge anyway, and naturally did not use the poisonous hair shooting again. If it were not for the Blood Clan Fanfiction who took action at this time and killed several mages with stone spears, causing chaos on that side, and Shui Nai just solved the enemies around him, I am afraid that the light of life would have come a step late. The big spider, whose status was fully restored, immediately received Shui Nai's order. First, it fired a round of poisonous hair, and then it was entangled with spider silk to control the warrior players who were not affected by the poisonous hair. In conjunction with the Blood Clan Fanfiction who had been hiding in the treetops, it quickly killed the enemies this time. However, Shui Nai knew that this time was their limit, because even Shui Nai could not withstand the crazy attacks of those thieves. In addition to the influence of the hundreds of lives on his body, Shui Nai's initial fearless momentum weakened in an instant. Finally, Shui Nai had no choice but to take the big spider back to Yunwu town. Not long after Shui Nai left, the Dragon King came with a team of elites with an average level of more than 50, but he saw a large number of players' bodies. It turned out that just now, after the Dragon King received the news of Fan Chen's appearance, he immediately sent people to report to the church. However, when his people went there, they found that the elders of the Elder Council were missing. Later, according to the reports of other players, they found that just now, a thief sneaked in and killed more than a dozen players. In the end, it attracted the attention of those NPCs, and then the elders disappeared. Seeing this, the Dragon King had to find the captains of the NPCs who stayed behind, but the captain told him that without the orders of the elders, they would not listen to anyone's command. This means that the Dragon King's initial plan completely failed, and he lost hundreds of lives. However, what made him feel most unconvinced was that Fan Chen's name was said to be so popular that it was almost black, but the NPC guard at the entrance of the cave in Yunwu town not only did not kill him, but also sent someone to protect him, just because his clothes had traces of fighting. Whether it was the Dragon King and his team's initial plan to let the elders of the church kill Shui Nai and his team, or to deepen the hatred between the church and them, or to make Shui Nai unable to return to Yunwu town after being red-named, all their plans were completely defeated in front of Shui Nai and his team. If he hadn't received the message that the blood on Shui Nai's head was almost solid, and there was also a trace of black air, I'm afraid he would really go crazy. He spent so much effort, but there was no way to get an ideal result, and in the end, because of the spy, this plan was completely exposed. If the Dragon King hadn't always stopped this public opinion offensive by saying that this was the order of the NPC, I'm afraid the Dragon King and his team would have really lost both the wife and the army this time. However, the compensation for these dead and other negotiations alone were enough for the Dragon King. Because among the players who died just now, not all of them were his subordinates. If they were not handled properly, if they were used by the hostile guild, it would be troublesome. Dao Yiyu Dao came here using the teleportation ring when Xuina rushed back to Yunwu town. However, judging from the scars on his body, he must have been forced back because of some trouble. I'm so unlucky. I ran into a wolf den and was almost bitten to death. Dao Yiyu Dao said it before Xuina could reply, but his face was not very good. What level? He looks very powerful. After Xuina cast a few recovery spells on him, he asked a question in a strange way. With the current speed of Dao Yiyu Dao, ordinary monsters can basically not touch the corners of his clothes. Level 70 Magic Wind Wolves, they chased me for several hills. If the people from the church who came behind hadn't fought with them, I might not have been able to escape. Dao Yiyu Dao said viciously. It turned out that when he was dodging the pursuit of these magic wind wolves, the elders of the church behind him actually used their big moves to add insult to injury, which angered the magic wind wolves instead. You deliberately pulled the hatred onto them. Shui Nai understood his evil intentions very well. Humph, who told them to kick someone when they were down, otherwise? Humph. Dao Yiyu Dao saw that his thoughts were spoken out. At this time, he looked up at the sky, but saw a layer of red light. How many people have you killed? It's so red. Dao Yiyu Dao was stunned immediately. More than 700. Shui Nai said after looking at the value on the attribute bar indifferently. Damn, you are too cruel. I only killed a dozen people. You killed so many. Be careful that you will never be able to whitewash yourself in this life. Dao Yiyu Dao looked around Shui Nai for a few times and said with great interest. I was so angry at the time that I didn't care so much. In fact, Shui Nai was also very curious. She should not be the impulsive person, but why did she not notice it at all when she killed so many people? Alas, this is why PK in the game makes people addicted, because often when you don't know the reason, you are already addicted. The feeling of blood boiling is the easiest to make people forget time and forget their principles. This is the pleasure of killing, a pleasure that cannot be achieved in reality. Dao Yiyu Dao said as a passerby, very old-fashioned. By the way, if you really want to swallow the Dragon Ball at noon, then if you die. Dao Yiyu Dao is a person who knows the consequences of taking the Dragon Ball crystal, so he asked with some concern. I have notified the unscrupulous profiteer. When he comes, please bring me a set of life-enhancing equipment. This problem should not be big. Shui Na looked at her current life value of more than 3,000. If she changed into a set of life-enhancing equipment, it should be no problem to reach more than 5,000. And with the potions in her backpack, there will be no problem to survive. When she returned to Yunwu town, it was almost noon. At the resting place of the Fox Fairy Guild, the unscrupulous profiteer was scolding the beautiful foxes, and the people of the Fox Fairy Guild were listless and dejected, allowing the unscrupulous profiteer to deliver a lesson of uncle level. However, from his tone, it was nothing more than criticizing their previous reckless behavior. After trading with the unscrupulous profiteer, Shui Nai just left with a sentence, I'll talk to you when I come back. After running to the mage tower, Shui Nai immediately found the old mage and Fowl, but when they saw him, they frowned at the same time. Chapter 545 Holy Snow Trial. Did you have a conflict with the people of the church? It's so murderous. The old mage glanced at Shui Nai's head and said with some displeasure. Shui Nai knew that it was the red name effect caused by his slaughter of players, but according to the old mage, this red name effect is not too far off from being called murderous. After all, he did kill a lot of people. However, what made Mina feel the most strange was that it took him almost a whole morning to kill someone this time, which made him feel very strange. Because in his memory, this morning passed very quickly. Mina, without saying anything, he just nodded as a response. With such a strong murderous aura, I wonder if it will affect the fusion of the heart of elements. However, we don't have much time, so if we fail, it can only be said that you are unlucky. The old wizard sighed and nodded to Fal. After that, the green light on Fal's body flickered. The moment the green light appeared, it immediately expanded and formed a sword domain, which included the old wizard and Shui Nai beside him. In the sword domain of village chief Fal, Shui Nai did not feel any vibration at all, but he could see through the thin outer layer of the sword domain that the Yunwu town under his feet was getting smaller and smaller. After only a short while, they had already reached an altitude of almost 3,000 meters. Okay, it's okay, just stop here. Before Shui Nai had time to take a bird's-eye view of the Yunwu town under his feet, the old wizard pointed to a majestic mountain and signaled to land there. Without any vibration, Mina found herself standing on the halfway point of a mountainside covered with a thin layer of snow. In front of her was a thick fog that made it difficult to see what was inside. Mina remembered that Miyuki had said that this snowy mountain surrounded by fog was called the Holy Snow Mountain, one of the holy places of Yunwu town. Even residents of Yunwu town could not enter it at will. It is said that the fog on the mountainside has the ability to trap people forever. Follow me closely, don't go wrong, the place below is more than 3,000 meters high. The old wizard said as he walked into the fog. Mina saw this and immediately followed, while Fal walked at the end, only half a meter away from Mina. In this dense fog that was so dense that she could hardly see anything 1 meter away, Mina could only see the blurred hunched back in front of her. The three of them walked slowly towards the peak, but Shui Na knew that they were not walking straight along the way, but zigzagging. Moreover, as the altitude increased, Shui Na began to feel that the surrounding clouds and mists were a bit strange. Because the surrounding clouds and mists seemed to have the miraculous effect of absorbing sound, Shui Na, who had calmed down along the way, was very sensitive to find that the surrounding sounds disappeared, leaving only the rustling sound of the snow under his feet being squeezed. And what disappeared along with it was his resonance with the elements. Shui Na remembered that before entering the clouds and mists, the ubiquitous elements had always been around him, but it seemed that after entering, they were slowly weakened, but Shui Na did not notice it immediately. If he could not see the back of the old wizard in front of him, he would probably be confused now. However, Shui Na knew that in this completely unknown environment, he could only trust the old wizard who led the way in front. After walking for half an hour, Shui Na already felt that the air around him was a little thin. Although this had little impact on him, it was just that his endurance value decreased faster. However, the problem now was that there was more and more snow under his feet. Now the snow had reached his calves, and the surrounding clouds and mist were getting thicker and thicker. Among them, what surprised Shui Na the most was that at some point, the old mage's clear shoe prints began to appear on the ground, and all these shoe prints were actually at the same depth. Not too deep or too shallow, just enough for Shui Na to see clearly. However, as if it was a price, the figure of the old mage became more and more hazy. However, just after Shui Na followed the shoe prints for another half an hour, he suddenly found that the shoe prints in front of him disappeared. But the clouds and mist in front of him were very bright, as if he had come to the edge of the clouds and mist. However, at this time, Shui Na hesitated a little, because he knew that there was another possibility for this kind of brightness, that is, there might be a cliff in front, a cliff where the clouds and mist could not cling. Once he stepped into the air, he would be crushed to pieces. At this moment, Shui Na, who had lost his direction, could only look back. However, Fal behind him disappeared at some point, and there were only his own shoe prints on the ground. Seeing that there were only his own shoe prints on the ground, Shui Na felt that the situation was weird again this time. No matter which direction he looked from, Shui Na could not hear any sound, nor could he see anything other than the clouds and mist. Even the snow on the ground gave Shui Na a sense of copyright JAVU. Am I lost? Shui Na asked secretly in his heart. The only difference around him now was that the clouds and mist in front of his body were obviously brighter than the surroundings, and this was also the direction in which the old wizard disappeared in his memory. After Shuai confirmed again that this direction was correct with his memory, he took a deep breath and took a step forward. When he took this step, he immediately found a ray of dazzling sunlight in front of him. This made him, who was already used to the white mist in the clouds, squint his eyes unbearably. However, I don't know if it was because Mina stayed in such a humid environment like clouds for too long. It was for other reasons. Shuai, who was exposed to the sunlight, only felt that the sunlight was full of gentle heat. But this warmth did not come from the outside, but burst out from the heart. At least, Shuai deliberately added cotton clothes to keep warm on the road, and did not feel stuffy. Welcome to the peak of the Holy Snow Mountain, and congratulations on finding your direction in the last step. The words of the old wizard rang in Shuai's ears. What just happened was? Shuai guessed that it should be a trial, but he really wanted to know the purpose of this trial. Just now, the clouds and mist you walked through were a test of the mage's state of mind, called the Holy Snow Trial. In this silent environment just now, you performed very well, without shouting or using your own equipment, but walked over step by step firmly. You have to remember this point. There are shortcuts on the road of mages, but you must walk over step by yourself. The old wizard said with a smile. And Shuai also knew what he was referring to. Just now, in fact, when Shuai found the snow up to his legs, he thought of the phantom stealth, but considering the problem of the environment, he did not dare to use the 200% acceleration effect. As for the problem of shouting and screaming, it was entirely because of the fear of avalanches. This is a common sense of modern people, but some people can't remember it, and Shuai just remembered it. Seeing Shuai patiently listening to his words, the old wizard paused and said, "In the last step, you hesitated. No, it should be said that you are rational, although the result of this rationality is that you question the path you are taking, which may be disdained by many wizards because they think this rationality is a cowardly behavior. However, the road that is irrational and relies only on passion and impulse to think that it can go to the end is not the road of a wizard. At least, this kind of wizard has no chance of surviving to the end. Stop from time to time and think about whether the path you are taking is wrong. This is an important signpost for a person's continuous growth, because only in this way can you know whether you have gone astray." The old wizard saw that Shuai was in deep thought, so he stopped again. Impulsive. Could it be that he was talking about what he had done today? However, this was indeed related to impulse. After all, he was immediately furious after hearing the news about the unscrupulous profiteer. As for the last step you took after questioning, it shows that you have not given up your own path. This kind of firm belief can give a person unlimited possibilities. So, you must remember in the future that being down to earth, keeping rational, constantly reflecting and having firm beliefs are the necessary conditions for a wizard to grow. As my disciple, you are currently doing well in these aspects. However, I don't want what happened today to happen again. Before you grow up, fighting with the people of the church is just courting death. I will remember, but village chief Fal. Shuai suddenly remembered that Fal was still in the mist. A mere mist array is not dangerous to Fal at all. It's just that he has some understanding in it now. We just have to wait. After the old mage finished speaking, he walked forward. At this time, Shuai also had time to look at the surrounding scenery. The peak of this holy snow mountain was completely shrouded in thick clouds like dark clouds, and the only thing that was not affected by the clouds was the sky above. Looking up, it was like a huge deep well. The clouds around the well wall were slowly moving in a very strange pattern, but Shuai remembered that this situation was not found in the clouds. But in the core of the clouds, this movement was very obvious. Stepping on the thick snow, Shuai followed the old mage in front and climbed to the final peak. On the peak of the holy snow mountain, Shuai looked at the peak in a daze. There was no snow on the peak, and there were exposed rocks all around. And in the center of the peak, a clear spring was flowing. Below this spring is a pool of water as calm as a mirror. This pool is not deep, only about 1 meter deep, but it seems that it will never overflow. The spring water above it keeps flowing in, but it does not cause any ripples or overflow. Chapter 546, True Forest Dragon Possession. Shuai looked at the surrounding environment very carefully, but he did not dare to move. Because around here, there are blue magic circles, and these magic circles flash with blue light representing danger from time to time. Although Shuai had seen the elder remove part of the defensive magic circle in front of him just now, he did not know which magic circles had been removed and which ones had not been removed. Okay, you can come up. The old wizard looked at the elder who had already walked to the edge of the pond and said something to Shui Nai. Shui Nai, who had walked up, immediately heard the elder chanting a spell to the pond, and blue light spread out in all directions along with the ripples of the pond. The magic circle swept by the ripple-like blue light dimmed in an instant. The flickering blue light also dissipated. As the pool lost the support of the magic circle, the spring water soon overflowed from the pool, flowing along the rocks to the snow below. When this temporary stream of water just reached the snow, Fowl's whistle came from the clouds. After that, an invisible gust of wind suddenly swept from the clouds to the top of the peak, and this gust of wind directly tore a passage of more than 1,000 meters in the clouds. Fowl in the passage quickly moved along the passage to the top of the peak. Although this gust of wind was extremely powerful, it turned into a breeze when it penetrated the clouds and mist, passing by the three people. Seeing this, the elder just nodded with satisfaction and smiled. Okay, get ready to start. At this time, the old wizard suddenly stood up. When Mina heard this, he immediately took off all his equipment and replaced it with the equipment and gems prepared for him by the unscrupulous profiteer. Among them, there is also a life suit for mages in this equipment. However, since Shui Na wanted to try whether the snake eye necklace had any effect, he did not put on the life necklace, and naturally could not activate the effect of this life suit. I will give you another chance to choose now. Once you choose this elemental path, you will not be able to take the path of specialization. If you choose the elemental path, your path will be more than twice as difficult as others, and you will also lose the most powerful ability of the mage, the domain. Now you have to think about it. As soon as the old mage finished speaking, a selection panel appeared in front of Shui Na, but this time the selection panel only had yes and no and did not make any explanation. I believe you will not lie to me, so I choose the elemental path. Shui Na skipped this selection panel and answered the old mage directly. He did not believe that the old mage would find a dead end for him to go. After he answered, the selection panel disappeared. However, when the selection panel disappeared, Mina still found that the yes on it was clearly shining with the golden light of victory, while the no was dim. Well, then I understand. From now on, you will grow up standing on my shoulders. After the old wizard nodded, the sea god's staff in the hands of the elder paused in front of the pool, and 3 small water columns suddenly appeared in the pool. These 3 small water columns were only 1 meter high, and at the top of the water column were 3 blue, green and cyan dragon balls. After taking off the wood dragon ball, the water column immediately dissipated, causing waves of ripples. Afterwards, the elder put the dragon ball close to the surface of the tsunami ring on his finger, and waves of blue light immediately flashed from the tsunami ring and surrounded the dragon ball. The blue light surrounding the dragon ball penetrated into the dragon ball in a very gentle way, and without damaging its structure, it slowly took out the crystal marrow inside, and turned it into a drop of green marrow liquid in the blue light. After swallowing the green crystal marrow, Mina immediately found that her feet were itchy, as if something was growing out of her feet. And with this situation, Mina's life value began to slowly decline. Looking down, Mina was surprised to find that her feet were now full of plant roots. However, these roots were not real objects, but a very real light and shadow. However, watching the scene of these roots extending from her feet to the rocks below, Mina instinctively wanted to move. However, he found that his feet were already like the roots of a big tree, firmly rooted in the land, and there was no possibility of moving. Afterwards, as the roots slowly grew from her feet to her calves and thighs, Mina's life value was depleted faster and faster. At first, it was 1 point per second, and now it has reached 10 points per second. However, at this time, the roots only reach his thighs. Moreover, the most troublesome thing is that the body occupied by the roots has completely lost consciousness. Fortunately, the roots do not grow fast. At least now Mina can still take out potions from behind and pour them one by one. When Mina found that the snake eye necklace on his neck had no effect, he immediately changed it to a life necklace. When all the parts of his life suit were complete, the effect of the life suit was also activated. After a flash of green light, Mina's life value, which had reached more than 6,000, increased to 7,000 in an instant, and the speed of life recovery was also much faster. This life suit was found by an unscrupulous profiteer from the Elf Empire. This suit has no market in the Elf Empire. Because this suit does not increase attack power at all, and this suit is only a level 20 suit. Most new players are not even willing to use it as transitional equipment. because for most mage players, it is a complete waste for a mage to have health points. However, when the unscrupulous merchant heard that Mina needed this life-enhancing equipment, he immediately started to prepare it, and even spent a lot of money to find a very rare and top quality the life gem and other gems. Turned this set of life suit with only level 20 into a set of equipment that can add 4000 life limit. Looking at her life value of more than 7000, Shui Nai believed that it would not be a big problem to survive, but she had to pay attention to the troublesome perception problem. Now Shui Nai has put both hands to her mouth, but the things in these two hands are different. His right hand holds a life recovery potion, and his left hand holds a mooncake. Although it is very funny to do this, Shui Nai has to do it, because now the roots have spread to her chest, and the speed of life loss is much faster. And in order to avoid trouble, Shui Nai dare not let her life value fall below 50%. Looking at the three people who were boiling water for tea, Shui Nai could only drink the bitter potion silently. When the roots began to spread to her neck and her hands began to lose consciousness, Shui Nai knew that her success or failure this time depended on this move. He quickly ate a mooncake and drank a bottle of special slow recovery potion. This was the only special medicine in his hand. It was said that this potion was accidentally prepared by the master of medicine under the unscrupulous profiteer. It can restore 2400 health points in 10 seconds. When Mina was covered by the green roots, Mina's body was completely out of control. From the outside, Mina looked like the root system of a big tree. The extended roots had covered an area of square meters. But for Mina, the speed of loss of health value was getting worse and worse. Looking at his only 50% health value, Mina could only activate the life recovery effect on the life suit. Life recovery can restore 2000 health points in an instant, and this is exactly the degree of increase in health value by the life suit. After seeing the health value increase to 5500, Mina took a look at the skills currently available to him. However, since Mina didn't equip a staff, all his magic became grey and unusable, but he still had one skill that could be used. That was his light of life, which was his last weapon. In fact, he had originally thought of saving it for the violent evil viper. When his health dropped to 4000 points, Mina immediately discovered that the speed of his health loss suddenly soared, and 500 points had already disappeared in an instant, as if he was going to drain Mina's last health. Mina had no choice but to activate the light of life when his health was only 10%. Under the protection of the light of life, Mina's health did not drop but increased, and under this layer of light full of vitality, Mina's roots burst out in an instant, and the area covered suddenly increased to 30 meters. But afterwards, the roots began to slowly retract into the body, and Mina's body began to return to normal, and her health also returned to normal. He looked down at his status bar and immediately found that there was a new special status in his status bar. At the same time, a feeling of happiness that made Mina stunned. Benefit status, True Forest Dragon Possession, half activated. A special status produced by taking the crystal marrow of a wood dragon. The forest dragon spirit in the crystal marrow is attached to the user, and its ability increases the effect of the user's wood magic by 50%, reduces the chanting time of wood magic by 30%, increases poison resistance by 50 points, and increases the upper limit of health by 3000 points. At the same time, it has the passive skill Forest Breath and the status activation skill Call of the Forest. Note 1, after the True Forest Dragon Possession is fully activated, the effect of wood magic increases by 100%, ignoring all wood magic damage, and magic power is required to maintain this state. Magic recovery potions cannot be used in this state. Note 2, after the True Forest Dragon Possession is fully activated, the effect of wind magic is reduced by 50%, and the damage received from fire magic is doubled. Forest Breath, in the forest, the health recovery speed increases by 50%. When injured, touching a tree has a 30% chance of triggering rejuvenation and restoring 500 health points. At the same time, ordinary forest monsters, level not exceeding 5 levels of their own level, will not actively attack. Call of the Forest, can only be used after activating the True Forest Dragon Possession. It can command and control ordinary forest monsters, level not exceeding 5 levels of their own level, within 30 meters around. The duration is related to the duration of the state, and the skill cooldown time is 40 hours. Chapter 547 Heart of Elements. After comparing the Flame Dragon Possession with the True Forest Dragon Possession, Mina found that this new special state is much stronger than the Flame Dragon in terms of effect. However, this state increases health, while the Flame Dragon Possession increases magic power. How do you feel? Do you feel like you have been cleansed and reborn? The old wizard asked with a smile after seeing Mina return to normal. Mina opened his mouth and wanted to speak, but found that his body had not yet completely recovered from the situation just now. As stiff as wood, even the vocal cords seemed to be affected. Just when Mina tried to control his body to move forward, he immediately fell to the ground, but strangely, when his body collided with the ground, he heard a muffled sound of thump. Take a break first, and then we'll have to continue. The old wizard walked to his side and knocked Mina's head with his staff, which was also a sound unique to wood. However, Mina learned from his slowly softening body that he was not going to become a wooden man, but he had to maintain this state for a while. As Mina's body really recovered, he began to feel that there seemed to be a very strong vitality in his body, which was the abundant vitality that he could only feel when he used the light of life. However, Mina did not find any introduction related to this effect from the introduction of this state. Seeing Mizuna frowning, the old wizard thought he was still worried about his health, so he said, "Don't worry, this side effect will only occur at the beginning. After the crystal marrow is integrated with your body, it will no longer be like this. Moreover, you are lucky. The owner of this wood dragon ball is a forest dragon king with strong vitality. If it is a poisonous dragon, you may be finished. So, taking dragon balls from different dragons will have different effects." Mizuna suddenly asked, and at this time, he also found that he could speak. Of course, and even if it is the same kind of dragon ball, the abilities obtained by acting on different people are different, but its essence is unchanged. The old wizard was obviously much happier when he saw Mizuna able to complete the cleansing of the crystal marrow this time. However, the most regrettable thing is that your earlier flame dragon failed in the end, so you did not get the complete ability. Although you can use another fire dragon ball to replace it, the difficulty is only higher. The old wizard thought of this and couldn't help but say with some worry. What difficulty? After seeing that there was no problem with her body, Shui Na sat up immediately. The problem of attribute conflict and the problem of the number of accommodating. With human physique, we generally only have 8 opportunities to take crystal marrow, and once it exceeds, the possibility of surviving the 9th time is infinitely close to 0. And even so, after each intake, the survival rate of the next time will drop significantly. The amount of crystal marrow that the human body can accommodate is limited. Once it exceeds this limit, it will definitely explode and die. 8 times, although there are 6 elements, if the ice element branch is added, then I have to do it 6 more times to complete the heart of the element. Shui Na thought about it, calculated, and his face turned pale. No, just 5 more times will be enough. Although the quality of your flame dragon possession is a little worse, it can still complete the fusion of the heart of elements. However, I don't think you will want such inferior goods. The old wizard reminded him. What about the heart of elements? I don't seem to feel it. At this time, Shui Na could only ask this question directly. Since he got the true forest dragon possession, he didn't find any hint of the heart of elements. Why are you nervous? The heart of elements has to be fused. You only have 2 now, and one is still a semi-finished product. If you want them to fuse, you have to put more pressure on them. Pressure? It won't be to fill his body with these crystal marrows. Shui Na muttered in his heart. When Shui Na stood up, the old wizard immediately signaled to continue. As the number of times this crystal marrow is taken increases, the resonance it produces in the body will increase the risk of taking it, so this time Shui Na took the crystal marrow of the wind dragon. Afterwards, the old wizard also said that among all the crystals of the elements, the fire, thunder, wind and wood branches of the poison are the most dangerous. If no adequate measures are taken, it may be death. However, I don't trademark know whether it is due to the recognition of Shui Na trademark's strength or the difference between players and NPCs, it seems that Shui Na did not see any protective measures mentioned by the old wizard. Shui Na also asked curiously, but found out. It turned out that when fusing the heart of the elements, the first 4 element crystals would not be too dangerous, and generally would not kill people, so they did not take any protective measures. And before, when Shui Na took the crystal of the flame dragon, the same reason was true, but the old wizard did not expect Shui Na to faint in the end, resulting in the failure of the last step. Alas, it seems that the system has increased the difficulty of cleansing players. Shui Na immediately understood that if players could get this power as easily as NPCs, it would be a mess. Fortunately, when he was being washed by the crystal marrow of the wind, he did not feel the numbness and loss of control of his body like the wood element just now. However, the washing of the wind made Shui Na feel a little scary, and it was also very painful. At the beginning, Shui Na found that after taking this crystal marrow, he did not lose health points continuously like the fire and wood elements. Instead, every once in a while shoot out a wind blade, and after the wind blade leaves the body, it will take away a part of the life value, and at the same time, it will also cause a certain degree of tearing pain to Mina's body. Although this wind blade and the roots just now are both light and shadow, this wind blade is destructive, because these wind blade light and shadow will combine with the surrounding wind elements at the moment of leaving the body to form a real wind blade. At the beginning, there were a lot of these wind blades, and when they were the most dense, they almost filled the space around him. It's just that the volume of these wind blades is very small, and each one is only a dozen points of life value. But as the volume of this wind blade becomes larger and larger, the life value lost at that time also began to appear in the thousands. If there were not too many of these wind blades that were more than a meter long, Mina would have a chance to recover. Otherwise, if there were only 10 of these wind blades at a time, Mina would have died. However, this feeling of being torn apart made Mina really unforgettable. If it weren't for his strong will, he would have screamed in pain long ago. However, in the end, Shui Na still managed to survive. Although the equipment on his body was already rotten and the properties on it had been greatly reduced, the effect of the suit was still there, which made him feel relieved. After temporarily repairing the equipment and resting for a while, Shui Na also performed the water crystal marrow washing. However, this time, Shui Na did not expect it to be so easy. Unlike the violent storm just now, this water washing was very gentle. Although the life value was still constantly depleting, this speed made Shui Na think of gentle flowing water, which made him feel unreal. However, it was indeed flowing water, because after taking this crystal marrow, the light and shadow that appeared on his body became waves of water light. Every time the tide rose, the water light that washed out would gently take away some of his life value. If it were not for the fact that Shui Nai's body was a little weak in this state, it would be perfect. However, Shui Nai, who was idle, immediately found that his body had an extra panel at some point. In the center of this dark panel, 4 light balls of different colors and sizes are concentrated here. And around these light balls, a transparent spherical barrier trapped them firmly inside. Shui Nai took a look at this panel called Elemental Heart. This panel is very simple, so simple that Shui Nai began to doubt whether this panel can be comparable to the ultimate ability of the mage domain. Because now Shui Nai gave up the domain to choose this Elemental Heart. If this can't be comparable to the domain, then Shui Nai will lose money. As more and more water crystals entered, the originally empty Elemental Heart suddenly became crowded. After that, the attribute conflict problem mentioned by the old mage appeared. I saw that the water crystal that came in began to slowly chase the fire crystal, as if to drive it away from this place. Although doing so reduced the loss of life value when Shui Nai was washed by the water. But Shui Nai found that the fire crystal marrow in his body felt atrophied. Although he did not find any changes in the properties of his flame dragon possession, he knew that this was not a good sign. Because, as the fire crystal marrow drilled around without thinking, the wood crystal marrow and wind crystal marrow, which were originally very quiet and dormant in a corner, began to mix, and then repulsion occurred. Shui Nai, who found the problem, immediately wanted to stop the behavior of the water crystal marrow. Just when he thought that the wood crystal marrow should lie between water and fire, he unexpectedly found that with the intervention of his will, the wood crystal marrow began to emit a green light full of vitality. Then, as Shui Nai wished, it intervened in the position between water and fire. Afterwards, he thought about it again and felt that the wind crystal marrow should border the fire. However, what made him feel sorry was that the wind crystal marrow was not under his control. However, as the wood crystal marrow calmed down, it also calmed down, and did not have any rejection phenomenon with other elements. On the other side, the water system and the wood system get along very well, and their boundaries have become very blurred. When Shui Nai was immersed in the space of the heart of the element, he did not realize that his body was no longer just flashing with blue water light. When he mobilized the wood crystal marrow, his skin began to turn emerald green, like a vibrant tree, and his magic value began to slowly decrease. Its appearance accelerated Shui Nai's own life recovery speed, and also made the old wizard who had stood up sit down again, with a relieved smile on his face. Chapter 548 Legendary Magic Wand. Not bad, you have realized the mutual promotion and mutual restraint between elements so quickly. The old wizard took a look at the fading water light on Shui Nai's body, knowing that the cleansing of the water crystal marrow had reached the final moment. Xiao Hai, if you had listened to me and practiced the Heart of Elements, I'm afraid your achievements would not be lower than mine. You are the most talented among all the mages I have ever seen. However, you are a natural stone, not only hard, but also a bit smelly. The old wizard glanced at the elder who was drinking tea leisurely, with a look of regret. I have my own way to go, and I don't want to disappoint my father, it's that simple. The elder didn't say much, just simply revealed it. After that, the elder took out a silver book flashing with lightning from his space ring. However, when the book left the elder's palm, the lightning on it also disappeared. You asked him to bring this book of thunder? The elder asked. Because he knew that he had the Thunder Dragon crystal marrow in his body, and he and the other two elders knew it all along. After all, the Thunder Dragon crystal marrow in his body was a masterpiece created by the man in front of him on a whim. No, this book is already his. However, I think he may have a better one later. So I am giving this book to you on his behalf now. The Thunder Dragon crystal marrow in your body has also been dormant for a long time. Humph, if it weren't for you back then. Alas, I never thought that one day I would use this ability that I have always hated. The elder took a look at the Book of Thunder, his eyes fluctuated, and finally took it back to his own hands. To be honest, he really needs other powers now, otherwise if what happened not long ago happens again, Yunwu town will be gone. On the side, Shui Nai also heard their conversation. As for the Book of Thunder, Shui Nai actually didn't think it was very useful. At least, all the magic in this book requires thunder mastery. According to what they said just now, this Dragon Ball crystal should be a kind of ability that can be used as a specialization, but he doesn't think it's so easy to find the Dragon Ball of the Thunder Dragon. However, because the old wizard and the others spoke loudly just now, he walked out of the panel of the Heart of Elements and found out in time that his life value was running low. It turned out that he spent a lot of time mobilizing the wood crystal marrow just now, but he didn't notice it. In such a long time, even if the water crystal marrow was washed gently, it was enough to consume about 80% of his life value. After replenishing his health, Shui Nai did not enter the panel of the Heart of Elements again. Anyway, the Heart of Elements has stabilized now, so he doesn't need to spend too much time on it. Moreover, the cleansing of the water crystal marrow on his body has obviously reached the final moment. Because he found that the water light gushing out of his body was getting less and less. However, he, who has had 4 experiences, knows that the cleansing of this element is often the most dangerous at the end, and now it is obviously like the tide is accumulating energy and preparing to explode. And just as Shui Nai thought, the water light on his body disappeared in the next moment, just like the water on the beach will suddenly drop when a tsunami comes. However, this dangerous disappearance made Shui Nai feel worried. I saw a huge water light suddenly emerge from Shui Nai, covering a range of about 10 meters around, and it was about to lose more than 2,000 of Shui Nai's health. For Shui Nai, who now has only more than 9,000 health points, nearly a quarter of it disappeared in an instant. However, before Shui Nai could react, another wave of water light appeared. This time, the surging water light even affected the positions of the old wizard and the other two. However, this kind of cold water light obviously had no destructive power. However, this wave of water light directly took away nearly 3,000 health points of Shui Nai. Damn! Shui Nai cursed, but he didn't expect that this seemingly gentle water light would be so abnormal when it exploded. However, fortunately, this water light only exploded 3 times afterwards, but he used potions to take it. After seeing that there was no more water crystal marrow pouring into the element panel, Shui Nai finally breathed a sigh of relief. Not bad, it succeeded 3 times in a row. It seems that your previous fire crystal marrow incident was just because your strength was too weak. The old wizard glanced at Shui Nai and nodded with satisfaction. Strength? Shui Na said with some dissatisfaction in his heart. What does this have to do with strength? It's basically a battle of blood. If I can have a few priests, I can also survive. However, Shui Na did not say what was in his heart, but just nodded as an agreement. Sitting on the ground to rest, Shui Na began to check the new special state while waiting for the health value to slowly recover. The basic effects of these 2 newly appeared True Sky Dragon Possession and True Deep Sea Dragon Possession are similar to those of the Wood system, but the Crystal Marrow of the Wind system increases the magic defense ability, and it adds 2,000 points at a time. The Crystal Marrow of the Water system increases magic power, the same as the health value of the Wood system, both add 3,000 points. Moreover, these 2 special states, like the Wood system, also have 2 skills. Breath of Wind, this is the ability given by the Sky Dragon to freely control the wind. In places with wind, the movement speed will increase, and the increase will be related to the environment. Related. Flying, can be used after activating the true Sky Dragon Union. Can fly freely in the sky. The flying speed is related to the magic power consumption. The duration is the same as the state duration. The skill cooldown time is 30 minutes. Breath of Water, can breathe and swim freely in the water, ignoring the water pressure, and stamina consumption is halved. At the same time, ordinary water monsters, level not exceeding 5 levels of their own level, will not actively attack. Water Element Incarnation, can be used after activating the true Deep Sea Dragon possession. The body can be transformed into a water element, ignoring physical damage, and freely changing forms, but the magic damage received is doubled. The duration is the same as the state duration, and the skill cooldown time is 20 hours. Heart of Elements, mages with the Heart of Elements can learn magic with attributes related to the Heart of Elements, ignoring the requirements of specialization. But in the process of training, if the skills want to be promoted, it takes 2 to 5 times more time than ordinary mages. After carefully reading the introduction of Mizuna, I immediately found the difference between these 3 new special states. Like the wood and water, their status skills are very powerful. One can control the monsters in the forest as subordinates, and the other can transform into a water element that ignores physical damage and can change its form freely. Once these 2 skills are used well, their power is definitely not to be ignored. And the passive skills of these 2 states are also powerful. One can increase the survival ability of the forest, and the other can make it an aquatic creature. Although there are restrictions in the environment, it is definitely powerful. On the contrary, the wind system seems to be very popular, but in comparison, it is a bit tasteless. Although he has not studied the effect of free manipulation of wind. But the skill of flying is not a rare skill. At least, its name is the same as the magician's wind system general skill flying. However, this wind state is somewhat different from the other 2 states, that is, after activating the true Sky Dragon possession, he can use magic recovery potions, which he thinks is the only advantage of this state. As for the effect of the Heart of Elements, it was similar to what Xuanai had in mind, an ability that allowed the mage to learn all elemental magic. However, the learning process was really the same as what the old mage said, at least twice as difficult, because the proficiency of these specialized skills would be increased several times. Come here, I have something to give you. Just as Xuanai moved her body, the old mage called her over. This is the magic I created before. Although it lacks in power, it is my most proud skill. Moreover, you did not disappoint me, so it is time to pass it on to you. The old mage put a brand new skill book in Xuanai's hand. Also, this magic wand has been with me for hundreds of years. Although it is not as good as far as Qing Ying and the big knife in your hand, it is much more advanced than those magic wands outside. I will give it to you as well. The old mage said as he took out a long dark green wooden wand from his space ring. The length of this wooden staff is at least as tall as Mina, and there is a purple crystal fixed by the roots on this staff, a crystal Mina has never seen before. After seeing this magic wand, Mina didn't even look at the skill book, and put it in his backpack. Now, in his eyes, there is only this magic wand. Although many players like to call the staff a magic wand, the real magic wand can only be equipped when the mage becomes a wizard. Because the magic wand equipped by the wizard has the effect of magic, and only the wizard can exert its power. Take the fire system that Mina likes, for example. If it is a fire system magic wand, then in the hands of a wizard, as long as he waves this magic wand, he can launch a small fireball to attack the enemy without consuming magic power. This is the same as the dancing fireball of the explosive fire wand in Mina's hand. No, it should be said that this explosive fire wand is actually a semi-finished product that imitates this real magic wand. Because as long as it is a magic wand, this dancing fireball will definitely occur without probability. Moreover, according to the information published on the official website, the damage caused by a magic wand of a wizard is calculated according to the percentage of its own magic damage, and its coefficient is related to the level of the equipment. Although the magic of this magic wand cannot be compared with real skills, this attack method can give the wizard another means of attack, and there is no level suppression of low-level magic. Hearing the old wizard say that this magic wand has been with him for hundreds of years, Mina's first thought is that it is a legend, and at the very least, it will definitely be at the dark gold level. And as he expected, when he took the magic wand with some trembling, a red halo shone from Mina's magic wand. Chapter 549 The Sealed Elemental Wand. This wand was made for me by my master who went to the Elf Empire to find materials when I became a wizard. Since then, I have never changed it in memory of my master. If it weren't for that abominable god of light, I wouldn't have kept it until now. The old wizard looked at Mina's expression as she happily stroked the wand, and naturally knew that he also liked the wand very much. Light god? Is it related to him again? However, after thinking about it for a while, Mina understood that the old wizard who couldn't recover his magic power couldn't use magic as before even if he had such a good wand. Mina looked at the wand, and the name of the wand was very unique. The Elemental Wand of the Godly Wizard Frank. Looking at the wand with the old wizard's name as a prefix, Mina immediately thought that this should be the feature of legendary equipment. Equipment that can be commanded by the name of a great person must have this legendary color. Item: Elemental Wand of Divine Mage Frank Sealed, Legendary Equipment. Occupational Restriction: Elemental Mage. Occupational Level: Wizard. Equipment Restriction: Disciple of Divine Mage Frank. Durability: Can be automatically repaired. Weight: 30. Item description: This is a wand made of branches of the Tree of Life and treasure element crystals, which has the ability to automatically repair. At the same time, because it has withstood the baptism of time, it has transformed into a legendary equipment in the hands of Divine Mage Frank. Basic item effects: Physical damage plus 200, Magic damage plus 1500, Physical attack with elemental damage. The attribute of elemental damage is related to the currently selected element, and the damage value is 50% of the current elemental attack. Health plus 1000, Magic value plus 1500. Item bonus effect: Spirit value plus 200, all elemental magic effects plus 10%, elemental damage received weakened by 10%, all elemental magic skill levels plus 1, magic cooldown reduced by 20%, magic recovery speed plus 10%, magic consumption reduced by 10%. Item special skills. Element switch: the holder can switch elemental attacks freely, with a cooldown of 30 seconds. Elemental attack: when waving the staff, an elemental attack will definitely occur. The main body of the elemental attack is the primary skill of each elemental magic, and the effect is the same as the holder's primary magic. Magic storage: 3 elemental magic can be stored in the wand, and its magic level cannot be higher than the magician level. The magic effect is related to the ability of the caster. Proficiency blessing: use magic with the elemental wand to increase proficiency by 20%. Note: using this item will be hunted down by the Holy Light Church, please use it properly. Very good, very powerful. This was Mina's first impression after reading the properties of the elemental wand. It basically included everything a mage needed. Mina waved the wand. In terms of weight, this wand was much heavier than the short wand he had used before, and it was a bit stiff to wave. However, Mina knew that all wands were very heavy, and the reason was to limit the attack speed of the mage's elemental attacks. If the attack speed of a mage could be improved, then the effect of this wand would be able to collapse those melee professions. However, with the arrival of high-level professions, the weapons of melee players will naturally be strengthened. For example, magic weapons or anti-magic armor, these equipment are not comparable to those low-level equipment before. However, this weight, in Mina's hands, is just a little uncomfortable. At least, he doesn't have to increase his own strength value. Among them, Shui Na's favorite is the elemental switching in this elemental magic wand. Generally speaking, a magic wand only has one elemental attack, such as an ice magic wand, which can only have ice bombs at most, and lightning magic, which can only have lightning bombs. But this magic wand is not like that. It has elemental attacks of all elemental systems. In other words, this magic wand has the effect of 7 magic wands. And it is an elemental attack with the same power as his own primary magic. These 2 points alone have made it a priceless treasure among players. However, Shui Na was a little unclear about the seal status on the magic wand, so he asked tactfully. Haha, do you think my elemental magic wand has only this little power? If you are not strong enough, I don't need to suppress it. After the old wizard drank the tea in the teacup, he said, in the future, if you become a magician, you can inject all the magic power in your body into it, so that it can be unsealed. This is the first seal, and the second one will not be unsealed until you become a great magician. Remember? Understood. Shui Na touched the texture on the magic wand, but when he touched the purple crystal on the top, he was also a little curious. because he had never seen this kind of purple crystal or gem, as if things of this color did not exist. This is amethyst, also known as elemental crystal. It is a very peculiar existence. It not only has a bonus effect on all elements, but also saves the consumption of magic power. It is a very rare treasure. It is said that there are only a few pieces left in the world. However, only we, the elemental mages, can really bring out its effectiveness. Okay, we should go too. Oh, by the way, this magic wand and magic, don't use it lightly in front of the church. After all, once they appear, it means that you are my disciple. When you don't have the strength to fight against it, you must not mess around. The old wizard finally reminded carefully. One sentence. Understood, I will pay attention. At this time, Mina, who had put away the elemental magic wand, immediately turned out the skill book just now. Now he finally understood why this skill book was so new. It turned out that he had never found someone to inherit it. However, if he was not now carrying the name of a wanted criminal of the church, I am afraid that even if he became the last disciple of the old wizard, he would not be able to get this magic. After all, with his current strength, it is really impossible to face the church. However, if he has the identity of this wanted criminal, it will be different. At least, the church will deal with him no matter what, even if there is no relationship with the old wizard, it is the same. It is better to learn a self-defense skill, so that it can be used at the last moment. Therefore, the old wizard only reminded him not to mess around, and did not tell him not to learn. Only a wizard like him can learn without scruples, because he no longer cares about the pursuit of the church. While the old wizard was packing up and the elder was restoring the defensive magic around, Shui Nai was bored and took a look at the map. As a result, he found that the peak of the Holy Snow Mountain had another name. Fountain of Life. The name of this peak is obviously related to the spring water on the top of the peak that is so clear that it doesn't look like water. However, thinking that water is the source of normal life, it is very suitable for Yunwu Town, a town that advocates water magic. After the elder restored all the defensive magic on the peak, the four people left quickly under the leadership of Foul Sword Domain. Before the elder restored the defensive magic, the old wizard gave Shui Nai's wood dragon ball to the elder and asked him to store it in the pool to see if he could use the spring water to moisturize it. The wind dragon ball was given to Foul so that he could absorb the remaining essence of the dragon ball and speed up his practice. To be honest, the elder and Foul are the hardest working among all the people. One not only needs to spend time to remove the defensive magic of the Holy Snow Mountain, but also needs to use the power of the tsunami ring to extract the crystal essence for Shui Nai. Now he is so tired that his face is a little pale, and it is impossible for him to walk back by himself. As their means of transportation, Foul flew up and down for more than 10 kilometers, and the consumption was not small. Although Shui Nai was a little reluctant about this, he was not the kind of greedy person, so he was also very open-minded. After returning to Yunwu Town, it was almost evening. It turned out that they had spent almost an afternoon on the top of the mountain without knowing it. After saying goodbye to them, Shui Nai immediately contacted Dao Yudao and the others, and also learned the skill book given to him by the old wizard. This magic was created specifically for elemental mages. However, the elemental mages here do not refer to ordinary elemental mages, but mages with the heart of elements. Because for ordinary mages, specialization is their final destination. But once you enter the path of specialization, it is no longer appropriate to use the popular name of elemental mage. After all, most of these specialized mages will only use the magic they specialize in. As for other magic, it is common sense to speculate that they are rarely used. Specialization, especially the elemental specialization of mages, is a very powerful ability, but this powerful ability is often relatively narrow. For example, when a mage specializes in fire magic, his power can be doubled when he uses fire magic, and at worst, it can be increased by 50%. Moreover, when using fire magic, the attributes such as chanting time, cooling time, and mana consumption will be reduced according to the effect of specialization. However, this mage specializing in fire will increase a certain degree of damage when attacked by water or ice magic. However, what makes mages most excited is that after entering the wizard level, as long as the player completes the trial of specialization, he can get a specialization point for every 4 levels. After reaching level 100 and becoming a magician, he can theoretically get 10 specialization points. After reaching the level of magician, 1 specialization point can be obtained for every 2 levels. At this stage, the player can get 25 points. After reaching the Grand Magician, he can get 50 points. However, this specialization point is only a theoretical value, and the specific value depends on the player's operation. Specialization points are used to upgrade certain skills, such as the Fireball spell that is already level 60, or magic that requires fire specialization points to complete the upgrade. If the player wants to upgrade the Fireball spell to level 61, then after meeting the proficiency from level 60 to level 61, the player must spend a specialization point to open the proficiency of level 61 to complete the upgrade. The difference between level 60 and level 61 can only be described as a world of difference. Chapter 550 Elemental Bird. According to the official website, the power of level 61 Fireball is far superior to that of level 60. However, judging from the current development trend of players, I am afraid that not many mages are willing to practice this Fireball to level 60 and spend a little precious specialization point to click it. As for Mina, although he has no specialization points, but you can spend more proficiency to improve it. However, similarly, if you spend this time on other advanced magic, I am afraid the effect will be better. He found Dao Yiyu Dao, who was picking up girls in the town outside Yunmu town. After ignoring him, he found that he could not find anyone from the Fox Fairy Guild in the territory of the Unscrupulous Profiteer's bar. The Unscrupulous Profiteer has always wanted to open a branch base in Yunmu town. This place has never been touched by other players. In addition, its location is good, and the commercial profit inside will not be small. Moreover, his idea is to build a leisure place here with a bar as the main and trading as the auxiliary. However, Shui Nai and the others know that the profiteer's idea is not to focus on this, but to purchase the materials here. The underground dungeon of the Poisonous Insect Valley is rich in materials for cloth and leather armor, and the quality is also first class. If it weren't for the high difficulty of this dungeon, it would limit the development of most material teams. Otherwise, the materials here would have been flooded. However, since the unscrupulous profiteers dared to develop here, they must have made all the preparations. By the way, where are they? Shui Na asked the unscrupulous profiteers who were looking at the design drawings. They left. They said they didn't want to be followed by you after I finished talking to them, so they sneaked away not long after you left. The unscrupulous profiteers shrugged and traded 2 white stones to him. This is the Stone of Atonement? Is it Yan's? Shui Na looked at the white stones in the backpack and immediately remembered their information. Yes, that's right. However, the quality of this Stone of Atonement is not high. At most, it can only reduce your red name value by 100 points. The unscrupulous profiteers took a look at the blood cloud with a hint of black air above Shui Na's head, and immediately realized that these 2 stones of atonement were basically a drop in the bucket. After receiving the Stone of Atonement, Shui Na also knew what he was thinking. Don't worry, the speed of a mage changing to a red name is notoriously fast, so don't worry. It's true that mages change to a red name quickly, but the speed of changing to a red name is even faster. Dao Yiyu Dao gave up the time to pick up girls and ran over like crazy, but 2 very young and beautiful girls followed him. However, Dao Yiyu Dao was not wrong. If a mage with better skills, as long as it is not so easy to die, it will take a while to become a red name. Because the attack power of the mage is too strong, and it is easy to hit a large area with 1 hit. It will be much faster to become a red name than those melee players who have to chop one by one. Don't worry, I am very confident now. It is not difficult for me to change to a red name. Shui Na took a look at the newly acquired skills and status, and a kind of momentum called confidence burst out of his body. Oh, so you got something good. Dao Yiyu Dao's eyes lit up when he saw the confident Shui Na. He immediately teamed him up with Wu Yanzhuo and said it in the team chat. Yeah, they are all good things. Shui Na put the attributes of the things he had just got in the team chat, and immediately stimulated the 2 thieves into wooden men. Fuck. After the 2 said this at the same time, they looked at Shui Na angrily, as if they wanted to scrape off her meat. You must treat us today, otherwise, I will, hehe. Dao Yiyu Dao said unhappily. Okay, as long as it's not gold coins, I'll treat you. Shui Na said happily. After pulling the 2 girls, Wu Yanzhuo also put down his work at hand and followed Dao Yiyu Dao to find a small restaurant. This is the only open food place in Yunmu town, and since the opening of the night system, the demand and quality of food by players have become higher and higher, so the business of this restaurant has become more and more popular. After the introduction, Shui Nai knew that these two were college students invited from the real world by Wu Yanjudeo to help. While Dao Yiyudeo and the others were playing with the two girls, Shui Nai and Wu Yanjudeo were also discussing things. So, you don't plan to keep Ruolin and the others by your side? Wu Yanjudeo glanced at the top of Shui Nai's head again. He was in a very dangerous level now. You can't stay, otherwise, I can't run away. Shui Nai nodded. That's right. Just your flying skill can make you invincible among the players. As for those NPCs, they should not attack you casually because of their face and the mentality of masters. Wu Yanjudeo also nodded. However, now, if Dao Yiyudeo stays here, then he will definitely have more troubles than me. Shui Nai glanced at Dao Yiyudeo who was grinning. Don't worry, at worst, I can teleport directly to the Elf Empire. The quality of the elf girls there is not bad anyway. Dao Yiyudeo said indifferently in the team chat. Then you have to be careful. Shui Nai felt a little uneasy when she thought that if Dao Yiyudeo stayed here, it would be equivalent to throwing all the pressure on him. However, today the old wizard has already pointed out where he will go next, so he is no longer I can stay in the human empire again. By the way, Lao Fan, I have been studying the effect of your elemental bird just now, but what does the multiple attack of this magic mean? It seems that it does not refer to range attack. Just when they fell silent in the team chat, Dao Yiyudeo, who was chatting with the two girls, suddenly asked in the team chat. This made Shui Nai and Wu Yang Yuzhang admire his distraction technique. Shui Nai lowered his head and took another look at the new magic, and then thought about it seriously. Skill, Elemental Bird, God level magic. Occupational restriction, Elemental Mage. Learning level, none. Skill level, level 1, upgradable, proficiency, 02000. Skill description, this is a magic created by the god mage Frank. This magic can be combined with other intermediate or lower elemental magics and reproduced in the form of a bird. It can attack or heal multiple targets at the same time. This magic has a certain tracking ability, and as it is combined with various magics, the functions it exhibits are different. Skill usage instructions, this magic has a total of 7 changes, corresponding to the 7 changes of the 6 major element systems. This magic needs to be combined with its own level 10 magic before use. Each element can only be combined with one at a time. The water element series can be combined with ice and water, and the fusion cooling time for each element is 10 hours. Skill effect, after fusion, you can get the special effect of the fused magic. The damage or treatment value of each bird is, spirit value and magic damage times, skill level, the upper limit of the number of birds is, skill level times, occupation level, and the mana consumption is, 100 times, 1 plus times, skill level 1, times, number of birds. The chanting time is the same as the fusion magic, and the cooling time is the same as the fusion magic. I think it should be able to carry out multiple single attacks, which means that it is equivalent to using several magics to attack the enemy at the same time. Shui Na said uncertainly. You haven't tried it? No, I came to you as soon as I came back. I plan to find a copy to try tomorrow. However, it seems that you can't fuse many magics. Dao Yiyudeo thought about it and found that this magic is actually 7 magics. Moreover, it seems that it is the kind that cannot affect each other. However, it seems that Shui Na can't have many magics that meet the fusion standard. Well, my fire element is fused with continuous fireballs, the ice element is ice cones, the water element is recovery, and the thunder element is thunder arrows. As for the others, there is no way. After Shui Na clicked on this magic, a series of elemental birds with different attributes and effects popped up immediately. Now, as long as he wants, he can use these 4 new magics immediately. Moreover, what surprised him was that this magic did not have any professional level requirements, which means that the level suppression of monsters is invalid. Then can you still use these fused magics? The unscrupulous profiteer was also curious. Yes, that's why I think this magic is perverted here, which is equivalent to adding 7 magics at once. And these magics can also perform multiple attacks at a time, which is much stronger than pulling continuous fireballs to perform range attacks. Shui Na said intoxicatedly. Let's go, let's open a dungeon right away to try it out. Anyway, the number of dungeons today has not been used up yet. Dao Yiyudeo said while calling the waiter to settle the bill. After parting with the unscrupulous profiteers and other non-combatants, Dao Yiyudeo dragged Shui Na to open the dungeon. After looking at the time, Shui Nai also began to experiment with the elemental birds with all his strength. Dao Yiyu Dao, who was used as a wooden stake, immediately told Shui Nai the special effects and power of various elemental birds after trying a few magics. Although the various elemental birds have the same damage, the elemental special effects they come with are different. For example, the burn of the Lianzu fire bird can cause continuous burns to the target, the armor-breaking effect of the ice cone bird, and the electric current paralysis and high-speed effects of the thunder arrow bird are all different. And because of these effects, the damage caused is no longer the fixed damage. However, it must be said that this magic consumes a lot of magic. At present, it takes 100 points of magic to cast an elemental bird, but in terms of damage, it may not be comparable to the original magic. However, the effect of this recovery bird is quite good. In such a place with environmental bonus, the health value that a recovery bird can restore can reach more than 1200. But unfortunately, it takes seconds to restore, and it cannot be attacked during this period. The effect of this elemental bird is too bad. If 3 birds can hit the target at the same time, it can cause an instant kill effect, but in terms of magic power consumption. This is the final evaluation of Dao Yiyu Dao. I know, but I have a lot of magic power. I'm afraid this is another reason why the old wizard passed the magic to me. Mina shook her hand, and 3 birds made of flames quickly flew into the darkness in the distance. After that, the 3 fire birds were seen. In the next moment it split into 15 smaller fire birds, which slammed into a rock wall, creating sparks all over the sky.